2941 Selling himself for money. 1. The traveling merchant's words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, causing the surroundings to instantly become silent. What are you saying? The guard of the treasure vault opened his eyes wide, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears, or that the traveling merchant in front of him was a madman. The bounty target that countless cultivators could not find had actually appeared at the entrance of the treasure vault headquarters of his own accord. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Not only the guarding cultivators, but the cultivators nearby also had similar thoughts. I said, I'm Yingluo. When the traveling merchant heard this, he was about to reveal his identity again. However, just as he opened his mouth, he heard a loud shout behind him, "You damn liar! How dare you cheat in the treasure vault? I'll kill you." Then, a cold ray of light shot out from the crowd and went straight for the head of the traveling merchant. The speed of the attack was fast and urgent, clearly wanting to kill him. Impudent! The guardian cultivator, who had just confirmed it out of shock, immediately roared in anger, but he was secretly regretting it. He was an idiot for not taking decisive measures immediately to send the traveling merchant to a safe place. Regardless of whether he was the bounty target or not, he had already become the enemy's must-kill target, and his situation had become extremely dangerous. However, the speed of the cold light was extremely fast, and the attack was extremely sudden. It was obvious that he was a step too slow to intercept it. The traveling merchants sensed the danger and panicked. They subconsciously put up a protective barrier. Only cultivators could do this, and the onlookers were even more certain that the identity of a traveling merchant was just a disguise. At this moment, the enemy's sneak attack broke through the barrier and went straight for the traveling merchant's vital point. It was too late to dodge. I'm going to die. The traveling merchant's eyes flashed with a hint of despair. He had persevered to the last step, but he was actually ambushed by the enemy. As expected, man's plans were not as good as God's plans. Don't worry, you won't die. A voice rang out, dispelling the boundless fear. The traveling merchant was stunned for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised to find that the enemy's weapon was suspended in front of him. It was only an inch, but the cold air was aggressive. PFF'd. With a soft sound, this valuable magic weapon suddenly exploded into dust. The fatal crisis was resolved in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react in time. At this moment, not only the traveling merchants heaved a sigh of relief, but the guarding cultivators of the treasure vault were also the same. If the target of the bounty died at the entrance because of them, it would be hard to absolve themselves of the blame. In fact, the main reason was that he didn't expect someone to be so crazy as to dare to guard the entrance of the treasure vault and intercept the bounty target. This was not only provoking the treasure vault, but also provoking Tang Zhen. He was simply crazily courting death. Catch that sneak attacker! The guarding cultivator of the treasure vault roared and rushed to the attacker, only to find that the other party had a strange smile. In the blink of an eye, a loud sound was heard. Boom! This cultivator chose to self-destruct after failing to assassinate him. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave any clues behind. The nearby cultivators were both angry and anxious. Under such circumstances, they were afraid that they would be implicated. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless cultivators flew out of the treasure vault and surrounded the cultivators who were watching. Don't resist and obediently accept the inspection. If there's nothing wrong with you, we'll naturally let you go. If anyone dares to resist, don't blame this old master for being impolite. The first elder of the treasury had a dark expression on his face as he looked around with a fierce gaze. He looked like he was going to eat someone. Assassinating a suspected bounty target at the entrance of the treasure vault's headquarters was simply the greatest provocation to the treasure vault. What would outsiders think if this matter was spread? If the traveling merchants were really the targets of the bounty and were ambushed and killed, it would be like the sky had collapsed. The first elder did not dare to imagine to what extent Tang Zhen would be furious and what kind of anger the treasure vault would bear. Fortunately, the worst situation didn't happen. Tang Zhen had already saved the traveling merchant the moment the accident happened. The first elder turned around and saw that the traveling merchant, who was still in shock, was currently pretending to be calm as he stood in front of Tang Zhen. You're the one who stored more than a dozen items in the treasure vault, and these 2 round beads are among them. Tang Zhen looked at the traveling merchant and asked in an indifferent tone. He waved his hand and displayed a scene. Those were 2 round balls that flickered with different lusters. They were the 2 origin soul treasures that Tang Zhen had found earlier. The traveling merchant nodded his head. This was indeed the item that he had stored, and it was impossible to deny it. you were the one who used the access token to bring the cultivators of the 1,000 Feet Peak into the secret realm of the ruins, and then escaped halfway through the teleportation. That's right. You were able to avoid the pursuit of countless cultivators because of this mask on your face. It can completely shield your aura and turn you into an ordinary person without any flaws. The traveling merchant's face revealed a hint of surprise, but he still nodded his head lightly. Yes, Your Excellency, if you're patient enough, you can continue hiding. Due to some special reasons, even I can't accurately lock onto your position. What is the reason that made you give up on hiding and appear before me? This was the most crucial question. Tang Zhen hoped that this young cultivator in front of him would be able to give him a satisfactory answer. The traveling merchant helplessly smiled and replied to Tang Zhen, I know what kind of situation I'm facing. Although I can temporarily hide it, I'll be exposed one day. For the treasures that were piled up like a mountain, even if it took 100 years, there would definitely be cultivators who would continue to search for them. But I can't wait that long, because I still have to improve my strength and take revenge for my sect. If I wait 100 years, I will become a good-for-nothing with no chance of revenge. The traveling merchant had a bitter smile on his face. He had been under too much pressure recently and was on the verge of a complete breakdown. On the way to the treasury, he hesitated more than once, but in the end, he chose to continue. Because he knew in his heart that he had no way out. The pursuit from the 1,000 Feet Peak had already caused him to be in a constant state of anxiety. The reward order issued by Tang Zhen was truly unbearable, as if the sky had collapsed. Your Excellency must have your purpose in issuing the bounty, and it's likely to be related to my exploration. After all, apart from that, a small cultivator like me really doesn't deserve the attention of an important person like you. Especially when I heard that this matter was related to the treasury, I was even more certain of my speculation. Therefore, I've decided to take the initiative and provide you with the information you want. I've sent myself to your door. Does this mean that I can receive the treasures you're offering? Tang Zhen smiled and nodded when he saw the traveling merchant's face that was filled with anticipation. That's right, I can leave it to you. The traveling merchant bowed and thanked Tang Zhen after hearing this. After which, he continued to ask, allow me to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Again, can I use the secrets I know to exchange for a condition? Tang Zhen shook his head and said to the traveling merchant, since you've accepted the reward, it means that you've given yourself to me, and your role has changed. You've been exchanged for my bounty, and your life is in my hands. Under such circumstances, do you think I'll give you the chance to make conditions? Or do you think that you can keep the secret in front of me with your own ability? So you're saying that since I can't get the reward, I can't keep my secret? The traveling merchant asked Tang Zhen after taking a deep breath. The treasure is yours, no one can take it away from you, but it's your own problem if you can protect it. Answer me honestly and I won't make things difficult for you. This is my promise to you. 2942 Born after death. 1. As a target with a huge bounty on his head, Mu Juling was very clear about his own value. He knew that he had something that Tang Zhen wanted. However, he was also clear that his status was lowly. He did not have the qualifications to negotiate terms with Tang Zhen. It wasn't an easy matter to rely on Tang Zhen's strength to achieve his goal. However, he wasn't willing to give up so easily. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best. He believed in Tang Zhen's promise. After obtaining the information he wanted, Tang Zhen would let him leave safely. Such a high cultivation and such a reward were sufficient to prove Tang Zhen's courage. The problem was that Tang Zhen could let him go, but the other cultivators would definitely not, especially the cultivators on the Chenjiang Peak. Perhaps the sneak attack just now had something to do with the 1,000-foot peak, because the other cultivators had no reason to attack him. If he were to kill him, the treasure vault would definitely be implicated and suffer the wrath of Tang Zhen. At the same time, it was to prevent Mu Juling from using the treasure house or Tang Zhen's help to launch a revengeful attack on the 1,000-feet peak. In fact, before he came, Mu Juling already had a plan. He wanted to use the reward to hire cultivators from the treasure vault to complete his revenge plan. The treasure vault itself was an assassin organization that paid attention to doing things for money. Using this mountain of treasures as a commission was definitely more than enough. If she could complete her plan and take revenge for her sect, Mu Juling would die without regrets. However, the key to the whole plan was to ensure that the treasure house would not be ungrateful for profit and that they would act according to the agreement after receiving the commission. When Mu Juling thought of this, she bowed deeply to Tang Zhen. If you want to know anything, I, Mu Juling, will tell you everything I know. If you dare to hide anything, you will have to suffer endless inner demons. A cultivator's oath could not be taken lightly, because it would really affect the rules and there would be retribution. In particular, swearing on the heart's devil was even more vicious. It was an evil existence that would penetrate through all holes and would condense. When mentioned, when the opportunity was right, the inner demon would take advantage of it. To be able to make such an oath was enough to prove Mu Juling's determination. It could be said that he did not leave any way out. Tang Zhen remained silent. He knew that Mu Juling definitely had something else to say after this sentence. This oath was merely a foreshadowing. As expected, Mu Juling continued, "The biggest obsession in my heart is the blood feud of my sect. The purpose of entering the extreme spiritual realm was to gain more power so that one day, he could kill his enemies with his own hands. If I don't take revenge, I won't die in peace." It was just that he had been in a daze for a few decades, but his strength had not improved much. The dream of avenging his sect could be said to be far away. Perhaps it was the mercy of the heavens that allowed me to obtain a token to enter the secret realm of the ruins. At that time, I was extremely excited, thinking that there was finally a chance to improve my strength and avenge the blood feud of my sect. Perhaps it was because I was too excited that I revealed a flaw and one of my companions discovered my abnormality. I saw that he came from the same world as me and we were on good terms, so I was prepared to take him as a companion to explore the secret realm of the ruins. This way, they could support each other and benefit from each other. It was simply the best. Even though there are rumors that there are countless treasures in the ruined secret realm, I still don't dare to take it lightly. The purpose of finding companions to explore together was to ensure that nothing would go wrong, and at the critical moment, they would also have a way out. However, I would never have thought that it was this fellow countryman that I trusted who betrayed me at the crucial moment. He contacted the cultivators on the 1,000 Feet Peak and took control of me, trying to snatch the entrance token to the ruin's secret realm. I refined the pass token, so I can't snatch it. Mu Juling's face showed a hint of sarcasm. It was unknown whether he was talking about his fellow villager or the cultivators of Chenjiang Peak. The cultivators on the 1,000 Feet Peak had no choice but to take me to the ruins to explore the secret realm. I was controlled by the cultivators of the 1,000 Zhang Peak, so I was forced to follow them. I was secretly looking for a way to escape. However, after entering the ruin's secret realm, I realized that things were different from what I had imagined. There were not treasures everywhere, but a large number of terrifying monsters. And in my heart, there's a voice constantly reminding me to quickly escape from this place. If we hesitate any longer, we will be trapped in the ruined secret realm, with no chance of escaping. When Tang Zhen heard this, he nodded his head gently and said to Mu Juling, "The reason why you're like this is because there's an incomplete soul of a cultivator in your mask. It knows a lot about the ruined secret realm and how dangerous it is. That's why it's urging you to leave. If I'm not wrong, this mask and your pass token should have been found in the same place, right?" Mu Juling nodded quickly, a look of admiration on her face. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone, but Tang Zhen was able to make an accurate judgment. This was clearly a proof of his strength. This kind of power and style was what Mu Juling yearned for. You are indeed powerful, and that is the truth. However, other than the mask and the passage token, I also got a teleportation token, which can help me leave the ruined secret realm. At that time, I didn't know what the purpose of this teleportation token was, and I didn't know that the ruined secret realm was a trap. Once one entered, one would not be able to control themselves and would not be able to leave just because they wanted to. However, to me at that time, the teleportation token did help me a lot. It allowed me to escape from the ruined secret realm with it if I encountered any mishaps. After escaping from the ruined secret realm, Mu Juling still had a trace of regret in his heart. After entering the treasure mountain, he actually returned empty-handed. However, Mu Juling did not have time to think about anything else at that time. Instead, she used the mosque's disguising ability to escape quickly. He was afraid that the cultivators of the 1,000 Feet Peak would hunt him down, so he could only choose to hide for the time being and continue to act after the commotion had died down. After that, he disguised himself and headed straight for Dusk Snow City, which was 1,000 miles away, in an attempt to stay there for a while. In the end, The moment he arrived at Dusk Snow City, he heard about the bounty on his head, as well as all sorts of rumors about the ruined secret realm. The shock in Mu Juling's heart could no longer be described with words. She did not expect that the ruined secret realm was a trap set by the evil gods and that a large number of cultivators had died inside. If Tang Zhen had not defeated Yanshan, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had entered the ruined secret realm would have all died. While secretly rejoicing, Mu Juling was also envious. If she had Tang Zhen's strength, she would not have to hide like this. He would have returned to his hometown long ago and massacred the enemies of his sect to take revenge for his dead master and senior and junior. In front of the scenic spot in Sunset Snow City, Mu Juling, who had thought that she was in a desperate situation, finally made up her mind at that moment. He decided to go all out. If he didn't succeed, he would die. Therefore, he took the initiative to appear just to take a gamble. Mu Juling used a scrupulous tone to tell her experience, then she kowtowed to Tang Zhen. I hope you can lend a hand and help me speak to the treasure house so that they can accept my employment. If I can avenge my sect, Mu Juling will die with no regrets and will forever be grateful for your great kindness. Looking at Mu Juling's pleading face, Tang Sanzang nodded gently. Sure. Mu Juling was overjoyed. She kowtowed again to thank him. Then tell me, where did these two magic treasures come from? Tang Zhen waved his hand and conjured the spherical origin spiritual treasure again as he asked Mu Juling. Your Excellency, this is the inheritance treasure of my sect. I took it with me when I fled. The other three should have been taken by the enemy, and they're nowhere to be found. Mu Juling didn't dare to hide anything and quickly replied loudly. Your sect's treasure. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. Mu Juling's answer was clearly beyond his expectations. It seemed that he couldn't just ignore Mu Juling's matter. 2943 Discussing Cooperation. 1. Tang Zhen had originally thought that the items that Mu Juling had stored in the treasure vault should have been from the same place as the passage token. He had even made up his mind that if these two items were related to Yi Shen, he would go to the ruined secret realm again. However, he didn't expect that these two special origin spiritual treasures were actually treasures passed down by Mu Juling's sect. It did not belong to the extreme spirit realm, but to another world. Under such circumstances, not only did Tang Zhen have to inform the treasure house, he might even have to personally make a trip there. However, it didn't matter even if he had to make a trip for the sake of the original spirit treasure. Are you sure that the other three pieces of magical equipment are in the hands of the enemy? Tang Zhen looked at Mu Juling and confirmed it again. Don't worry, sir, I won't dare to lie to you. Mu Juling's tone was a little excited. She could vaguely guess Tang Zhen's thoughts. If Tang Zhen was interested in the treasure of his sect and would personally head over to look for it, that would be the best thing. Of course, Tang Zhen was only looking for the treasures left behind by his sect and not taking revenge for him. It could be said that there was no relationship between the two. However, Mu Juling could use Tang Zhen's strength to intimidate his enemies psychologically. One had to know that the enemy of the sect was also a powerful sect, and it could not be easily destroyed. Just as he was pondering in his heart, he heard Tang Zhen's voice ring out once again. How much do you know about this magical equipment? Seeing that Tang Zhen cared so much about the sect's treasure, Mu Juling didn't dare to hide anything and immediately told him everything she knew. According to my understanding, this set of magic treasures is called the Chaotic Five Elements Ball. I'm not very clear about its exact origin, but I know the effects of this magic treasure. As long as one circled an area and placed the primal chaos 5-element sphere at different heights, it could form a small-scale heavenly paradise. In this space, an abundant amount of world energy could be gathered while at the same time ensuring that it was condensed without scattering. Being in such a space could not only double the speed of cultivation, but it could also be used to cultivate spirit herbs or raise some special spirit beasts. Before the sect encountered a crisis, this primal chaos 5-elements ball was always in use. It is a very important treasure of our sect. When the sect was in danger, my master snatched 2 of them and gave them to me before he died. Later, I took the 2 5-element balls and escaped to the extreme soul realm. Because it was inconvenient to carry them, I stored them in the treasure vault. The chaotic 5-elements ball could only play its true role when it was gathered. Otherwise, it would be useless. Mu Juling saw that it couldn't help her and was afraid that she would lose it somewhere else. In the end, she chose to keep it in the treasure vault. At that time, he would never have dreamed that it was these 2 seemingly useless magical equipment that had completely changed his fate. Otherwise, he might have died in the extreme spiritual realm without a sound. Mu Juling's eyes suddenly lit up as she said this. She begged Tang Zhen again, I'm willing to find the other 3 5-element balls for you, sir. After I find them, I'll give them to you. I only hope that you can uphold justice for me and help me complete my revenge plan for my sect. When she said this, Mu Juling felt uneasy. She was afraid that Tang Zhen would be disgusted. I can go with you, but if it's a small matter, you'll have to solve it yourself. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind to go to the world where Mu Juling's sect belonged. He agreed very quickly. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir. Mu Juling kowtowed repeatedly. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. Seeing that there was hope for revenge, Mu Juling also began to be in high spirits. After the discussion with Tang Zhen, Mu Juling turned to look at the first elder who had been waiting for a long time. Before Mu Juling could speak, the first elder raised his hand and motioned for him to keep quiet. I'll definitely accept this business of yours, not only for the Mountain of Treasures, but also for Sir Tang Zhen. But before that, you have to tell me everything so that I can make the corresponding plan. The treasure of the ruined secret realm was in Tang Zhen's hands, so the great elder would definitely not dare to have any evil ideas. However, if it belonged to Mu Juling, the great elder would definitely not let him take it away. The first elder was in a very good mood at the moment. He was not afraid of how difficult the task would be, but he was afraid that Mu Juling would not have anything to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, accepting missions and earning commissions became a method that both sides could accept, and there was no need to fall out with each other. Both sides were happy. To the great elder, this was the happiest big business in recent years. After hearing the first elder's request, Mu Juling immediately explained the entire situation. She did not dare to miss out a single detail. Whether it was Tang Zhen himself or the first elder who hid the treasure, they were both existences that Mu Juling could only look up to in the past. In front of such a strong person, he did not dare to play any tricks. Otherwise, if his lie was exposed, he would not be able to bear the corresponding punishment. The great elder listened attentively to Mu Juling's story, exuding a chilling aura. After he finished, Mu Juling looked at the first elder and waited for his reply. Tang Zhen no longer had any problems. Next, it would depend on first elder's attitude. Although he had already accepted the employment mission, who knew if he would suddenly go back on his word? His enemy was indeed powerful enough. He really didn't dare to provoke them. After a few moments of silence, the first elder suddenly looked at Mu Juling, his eyes as sharp as a blade. Facing such a gaze, Mu Juling couldn't help but feel a little afraid. If it wasn't because of this matter, if it wasn't because of Tang Zhen, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with a strong person like the first elder with his low status. There was an obvious difference in level between the two sides. In front of such a strong person, Mu Juling always felt like she was walking on thin ice. The aura that belonged to an expert was flamboyant and overbearing, and there was almost no concealment. At the same time, a faint doubt appeared in his heart. Logically speaking, Tang Zhen's strength should have far surpassed the first elder's. Otherwise, the first elder would not be so obedient. However, why was it that other than the mental pressure, he did not feel any suppression from his realm in front of Tang Zhen? If Mu Juling had not seen Tang Zhen's attack in the respectful eyes of the surrounding cultivators, she might have thought that Tang Zhen was immortal based on his aura. Mu Juling couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this. His own strength was still too weak. Not only could he not see the difference between Tang Zhen and the Great Elder, but he also could not see the extraordinariness of the primal 5 elements ball. As expected, the path of cultivation was long. He had just started and still had a long way to go. At this moment, the Great Elder suddenly asked, "Everyone already knows that you entered the treasury, and it won't be long before it's completely spread. What I want to know now is whether anyone knows that you're determined to take revenge and has informed your enemy sect of this news in advance." Hearing the first elder's question, Mu Juling was shocked and immediately nodded in agreement. The cultivator who betrayed me came from the same world as me and knew my past. He should be in the headquarters on the Chenjiang Peak now. After saying this, both the first elder and Mu Juling felt relieved for some reason. It was as if in their hearts, they were all hoping that this matter would be related to the 1,000 feet peak, and now, their wish had finally been fulfilled. 2944 The war is about to begin. Whether it was the treasure house or Mu Juling, they had an unresolvable grudge with the Chenjiang Peak. The former and the Chenjiang Peak were rivals, the kind that would fight to the death, and the hatred had accumulated for many years. Two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain. The battle between the two sides had never subsided, but there were wins and losses on both sides. They both wanted to completely eradicate each other, but they were unable to do so and could only maintain the current state. The two large organizations were actually waiting for an opportunity to completely annihilate the other. Looking at the current situation, the treasure house's luck was pretty good, and they had gotten this opportunity first. As for Mu Juling, he couldn't wait for Chenjiang Peak to be in trouble and be completely destroyed. Not to mention the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Chenjiang Peak, the failure of this operation in the ruined secret realm would definitely make them vent their anger on him. If it wasn't to track Mu Juling, Tang Zhen wouldn't have entered the ruined secret realm. Perhaps they would be the final owners of the treasure. This was a very shameless way of thinking, but to some shameless cultivators, they were overestimating their own abilities. On the 1,000-foot peak, there seemed to be many cultivators who had such thoughts. If Tang Zhen had not participated, things might not have turned out this way. At the very least, the 1,000-feet peak would not have no way out. The appearance of the reward order had completely intensified the conflict between the two sides. At the same time, it also highlighted Mu Juling's existence, causing the hatred between them to deepen. The cultivators who had ambushed at the entrance of the treasure vault were most likely the suicide soldiers sent by Chenjiang Peak, who had been controlled and tempered by a secret technique. Once the cultivators brought Mu Juling to the headquarters, or if there were any suspicious targets, they would be ambushed and killed by the Death Warrior. The purpose of this was to prevent Mu Juling from allying with the treasure house and doing something unfavorable to the Chenjiang Peak. Whether it was the kidnapping and coercion at Chenjiang Peak or the killing of the accomplice who told the secret, Mu Juling would never let it go easily. The other hidden purpose was to make things difficult for Tang Zhen so that he would not be able to get what he wanted from Mu Juling. The actions of the 1,000-feet peak could be viewed as a provocation. It also represented that they did not fear Tang Zhen. Or rather, it could be said that he had sufficient confidence to not fear Tang Zhen's threat. Hence, he dared to do such a thing. Of course, Chenjiang Peak was not stupid. They would definitely not leave any traces behind and let the assassination be related to them. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or failed, the cultivator would die without a doubt and would not leave any clues. There was no reason to attack the treasure house without any evidence, or else it would be too much. Once a dispute occurred, Chenjiang would try to argue for himself and gain the advantage of public opinion. It was precisely because of these reasons that the treasure vault and Mu Juling, this pair of partners, had a common enemy from the beginning. The two sides had reached a tacit understanding, and the next thing was much easier to do. The Great Elder stopped thinking and said in a light tone, "Such a large-scale operation must be kept strictly confidential. No news can be leaked. Otherwise, once the enemy knew about it, they would make a response plan in advance, which could eventually lead to the complete failure of the operation plan. If you do well, you'll lose step by step. The losses you'll have to pay for losing are simply uncountable," the first elder said to Mu Juling with a serious expression. What he said was true. War was not child's play, and one could not be careless. It's impossible to hide the fact that you've appeared here. The 1,000-foot peak should have received the news by now. The fellow who betrayed you will reveal everything about you. Chenjiang Peak should know you very well. They'll definitely be able to deduce that you'll cooperate with the treasure house and then take revenge on your former enemy sect. The Chenjiang Peak is your enemy, and also the competitor of the treasure house. The hatred between the two sides cannot be resolved. They definitely won't miss this opportunity. They'll definitely pass on the news to your enemies and cause more trouble for you and me. If possible, Chenjiang Peak would also secretly send cultivators to participate in the war, directly or indirectly. It was even possible that the 1,000-feet summit would choose to take the treasure vault by surprise and attack it. As soon as the war begins, it'll be impossible to avoid the 3,000-meter peak, and it's destined that a war will break out. The first elder glanced at Tang Zhen beside him when he spoke up to this point. He discovered that Tang Zhen did not have any reaction from the beginning until the end. It was as if what the two of them were discussing was just a simple game that was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of cultivators of this level, the battle between the treasure house and the 1,000-foot peak is probably just child's play. The Great Elder couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of this. However, he dispelled this thought in the blink of an eye. There was a rule in the cultivation world, and that was that when one's strength was low, it was best not to know about the information of the higher realms. That was not a good thing. It would only cause despair and confusion after comparison, and it might even affect his future cultivation path. There was no fixed number of cultivators, and there was no fixed routine. Forcibly following certain rules would only put invisible shackles on one's body. The more he knew, the greater the pressure he would have to bear. If he was not careful, his heart's devil would enter his body. Mu Juling's face was full of excitement. He had only wanted to take revenge for his sect, but he didn't expect the first elder to even make the Chenjiang Peak a target. Mu Juling was more than happy to hear such a decision. He wanted to say a few words, but he realized that he didn't know what to say. In the end, he decided to shut his mouth and be an honest audience. This was an earth-shattering battle that involved countless links, and he was just an insignificant small character. The only value of its existence was to act as a catalyst for war. Other than that, it had no other use. The first elder really didn't care about Mu Juling. What he said just now was actually just for Tang Zhen to hear. After all, Tang Zhen was also involved in this matter. He had to let him know the relevant information. Your Excellency, what do you think? The first elder finally opened his mouth and asked for Tang Zhen's opinion. This was his final goal. Sure, Tang Zhen was naturally able to tell that the first elder wanted him to lead and follow them. After which, he would take the opportunity to eradicate the 1,000-feet peak. Taking revenge for Mu Juling's sect was just a side effect. The old fellow was as slippery as a ghost. However, he was completely seen through in front of Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen did not mind. Now, he wanted to let nature take its course and would not deliberately affect or interfere with a certain matter. If he did that, it would lead to a series of changes and even lose the opportunity that originally belonged to him. For example, Tang Zhen didn't do anything on purpose in this trip to the extreme spirit realm. Everything was natural. In the end, along the way, he actually obtained many opportunities and his gains far exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. Regardless of whether this was a coincidence or other reasons, Tang Zhen would accept it. Even if the first elder wanted to take advantage of the situation, Tang Zhen would not mind and would still choose to go with the flow. Since they wanted him to take charge, he would go with them. I have no objections. You can make the arrangements. The head elder felt as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he respectfully bowed and thanked Tang Zhen. Thank you, sir. He was definitely not someone who thought he was smart. He knew that his actions would definitely not be able to hide from Tang Zhen. However, for the sake of the treasure trove's rise, he could only brace himself and deliberately put on an act in front of Tang Zhen. Even though he clearly knew that Tang Zhen could see through his thoughts, he still had to continue this act. Obtaining Tang Zhen's permission meant that this performance had already been a success. The great show that had been waiting for many years was also slowly opening its curtains at this moment. Looking at the cultivators from the treasure vault who were guarding the surroundings and ready to receive orders at any time, the first elder waved his hand vigorously. Pass on my order. All cultivators in the treasury are to return to the headquarters immediately and await orders. At the same time, regardless of the cost, gather all the cultivators that can be mobilized and try to get to the headquarters of the treasure house in the shortest time possible. From this moment on, the treasury will enter a state of war. All cultivators are ready to go to war. Roar. With the Grand Elder's order, the cultivators in the treasure vault growled, their eyes full of fighting spirit. 2945 Declaration of War. 1. The cultivators in the treasure vault were no strangers to combat. Different from the cultivators of other organizations, their missions were to fight and assassinate, and they hovered between killing and being killed all day long. Such cultivators were usually very powerful, cold-blooded, and good at killing. After the Grand Elder gave the order, the treasure house was immediately mobilized. Not only were the cultivators from the headquarters ready for battle, but the cultivators from the other branches also arrived one after another. The teleportation array was not activated because this was a real battle array mobilization order. Many things could not be arrived through the teleportation certificate at all. For example, giant war beasts and rune warships were things that the teleportation formation could not transport. It would take some time for the assembly to be completed. Such a big movement could not be hidden from the outside world, especially after the news of Mu Juling's appearance spread. More eyes began to stare at the treasure house. The purpose of these cultivators was actually very sinister. They wanted to see if there was a chance to rob. How could there be no one coveting the mountain of treasures? They were all waiting for the right opportunity to spy on him like a pack of wolves. It was only natural for the treasury to remain in a state of tension. After all, an important figure had already appeared. However, it didn't take long for someone to discover that something was wrong. The state of the treasure vault didn't seem to be for defense, but for war. This unexpected discovery immediately caused unrest in the cultivation world. The strength of the treasure house was obvious to all, and it could be regarded as one of the overlords in a radius of thousands of miles. However, the business it operated was not limited to just 1,000 miles. Everything they did could cause an earthquake, which would have a great impact on the cultivation world. Now that the treasure house is mobilizing its troops, where are they going to point their swords at? No one knew the answer, so they were extremely curious. They wanted to know if this change would affect them. All the organizations that had a grudge against the treasure house became nervous, especially the 1,000-foot peak. After receiving the news of Mu Juling's appearance, Zhenjiang Peak immediately called for an emergency meeting, and all the core members were present. No one knew the specific content of the meeting, but they knew that the 1,000-Jiang Peak, like the treasure vault, had also entered a state of war, and the mobilization of personnel and resources was becoming more and more frequent. As a force that was on par with the treasure house, the behavior of the 1,000-feet peak immediately led the outside world to a conclusion. The treasure vault's target was most likely the 1,000-Jiang Peak. The conflict between the two organizations had been going on for a long time, and there were many deep grudges that could not be resolved. Fighting was inevitable, but it was always maintained at a certain scale, and it would not reach the level of serious injuries. This was because both sides were clear that once the final battle began, one side would definitely be completely defeated. The two organizations were big and they couldn't afford to lose. Some people even speculated that the final battle between the two organizations would never take place, and that the fights that broke out from time to time were just for show. However, there were always exceptions. If one side had absolute confidence that they could completely defeat the other, then the war would inevitably begin. With the addition of Tang Zhen, the current treasure trove seemed to already possess such conditions. After realizing this, the cultivators who were watching were suddenly shocked. They heard that a great war was really going to break out. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The aura of war grew stronger and stronger, but everyone knew that it was far from the point of war. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The rune warship from the treasure vault started moving again. It went straight to the 1,000-Jiang Peak, directly to the gate of the enemy's headquarters. The great elder of the treasure vault came out personally and asked the other party to hand over the hidden cultivator, who was the fellow villager who had betrayed Mu Juling. He also issued a warning that if the Zhenjiang Peak did not cooperate, he would immediately attack. The cultivators of the 1,000-Jiang Peak were both angry and anxious about the treasure vault's actions. This method of coming to arrest people was a complete slap to the face, and he didn't care about the face of Zhenjiang Peak at all. Regardless of whether he did as he was told, his face had already been damaged. The leader of the 1,000-feet peak wore a gloomy expression, and his killing intent was even more uncontrollable. When he heard that Mu Juling had appeared at the headquarters of the treasure vault, he knew that the battle was inevitable, so he activated the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. He had sent people to secretly monitor the treasure house and used a special method to create an unknown cultivator who had been brainwashed and controlled. Once Mu Juling appeared, the men of sacrifice would kill her. No matter whether the operation was successful or not, they had to self-destruct to erase their traces. In addition to this, he also hired a powerful cultivator at all costs. The other party had accepted the tributes and had already arrived at the headquarters of the 1,000-Jiang Peak. He was currently in seclusion to cultivate. The purpose of doing so was to prevent a sudden war that would catch them off guard. It was obvious that the leader of the 1,000-feet peak had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and he was even willing to pay any price for it. Now that the treasure house had come to their door, the leader of the 1,000-foot peak did not hesitate and immediately sent someone to invite the expert to come out of seclusion. At the same time, he issued an order. Zhenjiang Peak entered a state of war and was ready to attack at any time. After issuing the order, the leader of the Zhenjiang Peak came to the gate of his headquarters in person. The Grand Elder of the Treasure Vault had already led his men to fight their way to his own door. He didn't care about the 1,000-foot peak at all. Under such circumstances, if he were to avoid the battle, he would be looked down upon by all the cultivators. When they arrived at the entrance of the headquarters, they saw a huge rune warship suspended high in the air. Cultivators wearing treasure pants were standing on it, all of them fully armed and full of killing intent. The first elder of the treasure vault stood proudly at the bow of the ship with a cold expression on his face. When he saw the leader of the 1,000-foot peak, he sneered and narrowed his eyes. Every time his heart was filled with killing intent, he would show such an expression. As per my request, hand over the person immediately. I don't have the mood to waste time with you. I'll only give you 30 breaths of time to bring the cultivators I want to me, or else don't blame me for being impolite. The Grand Elder's voice reverberated in the sky. The cultivators on the Chenjiang Peak could hear it, and the cultivators who were watching from a distance could hear it even more clearly. This was a declaration of war, and it was an ultimatum. If the Chenjiang Peak leader hesitated for even a moment, the war would immediately break out. Hearing the Great Elder's warning, the leader of the 1,000-foot peak sneered and waved his hand. He didn't speak at all, but he responded with his actions. A dazzling light flashed in the headquarters of the Chenjiang Peak. The protective array that was rarely used had been activated at this moment. Teams of 1,000 Zhang mountain soldiers quickly gathered in front of the headquarters. Like the cultivators in the treasure vault, they were also fully armed. As long as the treasure house dared to make a move, the 1,000 Zhang Peak would dare to accept the challenge. They would see who would win in the end. The state of both sides was already at daggers drawn. Hee, very well. The Grand Elder's eyes were like lightning as he glared coldly at the leader of Chenjiang Wind with a sinister smile on his face. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Attack immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the rune warship trembled slightly, and the energy light pillar that had been accumulating power for a long time burst out. The rune warship's function was not only to transport goods, but also to serve as a powerful war fortress. It was equipped with rune cannons and could destroy half a city with one full-force attack. Impudent! A furious roar was heard, and a terrifying aura quickly appeared in the headquarters of the Chenjiang Peak. This aura affected heaven and earth, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The cultivators on both sides of the battle felt their souls tremble. Chenjiang Peak's trump card had finally appeared at this moment, and it directly blocked the attack of the runic warship. You're noisy. A soft grunt came from the rune warship. Then, a huge palm descended from the sky. Senior, please spare my life. The arrogant voice turned into a pleading voice with unspeakable fear in it. Before the crowd could react, the giant palm had already landed, followed by a shrill scream. The entrance of the Chenjiang Peak headquarters was instantly razed to the ground. The expert guarding the 1,000-foot peak didn't even say his name before he was instantly turned into a pile of mud. 2,946 Victory and defeat are unpredictable. One looking at the deep pit in front of the headquarters, the leader of the Chenjiang Peak was dumbfounded. Then, he let out a sigh of despair. The trump card of the Chenjiang Peak was gone just like that. Before the two sides started fighting, he had made all kinds of plans. Whether it was a success or a failure, he already had a plan to deal with them. Only the scene in front of him was something he had never imagined. The powerful cultivators that he had invited to the headquarters at all costs were actually not a match for Tang Zhen. He was a great cultivator who had killed countless experts. His strength was definitely not fake. Because of its bad reputation, no cultivators were willing to come into contact with it, and all of them avoided it like the plague. The Chenjiang Peak leader was different. He didn't care about the other party's reputation and only wanted to achieve his own goal. Even if there were hidden dangers in the cooperation, which was equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house, he had no time to care about it. This battle was a matter of life and death. If they were not willing to pay the price, they might not be left with anything in the end. Unfortunately, even if he used all his tricks, he was still unable to block a casual attack from Tang Zhen. Was Tang Zhen too strong or was the expert he had invited too weak? The answer was obvious. The Chenjiang Peak leader sighed to himself. His current mood could not be described with words. He only knew that the grand plans and ambitions he had were all gone in an instant. Hundreds of years of hard work and the efforts of countless cultivators were all but an illusion. In the face of a true expert, the foundation that one thought was strong was easily destroyed. The cultivators of the other 1,000 Zhang peaks were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How is this Yingluo possible? A cultivator from the 1,000 Zhang peak said in a desperate tone, and then he laughed bitterly. They had already made preparations to fight a bloody battle with the treasury to determine the final overlord. However, he had never expected to encounter such a scene. It was not their turn to make a move at all. The strongest cards of both sides collided directly, and the outcome was already decided in a few breaths. If the enemy wins, I lose. Since they had lost the war, they had to bear the punishment of failure. Perhaps retribution would come soon. Ha 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 ha. The Grand Elder's wild laughter resounded. He extended his hand and waved it forward, sending the symbol warship to attack once again. The cultivators of the Thousand Zhang Peak chose to retreat because there was no master to block this attack for them. Fortunately, the runic magic circle protecting the headquarters still existed. It gave the cultivators of the 1,000 Feet Peak, who were on the verge of collapse, a glimmer of hope in their hearts. However, the cultivators of the 1,000 Feet Peak had forgotten that Tang Zhen was in charge of the treasure vault. It was impossible for him to just stand by and watch. When the runic battleships launched their attack and the defensive magic formation of the Chenjiang Peak tried to stop them, the terrifying hand appeared again. It hovered in the air above the headquarters of the 1,000 Zhang Peak, and with a single tap, the powerful protective array instantly shattered. The attack of the rune warship rushed into the headquarters of the 1,000 Zhang Peak without any hindrance, and then a burst of earth-shattering sounds came. Countless ancient buildings turned into ruins in an instant, and countless cultivators were swept up in it. In the midst of the agonizing wails, there would occasionally be a sorry figure charging into the sky, looking at the rune warships in the sky with shock and anger. "You're looking for death." The 1,000 Zhang Peak leader's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't withstand the attack of the runic battleship at all, and had no choice but to dodge. He was safe for the time being, but the 100-year-old foundation of Chenjiang Peak had already been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly. There was no way for him to stop it, because this series of changes had happened too quickly and the enemy was too powerful. That kind of powerlessness almost made people collapse. The 1,000 Feet Peak leader let out a low roar. He completely ignored Tang Zhen's threat and directly attacked the Great Elder. As long as Tang Zhen did not interfere, both parties would be evenly matched. It was still uncertain who would die. The other cultivators of the 1,000 Zhang Peak also roared and charged toward the runic warship. This was a desperate counterattack. Because there was no way out, they could only choose to fight to the death. However, with Tang Zhen here, they were destined to end in tragedy. In the next instant, Tang Zhen attacked once again. Including the leader of the 1,000 Feet Peak, over 10,000 cultivators were frozen in midair, unable to move at all. Like an insect that had fallen into a pot of sugar, unable to escape, it could only helplessly wait for death to come. An indescribable fear and sorrow rose in the 1,000 Feet Peak leader's heart. He didn't expect that this would be his final outcome. In the past, he had thought that Tang Zhen had snatched away the opportunity that originally belonged to the Chenjiang Peak. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Thinking back now, it was simply ridiculous. Where did he get such courage from? Looking at the Great Elder standing at the bow of the ship with a sneer on his face, the leader of the 1,000-foot peak knew what kind of fate would await him. "I'm not willing to accept this," the 1,000 Feet Peak leader bellowed. Then, countless black figures flew down from the rune warship. This was a special talisman arrow that could easily penetrate metal and stone. It was a special magic weapon that even cultivators had to fear. It could be fired from the arrow nest of the rune battleship, and it could automatically lock onto the target. It had extremely high lethality. The Chenjiang Peak also had a rune warship, but it had been turned into a pile of scrap metal before they had the chance to use it. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy to hit a cultivator. After all, they could defend and dodge. However, at this moment, the cultivators of the 1,000 Zhang Peak were all confined in the air, making them completely immobile targets. He could only watch helplessly as the rune arrow flew over and pierced through his body, but he had no ability to dodge at all. Under the gazes of the spectators from afar, the tens of thousands of cultivators who were fixed in the air were instantly pierced by the arrows. The fearsome part of the rune arrows was the second attack after hitting the body. That was the true fatal killing method. A series of muffled sounds rang out as the rune arrows that hit his body began to explode continuously. The effect of the explosion was extremely strong, and it could easily blow up a house. One could imagine the destructive power of the explosion within the body. No matter how strong a cultivator's body was, it was as hard as metal. It couldn't withstand such a terrible destruction. The cultivator's body continued to spray dirt and was blasted into thousands of holes before finally being torn apart. Nearly 10,000 cultivators of the 1,000 Zhang Peak had died tragically in front of their eyes, and the spectators were all shocked. The Chenjiang Peak leader had an extremely strong life force, but he had to endure even more pain. A wave of rune arrows exploded, but they were unable to kill him. After that, another wave of arrows pierced through his body. It exploded again, and then filled up again. After a few times, the leader of the 1,000-feet peak was blown into a skeleton, but his eyes were still shining with an unyielding and hateful light. Your biggest mistake was your stubbornness. You gave me a reason to attack. The great elder looked down at the dying leader of the 1,000-feet peak and said in a calm tone. The Chenjiang Peak leader was already dead for sure, but the great elder was not as excited as he had imagined. This battle had been won too easily. At the same time, it had also proved their weakness. In front of a true powerhouse, they were like ants. In the middle of the whirlpool, no one could guarantee that they would win. This time, it was the Chenjiang Peak that had failed. Who knew if he would be the next one to fail? The dying Chenjiang Peak leader used a special method to sneer and laugh. Don't worry, what happened to me today will happen to you sooner or later. Even if I die, I'll turn into an invisible ghost and watch over you day and night, waiting for the day when your treasure vault is destroyed. The 1,000-feet peak leader let out a venomous curse before his death. He was filled with endless regret and unwillingness as he was blown up by the rune arrows. Seeing this, the first elder of the treasure house was silent for a few breaths, and then let out a long sigh. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression became even colder and he gave the order to attack. If I kill all those who can kill me and become stronger, who can kill me then? He had originally wanted to show mercy, but now it seemed that he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The cultivators waiting on the rune warships and the troops that had gathered in the distance all charged straight into the headquarters of the Chenjiang Peak. The Chenjiang Peak, which had once been as famous as the treasure house and controlled tens of thousands of cultivators, had been reduced to ashes at this moment. 2947 Expedition 1. The speed at which the battle had ended had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the first elder had not thought that it would be so easy. Before the war began, they had done a lot of preparation work to prevent accidents from happening. No accidents happened, but they welcomed a great surprise. The treasure house completely defeated Chenjiang Peak, which was of similar strength, without a single casualty. Although the outcome of the battle had always been unpredictable, such an easy victory had indeed caught people off guard. The cultivators secretly sighed in their hearts. Tang Zhen's strength was actually so strong. He could crush the enemy by himself. Whether it was the powerhouses or the tens of thousands of cultivators of the 1,000-foot peak, none of them had the slightest chance to resist. The result of this war spread rapidly in the cultivation world, causing an even greater shock. Tang Zhen immediately became a legend. He was conferred as the strongest foreign cultivator within a radius of 10,000 miles. No matter how the outside world discussed it, the treasury was not affected in the slightest. On the contrary, its strength had increased greatly because of this victory. More and more foreign cultivators joined the treasure vault because of its fame, just to survive by relying on the strong. In the world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, such a choice was normal. No cultivator was willing to fight alone on the road of cultivation. Without the support of an organization, the chances of encountering danger would be greatly increased, and he might be killed by other gangs at any time. It just so happened that the treasure house intended to expand, so it took the opportunity to absorb a large number of foreign cultivators, and the scale became unprecedentedly large. Other than increasing his own strength, his main purpose was to prepare for the upcoming war. In the process of clearing up the remaining enemies on the Chenjiang Peak, they did not find Mu Juling's fellow villager. They did not know if he had died in the war or if he had escaped from the extreme spiritual realm in advance. If that was the case, the other party must have been instructed by the Chenjiang Peak leader to head to Mu Juling's hometown to inform his enemies. If that was the case, the other party would definitely make preparations in advance, which would then lead to an increase in the scale of the war. The enemy had the home advantage, which was very unfavorable to the treasure vault of the expedition. However, after the battle on the 1,000-feet peak, the cultivators in the treasure vault were full of confidence. They were certain that as long as Tang Zhen was here, they would not be afraid of any changes. Compared to other small worlds, the extreme spiritual realm had always been a synonym for power. If there were 3, 6, and 9 grades, the extreme spiritual realm would definitely be ranked the highest. Therefore, the enemy should be the one worried about the war. If they received the news, they would probably be in a state of panic. The enemy was probably still trying to figure out whether they should prepare for battle or find a way to seek peace and surrender. In fact, how the enemy would respond had nothing to do with the treasure vault. They would only follow the plan and attack Mu Juling's enemy sect. Unless there were special circumstances, there was no reason for the treasure vault to give up on peace. Mu Juling had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. She was always excited. Being in a big force like the treasure house, Mu Juling finally realized how small she was because she could see powerful cultivators at any time. However, this was also good. Cultivators would work hard to improve their own strength and would definitely not dare to slack off easily. At the same time, he was also clear that the reason why the treasure trove had mobilized so many people was entirely because of Tang Zhen. Otherwise, even if Mu Juling paid the commission, the treasure house could still go back on its word. Who would dare to stand up for him? Therefore, Mu Juling had always been grateful to Tang Zhen and wanted to thank him in person more than once. Unfortunately, he did not have that opportunity at all. Even the Grand Elder of the Treasure Vault could not meet Tang Zhen as he wished. He might not even have the possibility of seeing Tang Zhen again in the future. Mu Juling was most concerned about when the treasure house would take action. She couldn't wait for it to happen as soon as possible. However, Mu Juling knew very well that her words carried little weight, and no one would pay attention to her. If he were to point fingers, he would be hated by others. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to secretly gather information and patiently wait for the army to set out. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long before he heard the news that the cultivator army in the treasury had been completed. As this was a cross-world battle, all preparations had to be complete, and there couldn't be the slightest bit of negligence. It was for this reason that it had been delayed for a while, unlike the attack on Chenjiang Peak, which had been prepared in secret for many years. After obtaining Tang Zhen's promise, they could immediately launch an attack. Moreover, it would be a lineup with all the elites. 2 days later, a cultivator from the treasure vault informed Mu Juling and brought him to the main hall of the headquarters. Mu Juling knew that the day she had been waiting for had finally arrived. He followed the cultivators from the treasure vault to the main hall of the headquarters and saw a large number of cultivators gathered. Any random cultivator here was far more powerful than Mu Juling. They were all existences that he had to look up to. However, at this moment, they were all gathered in the hall, waiting for Mu Juling's arrival. Feeling the gaze, Mu Juling suppressed the nervousness in her heart and went to the center of the hall. It was only now that he noticed that the Grand Elder was sitting on the long, high-backed chair in the center, wearing a strange red robe. Although the long robe looked strange, it could indeed show majesty and make people feel intimidated. On the huge benches around him, there were many cultivators dressed in the same way. They all wore eerie ghost masks. In the treasure house, most cultivators would wear masks that could hide their auras. Mu Juling was also wearing a similar mask, which was of a much higher grade than those of the cultivators. However, he didn't dare to show off at all, because these cultivators had unfathomable strength and could easily kill him. At the same time, he was also puzzled in his heart. Why was Tang Zhen not here? However, on second thought, what kind of status did Tang Zhen have? How could he participate in such a meeting? At most, he would listen to the Great Elder's report after the meeting and follow the army to the expedition. Greetings, Grand Elder. Mu Juling didn't know the rules of the treasure vault, so she could only bow to the First Elder as she usually did. No need to be so polite. The First Elder's voice was emotionless, like a cold machine. Tell me all the grudges you have with the enemy sects and all the relevant information. Don't try to hide anything or change the facts. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if you cause any losses. Hearing the First Elder's warning, Mu Juling's heart trembled and she quickly expressed that she did not dare to. After sorting out her thoughts, Mu Juling told the truth about her past experience in front of hundreds of cultivators in the treasure vault. After he finished his story, Mu Juling stood aside and waited for the First Elder's instructions. Without waiting for long, Mu Juling followed the First Elder and the other cultivators to the square outside the treasure vault. Then, he saw that 5 huge rune warships had been prepared. Fully armed cultivators from the treasure vault were boarding the warships in groups. There were more than 10,000 cultivators on each warship. Other than the large rune warships, there were also countless small rune warships that would be following them. With a simple estimate, the number of cultivators from the treasure vault who were participating in this operation was at least 100,000. Just as Mu Juling was still in shock, the first elder ordered everyone to board the ship. Then, the fleet rose into the sky and flew straight to the edge of the extreme spiritual realm. 2948 Long-Distance Void Voyage 1. Although the extreme spiritual realm was huge, it was not difficult to leave. The rune warship flew straight into the sky. When it reached a certain height, it had already left the extreme spiritual realm. The rules of around sky and around earth were suitable for the extreme spiritual realm. However, outside the realm of the spiritual realm, there were terrifying void traps. It was a truly vicious and evil place. Not only was it empty, but it was also full of danger. If they entered rashly, they might not be able to return. If he wanted to leave the extreme spiritual realm and head to other worlds, he would have to find the nodes hidden in the void. The coordinates of these spatial nodes were not a secret. Many large organizations knew them clearly. This was how the extreme spiritual realm worked. Any cultivator could come and go as they pleased, provided that they did not make any mistakes. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by the local cultivators. It could be said that only a few people could successfully escape. Even if he did escape successfully, he would be wanted by the extreme spirit realm with a lot of money, and they would not stop until he died. The people who accepted the missions were mostly foreign cultivators, as they were the only ones who could enter and leave the extreme spiritual realm freely. The cultivators of the extreme spirit realm could not leave easily because of the special restrictions. When foreign cultivators accepted such hunting missions, not only could they earn generous rewards, but they could also gain something similar to credibility. When it accumulated to a certain level, it was said that there would be unexpected surprises. Therefore, as long as one was listed on the wanted list, they would basically die. Even if they were lucky enough to leave the extreme spirit realm, they wouldn't be able to live for long. The moment they entered the void, hook locks as thick as arms flew out of the expedition fleet's warships. These hooks and locks were connected to each other, causing the rune warships to become one, unable to be separated easily. The purpose of this was to prevent the runic warships from being scattered and lost during the journey through the void. The small-sized rune warships that were following behind were also connected in series. They formed long snakes that hung tightly at the back of the large ship. The cultivators on the rune battleships stood guard in their original positions, not daring to move. This was because once they entered the void, all their senses would be lost. The lower the strength of the cultivator, the easier it was for them to encounter problems. Thus, the wisest way was to seal off one's perception and wait for the runic warship to leave the range of the void. The void itself contained all kinds of dangers. It was easier for cultivators, inner demons to erupt, and their power would increase by several times. It was only because the power of rules in the void was almost non-existent that it could not effectively suppress the mental demon, so it suddenly erupted unexpectedly. The effect of the rune warship was revealed at this moment. It had a special structure that could effectively protect the cultivators on the ship and suppress the emergence of inner demons as much as possible. Carrying cultivators was the simplest use of the runic battleships. Their true use was to protect cultivators as they traveled in the void. In addition, before entering the void, cultivators would also wear items that could suppress their inner demons and swallow pills that could suppress their inner demons. Only by completing these preparations could one travel through the void, or they could die at any time. The expedition fleet moved forward slowly and silently. It was not an easy task to enter and exit the extreme spiritual realm. The Great Elder at the bow of the ship was now leading the way, and the entire expeditionary fleet was following him. The Grand Elder was very experienced and had traveled through the void many times. He was extremely familiar with controlling the rune warship. To his surprise, there was a figure radiating light on the warship he was controlling. Because in the void, the real body would turn into the void, the light was not blocked at all, and everyone could see it. It was the first time that the Great Elder had seen light in the void, and he couldn't help but be filled with doubts. He clearly knew in his heart that this figure was Tang Zhen. As the leader of the fleet, the Great Elder could not be distracted at all. The consequences of any problems were unimaginable. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, First Elder continued to search for the location of the node according to the feeling in his heart. It didn't take long for the Great Elder to sense the location of the spatial node and send a request to cross over. There were guardians of the extreme spirit realm near these space nodes, who were in charge of guiding and screening them. Only with their permission could one accurately locate the space node and leave the extreme spirit realm. If they didn't get a response, they could only wander in the void or return to the extreme spiritual realm. Of course, unless the situation was special, they would basically receive a response. After all, this was the duty of a guardian. The Grand Elder received a reply very quickly. A clear guide appeared in his mind, and the end of it was the exit out of the extreme spiritual realm. Without any hesitation, the First Elder controlled the expedition fleet and followed the guidance route. After the extreme acceleration, the expedition fleet rushed out of the space node and entered an unpredictable passage. The boundless darkness was completely gone, turning into dazzling lines and spots of light mixed with all kinds of indescribable, weird phenomena while they passed by the expedition fleet. When traveling in this passage, one should never touch anything out of curiosity or be attracted by a certain scene. Otherwise, they would be affected by the strange power and be trapped in this passage with no possibility of leaving. Every cultivator traveling in the void must remember this. They must not look and touch randomly, but continue to seal their perception. Otherwise, when the journey ended, some of their companions would mysteriously disappear and would never appear again. Powerful cultivators could release their perception, but that was all. They also avoided the strange power in the passage, afraid of provoking it. The First Elder was sensing the area in front of him. During this period of time, he subconsciously looked behind him at the area where Tang Zhen was. After which, he discovered that the colorful strips or light spots that were lingering in the tunnel were actually surrounding Tang Zhen's body like dancing streamers. The strange force that caused him to feel fear and avoid it was actually unable to have any effect on Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen seemed to have sensed his gaze. He swept a glance at the First Elder, but it almost caused his mind to collapse. First Elder had a feeling that what he was seeing was not Tang Zhen, but some mysterious and vast world. With just a simple glance, he was almost lost in this world, as if his soul had been sucked in. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Don't let your thoughts run wild, focus on the navigation. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted into the First Elder's ears while he was still in shock. It was clearly a warning to him. Yes, Your Excellency. First Elder's heart trembled and he instantly returned to his normal state, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He quickly guarded his mind and focused on navigating the expedition fleet, not daring to let his thoughts run wild. After an unknown period of time, the special aura disappeared, and the expedition fleet from the treasure vault had already rushed out of the plain channel. At this moment, the pressure around his body completely disappeared. Phew, we're finally safe. One of the cultivators on the runic warship heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He impatiently looked around. The surrounding space was still dark, but he could see the stars in the distance. This was the true starry sky of the universe. One could see the bright galaxy and the huge and hot stars. Behind the expeditionary fleet was a terrifying black hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the universe. The other cultivators from the treasure vault also removed their self-sealing state. While adjusting their physical states, they also observed this strange space. Mu Juling was summoned. He was responsible for the navigation to find his hometown. The node passage that led to the extreme spirit realm was only the first stop of the long voyage. It would obviously take some time before they reached their destination. Mu Juling followed the First Elder's request and formed a mental link with him, drawing out the route. The next moment, the expedition fleet turned into a streak of light and crossed billions of miles in the blink of an eye. 2949 The coming of the sect. 1. In the gloomy sky, there was a constant scene of lightning and thunder, as if foreboding the arrival of a disaster. The dark clouds gathered and did not disperse. They were as thick as the earth hanging above their heads, as if they would collapse at any time. It had just rained in the mountains, so the soil was still a little wet, exuding a fresh, wet, and cold air. The Everlasting Sect was one of the top sects in the Celestial Wonders world. They were extremely powerful. The number of cultivators in the sect exceeded 100,000, and they had countless strong cultivators. There were few in the universe who could match them, and it was a place that those who sought Tao from nowhere yearned for. After a heavy rain, in front of the Infinity Sect, in the huge square, there were many seekers from all over the world, and it was as lively as a market. The seeker's face was full of sincerity, and her eyes were full of anticipation. She was eager to join the sect in front of her. There were cultivators, mortals, and warriors carrying sabers and swords among the seeker. They had come from thousands of miles away, yet they had been refused entry and directly rejected. The so-called mountain gate of a cultivation sect was actually a door that was revealed in the mortal world. Although it was only a symbolic building, it was also the entrance to the runic magic circle. If mortals did not pass through the mountain gate, they would not be able to enter the area sealed by the runic magic circle. Even if they walked through the entire mountain, they would not be able to find any trace of the immortal gate. The mountain was still the same mountain, but the sect was in a different dimensional space. Even if it was only half a degree of difference, it was equivalent to a different world. Although they were filled with dissatisfaction, the seeker did not dare to vent her anger. After all, the sect in front of them was too powerful, and they could not afford to offend it. However, it was normal for him to grumble. Why do you think the Infinity sect suddenly closed their gates and won't accept new disciples? In the square in front of the mountain gate, a few seekers gathered together and carefully discussed in low voices. Although they couldn't enter the sect, they didn't want to leave so easily. Instead, they wanted to wait for an opportunity to come. What if after he left, the Infinity sect opened again? Wouldn't he be so depressed that he'd vomit blood? Obviously, there was more than one person who had this idea. Therefore, even though the mountain gate had been closed for many days, they were still unwilling to leave. At the mention of this topic, the seekers' interest was piqued. They were living in the open at the mountain gate. They were extremely depressed and wanted to go over to vent. I just heard that not long ago, Infinity sect sent people to other sects for help. It's said that there's a strong enemy coming and Infinity sect might not be a match for them, so they're willing to pay any price to invite other sects to help. A man dressed as a warrior said in a mysterious tone, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Although the world is big, there is a limit. The wuxia sect is known as the leader in the cultivation world. Who can force them to send people to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, the person who raised the question was dressed like a scholar and had a graceful appearance. Unlike the other seeker, this scholar was already a cultivator, but his strength was relatively low. He joined the everlasting sect to take a step further on the path of cultivation and not to loiter around. It was because he had embarked on the path of cultivation that he understood the power of cultivators. A behemoth like the everlasting sect had power that mortals couldn't imagine. Once he used his full strength, he could even destroy the entire world. How could such a powerful force be forced to seek help from other sects? This was simply a huge joke. If he couldn't save himself, who could? It was as laughable as if someone had told him that the ferocious beasts no longer ate meat, but instead ate grass and tree bark. This matter sounds unbelievable, but I've received similar news. Could it be that it's also a rumor? If it's really a rumor, then who's the one spreading it and what's their motive? Another old man joined the discussion. He had the demeanor of a sage and was indeed a powerful rogue cultivator. Oh, so it's true. The scholar's brows furrowed. If only one person had said this, he could treat it as a rumor. If many people said the same thing, then something was definitely wrong. After all, there was no smoke without fire. If there was no specific reason, the rumors would not have spread. I've also heard people say that an elder of the everlasting sect did something wrong and the entire sect was implicated. Because the other party is too strong, we have no choice but to seek help, hoping that we can survive this crisis. In the process of their conversation, the seeker continued to join in and tell them the rumors they had heard. Putting all the bits and pieces of information together, the seeker came to a shocking conclusion: the seemingly powerful everlasting sect was facing a fatal crisis. After coming to this conclusion, the seeker in front of the mountain gate suddenly fell into silence. They didn't know if they should believe these rumors. After all, rumors could never represent the truth before they were confirmed. However, the Infinity sect's sudden closure of the mountain gate deepened the doubts of the seeker. Did something really happen to the everlasting sect? Was that why they were acting so strangely? I say, everyone, don't you know what kind of place this is? How dare you try to catch wind and shadow here? If you're heard by the Infinity sect, you won't have the chance to join the sect and might even be punished. Therefore, my fellow Taoists, please be careful with your words. A cautious seeker reminded the people around him in a low voice as he kept looking around. He was mainly afraid that the Infinity sect would kill all the cultivators without distinguishing right from wrong. The seeker who had been in the middle of a discussion was shocked at the same time, and they secretly thought that they had miscalculated. Even if the everlasting sect was about to face a strong enemy, it wasn't something they could casually discuss. If they angered the Infinity sect cultivators and were punished, none of them could leave alive. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. Why did they have to discuss this topic? Just as the path seekers were feeling uneasy, they suddenly heard a muffled sound. The everlasting sect's mountain gate, which had been closed for many days, suddenly opened. Fully armed everlasting sect cultivators appeared in groups and lined up in 2 rows. Upon seeing this, the seeker quickly dodged to the side, as if her butt was on fire. At the same time, they were worried whether these infinity sect cultivators were here to punish them. Soon, the seeker realized that the cultivators of the everlasting sect didn't even bother to pay attention to them. They held all kinds of gold medals and banners in their hands, and they lined up on both sides of the gate with serious expressions, as if they were welcoming important guests. After confirming that it had nothing to do with them, the seeker secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but their curiosity also rose. What kind of person would make the everlasting sect send out such a grand welcome? As soon as this thought came into his mind, he saw the clouds in front of him roll and countless cultivators gather in an array, heading straight for the everlasting sect. Melodious and majestic music suddenly resounded through the sky, and countless flowers appeared out of thin air. Welcome, fellow Taoists of the Red Cloud sect. From today on, you and my 2 big sects are like brothers. In the future, if the Red Cloud sect needs anything, Everlasting sect will do its best and not let down brothers help today. 2950 Inviting a fist to help the battle. 1. The square in front of the everlasting sect was filled with cultivators from all the major sects, many of whom were elites. From this, it could be confirmed that these cultivators from the sects who came to help were indeed sincere. Although they were guests, these foreign cultivators did not enter the mountain gate. It was because there was no need to, and it was also to avoid suspicion. After all, the sect's important place was not suitable for outsiders to enter, especially in this kind of fully armed situation. If more than 100,000 cultivators from the various sects were to launch a sudden attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even if they were reinforcements, they still had to be on guard. After all, there was no knowing what a person's heart was. The cultivators supporting the everlasting sect also had doubts. If the everlasting sect had ulterior motives and sent a turtle in a jar, what would happen? Being inside another sect was like a tiger in a cage. Once he encountered danger, it was really not something the world should do. Thus, when these cultivators arrived, they didn't enter the sect at all and just stationed themselves on the square. If war were to break out, the cultivators of the various sects could either attack or defend. If the situation wasn't right, they could retreat at any time and not get involved in this mess. They weren't like the everlasting sect, who could only defend their sect and had no other way out. Although they had come to help with the war, the cultivators of the major sects were not nervous because they knew that they were not really here for the war. Its main purpose was to maintain the appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the Infinity Sect's enemies were cultivators from the extreme spiritual realm, most of the major sects would refuse to send troops. Local cultivators would try their best to avoid disputes to avoid all kinds of trouble. However, when faced with cultivators from other worlds, there was not much fear. In fact, for the dignity of the local cultivation world, they had to choose to fight against a common enemy. This time, Infinity Sect's request for help wasn't only sent by big sects, but also by many small and medium-sized sects. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Not only could they get some benefits, but they could also raise the sect's reputation. It was naturally good to have Infinity Sect owe him a favor. As expected, it didn't take long for more sects to arrive one after another. Their strength and numbers were all different. The Infinity Sect cultivators warmly welcomed him and said something impassioned, saying that they would always remember their help. As if it had been agreed upon, more and more sects of all sizes arrived in the following time. The square in front of the mountain gate was already packed with people. The seeker was dumbfounded by such a spectacular scene. Through the scene in front of him, he could confirm that the rumors outside were true. The everlasting sect was in serious danger. Therefore, in a short period of time, countless sects came to support him. It was a magnificent scene that was hard to come by in the cultivation world for hundreds of years. The seeker was extremely excited. To be able to witness such a scene was enough for them to boast about for a long time. The cultivators of the various sects also sighed in admiration. Before they arrived, many cultivators were reluctant to work for the everlasting sect. In the end, it was all that elders' fault for using the sect's strength to oppress the weak. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle was not uncommon. Any cultivator could easily point out more than one similar incident. He was used to it. However, most of the time, such things would be left unsettled. No one would uphold justice for things that had nothing to do with them. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would need enough strength and luck. After all, the stronger a cultivator was, the more difficult it was to take revenge. Most of the Avengers did not have the chance to get what they wanted and died on the road to revenge. The Elder's luck was terrible for his enemy to come and endanger the entire sect. Whether this was right or wrong, the Infinity Sect had to protect their side, especially since this involved an Elder. So when they got the news, it didn't take long for them to make a decision. At the same time, he had to seek help from other sects. He absolutely could not let the reputation of the sect be damaged. This was a vendetta that could only be settled by paying with one's life, and who knew how many cultivators would be implicated. After knowing the cause and effect, the cultivators of the major sects became more and more disgusted. However, in the sect, there were many things that he couldn't help. Even if it was just to put up a show, he had to come. However, in their hearts, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. However, when they arrived at the Everlasting Sect and saw all the major sects gathered here, their mood became a bit better. Cultivators, gatherings of this level were very rare, so it was a good thing to participate. Not only could he increase his knowledge, but he could also make friends with fellow Taoists from other sects, and also make some deals. Most of the cultivators from the sects were very curious about the extreme spiritual realm. They wanted to see how powerful this legendary world was. There were many legends about the extreme spirit realm in this world. It was said that it was a heaven for cultivators. The area was infinitely vast, and countless powerhouses from other worlds were gathered there. It was for this reason that the Infinity Sect paid so much attention to it and kept asking for help from other sects. As time passed, all the sects that had come to support had arrived, and the mountains and plains were filled with cultivators. The square of the Everlasting Sect had long become very lively. Cultivators took out all kinds of items to trade like a market for mortals. From time to time, precious items would appear, attracting the exclamations of a group of cultivators. Then, they would fight for them without giving in. The leaders of the major sects did not restrict such a situation. After all, this was a good thing. They gathered inside the Everlasting Sect and talked with the cultivators of the other sects to discuss how to fight against the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. The elder who had caused the trouble refused to admit it and insisted that he was not to blame for this matter. It was purely Mu Juling's fault. The reason for Mu Juling's sect's destruction could only be considered an accident, and they had brought it upon themselves. The cultivators of the extreme spirit realm did not distinguish right from wrong and helped the evildoers. Their unjust actions were destined to be unpopular. The cultivators of the major sects were full of disdain when they saw the elder's eloquence and the way he pushed away all responsibility. Only now did they know that an elder of the Everlasting Sect could be so shameless. Everyone knew what was going on. Was the Infinity Sect trying to hypnotize themselves? However, he had forgotten that in the cultivation world, strength was respected, and there was little time to reason with others. If one's strength was not as good as others, would the reason become unreasonable? Or rather, the Infinity Sect knew that they probably couldn't beat the cultivators from the extreme spiritual realm, so they asked for help everywhere. Then, they would continue to spread this argument and prove that they were the victims so that they could gain more sympathy. If that was the case, the battle with the cultivators from the extreme spirit realm might be far more complicated than he had imagined. During the conversation, the cultivator who had come to report also met with the cultivators of the major sects. This guy had betrayed Mu Juling and avoided the destruction of Chenjiang Peak. Now, he had become a messenger. He was accompanied by a few cultivators from the extreme spirit realm, but they did not specify which organization they were from. However, all the cultivators knew that the other party was definitely not a warm-hearted person. It was very likely that he had a grudge against the forces from the extreme spiritual realm who had come to collect their debts. Although he didn't reveal his identity and didn't make any promises, it was very likely that he was secretly supporting the Infinity Sect. They could even use this opportunity to set up a huge trap and destroy all the enemies from the ultimate spirit realm. 2951 The fleet's arrival one inside the Everlasting Sect, in an exquisite cave. Compared to ordinary buildings, the cave abode was more suitable for building runic magic circles, and it could also better accumulate and store heaven and earth energy. Therefore, most cultivators would choose to live in cave abodes to better assist their cultivation. The cultivator who had betrayed Mu Juling and returned to the Everlasting Sect to report was having a secret discussion with several cultivators from the Chenjiang Peak. They had a smug expression on their faces and would let out sinister laughter from time to time, thinking that they had the whole situation under control. Whether it was the treasury or the Infinity Sect, they were all pawns they could play with. The final victory would belong to the 1,000-foot peak. If they knew that the 1,000-feet peak had been reduced to ruins and that no cultivators had survived, how would they feel? In the area where the Infinity Sect's upper echelon lived, a gloomy-looking cultivator looked ahead with cold eyes. A cultivator knelt in front of him with a remorseful expression. However, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. His confession was actually just an act. This gloomy-looking elder was the culprit who had triggered this incident. He was the one who had ordered the destruction of Mu Juling's sect. The real cause of this matter was his descendants' greediness and insatiable desire to take it by force. No matter what the real reason was, this matter had already happened, and there was no way to salvage it. Even though the sect had decided to help him withstand this disaster for various reasons, it was also driven by profit. Who knew what kind of agreement the Infinity Sect Master and Chenjiang Peak had reached to be so willing to cooperate with each other? If it wasn't for this, he would definitely be thrown out to atone for his crime and the Infinity Sect would be completely removed. As he sneered to himself, the elder also raised his vigilance, thinking about how he should deal with it if something unexpected happened. No matter what, he couldn't die. The square outside the mountain gate was still very lively at the moment. The trade between cultivators had been going on since the beginning. Many cultivators were satisfied with their gains, and they sighed to themselves that this trip was not in vain. As for when the cultivators from the extreme spirit realm would arrive, not many people cared. In the eyes of most cultivators, this was actually a confrontation between high-level cultivators. They would show their strength and then get an appropriate solution. No matter how strong the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were, they would not dare to make an enemy of the cultivators of the entire world. That would likely mean that they would not be able to return. Fighting and killing wouldn't solve all problems, especially disputes that involved two planes. Most of the time, this kind of thing was settled through negotiation, not a direct fight. It was because of this that most of the sects were calm and collected. Of course, there were also a small number of cultivators who were worried that things were not as simple as they thought. It was very likely that the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm had come to exterminate their families. An eye for an eye, the Infinity Sect destroyed the victim sect and killed almost everyone. Now that the victim's family had returned in power, they were bound to take revenge for the blood feud. How could they easily compromise and negotiate? However, no one could be sure what would happen until the last moment. All they could do was wait silently. Before he knew it, a new day had arrived. As if it was a sign that something was about to happen, the sky had been covered in dark clouds since early morning, making people feel unusually depressed. The cultivators gathered in front of the mountain gate stopped their trading activities and looked up at the sky with serious expressions. The leaders of the big sects, including the Infinity Sect cultivators, also gathered in front of the gate. Compared to the cultivators of the major sects, the senses of these leaders were much clearer, and they could clearly sense that something was about to happen. He should be here soon, Yingluo. The leader of the cultivators said as he looked up at the sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked through the thick clouds, creating a huge crack. In the rolling sea of clouds, a huge rune warship slowly appeared before the cultivators' eyes. It was as if a giant beast had broken through the barrier of the dark clouds and descended upon the world in an extremely violent manner. Seeing this huge figure, the cultivators of the sects on the ground lost their concentration and didn't dare to be distracted. The cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were indeed extraordinary. They shocked everyone as soon as they appeared. He had originally thought that all the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were on this runic warship, but he quickly realized that this was not the case. In the following time, 5 rune warships of the same size appeared in front of him one after another. There were also groups of small warships guarding the surroundings of the large ship, covering the sky above them. Fully armed extreme spirit realm cultivators stood on the warships, looking at the everlasting sect with cold eyes. Although the two sides had yet to fight, the aura that made people's hearts tremble was spreading without restraint. This was the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm showing off their strength in an attempt to suppress others. Arrogant. Seeing how arrogant the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were, the local cultivators were furious. They felt that the other party was going too far. There was no need for words. The cultivators of the major sects gathered their chi at the same time and tried to fight against the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. They had the advantage of numbers and location, and after releasing their aura, they were on par with the cultivators from the extreme spirit realm. After confirming this, the local cultivators were overjoyed and felt a burst of pride and satisfaction. The cultivators of the Zero Realm were nothing more than this. However, at this moment, the cultivators of the sect suddenly heard a cold snort, and the aura that they had painstakingly gathered collapsed instantly. As the momentum dissipated, the backlash followed closely. PFF'd. In front of the huge square of the mountain gate, countless cultivators of the sect spat out blood, and those who were weaker directly fell to the ground. Originally, his momentum had the upper hand, but he didn't expect to fall into the dust in an instant. The change was so fast that people were caught off guard. The expressions of the leaders of the major sects became more and more serious. They suddenly discovered a problem. If the difference in strength between the two sides was not big, they might be able to fight each other, even not giving in to each other. However, if there was a super expert in the enemy's camp, he could change the entire battle situation by himself. The sect master's expression was dark as he looked at the cultivators of the Chenjiang Peak. He was full of questions and dissatisfaction. Before this, the other party had made a solemn vow that the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were not that strong. At critical moments, they could even send troops to help and wipe out all the cultivators from the extreme spiritual realm. However, the situation in front of him was completely different from what the other party had said. The cold snort just now definitely came from a true powerhouse. Although the Infinity Sect also had super experts who were hiding in the dark, who could guarantee that they could crush the experts on the enemy side. The cultivators on the 1,000-foot peak were also panicking. Before they set off, they had obtained a promise from their leader that they would definitely make Tang Zhen unable to take action. But now it seemed that things had changed, and things could not go according to plan. Just as the cultivators of the 1,000-Zhang Peak were feeling anxious, a figure appeared on the runic warship. I, Mu Juling, have returned to this world today to settle the grudge of my sect being destroyed in the past. Infinity Sect, tell me, are you ready? 2952. Do you dare? One Mu Juling couldn't help but feel emotional when she saw the cultivators of the sect below looking at her with admiration. When his sect was destroyed, he fled the world in a panic. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. As time passed, things remained the same, but people had changed. Although she had always wanted to take revenge, Mu Juling had never thought that she would come to the everlasting sect in such a manner. He was domineering and arrogant, not giving any face at all. Any one of the cultivators in front of him had a higher status than him. The other party came from a famous family, while he was just a stray dog. Even the sect master of his own sect would have a submissive attitude when he saw these cultivators from the large sects. This was because the two of them were not on the same level of strength and could not be provoked. As for Mu Juling, she was not even worth mentioning. No one even paid attention to her. But today, these high and mighty cultivators from the sects were all being trampled under his feet. So what if he had a low status? So what if he destroyed his family and broke down his door? It was this cultivator from a small sect that they looked down on who dared to declare war in front of all the sects in the world. The everlasting sect had to give him an explanation today or they wouldn't let this go. Seeing Mu Juling challenge the everlasting sect in public, the cultivators of the major sects had subtle expressions. The enemy had already made their stance clear and wanted the Infinity Sect to give an explanation. Now, it was up to them to respond. The sect master's expression was gloomy. He looked at Mu Juling in the sky with a hint of mockery in his eyes. To him, Mu Juling was not worth mentioning at all. He was an ant that he could kill easily. However, the cultivator from the extreme spirit realm behind them, a powerful being of unknown origin, could not be underestimated at all. I'll let you be arrogant for a while, Yingluo. Although Mu Juling was using her power to intimidate others, the sect master of Wuji had to respond to her. Otherwise, things would only get worse. Under everyone's gaze, the sect master of the everlasting sect stepped out and looked at Mu Juling in the air. The right and wrong of the past have long been buried in the dust. It's impossible to judge who is right and who is wrong. Even though your sect was destroyed, who knows if you brought it upon yourself? You have to know that it's not rare for someone to do something wrong without knowing their own strength, and then invite a fatal disaster. The sect master of the everlasting sect would definitely not give in to Mu Juling, who had come to collect her debt. Otherwise, how would he face the other sects? In a confrontation of words, he definitely couldn't give in. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, he had to argue. In fact, after receiving the news, the sect master had already sent people to wipe out all the evidence. Mu Juling wanted to seek justice, but he didn't have enough evidence. He knew that when the incident happened, he was just an insignificant cultivator. No one would think that it was wrong to take revenge for their own sect, as long as their own strength allowed it. However, since he wanted to seek justice, he had to show evidence. Otherwise, it would be a deliberate framing, and it would become unreasonable. The Infinity sect can't accept your baseless accusations. We can even see it as purposely making things difficult for you. It's just that my Wuji sect has always been upright and never feared any rumors or slanders. Since you want justice, I'll give you justice. The cultivators of all the major sects in the world are gathered in the square in front of the mountain gate. If you have evidence, you can show it now. The everlasting sect master's aura was stern. He was not afraid of Mu Juling's accusation at all. In fact, the contents of his words implied that Mu Juling's sect deserved to be unlucky. Hehe, you want evidence. I'm afraid you've already cleaned it up. Mu Juling sneered again and again. He knew the way these big sects did things. Even if they did shameless things, they could still justify themselves. I can tell you that I, Mu Juling, am the evidence. I personally experienced the massacre of my family back then, and I'm convinced of everything I saw. No matter how you quibble, you must hand over the murderer who destroyed my sect back then. Otherwise, I, Mu Juling, will not rest until you are dead. Mu Juling's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hysterically. He had his own bottom line for revenge and would not accept any compromise. The sect master replied coldly, my Wuji sect does things in an open and above-board manner, and we are absolutely not afraid of any threats. Since we did not do anything wrong, why should we compromise with you? The two sides did not give in to each other and could be said to be in a state of mutual hostility. This was the most critical moment. If Mu Juling really wanted to start a war, then this was the best time. They immediately started fighting. If they didn't want to start a war, then someone would jump out to mediate the matter and ease the tense atmosphere on both sides. Knowing this, all the cultivators present had already made preparations in secret. Mu Juling opened his mouth and found that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. He didn't know what to do. He originally thought that with the treasury backing him up, he should be able to easily take revenge for his sect. However, the sect master refused to admit it and he couldn't command the cultivators in the treasury to fight to the death with the sects. Although the treasure house had promised to help with the revenge, they knew what they were doing and would not really risk their lives for the mission. He wouldn't listen to Mu Juling's orders to attack because he didn't have the right to do so. The one who made the final decision was still the commander of the expedition fleet, who was secretly observing the first elder of the treasure vault. Thinking of this, a desolate smile flashed across Mu Juling's mouth. She turned to look at the expeditionary fleet behind her. He desperately wanted to know what the great elder's attitude was. How could he take revenge for this hatred? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded in Mu Juling's ear. Are you sure the universal 5 elements pearl is in this sect? Tang Zhen's voice was cold and indifferent. This question of his was purely to confirm one thing. Mu Juling quickly said in a certain tone, when the sect was destroyed by the Infinity sect, I saw a cultivator steal the 5 element beads with my own eyes. Later, I heard that the cultivator who stole the 5 elemental heaven and earth pearl was the descendant of an elder of the everlasting sect. The person who gave the order to exterminate the sect was that elder. Mu Juling's expression became a little twisted when she said this. It was obvious that she had recalled what had happened in the past. He would never forget the despair in the eyes of his senior and junior brothers before they died, the scene of blood flowing like a river. Then today, can you still recognize your enemy? Tang Zhen asked again, as though he was just having a casual chat. Even if they were burnt to ashes, I would still be able to recognize them. Mu Juling gritted her teeth and said in a fierce tone, all right then. You can go down now and bring those guys up. Tang Zhen ordered, completely ignoring the cultivators from the sects. It was as if he was letting Mu Juling walk through a flock of chickens and ducks. I'm Yingying. Mu Juling was dumbfounded. She didn't know what to do. She felt even more embarrassed. What? You don't dare to? Tang Zhen looked at Mu Juling and asked with a faint smile. Mu Juling's body trembled, and then he revealed a carefree smile. In the past few decades, I've been dreaming about avenging my sect, and I'm willing to pay any price for it. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, why would I hesitate? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Juling bowed to Tang Zhen, then laughed loudly. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, he flew alone to the everlasting sect. 2953 Whoever touches it will die. Looking at Mu Juling, who had descended from the sky, all the cultivators of the sects present had a strange feeling that they were being looked down upon. They could easily kill a small cultivator, but at this moment, they could trample on their dignity. If he wasn't taking advantage of the situation, why would he dare to do this? Who would allow him to do this? Although they despised her, no one made a move. They just looked at Mu Juling silently. They wanted to see what this arrogant little cultivator wanted to do. In front of the everlasting sect's mountain gate, the everlasting sect's cultivators' expressions were extremely gloomy because Mu Juling had come for them. He didn't put the infinity sect in his eyes in front of all the sects in the world and kept provoking them. If it was any other day, Mu Juling would have died. However, at this moment, without the sect master's order, no one dared to touch Mu Juling. He was like a fuse, and once it was touched, the war might erupt immediately. He couldn't allow Mu Juling to be arrogant. After all, this was the everlasting sect, his base camp. In his own territory, what right did others have to be so presumptuous? Wouldn't that make the infinity sect look too useless? Mu Juling looked calm. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, she landed on the square in front of the mountain gate. He was like a tiger cub that had fallen into the midst of a pack of hungry wolves. It could be said that danger was everywhere. However, there was no fear in his expression. Instead, it was frighteningly calm. It was this kind of aura that made everyone not dare to underestimate him. Instead, there was a trace of admiration. So what if there were tens of millions of people? There was no fear in their hearts, and they would even dare to charge into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Feeling Mu Juling's aura, the sect master of the everlasting sect narrowed his eyes and whispered to a cultivator beside him. After receiving the sect master's hint, the cultivator immediately jumped out and stood in front of Mu Juling. Ahead is the forbidden area of the everlasting sect. It's not a place that random people can get close to. Don't overdo things, don't be ungrateful when you're given face. Although they were enemies, this cultivator's attitude was still polite, maintaining the dignity of a large sect. However, the content of his words clearly told Mu Juling that this was not a place for him to behave atrociously. Looking at the cultivators in front of him, Mu Juling was silent for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. He pointed at the everlasting sect and said coldly, "The everlasting sect was a place that I looked up to, but it's actually a place where evil is hidden. Justice is in the hearts of the people. You've covered up villains and distorted right and wrong. You've long lost all your face. I've come here today to find the murderers who destroyed my sect back then and make them pay the price for their actions. Unless I'm killed, no one can stop me from moving forward." Mu Juling had already made up his mind. If he was the fuse that started the war, he would rather use the cruelest means to ignite himself completely. After saying this, Mu Juling walked forward as if the road to heaven was in front of her. Impudent. Seeing that Mu Juling ignored the warning and continued to move forward, the cultivator who blocked the way suddenly felt ashamed. In front of the cultivators of all the major sects, Mu Juling's face slapping was the same as slapping the everlasting sect. After receiving the sect master's signal, the cultivator immediately stepped forward and tried to stop Mu Juling. "Stop right there." As the cultivator growled, he tried to intercept Mu Juling, but he found that he couldn't use his spell at all. "Damn it, what's going on?" The cultivator was shocked. He didn't understand what had happened, but he couldn't explain it to the others. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mu Juling continued to move forward. The Infinity Sect cultivators were all waiting for his reaction. "Yingluo, stop right there." The piercing gaze behind him forced him to act immediately. He stepped forward and blocked Mu Juling with his body. Unexpectedly, the moment he got close to Mu Juling, an indescribable sense of danger suddenly erupted from his heart. It was as if Mu Juling was a taboo. Once you came into contact with him, terrible things would happen. This unexplainable fear made him hesitate, even hesitating to move forward. "Idiot, what are you doing?" A disgruntled reprimand suddenly entered the ears of the cultivators, causing them to suddenly wake up. If she couldn't stop Mu Juling, she would be the one in trouble. She didn't need to think to know that she would be severely punished. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the cultivator continued to approach Mu Juling, only to find that the fear of death was getting stronger. However, under the watchful eyes of his fellow sect members, the cultivator didn't dare to retreat. His body couldn't help but tremble. Such an abnormal scene puzzled the surrounding cultivators. They couldn't understand why the other party was so afraid. Mu Juling was also puzzled, but he had no reason to retreat. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames in front of him, he had to firmly move forward. However, he didn't know that with every step he took, the cultivator's fear grew. When the distance between the two was less than 3 meters, the cultivator suddenly let out a mournful cry. After that, he stopped breathing and fell to the ground, dead. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. At that moment, they didn't feel anything unusual at all. Then, the cultivators blocking the way suddenly died. "Bastard, what are you doing?" A few everlasting sect cultivators rushed over. After checking on their companions' condition, they immediately shouted at Mu Juling. In the eyes of these cultivators, Mu Juling was the one who caused the death of their companion. However, at the same time, they also felt the threat of death, and their hearts were filled with uncontrollable panic. It seemed that if Mu Juling took another step forward, they would suddenly die like their companions. An unimaginable fear reverberated in their hearts, making them subconsciously want to dodge. Mu Juling was also confused, but he was in no mood to care about anything else. He only wanted to complete what he had to do. Furthermore, he didn't think that the sudden death of this cultivator had much to do with him. Therefore, he continued to move forward and only did what he wanted to do. He would never stop before he fell. However, he had only taken 2 steps when the Infinity Sect cultivators who had scolded him suddenly collapsed to the ground. Just like the previous cultivator, he also died on the spot, without a sound. What's with this Yingluo? No matter how slow-witted they were, they could tell that the deaths of these cultivators were unusual. The biggest suspect was naturally Mu Juling. He looked at the Infinity Sect cultivators, who were all furious. Killing Infinity Sect cultivators one after another in broad daylight was extremely arrogant. If they didn't fight back, Infinity Sect would really be stepped on and lose all face. Even if he had the support of the cultivators from the extreme spiritual realm, the Infinity Sect couldn't hesitate. "Take him down," the sect master ordered. He couldn't keep silent at this time. Yes, several cultivators of the everlasting sect flew toward Mu Juling, trying to capture and kill him. Unexpectedly, the moment they got close to Mu Juling, the cultivators' bodies suddenly stiffened and they fell to the ground, dead. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. They finally saw the way. It turned out that Mu Juling's surroundings had become a forbidden death zone. No matter who it was, as long as they were within a certain distance from him, they would die. 2954. Is there any use in having more people? That's strange. What's up with this guy? What kind of technique is he using? The continuous strange deaths of the everlasting sect's cultivators made Mu Juling the focus of everyone's attention. They all saw that something was wrong. They were sure that any cultivator who got close to Mu Juling would die a strange death. Such a strange way of dying was truly terrifying. Who would dare to approach Mu Juling in such a situation? Since we can't get close, then we'll kill him from a distance. We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. The Infinity Sect Master looked up into the sky and saw that the cultivators of the extreme spiritual realm didn't react at all. They seemed to be silently watching the performance on the ground. It was as if 2 armies were in a battle, and the enemy deliberately released a vicious dog to provoke and humiliate the enemy. If they could even tolerate such provocation, not only would their enemies look down on them, but the cultivators of the other sects would also secretly laugh at them. He couldn't bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. Kill him. The invincible sect master gave the order to show his tough side and let the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm know his attitude. Since you let the dog provoke me, I'll kill this dog and see what you can do to me. The everlasting sect cultivators had long suppressed their anger. They wanted to cut Mu Juling into 1,000 pieces. After receiving the order, they immediately launched a long-range attack. More than a dozen cold lights appeared from the crowd and flew towards Mu Juling like lightning. These cultivators were all real experts with profound cultivation. Each of them could kill Mu Juling in seconds. However, he didn't expect that his easy-to-kill methods from 100 miles away would suddenly lose their effectiveness when he was within 3 feet of Mu Juling. One by one, the sharp Dharma treasures fell to the ground and jumped up and down like fish out of water. He wanted to fly again, but he couldn't muster any strength. The Infinity Sect cultivators who attacked suddenly spat out blood and fell to the ground. The natal magic weapon was equivalent to half of the cultivator's life. Once it was severely damaged, the cultivator would also suffer a backlash. However, when he looked at these cultivators again, it was not as simple as a backlash. They were in a state where they had lost their divine soul. Like a puppet, he didn't have any reaction at all. No matter how his companions tried to wake him up, there was no reaction at all. Soon, they all died. What's going on? What happened to them? The cultivators from the sects who were watching the battle at the side were in an uproar. They looked at Mu Juling with fear. How was this a little cultivator who explored the way? He was clearly a little demon who took lives, a terrifying existence who would kill whoever touched him. Even if this strange ability had been given to him by other cultivators, it was still performed by Mu Juling. It turned out that the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm weren't silent. They had already released their big move and were waiting to see if the Infinity Sect could take it. From the moment Mu Juling appeared, the confrontation between the two sides had already begun, but the Everlasting Sect cultivators didn't realize it. Many cultivators gloated and wanted to see how the Infinity Sect would deal with this. These sects seemed harmonious, but they had internal disputes. Although they were invited to help, they didn't necessarily hope that Infinity Sect could survive the crisis. The greater the losses Infinity Sect suffered, the happier they were. As the focus of everyone's attention, Mu Juling finally realized what had happened. His expression gradually became rich, constantly switching between confusion and shock, and finally turning into a deep ecstasy. Ha ha ha, so it's like this. So it's like this. Mu Juling had been puzzled before. Why would Tang Zhen give such an order to let him face hundreds of thousands of cultivators alone? Even if they had steel tendons and iron bones, they would be crushed into dust. There was no possibility of survival. Before he came down, he was already prepared to come and go. He only hoped that his sacrifice could start a war. Although he felt helpless, he could only let out a long sigh of grief and indignation. Other than that, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he discovered that Tang Zhen had actually bestowed him with such a terrifying passive ability. Although his strength had not increased, and he did not have any divine weapons in his hands, no one could hurt him. If they got close to him, they would die, and their attacks would be ineffective. At the same time, they would lose their lives because of the backlash. Under such circumstances, who would be able to stop him, and who would dare to stop him? Mu Juling was exceptionally happy. The resentment that she had suppressed for many years seemed to have disappeared at this moment. He looked past the crowd and at the sect master of the Everlasting Sect, his eyes full of provocation. I'm coming. If you have the ability, continue to send people to stop me. If you don't stop me, then I'm going to enter the Everlasting Sect today and find all the murderers who participated in the massacre back then. I'll make them pay for what they did. As Mu Juling spoke, his eyes turned red as blood, and black veins that looked like blood vessels surrounded his eyes. This was a sign of being possessed by the devil. If it wasn't controlled, the situation would become very dangerous. The danger was not only directed at Mu Juling. Any cultivator present could be affected by the danger. Coupled with her current ability, Mu Juling was simply a moving disaster, making people avoid her like the plague. As Mu Juling growled, he began to walk forward without any scruples. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they quickly dodged to the side for fear of provoking Mu Juling, this fiend. Regardless of whether he had the ability to kill anyone he touched, he had to be careful and not treat his life as a joke. To test this ability and kill Mu Juling, only the cultivators of the Everlasting Sect could do it. The cultivators of the other sects would definitely not get themselves into trouble. Seeing this scene, Mu Juling laughed even more wildly. There was an unspeakable carefreeness and ridicule in his laughter. Although he was being avoided like the plague at this moment, he felt an unspeakable joy in his heart. The feeling of being feared by others is really good, yin-yang. As the cultivators of the major sects avoided her, Mu Juling walked forward and swaggered to the front of the Everlasting Sect. The cultivators of the Everlasting Sect glared at Mu Juling fiercely as if they wanted to eat him up. However, if one observed them carefully, one would see the panic in their eyes. They were obviously afraid of Mu Juling's ability. The little cultivator in front of them had caused a ruckus in front of the entire world, but they couldn't do anything about it. Who wouldn't be afraid of an ability that could kill anyone who touched it? Mu Juling, what are you trying to do? Do you really think that the Everlasting Sect is a place where you can do as you please? If you repent now, I may forgive your ignorance and offense, and give you a chance to repent. However, if you continue to be stubborn, the front of the Everlasting Sect will be your burial ground. Seeing Mu Juling walking towards them, the Wuji clan sent out another warning, but their eyes were obviously flickering. It was because he was not sure if he could restrain Mu Juling's ability or if the attacker would still lose his life in confusion like just now. Mu Juling tilted her head and looked at the sect master of the everlasting sect with a mocking look. She kept sneering. Kill me, didn't you do it just now? Those guys who died, which one of them didn't want to kill me? In the end, they were the ones who died. If you want to continue trying, then come at me. I'll be waiting for you here. When Mu Juling said this, he continued to sneer. His blood-red eyes looked around as if he was looking for something. Then, he looked at a cultivator from the everlasting sect with a happy smile. He raised his hand and pointed at the cultivator. He said in a gloomy tone, "You were one of the victims of the massacre back then, so you deserve to die." His voice was hoarse and strange. The moment the word, "die," came out of his mouth, the cultivator's eyes suddenly widened. Then, like mud, he fell to the ground with a plop, and stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. 2955 No One Can Stop It Part 1 Looking at the sudden death of the everlasting sect cultivator, fear flashed through the hearts of the cultivators. They didn't expect Mu Juling to have such an ability. Her previous method of killing whoever touched her was enough to make people fear her, and they subconsciously stayed away from Mu Juling. However, she did not expect Mu Juling to have the ability to determine life and death. This kind of method was simply impossible to guard against. If that was the case, Mu Juling would really become the king of hell who demanded her life. The everlasting sect cultivators couldn't keep calm anymore and had a bad feeling. Up until now, more than 10 Infinity Sect cultivators had died at Mu Juling's hands. If it was in the past, the Infinity Sect would have taken revenge at all costs. As the murderer, Mu Juling would also be cut into 1,000 pieces. However, because of all kinds of strange abilities, no one dared to make a move, lest they lose their lives inexplicably. In the end, he realized that it did not mean that he would be fine if he did not attack. It was because Mu Juling could also talk someone to death. Ha ha ha, woo ha 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 Yingluo. Mu Juling was overjoyed. He had just cursed with hatred and didn't expect that the Infinity Sect cultivator would die on the spot. Could it be that my ability also has the effect of deciding life and death? Mu Juling laughed wildly and pointed at the sect master impatiently. You're going to die too, all of you are going to die, die 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 die. He was like a madman, his face filled with madness. The sect master of the everlasting sect jumped in fright. He did not expect Mu Juling to do such a thing. Subconsciously, he wanted to use defensive means. Then, he was shocked to find that he was not affected at all. Mu Juling's terrifying curse had no effect on him at all. The other Infinity Sect cultivators were also scared out of their wits. They didn't expect Mu Juling to go straight for the sect master. Thank God, the thing he was most worried about didn't happen, or else Infinity Sect would be in complete chaos. Idiot. Looking at the disappointed Mu Juling, the sect master of the everlasting sect snorted and scolded her in a low voice. Idiot. This lunatic. You overestimate yourself, hurry up and get lost. The group of everlasting sect cultivators cursed at Mu Juling, but no one attacked. Although Mu Juling didn't curse the sect master to death, the cultivators were still afraid that this guy had some strange ability. However, in front of the cultivators of the major sects, it was indeed inappropriate for her to be like a shrew cursing in the street. However, the situation was special, so even if it was a little embarrassing, he could only brace himself and accept it. Mu Juling, on the other hand, was stunned. He put his fingers in front of his eyes and looked like he had lost his soul. How did it turn out like this? Why didn't it work? He turned his head around and looked at the figure in the sky. He really wanted to question Tang Zhen, but even after gathering her courage, she didn't dare to open her mouth. His remaining rationality told him that the consequences of doing so were simply seeking his own death. Unwillingly, Mu Juling turned around and kept pointing at the cultivators in front of her. You die, you die, you die, all of you die. He was like a madman, screaming and screaming as if he wanted to vent the unwillingness in his heart. In the beginning, the cultivators of the everlasting sect were a little panicked. However, when they saw that Mu Juling's curse had no effect, they started to laugh at her. All kinds of unpleasant words came one after another, as if Mu Juling was an exasperated monkey. At this moment, a cultivator with a gloomy expression suddenly met Mu Juling's eyes. Looking at Mu Juling, who was like a mad demon, he did not know why, but an unspeakable fear rose in his heart. You also deserve to die. You also participated in the sect extermination tribulation. Mu Juling stared at him and kept pointing forward as if she wanted to stab him to death with her finger. In the end, the cultivator's body trembled and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Just like the other cultivators, he had lost his life for no reason. The originally mocking cultivator from the everlasting sect once again fell into a dead silence. He looked at Mu Juling with fear and vigilance. They were confused. They could not understand what kind of situation Mu Juling's ability to curse people to death would take effect. Mu Juling felt the same way. He stared blankly at the dead cultivator in front of him and then at the corpse next to him. He finally understood. So it's like this, he said in a light tone, his expression constantly changing, a trace of regret mixed with surprise. With a soft sigh, Mu Juling turned to look at the sky above her and bowed. No one knew what Mu Juling's actions meant, but they had a bad feeling. Then, in the next moment, Mu Juling held her head high and walked towards the everlasting sect's mountain gate. Compared to the madness just now, his expression had become much calmer, but the killing intent on his body had become thicker. At this moment, Mu Juling already had a clear goal. She wasn't like at the beginning when she hoped to destroy the entire everlasting sect. This was his wishful thinking. Unless it was necessary, the treasure vault would never help him fulfill this dream. Because the Infinity Sect gathered all the cultivators in the world, they were very strong. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have to pay a great price, and it might even cause the expedition fleet to never return. Under such circumstances, unless the Grand Elder who had hidden the treasury had gone crazy, he would never agree to his request. Since he couldn't destroy the everlasting sect, he would lower his target and kill all the enemies who participated in the tragedy. He had just killed 2, and there would be more coming. Mu Juling's sect back then could not compare to the everlasting sect at all, and the strength of the cultivators was far inferior. There were not many cultivators who had participated in the sect extermination tragedy. This was also the reason why Mu Juling could remember all her enemies. What he needed to do now was just as he said. He needed to go through the entire everlasting sect and find all the enemies related to the massacre. Stop right there and get lost immediately. In the end, there were still cultivators who dared to stand up and chase Mu Juling away. He cared a lot about the sect's reputation and couldn't stand Mu Juling's disparaging of the everlasting sect's dignity and her reckless behavior in front of the mountain gate. Mu Juling's eyes were full of ridicule. He ignored the other party's clamor and kept moving forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step was like stepping on the hearts of the everlasting sect cultivators. Looking at Mu Juling, who was getting closer and closer, and feeling the fear of death, the cultivator in the way finally roared and attacked him. A fire dragon roared and flew straight at Mu Juling as if it wanted to burn him into ashes. Everyone stared at him and marveled at the cultivator's courage. At the same time, they also wanted to see the results of the test. Then, they saw the fire dragon flying towards Mu Juling explode in the air and turn into nothing in an instant. The everlasting sect cultivators who had attacked and intercepted Mu Juling were instantly turned into a pile of charcoal before they could even scream, as if they were wrapped in invisible flames. Mu Juling continued to move forward as if he didn't see it. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. Step into the everlasting sect, find all the murderers, and take revenge for the destruction of the sect. 2956 Unstoppable, Part 2, 1 inch. Stop him. The sect master of the everlasting sect ordered again when he saw Mu Juling walking towards him. No one dared to make a move. After all, everyone knew what would happen to them if they tried to stop Mu Juling. I said, stop him. The sect master roared. No cultivator had ever dared to disobey his orders. But at this moment, Infinity Sect's cultivators dared to disobey. Where would he put his face as the sect leader? Because of Mu Juling, he had already lost all his face. Now that his sect's cultivators disobeyed his orders, the sect master of the everlasting sect immediately fell into a state of fury. Those who disobey will die. The Infinity Sect master roared. Anyone who didn't listen to his orders wouldn't be able to live either. If he disobeyed orders now, he would still die later. Faced with the threat of the everlasting sect master, the group of cultivators who had received the order gritted their teeth and launched an attack on Mu Juling at the same time. He attacked with all his might and was purely gambling on his luck. He hoped that Mu Juling couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks of so many cultivators. In the end, the dazzling attacks all stopped 30 feet away from Mu Juling and collapsed in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, the Infinity Sect cultivators all had a bad feeling. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. In the next moment, all kinds of destructive effects appeared on these cultivators. Those who used fire were burned to ashes, while those who used weapons and Dharma treasures were cut into meat paste by cold light. A total of dozens of cultivators had lost their lives at the same time under the gazes of countless cultivators from the various sects. As expected, seeing this tragic scene, no one doubted Mu Juling's ability anymore. They were sure that the cultivator who attacked him would die. The everlasting sect cultivators in front of Mu Juling subconsciously dodged to the distance, because they would die if they got close to Mu Juling. Bastard! The everlasting sect master's face was twisted as he looked at Mu Juling, who no one could stop. He was on the verge of losing control. He had never been so angry and helpless before. He had been forced into a corner by an ant-like cultivator. He raised his head to look at the sky. He knew that the culprit was there, but he didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. Just Mu Juling alone was enough to make him anxious. If the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were involved, it would probably be a complete mess. The wisest choice would be to get rid of Mu Juling first before considering other things. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to help me stop this fanatic. I'm sure I'll be heavily rewarded after this. The sect master looked around and tried to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help from other cultivators. He wanted to see if this strange ability only worked on Infinity Sect cultivators. However, all the cultivators from the sects dodged as soon as they saw it. No one was willing to take the risk. He was still cursing in his heart that the Infinity Sect leader was shameless and wanted others to take the blame for him. Only a fool would do such a death-seeking thing. The sect master wasn't surprised at all by their reactions. He turned to look at the itinerant cultivators in the distance. Whoever is willing to help me stop this crazy person can directly join the everlasting sect and become an inner sect disciple. The sect master of the everlasting sect made a generous promise and secretly cast a spell to arouse the greed of these Tao seekers. Although the method was despicable, it had an immediate effect. The seeker, who had been ignored all along, began to rush forward one after another. Let me try. Where did this little thief come from? Daring to be so arrogant in front of the everlasting sect, he doesn't know what's good for him. I'm the only one who can become an inner sect disciple. Little thief, hand over your life. Under the cold gazes of the sect's cultivators, the overconfident Tao seekers rushed towards Mu Juling like moths to a flame. They waved the weapons in their hands like cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their final outcome had already been determined. Compared to the cultivators of the sects, the end of the seeker was even more miserable. In the process of rushing towards Mu Juling, they all turned into ashes silently. He had traveled thousands of miles to seek Tao, but not only did he not have the chance to enter the mountain gate, he did not even leave behind a corpse. The deaths of the group of seeker cultivators did not cause any waves, but it made the cultivators of the sect certain of one thing. With Mu Juling's ability, he didn't pick the crowd at all. Whoever touched him would die. Drive the war beasts and continue the attack. The sect master ordered again. This time, he was testing the beasts. He still didn't want to give up. At the same time as the order was issued, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountain gate, and all kinds of war beasts were released. Because the war was coming, the Infinity Sect's war beasts were all gathered together and could enter the battlefield at any time. Under the lead of the cultivators, they went straight for Mu Juling, constantly letting out fierce roars. Compared to the cultivators of the sect, these war beasts were more loyal and would not run away because of fear. However, the war beast still had intelligence and was more sensitive to danger. The moment it got close to Mu Juling, the war beast's roar immediately turned into a cry. Hearing this shrill cry, the cultivator controlling the war beast's expression changed and he tried to stop the war beast from charging. Don't stop, charge, the Infinity Sect master roared. Although the value of a war beast was much higher than a normal cultivator, the result of the test was more important. The Infinity Sect cultivator who was controlling the war beast could only grit his teeth and command his beloved comrade to continue charging at Mu Juling. A familiar scene appeared before his eyes once again. Those wailing war beasts fell to the ground one after another. Without any struggle, they died. CCC, the spectating cultivators all gasped. He tried again and again, but the results were all hopeless. There was no way to deal with Mu Juling. The sect master of the everlasting sect's test also gave Mu Juling enough confidence. The smile on her face grew wider. Come on, what other methods do you have? Show them all. Mu Juling looked at the sect master of Wuji sect. Her face was full of ridicule and provocation, but her steps became faster and faster. He landed on the square of the everlasting sect, about 1,500 feet away from the mountain gate. They encountered obstacles along the way, and corpses were strewn all over the place, but they never stopped moving. After crossing a pile of war beast corpses, the gate of the everlasting sect was in front of Mu Juling. The leaders of the other sects had already dodged to the side. It was obvious that they did not want to experience Mu Juling's terrifying ability. Close the sect. Let's see how he can get in. At this moment, even if it would be embarrassing, the sect master had to give this humiliating order. Indeed, no one dared to stop Mu Juling, and no one dared to attack him. However, they could completely seal the mountain gate and prevent him from entering. The Wuji sect's runic magic circle had an automatic counterattack effect. If Mu Juling triggered it forcefully, what would happen to him? The runic magic formation that protected the sect was extremely powerful and could easily destroy a mountain peak. Even the Grand Elder of the everlasting sect didn't dare to take the runic magic circle's attack head-on because it was too lethal. How could a weak cultivator withstand the attack of a runic magic circle, even if he had a strange ability? Guessing what the sect master was thinking, the cultivators all dodged to the side, feeling helpless and expectant. They couldn't do anything to Mu Juling, but if they chose to avoid her, Mu Juling would also be helpless. Helplessly, he could only hope that the everlasting sect's defensive formation would work. Mu Juling had no way to retreat after the blood oath. Even if the mountain gate was in front of him, he had to force himself to rush up. 2957 Collapsing the Mountain Gate 1 In the Extreme Spiritual Realms Expedition Fleet in the sky, a group of cultivators looked down silently at Mu Juling, who was in front of the mountain gate. He thought that this weak cultivator would soon die at the hands of the everlasting sect. However, the change in the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. This seemingly weak cultivator was actually someone no one dared to mess with and ran amok in front of the everlasting sect. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators could only watch from the side, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. Moreover, wherever it passed, humans and animals immediately avoided it, not daring to hesitate at all. How many people could be compared to such a heroic and imposing manner? The cultivators secretly sighed. They only needed to experience this once and they could boast about it for the rest of their lives. The glorious one was Mu Juling, but everyone knew that it was Tang Zhen who had given him this ability. He didn't even need to do it himself. He could let a small cultivator fight against a huge sect. At this moment, the cultivators in the treasure vault were increasingly certain of one thing. Even if they didn't participate, Tang Zhen would still be able to easily resolve this matter. They were only qualified to participate in this matter because Mu Juling had hired the treasure vault. Otherwise, how could they have witnessed such a grand scene? The reverence in their hearts could not be suppressed. Tang Zhen was almost equivalent to a god in their hearts. Little did he know that the cultivator in front of him was a real god. Sir Tang Zhen, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. When we should act, the first elder approached Tang Zhen and asked with a respectful tone. Since he had accepted Mu Juling's employment, the first elder had never thought of standing by and watching. He had some professional ethics in this regard. It was just that Tang Zhen's arrangement had disrupted First Elder's original plan. He also discovered that the effect of doing so was better. Mu Juling's hatred for the extermination of his family was a knot in his heart. If he could personally execute his enemy, it would naturally be best. However, at this moment, the situation was somewhat different. With Tang Zhen's help, Mu Juling was not afraid of any cultivator's attack. At the same time, he could curse his enemies to death with a word. However, the Infinity Sect's protection formation couldn't be underestimated. Even First Elder didn't dare to take it head-on. The Everlasting Sect was clearly trying to use the protective array to attack Mu Juling and kill him on the spot. Under such circumstances, the First Elder had to protect his employer's safety and not let Mu Juling seek her own death. Otherwise, the reputation of the treasure house would be destroyed if this matter were to spread. Mu Juling had used all the treasures in the ruined secret realm to hire a cultivator from the treasure vault to help, but in the end, he had lost his life. After such a thing had happened, who would still dare to cooperate with the treasure house? The first elder, who had remained silent since the beginning, finally stepped forward at this moment and asked Tang Zhen if he needed to lend a hand. If Tang Zhen agreed, then the long-prepared expedition fleet would launch an attack on the everlasting sect. Regardless of whether he would start a war or not, he had to ensure Mu Juling's safety and make his future smooth. Moreover, if they dared to come, they were definitely not afraid of war. No need, just watch quietly. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. His tone was indifferent and emotionless. The first elder's eyes narrowed slightly. He guessed that since Tang Zhen had said so, it meant that Mu Juling would be fine. Actually, it was right after thinking about it. What kind of person was Tang Zhen? Could it be that the target he was secretly protecting was unable to resist the protective array of a sect? It seems that I've been overthinking. When the elders thought of this, they immediately pushed the chair to the side and quietly watched the development of the situation below. Mu Juling looked at the mountain gate in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He had never thought that he would one day come to the everlasting sect in such a way. Not only did no one dare to stop him, they even forced the Infinity Sect to close their gates to prevent him from entering. Just this point alone was enough to comfort the souls of those who had died. However, Mu Juling was not satisfied. He wanted to make those murderers pay with their lives. In the process of his revenge, he would not show mercy to anyone who dared to stop him. But at this moment, the Infinity Sect closed their doors and hid in their shell. Although the sect master and the other cultivators were still outside, the mountain gate was completely sealed off. Doing such an embarrassing thing was enough to show that the Infinity Sect had no choice but to do this. Although he was happy, he was also in a difficult position. Looking at the tightly shut mountain gate, Mu Juling hesitated because he didn't know how to break it open. Although he was just a decoration of a small sect, he had enough understanding of the sect's protective Dharma array. This kind of talisman formation that protected the sect was one with the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. It was not something that the power of cultivators could resist. But at this moment, Mu Juling had no way out because the enemy was laughing at him. If he didn't enter the everlasting sect, how would he find his enemies and fulfill his promise of revenge? There was no response from the sky above his head. It seemed that they were also waiting to see his performance. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Juling continued to move forward and strode to the front of the everlasting sect. White River Sect's Mu Juling has come to the everlasting sect to seek revenge for his blood debt. As soon as Mu Juling's voice fell, he raised his palm and pushed forward, at the huge mountain gate that was about 100 feet high. Countless runes suddenly appeared the moment they came into contact with the mountain gate. Then, muffled thunder-like sounds could be heard continuously. This was the scene of the protective array being activated. After confirming that Mu Juling was an intruder, the protective array would launch a counterattack. Like a giant stepping on an ant, Mu Juling, who dared to provoke the everlasting sect, was destined to be blown to dust. Boom! With a loud bang, a thunderbolt flew out of the everlasting sect's mountain gate and directly hit Mu Juling's head. The blow that was enough to destroy a mountain looked extremely terrifying, but it all fell on Mu Juling at this moment. The onlooking cultivators of the sects were filled with nervousness and surprise. They were looking forward to seeing Mu Juling turn into a pile of ashes under the attack of the protective array. However, the moment the lightning approached Mu Juling, it suddenly stopped moving. Then, like dust lifted by a strong wind, it disappeared in an instant. How is this possible? The sect master of the everlasting sect roared loudly. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The everlasting sect's powerful protective array couldn't kill Mu Juling. Perhaps today was a calamity for the everlasting sect. If Mu Juling didn't die, the everlasting sect wouldn't have any peace. However, just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard a loud explosion from the inside of the mountain gate. Countless runes appeared above the mountain. A huge sect was hidden behind the runes, as if it would reveal itself to the world at any time. It's bad. The sect's protective array has collapsed. An elder of the everlasting sect yelled in shock. He couldn't believe that this was happening. He looked at Mu Juling with shock and anger, and at the same time, unspeakable fear. It turned out that not only would cultivators suffer a terrible backlash when they attacked Mu Juling, but the protective array would also be unable to escape. This damn guy was a god of plague. The Infinity Sect was going to be in big trouble this time. Just as this thought rose in his mind, the runes dancing in the air suddenly shattered. The hidden everlasting sect lost its original disguise and appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. Mu Juling laughed as he stepped on the broken gate and entered the everlasting sect. 2958 Failed Negotiation. 1. The destruction of the everlasting sect's mountain gate meant that the last defensive barrier had disappeared and the veil had been torn to pieces. Mu Juling seemed to have entered a no-man's land. No one in the entire everlasting sect could stop him. Even the sect master of the everlasting sect couldn't do anything about killing cultivators of the sect and destroying the sect in the defensive array. The everlasting sect cultivators who stayed inside looked at Mu Juling, who walked in, with confusion. Due to the isolation of the runic magic circle, they were not very clear about what was happening outside the mountain gate. The cultivators could not understand why the protective array would collapse, and why Mu Juling dared to swagger into the sect's interior. Was the Infinity Sect's face going to be trampled on like this? Little thief, you're looking for death. When Mu Juling entered the everlasting sect, cultivators immediately attacked him, but he still died inexplicably. Panic appeared and what happened in front of the gate was repeated inside the everlasting sect. Sect Master, should we just let him continue to be so arrogant? An elder of the everlasting sect asked angrily when he saw Mu Juling running amok in the sect and the cultivators retreating. What else can you do? Do you have any way to kill him? The sect master's face was dark as he asked coldly. This damn bastard, he clearly knew that he was at his wit's end, yet he still raised such a question. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to embarrass him? This Bayan, hearing the sect master's question, the sect elder's words were stuck in his throat. He really didn't know how to answer. But we can't just watch. If the sect is destroyed, what face will we have? Hearing this, the sect master couldn't help but laugh coldly. The Infinity Sect has already lost all face, what face do they have left? Glancing at the fearless Mu Juling, the sect master of the everlasting sect sighed softly. Don't act rashly. I'll go meet the cultivators from the extreme spirit realm and make a decision. Before the sect master finished, he had already flown 10,000 meters into the air. He was clearly trying to negotiate. As for starting a war immediately, he didn't even dare to think about it. Just Mu Juling alone was enough to shock the entire scene and cause the morale of his side to collapse. Under such circumstances, who would help the cultivators from the sects who came to support them? He would be thanking the heavens if he didn't stab her in the back. Seeing that the everlasting sect's sect master was trying to get closer, the first elder of the treasure vault immediately blocked in front of him, not giving the other party a chance to come into contact with Tang Zhen. Although he was the master of a sect, he did not have the qualifications to talk to Tang Zhen in the eyes of the first elder. Whether or not he had any other thoughts, probably only the great elder himself knew. Sect master of the everlasting sect greets you. The sect master of the everlasting sect cupped his fists and saluted the first elder who was blocking his way. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Zhen behind him. He had a feeling that Tang Zhen, whose cultivation level he could not tell, was the true expert in the expeditionary fleet. However, at this moment, he did not have the opportunity to come into contact with Tang Zhen. This was because the person in charge of negotiation was the first elder. I'm the great elder of the treasure vault from the extreme spiritual realm. May I know what business you have here? The sect master was furious. He had brought Mu Juling here to cause trouble, but now he was asking him what he was doing here. This was simply bullying. Although he was furious, he could only try to suppress it because the current situation was extremely bad for the Infinity Sect. What conditions do you need for you to stop? The sect master of the everlasting sect raised this question, which meant that he wanted peace. As long as the conditions weren't too excessive, they should be acceptable. The Grand Elder chuckled and said calmly, I'm sure you're very clear that Mu Juling is my employer. I'll do whatever he wants. If I remember correctly, Mu Juling has already made her conditions, but you just didn't agree to them. So I can only say sorry. I've already given you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Hearing First Elder's answer, the sect master almost spat out blood. He had already investigated and found that the sect annihilation incident involved hundreds of cultivators, including an elder of the everlasting sect. If they handed them all over and allowed Mu Juling to kill them, what right would the everlasting sect have to face the other sects? It was normal to reject Mu Juling in public. However, at this moment, the great elder of the treasure vault had pushed the blame to Mu Juling. The sect master of the everlasting sect naturally felt extremely embarrassed. Mu Juling had already gone crazy. There was no way they could negotiate. Damn it. When will the reinforcements from the Thousand Zhang Peak arrive? Remembering the promise made by the cultivators of Chenjiang Peak, the sect master of the everlasting sect became even angrier. He felt that the other party might not be able to arrive. If that was the case, could the cultivators of the Infinity Sect and the other major sects really defeat the cultivators from the treasure vault? The sect master couldn't afford to take the risk. Unless he had a sure chance of winning, he wouldn't start a war. Calming himself down, the sect master explained, it's impossible to tell who was right and who was wrong in the past. Why would you believe Mu Juling's one-sided story? How can you guarantee that you're not being deceived by his clever words? As soon as the question was asked, the first elder's cold voice rang out again and again, his eyes full of ridicule. We're just doing what we're paid to do. Who's right and who's wrong has nothing to do with us. You keep emphasizing right and wrong, but I don't know what you mean by that. Do you not understand the rules of the cultivation world, or do you think I'm an idiot? The first elder's words were direct and mocking the sect master. You can't beat me, so you talk reason. Do you really think you can play with the rules? I was just afraid that you would be fooled, so I gave you a kind reminder. I didn't expect to receive such malicious words. Since you don't want to solve the problem, then I can only tell you that the Infinity Sect is willing to accompany you to the end. The sect master made up his mind. Since the situation had already become like this, he might as well take another gamble. As soon as the reinforcements from the 1,000 feet peak arrived, he would immediately launch an attack and wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Hearing the sect master's threat, First Elder laughed coldly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He had pretty much guessed the sect master's plan. It was simply wishful thinking to join forces with the Chenjiang Peak to launch a pincer attack on the fleet that stored the treasure. The First Elder's eyes became more and more dangerous as he said to the sect master, "Since you said so, then I'll say one more thing. Don't be in a hurry. The show has just begun." It was originally a deal to seek justice for Mu Juling, but at this moment, the First Elder changed his mind. The Infinity Sect was so bold that they wanted to plot against him with Chenjiang Peak. Since the Infinity Sect was their enemy, they had to pay a painful price no matter what. Hearing the First Elder's threat, the sect master returned to the entrance with no expression. The cultivators from the other sects had been watching the everlasting sect master the whole time. They watched as he contacted the First Elder and then returned to the front of the mountain with a dark face. I don't think the previous negotiations had a satisfactory result. The same thought flashed through the cultivators' minds, and they suddenly felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. At this moment, the Infinity Sect was in chaos and people were running around in panic. The cultivators of the everlasting sect watched helplessly as Mu Juling ran amok in the sect. They gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing about it. There was more than one person who wanted to kill Mu Juling, but in the end, they were the ones who died. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. The everlasting sect cultivators who knew Mu Juling's purpose and participated in the massacre back then had already run far away. They were afraid that Mu Juling would recognize them and then curse them to death through some strange means. They either hid inside the sect or rushed out of the sect and gathered on the square outside. The cultivators of the various sects were dumbfounded by the chaotic scene. 2,959 daggers drawn. Mu Juling was just an ordinary cultivator. Although she had been wandering outside for decades, her strength had not improved much. If he hadn't arrived at the extreme spiritual realm by accident through an incomprehensible method, he would have died a long time ago. With his strength alone, he couldn't challenge the everlasting sect. Although his abilities were strong, they could only be activated passively. The ability to curse someone to death with a single word was only effective against those who had participated in the massacre back then. It had no effect on other cultivators. Otherwise, Mu Juling alone would be able to annihilate the entire everlasting sect. After the participants of the massacre escaped, Mu Juling would be helpless and could only wander around the everlasting sect. However, the longer he waited, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for him. The everlasting sect had lost face, but Mu Juling was also like a mad dog. He looked around for his target, but he found nothing. He could only roar in anger. A large number of everlasting sect cultivators surrounded Mu Juling in the air and laughed mockingly. It was only then that they realized that the seemingly terrifying Mu Juling was actually nothing more than this. As long as he was faster than Mu Juling and did not let him get close to him, he did not need to worry about his safety. Ha ha ha, so that's all there is to it. A cultivator from the everlasting sect flew in the air and cursed at Mu Juling. At the same time, He deliberately mentioned the massacre of the family back then and ridiculed Mu Juling as a stray dog who had escaped alone and lived for decades. Now, he's a dog using his power to bite people in Infinity Sect's territory. His words were filthy and every word was heart-wrenching. Mu Juling was already in a daze. Now that she was provoked by these words, she became even more exposed and crazy. He ran around Wuji Zhang, trying to catch the cultivators who insulted him, but he was played even more. Upon seeing this scene, the cultivators of the sect who were originally nervous about Mu Juling's ability all revealed mocking smiles. The sect master of the everlasting sect was even more so. Pride flashed across his face, and he seemed to be able to vent some of his anger. Mu Juling was no longer a threat in this state, but it did not mean that the crisis had been resolved. He was still a great hidden danger, a mad dog that had lost its mind. Who knew when he would pounce on her and bite her? However, the biggest threat came from the extreme spirit realm cultivators in the sky. If they weren't destroyed, the threat the Infinity Sect faced would never be resolved. When will your reinforcements arrive? The sect master of the everlasting sect looked at the cultivator of the 1,000-foot peak and asked in a cold tone. He seemed extremely dissatisfied. I'm not too sure either. By right, we should have already arrived in this world. The cultivator from the 1,000-feet peak replied, but he felt very uneasy. Could it be that something went wrong and the treasure vault was destroyed? The sect master of the everlasting sect asked again, but he didn't think it was possible. He knew about the 1,000-foot peak and knew that it was an organization of cultivators on the same scale as the treasure house. This is impossible, the cultivators of Chenjiang Peak immediately retorted. They couldn't believe that their own organization would be destroyed. If the reinforcements from the 1,000-Jiang Peak can't arrive in time, the original plan will be foiled. You will have to bear the losses caused. The sect master of the everlasting sect cooperated with the 1,000-foot peak for a purpose. Now that he had the opportunity to negotiate, he would definitely ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a lot. Don't worry, as long as we can keep the cultivator in the treasure vault here, everything will be fine. The cultivators of the 1,000-feet peak did not bargain. If they could really defeat the treasure vault, they would definitely obtain great benefits. Not only would he be able to take the treasures from the treasury, but he would also be able to take the treasures from the ruined secret realm. So what if he gave everlasting sect master some benefits? Moreover, at that time, whether sect master everlasting would be alive or not was a question that needed to be considered. Just as the sect master was thinking about what to do next, he saw Mu Juling suddenly turn around and look at the sky. Then, he half knelt on the ground, raised his hands to the sky, and roared in a hoarse voice. Mu Juling has done his best, but he still can't kill his old enemy. He feels extremely guilty. We must avenge our sect. I only hope that you can help us. Mu Juling will never forget your great kindness. After waking up from her state of madness, Mu Juling immediately realized that it was impossible for her to fulfill her wish for revenge on her own. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could do was to seek help from Tang Zhen. It would be great if the cultivator in the treasure vault was willing to help, but Mu Juling thought that the possibility was not high. After all, the everlasting sect had the advantage in numbers. If the treasury attacked, they might suffer heavy losses. Seeing Mu Juling ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help from the sky, the sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he had a bad feeling. From the arrival of the expeditionary fleet until now, it had always been Mu Juling who had gone crazy. The cultivators in the treasure vault had never sold anything. Could it be that it was finally time for the other party to enter the arena? If that was the case, the conflict might be further intensified, leading to the official start of the war between the two sides. This definitely wasn't in line with the sect master's plan. Unless he had absolute confidence in winning, he really didn't want to fight. However, when the time came, he had no choice but to give it a try. Get ready and move on my orders. The sect master's order made the cultivators secretly excited. They finally didn't have to endure this. As one of the top sects, they had never been humiliated like this before. They were already filled with anger. If they had not received orders and Mu Juling's ability was indeed difficult to deal with, they would have already launched an attack. At the same time, some cultivators were worried. Mu Juling alone was enough to make them so miserable. If they were to face other cultivators from the extreme spiritual realm, would they really not encounter any other changes? If he encountered similar methods that he couldn't hit or touch, wouldn't he be disgusted to death? The spectating cultivators from the various sects were also a little nervous. If the two sides were to start a war, it would be their turn. It was indeed a difficult choice to fight this war or not. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Everyone was waiting to see how the cultivators from the extreme spirit realm would respond. All right, a soft voice was heard in response to Mu Juling's request. The rune battleship hovering in the sky was immediately wrapped in a dazzling light, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. Moderators, who had some understanding of the rune warships, immediately became nervous, because this was a sign that they were about to launch an attack. Damn it, they're really going to make a move. Seeing this, the cultivators of the major sects were shocked. They didn't expect the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm to be so arrogant. Even in the face of an enemy 10 times their number, he still dared to take the initiative to attack. This not only represented courage, but also extreme confidence. Perhaps he had absolute confidence that he could win the war. Everyone, get ready. The cultivators of the various major sects also set up their protective arrays and adopted a war stance. They couldn't judge the power of the rune warship's attack, but they knew that a weapon of this level was no worse than the everlasting sect's protective array. It was very likely that the cultivators from the sects in the square would be turned into ashes with one blow. 2960 explosive. 1. They were ready to attack at any moment. Strange rays of light were shot down. They were not meant to attack, but to lock on to the target in advance. At the same time, it had a deterrent effect, increasing the pressure on the enemy. These rays of light expanded into a semi-transparent runic magic circle that locked onto the important locations inside and outside the everlasting sect. Less than 3 meters off the ground, he could see it when he looked up. The runic magic circle was a coordinate and also an energy channel. It was mostly used to attack a fixed target. Once an attack was launched, it would be like the sky falling and the earth sinking. There was simply no way to resist. Damn it, the sect's cultivators, who were originally as unmoving as mountains, cursed in their hearts as they frantically dodged the lock. They wouldn't just wait for the attack to land on their heads. That would be suicide. However, the aura that he had accumulated dissipated and collapsed instantly. Perhaps this was the purpose of the cultivators in the treasure vault. They used this kind of intimidating method to humiliate the cultivators of the major sects. Seeing this, the Infinity Sect cultivators gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, the Everlasting Sect cultivators couldn't even take care of themselves because a giant rune formation was hanging above the Everlasting Sect's inheritance hall. It was the core of the Everlasting Sect, the symbol of the entire sect. If it was destroyed by the enemy, the Everlasting Sect would only exist in name. No matter what, it must not be destroyed. The weakness of the sect's protective array being destroyed was revealed at this moment. It could not protect the internal buildings at all, and the enemy could lock on an attack at will. Detestable. When the sect master saw this, he immediately ordered the cultivators of the sect to guard the inheritance hall. Thousands of cultivators charged towards the legacy hall. Their magical weapons and spiritual artifacts danced in the air, trying to form a new protective barrier. At the same time, they sent out elite cultivators to charge at the expeditionary fleet in the sky. As long as the rune warship launched an attack, these elite cultivators of the Everlasting Sect would also attack the expedition fleet. This series of responses was effective, but what happened next caught the Everlasting Sect cultivators unprepared. Countless Everlasting Sect cultivators had gathered around the Inheritance Palace. With their cooperation, a strong protective barrier had been completed. Even if the coordinates projected by the runic battleship were right above the heads of these cultivators, none of them took half a step back. Such a situation occurred partly because of the sect master's orders, and partly because of the support of faith. Every cultivator from a large sect had a strong sense of honor and would do their best to protect the honor and interests of their sect. They were confident that they were united and wouldn't fear anything. They would definitely be able to protect the legacy hall. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter sounded, causing the expressions of the Infinity Sect cultivators to change. Mu Juling, who had been ridiculed by the Everlasting Sect cultivators and had to kneel down to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help, was actually heading straight for the legacy hall. It was like a famished beast staring at the flock of sheep in front of it, ready to gobble them up. Bastard, get lost, damned madman, if you dare to cause trouble again, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. What should we do? Should we dodge or not? Although he knew the disadvantages of Mu Juling's strange ability and how to ensure his own safety, it didn't mean that he could crack this method. Wherever Mu Juling went, it was still a restricted area for Infinity Sect cultivators. In just a few breaths, Mu Juling had already rushed to the front of the Legacy Hall, carrying with her an aura of death. The cultivators closest to him couldn't withstand the fear of death and retreated with a scream. Even so, dozens of cultivators still lost their lives quietly. It was as if a set of dominoes had been pushed to the ground in pieces. It was a shocking sight. Seeing this terrifying power again, the Everlasting Sect cultivators scattered like frightened birds. If he attacked Mu Juling, he would die. If he stayed, he would die too. If he didn't run now, when would he? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Mu Juling suddenly held her stomach with one hand and laughed proudly. Mu Juling ignored the cultivators of the Everlasting Sect and shouted to the sky, "Come on, fire at me and blow me and this place into pieces." To Mu Juling, being buried with the Everlasting Sect's Legacy Hall was definitely a death with no regrets. Just as he was looking at the sky with anticipation, the rune coordinates above his head suddenly disappeared. "What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking this place?" Mu Juling roared angrily, but he didn't respond at all. Perhaps even the cultivators in the treasure vault couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Of all the places to go, why did he have to go to the place where the attack had locked onto him? Was he really tired of living? Looking at Mu Juling at the moment, he was indeed a little neurotic and looked crazy. "If you don't blow this place up, then I'll tear down the Legacy Hall. I'll do what they did back then. Hall of Legacy, Sutra Library, Martial Arts Hall, Tao Enlightenment Hall. I'm going to tear down every single place." Mu Juling laughed wildly and pointed at various places with a roar. However, the Everlasting Sect's cultivators' expressions changed. If that was the case, then this was truly a calamity for the sect. Who could stop it? After roaring, Mu Juling turned around and rushed into the Legacy Hall. He started to dismantle the door. "Bastard, go to hell." Seeing that Mu Juling had broken in, an elder in black who was in charge of guarding the Legacy Hall roared and attacked. He had guarded the Legacy Hall for many years and would not allow anyone to cause trouble here. The swift attack fell on Mu Juling, but it disappeared in the next moment. Then, the elder in black looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Countless cracks appeared on its body, like a broken porcelain, about to break apart. But even so, he still stood at the entrance of the Legacy Hall, staring at Mu Juling. "Bastard, get lost, don't you dare taint the Legacy Hall." Even in the face of death, the black-robed elder would not retreat a single step. Even if he were to die, he would die here. He. Mu Juling suddenly laughed strangely and looked at the black-robed elder. "In my sect, there's also an inheritance hall, and I also have a guardian like you." He always had a smile on his face as he guarded the entrance of the Legacy Hall and got to know every cultivator in the sect. Although he was very powerful, he never bullied others. No matter how high or low his cultivation was, he always spoke in an amiable manner. But such a respected elder was torn apart by a group of Infinity Sect beasts. I still remember that tragic scene clearly. Every time I think about it, I tremble with hatred. I didn't expect that one day, you would encounter such a thing. This is simply satisfying. Mu Juling was all smiles as she passed by the black-robed old man. She continued without looking back, "The Everlasting Sect deserves this. All the cultivators of the Everlasting Sect should be buried with them. If you're resentful, go find those bastards. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't have gotten what you deserve today." As soon as Mu Juling finished speaking, the black-robed old man was torn into pieces and lost his life. Under the black-robed elder's gaze, Mu Juling stepped into the Legacy Hall and laughed loudly at the various legacy items. When the runic magic circle that specialized in repelling water and fire was destroyed, raging flames soared into the sky, and none of the classic books were spared. The Everlasting Sect's inheritance palace was devoured by the sea of fire, and thousands of years of accumulation turned to ashes. Mu Juling stood in the sea of fire and laughed wildly, as if a demon king had descended. The Infinity Sect cultivators felt like their hearts were being cut by knives, but they could only watch and didn't dare to get close. Who knew that at this moment, the sky would change again? The elite cultivators of the Everlasting Sect all stopped in the air as if they had been hit by a spell. No matter what they did, they couldn't break free. They were all terrified. The cultivators in the treasure vault had seen a similar scene before, right in front of the headquarters of the 1,000-Feet Peak. They revealed sinister smiles and shot out rune arrows that headed straight for the elite cultivators of the Everlasting Sect. 2961 Compromise 1. The rune arrows fell from the sky and stabbed into the bodies of the Infinity Sect cultivators. The sound of explosions rang out continuously as the flesh and blood of the Infinity Sect cultivators flew in all directions. The vitality of cultivators was extremely strong. This kind of explosion damage was like being cut by thousands of knives. Moreover, it was a blunt knife that cut the flesh. It was simply unspeakable. You animal! Seeing that their fellow sect members were in trouble, many Infinity Sect cultivators roared and charged into the sky. They tried to save their companions, defeat the cultivators of the extreme spiritual realm, and defend the dignity of the local cultivation world. Who knew that after just a few dozen meters above the ground, he could not continue to rise, as if there was an invisible barrier covering his head. Many of the cultivators from the sects flew too fast and were knocked dizzy, falling to the ground one after another. Under such circumstances, they were completely powerless to save them and could only watch their fellow disciples suffer. Sect Master, quickly think of a way. An elder roared and looked at the Sect Master, hoping to find a solution. What other way is there? The fact that the head of a sect would reply to his subordinate like this was enough to show how helpless he was. Can we ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Grand Elder to help us break the enemy's technique. Grand Elder. Hearing this, the Sect Master sneered. Up until now, the Grand Elder had not made a move. This could only mean one thing. They didn't have confidence in themselves and didn't have the confidence to win, so they didn't make any moves. It was also for this reason that Everlasting Sect Master didn't have the confidence. There were a total of 7 Grand Elders in the Everlasting Sect, and they were all famous cultivators. If even they didn't dare to attack, it was enough to prove how strong the enemy was. Under such circumstances, how would the Sect Master dare to act rashly? As for the other sects, they were still watching from the sidelines. They would definitely not make a move until the last moment. Perhaps even if a war really broke out, they might not attack but would choose to retreat from the battlefield. It wasn't strange for such a thing to happen. No matter which sect it was, they all placed benefits above all else. At this moment, the Sect Master felt like he was being roasted on a fire. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. With Mu Juling wreaking havoc within the sect, countless cultivators could only watch helplessly. In the sky above the sect, the elite cultivators were trapped and could only watch as they were killed by the enemy and blown to pieces by the rune arrows. The sect's reinforcements didn't want to help, the sect Grand Elders couldn't be counted on, and the Sect Master was at his wit's end. The ambition and pride in his heart had long disappeared, turning into indescribable fear. His original plan was to kill all the cultivators in the treasure vault with the help of the major sects in the Chenjiang Peak. After the victory, the Chenjiang Peak would take over the treasury, and the Sect Master would get everything they promised. However, he didn't know that the situation had changed far beyond his imagination. The cultivator who dared to cross the border to take revenge for someone, how could he not have the ability to guard the house? To become the head of a sect, one had to have enough courage and insight. After realizing that the situation was extremely bad for his side, the Sect Master had already made up his mind. What do you want to stop the attack? The rune warship in the sky didn't attack. This meant that the treasure house didn't want to start a war. The cultivators in the treasury were also waiting for the Sect Master to give in. If the Sect Master didn't give in, then what would happen next would be even more serious. I've already said that Mu Juling is our employer. If you have any requests, you can just ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The first elder in the air replied in a cold tone. I know. The Sect Master replied and flew into the sect. From a distance, they could hear Mu Juling's wild laughter. It was unspeakably carefree. He might not have the ability to kill all his enemies, but he could destroy the entire Everlasting Sect. During the process, the Infinity Sect cultivators could only watch with furious eyes and couldn't stop it. The angrier the Everlasting Sect cultivators were, the happier Mu Juling was. This was also a form of revenge. The enemy would suffer heavy losses, but they would be helpless. The more Mu Juling tore it down, the happier she became. In a short time, the interior of the Everlasting Sect was already ablaze. Stop! A voice rang out and entered Mu Juling's ears. When he turned around, he saw the Sect Master floating in the air, looking at him with a complicated expression. There was anger and unwillingness in his eyes. He wanted to bite Mu Juling to death and swallow her. Shua 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 shua, Mu Juling let out a hoarse growl. His eyes were like spitting fire as he stared at the sect master of everlasting sect. Stop, why should we stop? It's just the beginning, and you can't take it anymore. Back then, my White River sect occupied an area of 300 mu and had 300 buildings. Weren't they also destroyed by you and turned into ruins? I'll let you see with your own eyes how I'll raze the everlasting sect to the ground, not leaving a single tree or grass. Mu Juling seemed to have found a new outlet to vent his anger. He roared loudly like a crazy beast. I can only express my regret for what happened all those years ago. When I found out about it, the White River sect had already ceased to exist. No one knows of your existence, so even if you want to compensate, you can't find anyone. Now that you've come to me and want to settle the matter, I'll fulfill your request. The sect master then roared without turning back. Those who participated in the White River sect incident back then, step forward. Don't let your actions harm the interests of the entire sect. At this moment, the sect master had to make some sacrifices. Otherwise, if this situation continued, the losses would only get worse. Hearing the sect leader's order, the Infinity sect cultivators were in an uproar. This was something they didn't want to face the most, but it was also a choice they had to make. From the start of the battle until now, the Infinity sect had been suppressed and their morale was at its lowest. The mountain gate was destroyed, the sect's protection collapsed, and all the buildings, including the Inheritance Hall, were burned to ashes. This was the first time the Everlasting sect had suffered such heavy losses since its establishment. This series of disasters was caused by the greed of a group of cultivators. In the end, they benefited, but the sect took the blame. The cultivators had long been filled with anger, but because they were from the same sect, they could not easily flare up. But at this moment, because of the sect master's order, the accumulated dissatisfaction in the cultivators' hearts finally exploded. The cultivators who had been hiding from Mu Juling immediately became the target of public criticism, bearing the complex and cold gazes of the cultivators from the same sect. If they didn't step forward now, not only would they disobey the sect master's orders, but they would also be viewed with hostility by their fellow cultivators. Ha ha Yingluo, a cultivator from the Everlasting sect, who was hiding in the distance, laughed and walked over. He stopped in front of Mu Juling. Brat, you were lucky that year, but it's our fault. Otherwise, today's events wouldn't have happened. Since I can't beat you, then I'll accept my fate. I killed 751 cultivators from your sect back then, and today I'll pay you back with my life. As the cultivator spoke, he raised his saber and slashed at Mu Juling. He laughed wildly. In the next moment, his head shot up into the sky, but he still had a sinister smile on his face. 2962 A life for a life. 1 Mu Juling was stunned when she saw the suicide attack from the Infinity sect cultivator. Then, she started to laugh. Come on, all of you. I remember clearly the people who destroyed the White River sect. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them to atone for their sins with their lives. Mu Juling looked around, her eyes full of anticipation, and shouted at the sect master. Seeing Mu Juling like this, the Infinity sect cultivators gritted their teeth, but they could only remain silent. Don't worry, they will all come. Even if some of them don't want to come, I will catch them and bring them to you. The sect master's tone was calm, and his expression became colder. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. In order to protect the Everlasting sect, what did a little sacrifice matter? Hearing the Wuji sect master's reply, Mu Juling smiled even more happily and gestured for them to start. The surrounding Infinity sect cultivators could feel their sect leaders' determination and were prepared to compromise. The expressions of the Everlasting sect cultivators hiding in the crowd became ugly. They knew that they couldn't escape this. No matter who they were or how important they were, they couldn't be compared to the survival of the Everlasting sect. Although he didn't want to stand out, he had nowhere to run under the eyes of so many people. In the end, he could only brace himself and approach Mu Juling. However, his heart was extremely heavy. Fellow Taoists of the Everlasting sect, I apologize for dragging you down today. Today, I will leave without a trace of dust. All the grudges of the past should be written off. If I have the chance in my next life to embark on the path of cultivation, I hope that when my fellow sect members meet me, they can help me. A rough-looking cultivator said goodbye to the Everlasting sect's cultivators and walked towards Mu Juling. You brat from the White River sect, don't think that you're bearing a blood feud. We cultivators all deserve to die. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle was a common thing. Which sect did not have their hands stained with blood during their rise to power? Your White River sect is bullying others, so it's only natural for us to destroy your sect. What makes you think that we're wronged? Today, you'll avenge White River sect, and another day, there will be cultivators to collect the debt from my everlasting sect. Don't think you can avoid it, it's just a matter of time. Mu Juling just sneered. He couldn't hear anything else. He only knew that the cultivator in front of him had indeed participated in the massacre of the sect back then. Damn bastard, if it wasn't for my lack of strength, I wouldn't have let him live for so long. After the cultivator finished speaking, he controlled his natal Dharma treasure and hit his head hard. I can only take my own life. I don't need anyone else to interfere. With a muffled sound, the burly cultivator's brain burst open, but he fell into the dust with a smile on his face. The magic weapon suspended in the air wailed, as if it was sending off its master, and then suddenly exploded. This magic treasure had a spirit, and after its owner died, it actually self-destructed and died with him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. Some cultivators even closed their eyes. Ha ha ha, this Chu Shengji is indeed an impatient person. He's always in a hurry to do anything, even if he's going to die. With a burst of laughter, the two cultivators floated down and stopped beside the body of the burly cultivator. A white-robed cultivator took out a large wine pot from his waist and poured half of it on the ground. This is the Flag Ridge God's nectar. You once said that you wanted to have a taste, but you never had the chance. This time, we brothers passed by Flag Ridge and specially made this pot so that you can have a taste. It's a pity that you don't have the fortune to drink it. If you can't drink it in this life, you can only wait until your next life. The white-robed cultivator sighed and raised the wine pot. He raised his head and poured the rest of the wine into his mouth. The black-robed cultivator next to him didn't say a word. He was like a hard rock. The white-robed cultivator threw down the wine pot and looked at the black-robed cultivator. Brother, we've been in the Infinity Sect for 360 years, and this is the only thing we've done. They want us to pay with our lives, so we can't act shamelessly. The debt we owe still has to be paid. However, if there is a next life, we will still be brothers. You must not forget that you have an older brother. The black-clothed cultivator's mouth twitched and he said softly, "Hurry up, Chu. Shengji is on the way, I'm afraid he can't wait." The white-robed cultivator nodded with a smile. Then, he slowly sat on the ground and began to sing softly. Trampling thousands of mountains, traveling thousands of miles, the road of cultivation is long. Although the morning wind and night dew are light, who knows the bitter taste of ice? To be free, to seek freedom, mortals all said that immortal cultivation was good. However, he didn't know that the heavenly Tao was a difficult path, and 1,000 years of hard work was gone in an instant. It was better to have wine and tea friends as companions in the world of laughter and curses. Looking back once in 100 years, I'm as happy as an immortal. The song was melodious and deep, with a unique rhythm. It was a tune that cultivators often sang. As the white-robed cultivator sang, his voice became lower and lower. It turned out that he had already shattered his soul without a sound. This was a great pain that even cultivators couldn't bear. However, the white-robed cultivator didn't show any signs of pain at all. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be slightly moved. The black-robed cultivator was the same. He had fallen without a sound. From the beginning to the end, the two cultivators did not pay attention to Mu Juling at all. It was obvious that they did not take him seriously. Most of the cultivators were prideful. Although they had died because of Mu Juling, they looked down on his behavior. In the name of revenge, he acted like a hoodlum. Although he was forced and helpless, one could see Mu Juling's pattern. Born in a small sect, his style of doing things was extreme and petty, destined to be difficult to achieve great things. As the three cultivators committed suicide, more and more Infinity Sect cultivators came to Mu Juling. Some of them laughed out loud, some of them roared in anger, but none of them chose to run away. The surroundings were completely silent. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, all the cultivators had their eyes on this place. In the face of righteousness, these Infinity Sect cultivators could calmly die, making the surrounding cultivators sigh. The cultivators who had looked down on the Infinity Sect changed their minds. Although the cultivators of this sect were mixed, many of them still had the courage to take responsibility. The cultivators who participated in the White River sect's massacre continued to commit suicide to appease Mu Juling's hatred in exchange for the everlasting sect's safety. However, There were still some cultivators who were unwilling to die like this and wanted to escape under the watchful eyes of the crowd. How could the sect master allow that? He wouldn't let a participant go and cause the cultivators of the other sects to die in vain. Every time a cultivator tried to escape, he would personally capture them and throw them in front of Mu Juling. Mu Juling did not refuse anyone. As long as he confirmed that they were his enemies, he would curse them to death without hesitation. Before they knew it, hundreds of cultivators had fallen on the square in front of Mu Juling. Their strength varied, and their reputations varied, but their souls had all dissipated and they had all become cold corpses. So many have died, is that enough? The sect master of the everlasting sect looked at Mu Juling and asked in a cold tone. Mu Juling shook his head and sneered, the cultivators who died here were indeed the murderers back then, but why aren't there any real culprits who started this? Just because he has a special identity and is the descendant of a sect elder, you're going to choose to protect him? Mu Juling looked at the sect master of Wuji sect, her mouth full of mockery. If the main culprit was not killed, what was the point of this revenge? The sect master of the everlasting sect suddenly laughed and met Mu Juling's mocking gaze. He said in an emotionless tone, "It's because of them that the Infinity sect suffered this disaster. I actually want to kill them more than you do." Cover up. How is that possible? As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator hiding in the crowd was directly imprisoned and thrown at Mu Juling. An elder of the everlasting sect's expression changed and he subconsciously wanted to help. Who knew that just as he made his move, he suffered a heavy blow from behind and fell limply to the ground. 2963 grudges will return to dust. 1. The sudden change shocked all the Infinity sect cultivators. However, when they saw the cultivators who had been thrown to Mu Juling and the elders who had been beaten to the ground by the sect master, they all had a look of realization. This was because this pair of cultivators were the culprits behind the massacre of the White River sect. The cultivators who had just died were all sent to the White River sect to participate in the battle. Of course, after the matter was over, these cultivators had obtained enough benefits and divided up the wealth of White River sect. No matter if it was in order or driven by greed, these cultivators had paid the price. However, the two masterminds did not stand up. They were the ones who really deserved to die. Mu Juling would not stop until she killed the two of them. What do you want to do? Why are you doing this to me? Looking at the sect master who had ambushed him, the elder's voice was filled with fear and anger. This matter started because of you, so it naturally has to be ended because of you. It's because of you that the everlasting sect suffered losses and a large number of cultivators were implicated. Since you can't escape the blame, then don't talk nonsense and quickly understand yourself. The sect master's tone was cold. At this moment, he could only accuse the other party of his crimes and make the other cultivators think that he deserved to die. Only in such a situation would the sect master's actions gain enough understanding and support. It wouldn't be a huge blow to morale. I know. The elder nodded and looked at the other elders and cultivators, waiting to see their reactions. However, he saw that they were either indifferent or turned around to avoid him. No one spoke up for him. He, good, that's great. The elder smiled and shook his head. He pointed at the sect master and the other elders with disappointment and disdain. Who was the one who promised that nothing would happen, but in the blink of an eye, I was pushed out to atone for my crime. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid that only I can pay with my life to end the grudges from back then. I'll never shirk the responsibility that I should bear, but your actions really make me feel bitterly disappointed. Remember this, I'm dying for the sect, but I'm definitely not a sinner. Hearing the elder's words, the Infinity sect cultivators didn't say anything, but they sighed. These sect elders were all tainted with similar karma, but they had not met a debt-seeking ghost like Mu Juling. At the end of the day, he could only blame his bad luck. Why should I die? I'm not willing. The true culprit who incited the massacre, the descendant of this elder, was shouting loudly at this moment. His eyes were blood red, and he wanted to break free from the restraints as if he had gone crazy. However, he could not do it even after trying for a long time. The cultivators all looked on coldly at his hysteria. Other people died unjustly, but this guy simply deserved it. Back then, it was because of greed that led to this incident. In the end, no one held him accountable because of the powerful backer behind him. He didn't expect that a few decades later, it would bring such a disaster to Infinity Sect. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him with cold eyes and no one was paying attention to him, the cultivator suddenly looked at Mu Juling in fear. Then, His eyes lit up as if he had found a life-saving straw. He knelt down and begged Mu Juling. I was muddle-headed back then and was driven by greed, which led to that incident. After so many years, I've always regretted and blamed myself. It's just that things have already happened, and there's no chance to remedy it. Please be magnanimous and forgive me for my past mistakes. If you need compensation, I can take out all my savings. If it's not enough, I can get more. As long as you let me go, you can obtain a huge amount of wealth, more than you can imagine. Using his wealth to exchange for his life was the best way he could think of at the moment. He seemed to think that this method was effective, so his tone became more enthusiastic and urgent. Then, he realized that Mu Juling was looking at him with a strange expression. Do you know how much you paid for your revenge? Mu Juling looked at the cultivator and said in a calm tone, the treasures of the gods, every one of them is real. Although I can't tell you the exact number, I can tell you the size of the treasure. Mu Juling pointed at the burning legacy hall and said in a hoarse voice, the total number of treasures is as high as 5 legacy halls. Do you think I'd be interested in your savings? Hearing Mu Juling's answer, all the cultivators, including the sect master of the everlasting sect, were shocked. No wonder the treasure vault accepted Mu Juling's employment to cross the 2 worlds to help him take revenge. It turned out that they had paid such a huge price. The treasures of the gods were tempting. Realization dawned on the sect master, and he looked at the cultivators of Chenjiang Peak with dissatisfaction and killing intent. No wonder he chose to work with the everlasting sect. His true goal was the treasures of these gods. As long as they defeated the treasure vault, they would have the right to snatch this batch of treasures and take over the territory of the treasure vault. The benefits promised to him were not worth mentioning compared to the possible gains. The cultivators who had knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to exchange their wealth for their lives, were now completely dumbfounded. Just by listening to Mu Juling's description, one could imagine how amazing the treasure was. In the end, Mu Juling used it to hire cultivators from the treasure vault just to break through the everlasting sect's gates and kill herself. In such a situation, how could he survive? He. Looking at Mu Juling who wanted to eat him, the cultivator suddenly laughed. His voice was filled with madness and pride. I know, you will never let me go no matter what. Then kill me immediately. My life in exchange for the lives of tens of thousands of White River sect members, it's simply too much. What a pity, so what if you kill me? Your fellow disciples will never come back to life. Ha ha ha, the sect master of the everlasting sect frowned. This was clearly to provoke Mu Juling on purpose, which might make things worse. Just as he was about to kill the cultivator, someone was faster than him. It was the elder from the sect. With a light slap, he crushed the cultivator's head and let the headless body fall to the ground. Looking at Mu Juling in front of him, the elder's tone was calm, as if he was just chatting. After this old man dies, all our past grudges will be written off, and we will no longer owe each other anything. The everlasting sect has already paid a great price. Who knows how many years it'll take for us to recover? There's no need to emphasize how many of you have died. Tens of thousands of cultivators added together are still no match for a few hundred cultivators. This is not something to be proud of. The fact that you didn't kill them all means that you're too weak. You can't blame anyone else. As the elder spoke up to this point, he raised his head and sized up the sect that he had lived in for nearly 1,000 years. His eyes were filled with a trace of emotion and nostalgia. Then, he raised his palm and slapped it on his head. With a single palm strike, his soul was destroyed, and all his grudges ended. Mu Juling looked at the corpse in front of her in a daze. The evil smile on her face gradually disappeared, and then it turned into an uncontrollable sorrow. She cried loudly without restraint. 2,964 settling old debts. No one was willing to pay attention to Mu Juling's suffering. They even felt contempt for her. The Infinity Sect cultivators only knew that they had done what they had to do and paid their debts. It was time to end this conflict. However, most of the cultivators were not optimistic. They knew that things would not end so easily. The Infinity Sect master looked at the sky and asked First Elder, the Everlasting Sect has completed Mu Juling's request. Can you withdraw your troops? There was always a limit to everything. If they went too far, the Infinity Sect might not be able to tolerate it. Even if they were no match for him, they still had to show off their muscles to avoid being bullied too much. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the sects were waiting for a clear answer. There's no hurry. The First Elder's answer made the sect master's heart sink. The cultivators all thought that it was true. Since such a fiendish person had already broken through the door and was sitting in the hall, how could he be willing to retreat so easily? If he didn't eat until his mouth was full of oil and plunder everything clean, he definitely wouldn't leave easily. Do you think my infinity sect can be bullied by anyone? Do you really think that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in our realm will be suppressed by outsiders to the point where they can't raise their heads and dare not to resist? The sect master of the everlasting sect said coldly. This time, he had kidnapped other sects and used their numbers to pressure the great elder of the treasury. Although the strength of the treasure house was strong, it was impossible for it to be an enemy of all the cultivators in the world, especially in the case of cross-border battles. The possibility of victory was very slim. The only one that caused people to be afraid was Tang Zhen, who was in charge. This time, it's only for your infinity sect. Don't drag other sects in. If the other sects want to get involved, our treasure vault will treat them equally. We will not show any mercy on the battlefield. The first elder of the treasury obviously wasn't afraid of the sect master's threat and directly pointed out the despicable method of kidnapping other sects. Back then, you destroyed the White River sect and stole their treasures. Is it time for you to return them to their owners? When the great elder spoke, he was actually scolding Mu Juling in his heart. He was simply an idiot who failed to accomplish anything. Don't you know that helping you take revenge is only secondary? Finding what Sir Tang Zhen wants is the most important thing. In the end, he only knew how to cry and wail, looking like he was about to die, and did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the return of the treasure at all, the great elder had no choice but to bring it up personally. However, this would inevitably make people suspect that the great elder was greedy for wealth and resources. As expected, the cultivators of the major sects all revealed expressions of understanding when they heard the great elder's request. First elder became even more depressed when he noticed this. The infinity sect master laughed coldly. So the goal of the treasury was to extort. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. The treasury wasn't weak, and it was located in the extreme spiritual realm. The sect's reserves definitely weren't weaker than the everlasting sects. He had just obtained a large amount of deity treasures and could be said to be extremely rich. How could he be interested in the relics of a small sect? The other party's request might not be simple. Sir, are you joking? This happened decades ago, and the participants all destroyed their own souls. Who knows what they obtained back then? Even if he knew, he believed that most of the items had either been consumed or disappeared after decades. Under such circumstances, how can we return it to its original owner? The cultivators from the various sects who had been watching from the side all had the same attitude. They felt that the Grand Elder of the Treasure Vault was deliberately making things difficult for them. This is my condition. Whether you can do it or not is your own business. The Great Elder said coldly. He glanced at Mu Juling, who was still in a daze, and secretly called her an idiot. This guy was really lucky to have met Tang Zhen. Otherwise, with this kind of mental ability, how could he take revenge on the everlasting sect? I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You don't have to return the ordinary items, but you must return the sect's most precious items immediately. Hearing First Elder's request, the sect master became more confused, but he knew that this was First Elder's true goal. Obviously, among these items, there was something that the treasure vault wanted, and it was definitely not simple. However, back then, White River sect was only a small to medium-sized sect. The so-called sect's treasure was only so-so. How could they have taken a fancy to the treasure vault? Suppressing his doubts, the sect master ordered, immediately investigate the Middle Gate's treasure vault. Search carefully for any similar items. The cultivation resources that the Infinity Sect cultivators obtained had to be traded within the sect to prevent the benefits from leaking out. When carrying out a transaction, the origin of the item must be carefully marked so that it would be easier to verify in the future. Only after confirming that there were no mistakes could they allow communication to avoid things like stealing. Although this method was somewhat troublesome, at a critical moment, it could immediately find the origin of the item and its original owner. The treasure house had already made a concession. Even if the sect master had doubts, he had to satisfy the other party's request. Some cultivators were ordered to investigate. It would take some time, but everyone could afford to wait. But at this moment, they saw the dejected Mu Juling suddenly jump up and rush in one direction. Bastard, to think that I treated you as a fellow townsman and trusted you so much. You actually dared to betray me and put me in danger. I'll kill you today. He still looked ferocious and hysterical, as if the whole world had betrayed him. The cultivator who had betrayed Mu Juling was shocked and quickly fled into the distance. The cultivators of the Thousand Zhang Peak also dodged to the side, afraid that they would trigger the ability that would kill whoever touched it. At this moment, the sect master of the everlasting sect suddenly made a move. The cultivation of the cultivator who betrayed Mu Juling was completely sealed in an instant. This guy had no value anymore. He could use Mu Juling to kill him and save his hands from getting dirty. The cultivators of the 1,000-foot peak were stopped by the elders of the everlasting sect, and both sides were ready to fight. At this moment, the sect master no longer expected the reinforcements from the Chenjiang Peak to arrive, but he would definitely not let them leave. If the reinforcements from the 1,000-feet peak did not come, he would have to settle the score with these fellows and make them compensate for his losses. Seeing this, the first elder couldn't help but laugh and say to the sect master, "If I'm not wrong, these cultivators from the 1,000-foot peak are here to offer to cooperate with me, and then they're looking for an opportunity to deal with my treasure vault, right?" The sect master was shocked. He didn't think that his plan had already been seen through by the treasury. Since the great elder dared to raise this matter, it was naturally impossible for him to not be on guard. It seemed that the matter had indeed changed. He thought to himself that it was a close call, but then he heard the great elder say, "To tell you the truth, before we came here, the 1,000-foot peak had already become history. These cultivators of the 1,000-feet peak in front of you are just stray dogs, and they are the only few survivors of the 1,000-feet peak. If we're too greedy and choose to cooperate with them, I'm afraid we'll be killed by them." Hearing the first elder's mockery, the invincible sect master's face turned extremely ugly. It was only because he was blinded by greed that he tried to cooperate with Chenjiang Peak. As a result, it turned out to be an irredeemable situation. "You've misunderstood. They're actually the secret teller's accomplices. I don't know them at all, nor do I know what 1,000-feet peak is. Since you have a grudge against them, I'll help you kill all of them." Regardless of whether the first elder was telling the truth or not, the sect master wasn't going to keep these cultivators from Chenjiang Peak. He didn't want to expose their collusion and give the treasure house a handle. If the great elder lied, the reinforcements from Chenjiang Peak would arrive. They definitely wouldn't give up their cooperation with the everlasting sect for these few cultivators. At the sect master's command, the cultivators of the everlasting sect, who had been holding back their anger for a long time, immediately launched an attack on the cultivators of the Chenjiang Peak. They had the advantage in numbers, and although the cultivators of Chenjiang Peak were strong, they were outnumbered. It wouldn't take long before they were all killed. Just as the crowd was attracted by the battle, Mu Juling had already rushed to the secret informant and grabbed his neck. The secret teller struggled with all his might. Although his cultivation was sealed, he could still move freely. However, the cultivators around them all looked confused. It turned out that Mu Juling's ability to kill whoever touched her had disappeared without a trace. 2965 couldn't find one. The abnormal change in Mu Juling's body immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators, and they pondered in their hearts. Mu Juling was just an ordinary cultivator. It was absolutely impossible for him to have the ability to kill anyone who touched him. So, it was certain that some strong person had secretly made a move. However, at this moment, the strong ones had retracted their ability to kill whoever touched them. Thus, Mu Juling became an ordinary cultivator. What was going on? Was this retribution, or was it that the powerhouse didn't like him, so he took back this ability as a punishment? Although he didn't know what it meant, the sect master acted decisively and removed the power restriction on the cultivator. The snitch cultivator, who was about to be strangled to death, was overjoyed. He threw a punch at Mu Juling. Caught off guard, Mu Juling vomited blood from the impact. He flew backward for more than 10 meters and then fell heavily on the ground. He was confused and didn't understand what had happened. Why didn't the cultivator die, but beat him up until he vomited blood? When he raised his head to look at the other party, he saw the snitch cultivator charging at him with a ferocious face. Looking at the tattletale cultivator's expression, it was clear that he wanted to kill him. Bastard! Mu Juling cursed loudly. He tried to fight with the other party to vent the hatred in his heart. Unexpectedly, just as they exchanged blows, the disclosed cultivator struck him with his saber, which was only a hair's breadth away from his vital point. If the other party's hand trembled, even if Mu Juling did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Mu Juling finally realized the danger. She knew that her cultivation was not high enough. She was no match for the cultivator who told the secret. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to turn around and escape, while shouting for help at the sky. Your Excellency, please save me. Seeing Mu Juling's desperate escape, the everlasting sect's cultivators felt relieved. No one would help. They could not wait for the snitch cultivator to act quickly and chop Mu Juling into pieces. There were even cultivators from some sects who laughed heartily and cheered loudly from a distance. The more hatred he felt before, the more happy he was now. You damn idiot, you, the first elder of the treasury nearly vomited blood from anger. The intimidating aura that he had accumulated earlier had been completely destroyed by Mu Juling's performance. Although he wanted to shout that he had nothing to do with this idiot, it was meaningless. In the eyes of outsiders, they were one and the same, and they had to be responsible for Mu Juling's actions. He waved his finger in the air, and the cultivator who had been chasing after Mu Juling was imprisoned in place again. Looking at his shocked and angry expression, it was obvious that he did not expect to experience such treatment twice in such a short time. Ha ha ha, I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Mu Juling immediately showed an ecstatic expression. He turned around and was about to attack. You better stop. The first elder's voice was heard. Then, they saw Mu Juling's body being fixed in place. They were 1 meter away from the cultivator who had told the secret, but neither of them could hurt the other. They could only stare at each other. Why don't you let me kill him? Are you on the same side as him? Mu Juling's expression was twisted, and he shouted in an unwilling voice. The sect master's expression was a bit ugly because he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. The secret teller was in cahoots with the cultivators of 1,000 Feet Peak. First Elder could find evidence of the Infinity Sect's cooperation with 1,000 Feet Peak from him. Should I make a move now and kill this guy? The sect master of the Everlasting Sect had this thought. From now on, no one is allowed to hurt this guy, or you'll bear the consequences. The First Elder's voice extinguished the sect master's thoughts inside. Only Mu Juling was still indignant. She shouted in an unwilling tone, this guy betrayed me and betrayed my trust in him. Why can't I kill him? However, he didn't notice the mocking expressions of the surrounding cultivators. It was only at this moment that they were certain of one thing. Mu Juling was either extremely stupid or had been blinded by hatred. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many stupid moves and said so many stupid things. His accomplices probably wanted to chop him to death. All you wanted at the time was to avenge your sect and kill all the cultivators who participated in the massacre. Now that you've fulfilled all your requests, the original agreement will be terminated. If you want to leave this place alive, you'd better stay here. Otherwise, I only need to say the word and these cultivators from the sects will chop you into meat paste. The First Elder's voice rang in Mu Juling's mind, and he was stunned. Mu Juling then remembered that her agreement with the treasure vault did not include killing the informer. When he pointed his sword at the 1,000 Zhong Peak to find the so-called secret teller, he was just looking for an excuse to start a war. The coldness in the First Elder's tone made Mu Juling's heart turn cold. The madness that had been distorted by hatred finally returned to normal. I'm Yingying. He wanted to defend himself but was interrupted by the Great Elder. You damned fool, we've already done what we helped you with, but why didn't you do what you should have done? What is it? Mu Juling was stunned for a moment. She thought about what she had forgotten, and then she suddenly realized. However, at the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. The reason why the treasure trove was able to help him take revenge was entirely because of Tang Zhen. Otherwise, he would have already become a pile of bones. Tang Zhen wasn't helping him for nothing. Instead, he hoped that after killing his enemy, he would be able to get back the 5-element universe ball that was stolen. Before the operation, Mu Juling promised that there would be no problems. In the end, he was only thinking about his own matters and forgot about the original agreement, so he could only ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it from the Great Elder. Although it was the same thing, it gave people a completely different feeling when different people spoke. Mu Juling wanted it to be legitimate, but if the First Elder spoke, the nature of the matter would change. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. Mu Ju replied, I want it now. I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it now. There's no need for that. I've already mentioned it. The First Elder's tone was flat and cold. He was too lazy to pay attention to Mu Juling now. This guy was really useless. Mu Juling was stunned. She looked at the eyes of the cultivators around her and suddenly felt cold. She didn't know when, but the force that bound her body suddenly withdrew. Mu Juling fell softly to the ground, looking like she had lost her soul. The cultivator in charge of the treasury had already returned and reported the news to the sect master. I've already ordered people to investigate. We've confirmed that there are 72 items in total. They've all been brought over. As the sect master spoke, he waved his hand, and all sorts of items appeared. Mu Juling, come and identify it. The first elder's voice brought Mu Juling back to her senses. She quickly looked at the items in the sky. He furrowed his brows and looked up at the sky, shaking his head slightly. No, there's nothing here that I want. Hearing Mu Juling's answer, both the first elder and the sect master of the everlasting sect felt their hearts sink. Both sides were very clear about what the consequences would be if they couldn't find what they wanted. Did you see it clearly? Is there really no problem? The first elder asked. The sect master of the everlasting sect, who was beside him, also stared at Mu Juling. I've already seen it clearly. There's indeed nothing I want. I can guarantee it with my life. Mu Juling looked at the sky and said in a decisive tone. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Mu Juling, not even looking at the cultivators around him. Go to the residences of these cultivators involved in the case and check their storage equipment. If you can't find those items, you can't live. Tang Zhen suddenly appeared and looked at Mu Juling and the other cultivators. He spoke in a calm tone. 2966 Tang Zhen's appearance. 1 Mu Juling, what exactly do you want? I'll get someone to help you find it. Looking at Tang Zhen who suddenly appeared, the sect master of the everlasting sect quickly asked Mu Juling, but his heart was trembling uncontrollably. Only when he faced Tang Zhen did he know what true fear was. Moreover, there were countless unknown feelings. However, he knew that if he couldn't find that item, the real disaster would befall him. Jun, don't know. Mu Juling looked at the sect master of Wuji sect and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he suddenly realized something. The 5-elemental universe pearl was very important to Tang Zhen, so why didn't he personally take action and use his mind power to search in the everlasting sect? With his strength, it should be easy for him to do this. However, Tang Zhen did not do so. Instead, he continued to act as a bystander and slowly waited for the appearance of the 5-elemental universe pearl. Who would have thought that there was no 5-elemental Chenkin pearl among the 70 treasures? This completely disrupted Yuan Ben's plan. Only under such circumstances did Tang Zhen take the initiative to step forward and issue an ultimatum. This had already proven that the universe 5-element pearl was very special. Tang Zhen was simply unable to use his mental energy to search for it. That was why he was so cautious. He wanted to hide the 5-elemental Chenkin pearl so that no one would notice his abnormality. How could Mu Juling tell the truth when she thought of this? The sect master of the everlasting sect squinted his eyes. Although he knew that Mu Juling was lying, he could do nothing about it. Tang Zhen was at the side. Even if the everlasting sect master had a few more guts, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. The Grand Elder of the Treasure Vault appeared behind Tang Zhen like a ghost and stood quietly like a follower. The First Elder's behavior made the sect's cultivators even more certain that Tang Zhen's identity was rather special. The corpses of the cultivators were still lying on the ground, and no one dared to touch their storage equipment. Tang Zhen did not make any movements, but the storage equipment on the corpse continued to float. There was another series of explosions, and the items stored in the storage equipment were piled up in front of everyone. Upon seeing this scene, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were in an uproar, unable to hide their shocked expressions. My God, what kind of technique is this? The elders of the major sects were also amazed, feeling that they had learned something new. If the storage equipment was forcibly opened, the items inside would disappear due to the collapse of the space. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. Cracking a cultivator's storage equipment was known as the most difficult task, and countless treasures had disappeared because of it. However, the hundreds of storage equipment in front of him had been forcibly shattered, but the items that should have disappeared were not damaged at all. Even though it was just a piece of paper, it was still intact. This was simply unbelievable. Seeing the countless items floating in the air, the cultivators of the major sects were not only shocked but also in awe. Just this casual display of strength was enough to crush the cultivators of the major sects. Who could be his match? Only Mu Juling's eyes were wide open. She searched carefully among the items, afraid that she would miss out on anything. Although there were many objects in the air, a cultivator's eyesight was so strong that Mu Juling had already distinguished them in a flash. It was just that his expression was unusually ugly. At this moment, Mu Juling was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. When they saw his expression, all the cultivators' hearts thumped at the same time. It's broken. The everlasting sect master secretly knew that something was wrong. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Tang Zhen, but he saw that he was expressionless. However, it was this calmness that made the sect master even more uneasy. He felt like a great disaster was coming. He was now sure that Mu Juling's ability to kill whoever touched her was given by Tang Zhen. It was already so terrifying when others used it. If Tang Zhen were to use it personally, wouldn't corpses be scattered all over the place? The Infinity Sect couldn't mess with such a terrifying being, or they would be condemned by history. If he had known about Tang Zhen's existence, even if a knife was placed on his neck, Everlasting Sect Master would definitely not have dared to court death. Take us to the cultivators' cave abodes and see if we can find what Mu Juling wants. The first elder immediately urged the sect master with a hint of anxiety. Compared to the Everlasting Sect Master, the Great Elder was more clear about Tang Zhen's strength. This sentence could already be considered a hint. He wasn't helping out of goodwill, but he was afraid that the treasure vault would be implicated if he angered Tang Zhen. All right, please follow me, Your Excellency. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect was leading the way like a servant. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would be shocked and wouldn't understand why the sect master was like this. Only the cultivators present could understand the sect master's feelings. If it were them, they would be even worse. The Everlasting Sect master was in front, Mu Juling was behind, and Tang Zhen and the Great Elder followed. The other sect elders could only follow behind from a distance, not daring to come too close. Mu Juling secretly looked around. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and uneasiness. He prayed that he could find the 5 elemental beads of heaven and earth and successfully complete this mission without any mishaps. If he couldn't find the 5 elemental beads and Tang Zhen was unhappy with him, he would definitely die. Tang Zhen had already made his attitude clear when he took back his special ability. How could Mu Juling not know? In his heart, he was filled with regret, thinking to himself that he really couldn't achieve great things and actually had an accident at the critical moment. However, since it had already happened, there was no use regretting it. Recalling what had happened that year, Mu Juling immediately asked the sect master of the Everlasting Sect to lead the way to the cave abode where the culprit was. With Tang Zhen here, Everlasting Sect master naturally didn't dare to be negligent and immediately led his people to the back mountain of the sect. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the area where the cave abodes were located and find the cave abode that Mu Juling had named. The runic magic circle that was used for defense did not play any role at all. It vanished into thin air when Tang Zhen approached. The Infinity Sect cultivators watching from a distance were shocked. They didn't expect the cave's defensive formation to be so fragile. I'll go in and take a look. Without any instructions, Mu Juling went into the cave abode and started to search seriously. The interior of the cave abode was very simple, which was in line with the style of cultivators. There were some items piled up in the corner, probably from the owner's collection, but he couldn't tell their specific origins. Mu Juling's eyes kept scanning the room. The expression on her face became more and more disappointed, and at the same time, there was an indescribable anxiety. Damn bastard, where is that thing? He was the one who took it back then. Could it be that after snatching it, he realized that he couldn't use it, so he threw it away? This thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately rejected it. No cultivator would be so brainless as to throw away a treasure like the 5 elements cosmic pearl. You can't find it, Tang Zhen's voice sounded, causing the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to turn cold. They were afraid that he would lose his patience and become angry. Indeed, I don't, Mu Juling answered honestly, not daring to hide anything. The atmosphere fell into silence, as if a volcano was about to erupt, enough to destroy the entire world. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect was under the greatest pressure. After all, this was his sect and he would suffer the most direct losses. Just as he was about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Mu Juling what he was looking for, 7 figures suddenly appeared. They were the 7 Grand Elders of the Everlasting Sect who had been hiding for so long. What are they doing? The sect master was suddenly worried that these Grand Elders would suddenly jump out and mess things up. Fortunately, in the next second, he saw those 7 elders turn to Tang Zhen at the same time and bow to him. The 7 carefree disciples of the everlasting sect welcome you. If you have any orders, please follow them. As soon as the two sides met, the grand elders of the everlasting sect expressed their attitude. They were here to visit Tang Zhen. Clearly, they were afraid that Tang Zhen would misunderstand and attack them. When the everlasting sect master saw this, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He only knew that the grand elders were afraid of Tang Zhen, but he didn't expect them to be afraid to this extent. 2967 The side effect of taking action. 1. The 7 carefree disciples of the everlasting sect were very famous. In the cultivation world, strength was respected, and age was never a factor. However, cultivators who could live for thousands of years undoubtedly had powerful strength or rich knowledge. This was because for most cultivators, the accumulation of time was also a way to improve their strength. The carefree 7 were such old monsters. They had lived long enough and were strong enough. They were the sect leader's trump card and no one dared to provoke them. Who would have thought that at this moment, he would be so humble in front of Tang Zhen? The everlasting sect master was very clear that this could only mean one thing. Tang Zhen's strength made the 7 grand elders unable to fight against him. In order to protect themselves, they even took the initiative to pay a visit to avoid being caught by Tang Zhen. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, the sect master of the everlasting sect looked at Mu Juling again and said in a firm tone, "Just what is it? You just need to tell me, and I'll definitely do my best to help you find it." Before this, the sect master still had a sliver of hope, but it was all gone now. The appearance of the Xiaoyao 7 made him understand one thing. He was now on the edge of the abyss. If he didn't work hard to stop, then what awaited him would definitely be a body smashed to pieces. Not only him, but the entire Infinity sect. The sect master of the everlasting sect asked again, making Mu Juling feel a little awkward. He didn't want to be mysterious, but this matter couldn't go wrong. If he were to lose the 5 elemental Chenkin Pearl and Tang Zhen were to blame him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, being so secretive would affect the search for the 5 elemental Chenkin Pearl and ultimately have the opposite effect. Mu Juling was in a dilemma. She was extremely anxious. The sect master of the everlasting sect asked. He wanted to solve this matter quickly and didn't want to take any chances. Mu Juling still didn't dare to say it, unless it was Yingluo. "Just tell him." Tang Zhen's voice rang out, making Mu Juling ecstatic. She even felt a sense of relief. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen would definitely not pin the blame on him if any problems were to occur. He quickly told the everlasting sect master the characteristics of the 5 elements cosmic pearl and asked him to quickly send people to search for it. "Don't worry, I'll get someone to do it immediately." After confirming what Tang Zhen was looking for, the sect master didn't dare to delay and immediately summoned a group of cultivators. These cultivators were all closely related to the culprit of the tragedy back then, so they had more opportunities to come into contact with and see the 5-element pearl. Looking at the solemn sect master, the cultivators felt uneasy and didn't know what was going on. The Infinity sect master didn't waste any time. He showed the image of the 5-element cosmic pearl and asked if the cultivators had seen it before. Throughout the entire process, pairs of eyes were on them. The purpose was to use various means to detect if anyone would lie. At the same time, he was also looking forward to finding the universal 5 elements pearl as soon as possible to end this matter. However, the result of the inquiry made everyone's heart sink. No one had ever seen the 5 elemental beads before, not even the cultivators who had the closest contact with the culprit. How is this possible? Mu Juling growled in a low voice. There was a hint of unwillingness in his tone. It shouldn't be wrong, no one would dare to lie. The sect master muttered to himself and ordered the cultivators to show their storage equipment. If this kind of search was inevitable, then it was better to take the initiative to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing the sect master's serious expression, no one dared to go against him. That would be courting death. Countless items floated in front of him. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed no 5-elemental Chenkin pearl. Change, next batch. The sect master's expression was dark as he gave another order. Other than this method, he really couldn't think of any other good methods. Regardless of whether it would be effective or not, he had to at least show some enthusiasm. Not only did he want to find the universal 5-element pearl, he also wanted to show it to Tang Zhen and let him know that he had been working hard. He sneaked a glance at Tang Zhen, only to discover that he was accompanied by a group of grand elders, and his face was expressionless from the beginning until the end. He seemed to be waiting for the sect leader to give him an answer. The everlasting sect master's heart slightly relaxed. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would lose his patience and use his own method to search. However, if that was the case, the situation would be completely out of control. Group after group of Infinity Sect cultivators were thoroughly investigated. Nothing was left out. However, the results of the investigation made the everlasting sect master and Mu Juling's hearts sink because no one had ever seen the 5-elemental Chenkin pearl. This result was disappointing, but there was nothing they could do about it, provided that no one was lying. The sect master of the everlasting sect was getting more and more anxious. Mu Juling was in the same mood as him. They were all worried about one thing. That was to welcome Tang Zhen's fury in the next instant. It seems that you are all helpless. Then I can only use my method. However, there will be side effects. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over, causing everyone's heart to tremble. They really wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more time to search, but no one dared to say anything. If he was still unable to find what he wanted even after obtaining Tang Zhen's permission, who would bear this responsibility at that time? Send someone to bring the body of the culprit. After Tang Zhen gave the order, the Infinity Sect cultivators didn't dare to delay and quickly brought the bodies over. No one knew what Tang Zhen's goal was. They merely watched silently and could not wait to know what he was preparing to do. Then, the cultivators saw Tang Zhen casually point his finger, and the corpse of the culprit actually began to tremble. Voila! As if his skin had been torn open, a child crawled out of the corpse and looked around in confusion. Come back to life or be reborn. All the cultivators were confused and shocked. Although there were countless secret techniques in the cultivation world, there were not many who could bring the dead back to life. Especially for a cultivator whose soul had been destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to reincarnate, so how could he come back to life? The vast majority of people who resurrected from the dead only used secret techniques to preserve their lives. There was no such thing as truly being immortal. Tell me, where did you put the universal 5 elements pearl of the White River sect? Tang Zhen looked at the child and asked in a faint tone. The child was confused, but he soon remembered something. He frowned and said, I should have put it in a secret cave, a few hundred miles away from the everlasting sect, in a hidden valley. Hearing this answer, the sect master was overjoyed. He didn't think that the matter would be resolved so easily. The problem was, why did Tang Zhen only use it now? What exactly was the side effect he was talking about? Mu Juling's expression was complicated. Looking at the child who looked similar to the culprit, she didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, this child could very well be his enemy, a fellow who had died and come back to life. Should I make a move and kill this guy? He looked at Tang Zhen with a guilty conscience. In the end, he saw Tang Zhen raising his head to look at the sky as if there was something there. Go to the place, he said, and bring back what I want. The faster, the better. And NBSP, let's go. The first elder grabbed the child and disappeared. At the same time, a crack appeared in the sky above the everlasting sect, and a huge eye flashed. 2968 The sniping of the indigenous gods. 1 When he saw the huge hand that tore apart the clouds, Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that the aboriginal deity that was secretly spying on him had made his move. He had been discovered the moment he entered this world. As a high-level divine general, he would definitely receive the attention of the Origin's consciousness when he entered a world. The indigenous gods had a very strong sense of territory, and they would never allow foreign gods of the same level to enter their territory without permission. It was normal for a war to break out, and it was also natural for them to be expelled by the native gods. Tang Zhen had already made preparations for war. However, for some unknown reason, the other party didn't make a move. Although he was surprised, Tang Zhen did not lower his guard. If he could get back what he wanted without starting a war, that would obviously be the best choice. However, the situation at the moment proved that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The indigenous gods had not given up on their plan to attack. Compared to the original reason of guarding the territory, the reason to make a move now was much more sufficient. This was because the aboriginal deity already knew what Tang Zhen was looking for and wanted to snatch it. The spiritual treasures of the Origin were equally important to the indigenous gods, especially the spiritual treasures of the Origin that belonged to the local world. They were the best elixir to improve one's strength. The greedy aboriginal deity absolutely did not want Tang Zhen to take away the Origin spiritual treasure. He might even covet his divine origin. This battle was already inevitable. However, before the native gods made their move, Tang Zhen had always kept a low profile. In fact, he wanted to avoid attracting the attention of the native gods and participating in the fight for the origin spiritual treasure. This was a game to deceive the native gods. Tang Zhen didn't say anything and everyone played riddles. They had a tacit understanding to find the 5 elemental beads. Only by letting nature take its course would it not cause any changes and get what Tang Zhen wanted. If he could get his hands on the spiritual treasure of the origin, even if the aboriginal deities realized that something was wrong, they would not have the chance to snatch it. The treasure had fallen into Tang Zhen's pocket. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to think of snatching it back. It was a pity that Mu Juling didn't live up to his expectations. He was blinded by hatred and forgot what he should do. He was supposed to interrogate the origin spiritual treasure while killing the culprit, but the culprit was killed by the everlasting sect elder, completely disrupting his original plan. At this moment, it was already too late for Tang Zhen to make a move. He could only continue to quietly observe the development of the situation. Who would have thought that after half a day, there would still be no clues, and the peeping native gods would become restless? Tang Zhen did not want to waste time. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to personally take action in an attempt to solve this problem. The child who had crawled out of the corpse was indeed the culprit, but his background was very special. Tang Zhen had used a special method to forcefully drag out the culprit whose soul had been destroyed from the long river of time in this world. Such a strange method was far more difficult than resurrection, and it would also cause a great impact. Tang Zhen's actions had disrupted the original rules. It was a challenge to the entire world. The aboriginal deities who were still watching received an order from the origin consciousness to kill Tang Zhen, who was disrupting the rules. At the same time, he also told Tang Zhen's purpose to the peeping native god. After learning that Tang Zhen's target was the origin spiritual treasure and the location of its hiding spot, the aboriginal deity naturally could not continue to wait. They tore through the barrier of the plane just to descend and seize the treasure. The cultivators of the major sects were already stunned by the scene in the sky and couldn't believe what was happening. What kind of existence was that huge figure in the sky, and why had it descended into this world? Although they were full of doubts, it didn't affect the judgment of the cultivators. Everyone knew how powerful and terrifying this terrifying figure was. There was no need to deliberately display it at all. With just a glance, it gave people a feeling of their divine soul collapsing. Boom! Endless lightning filled the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. The huge figure carried countless lava, which also fell from the sky like a storm. The cultivators of the various sects on the square had been watching the show from the beginning to the end, but it was finally time to disperse. If they didn't dodge, the lava flames that fell from the sky would completely burn them into charcoal. The various cultivation methods he had used in the past seemed to have completely lost their effectiveness in the face of such a terrifying disaster. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the earth began to tremble. The huge figure had already torn through the spatial crystal wall and descended into this world. A nearby mountain peak collapsed in an instant, and the vegetation in the forest was burned to ashes. A lake-like lava pool was left where his feet landed, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the ground. The aboriginal deity roared and grabbed in the air, and a huge rock with flames condensed. Aiming at Tang Zhen's direction, the huge flaming rock smashed over. A fire dragon roared and the everlasting sect's huge mountain gate was directly blown to pieces. Along the way, many cultivators from the sects couldn't dodge in time and were smashed into meat paste by the flaming rock. Who knew that at this moment, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the air, directly grabbing that piece of flaming rock. Get back! The giant hand swung back and forth, and the flaming rock flew back, smashing the head of the aboriginal deity. Roar! An angry roar came, and the head of the indigenous god reappeared. It was not so easy to kill. A giant figure with 3 heads and 6 arms also appeared inside the everlasting sect. He let out a furious roar toward the sky and swung his fist at the aboriginal deities who were charging at him. The aboriginal deity was unwilling to show weakness and fought with Tang Zhen. They were clearly 2 gods, but at this moment, they were fighting each other in the most primitive way. Because he was in someone else's territory at this moment, Tang Zhen was unable to gather the heaven and earth energy. The attack of the divine source was also very limited in its effectiveness against the gods, because it would be restricted by the rules of the world. The void was the best battlefield. The most effective method at this moment was to use the most primitive method to kill the other party. They had only exchanged a few blows, but the aboriginal deity was clearly at a disadvantage. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or combat techniques, he was far inferior to Tang Zhen. The indigenous god realized that something was wrong and immediately summoned the help of the original consciousness, trying to exert the home ground advantage. Tang Zhen's situation became even more difficult under such circumstances. The cultivators from the sects who were watching the battle from afar were shocked by the scene. They were now convinced that this was a battle between gods. The image of the native gods had long been deeply rooted in this world. The moment he appeared, he was immediately recognized by the cultivators of the major sects. Legends were just legends. Many people didn't even believe in the existence of gods, even the cultivators of the sects. However, at this moment, no one doubted the existence of the gods. At the same time, they were shocked by the terrible war between the gods. This was because the scene of the battle had far exceeded the imagination of the cultivators. A casual strike from that terrifying body was enough to destroy mountains. The seemingly powerful attacks of cultivators were nothing in comparison to the means of gods. The battle continued. Due to the restriction of the Origin's consciousness, Tang Zhen's situation was getting more and more difficult. But even so, the enemy was still beaten by Tang Zhen until he could not lift his head. At this moment, the deity of Earth Road had already been chopped into 8 pieces by Tang Zhen, who pressed him to the ground and hammered him. Just as Tang Zhen was trying to plunder the divine source, another figure suddenly descended and launched an attack from above. 2,969 forcefully driven away. As expected, there's still one more. Tang Zhen did not panic when he was suddenly ambushed. It was as if he had already anticipated the enemy's move. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. However, they were both targeting Tang Zhen. Following a low roar, Tang Zhen suddenly turned his head and launched an attack at the person who had ambushed him. The earth-shattering punch landed on the aboriginal deity's body, and a wail was heard. The aboriginal deity who had launched the sneak attack was torn in half and was severely injured as soon as he appeared. The audience originally thought that the one who would fall would be Tang Zhen, but they didn't expect such a result. Tang Zhen, who was fighting 1 against 2, had actually beaten the enemies until they wailed repeatedly and did not even have the strength to retaliate. Those cultivators who had some understanding of Tang Zhen and had secretly guessed his true strength were all in a petrified state at this moment. It turned out that he had not been able to figure out Tang Zhen's true strength from the beginning. He had even used his own understanding of the realm to speculate and judge Tang Zhen's true strength. However, how could they fathom the high and mighty gods? They were at a realm that they could only look up to. The various speculations from before were laughable now. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators from the various major sects, the battle became more and more intense. Under Tang Zhen's attack, the 2 aboriginal deities had completely lost the ability to fight back. They frantically roared and struggled with all their might. However, they were unable to stop Tang Zhen's attack. Wave after wave of divine source had already been absorbed by Tang Zhen uncontrollably. In the process of absorbing and plundering, Tang Zhen still had to face the malice of the entire world. It was extremely repulsed by him and was trying to drive him away with all its might. The space was twisted and stripped away, and the world fell into a state of chaos. The surroundings became a sea of lava and fire. No life form could survive in such a desperate situation. To the Origin consciousness, Tang Zhen was an invader while the 2 aboriginal deities were like watchdog. Naturally, they had to go all out to target Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen was really too strong. Even if the master brought his servant along, they were simply not a match for him. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, Tang Zhen continued to plunder the divine source and then resisted the expulsion from this world. For the cultivators of the major sects, this was destined to be an unforgettable experience, because they had never felt so clearly the anger and helplessness of the entire world. Before today, they had never dared to imagine that the scene of a battle could be so intense. However, they were not qualified to interfere in this battle. The only thing they could do was to watch silently. Unknowingly, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles had already been completely turned into a sea of fire and lava. 3 huge figures, covered in boiling lava, were fighting in the lava pool. The screams and roars of pain were endless. The cultivators of the major sects had long retreated to a place far away, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. The expeditionary fleet of the treasure vault had already withdrawn from this world and was now in outer space. It wasn't that he had fled, but that he couldn't intervene in the war at all. He didn't even have the right to get close. The Grand Elder of the Treasure Vault had long been shocked by this scene, but he still did not forget his duty. He successfully found the 3 universal 5-element beads. Then, he brought Mu Juling and returned to the expedition fleet in outer space. Although he wasn't the main target, the Great Elder was still being rejected by the power of the world. If he let his guard down, he might be thrown into the void. Under such circumstances, the wisest thing to do was to retreat on their own without any hesitation. Otherwise, after dealing with Tang Zhen, the Origin's consciousness would turn around to deal with them. At that time, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. To the Origin consciousness, the cultivators in the treasure vault were intruders and pests. They were all targets to be eliminated. If Tang Zhen did not appear, the Origin's consciousness would not even bother to make a move. At most, it would just expel it normally. However, it was different now. Since the Origin consciousness had already taken action, it would take harsh measures against the cultivators in the treasure house while targeting Tang Zhen. After arriving in outer space, the Great Elder continued to watch the battle between the gods from a very far distance. Then, he was surprised to find that 2 more aboriginal deities had appeared and joined in the siege against Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen had become 1 against 4. The 2 aboriginal deities from before had become dispirited and listless. Their bodies were badly damaged. During the battle with Tang Zhen, a large amount of their divine source had been plundered. They wanted to escape but were unable to do so. If they had a choice, they would never have participated in this war. The losses they suffered were simply unbearable. The addition of the other 2 aboriginal deities changed the situation of the battlefield. The aboriginal deities that were on the verge of collapse by Tang Zhen finally got a chance to breathe. However, the addition of reinforcements was unable to reverse the situation of the battlefield. Even when facing 4 enemies, Tang Zhen was still not at a disadvantage. At this moment, the enemy finally felt fear. They had already realized that Tang Zhen was definitely not an opponent they could defeat. The wisest thing to do was to quickly let him leave this world. As for the losses they suffered, they could just treat it as the price for their mistake in decision-making, and they didn't expect to get it back. He couldn't even save his life, so how could he care about anything else? With the 4 aboriginal deities working together and the full cooperation of their Origin consciousness, Tang Zhen immediately suffered from an unimaginable resistance. The power of the entire world was used on Tang Zhen's body, driving him away from this world at all costs. Even with Tang Zhen's strength, he was completely unable to contend against it. He could only be further and further away from this world. The 4 aboriginal deities were using all their strength as if they were driving away a plague. Tang Zhen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet giant, let out a depressed roar. He swung his fist and smashed it onto the ground below. As if a meteor had fallen, the ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers collapsed instantly, turning into a desert. Boom! Under the force of the world, Tang Zhen was finally pushed out. Then, the entire world was completely sealed. This was a true seal. No one could enter or leave, completely cut off from the outside world. Once the seal was initiated, it was irreversible. Unless the Origin's consciousness thought that it had recovered, it would never remove the seal. Even with Tang Zhen's strength, he was unable to invade this kind of sealed world. If he wanted to break through it, he would have to exhaust all the world energy in this world. In outer space, Tang Zhen stared at the world below. His mountain-like body remained unmoving. Behind them was the expeditionary fleet of the treasure house. The cultivators watched Tang Zhen's back without making a sound. All of them could sense that Tang Zhen was currently like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Under such circumstances, it was best not to provoke Tang Zhen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget it. We can't force fate. Let nature take its course. Tang Zhen softly sighed. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. The invisible pressure instantly disappeared. Your Excellency, these are the 3 universal 5 elements beads. Please take a look. The Grand Elder of the Treasury said in a respectful tone. No problem, thanks for your hard work. The huge figure disappeared in an instant. Tang Zhen appeared in front of the First Elder and kept the 3 Origin soul treasures into his divine kingdom. I don't dare to. The First Elder's heart was wild with joy. However, his tone became increasingly respectful. After witnessing Tang Zhen's strength, there was only worship and respect in his heart. 2,970 Purple Light Ruins. 1. It was actually very easy for cultivators to return to the extreme spirit realm. As long as one thought about entering the extreme spiritual realm, they would appear in various ways, such as a spatial rift or a teleportation array that would suddenly appear. This was the ultimate spirit realm's response. It was like a guide in the void, providing as much convenience as possible. Of course, this method of returning was only suitable for cultivators who had the ability to leave the extreme spiritual realm. They did not need to go through the dangerous node passages. Newbies needed a certain amount of luck to know about the existence of the extreme spiritual realm. Otherwise, even if they told someone about it by ear, they would forget about it in an instant. It seemed that this special place was also selecting cultivators. Otherwise, it would not be affected by the mysterious power. The expedition fleet in the treasure vault returned to the extreme spiritual realm successfully under the lead of the first elder. Looking at the familiar world, the cultivators in the treasure house were full of joy, as if they had returned home from a long journey. Although they were from the greater world, they had already regarded the extreme spiritual realm as their home. The operation this time could be said to be quite smooth. The number of cultivators that had gone when they left was still the same after they returned. During this period, not a single cultivator had been killed. He didn't participate in the entire battle, only watched a good show, and then completed the entrusted mission. Although they had easily completed this mission because of Tang Zhen, no one was bothered by this. Borrowing various powers and using various methods to complete a mission was a very normal thing in itself. Being able to borrow strength was also a skill. If one didn't have strength, how could one borrow strength? The thing that cultivators from the treasure vault were most happy about was having a true god on their fleet. In the hearts of these cultivators, Tang Zhen had long become a legend. Yu Sheng was filled with reverence when he thought of him. He was besieged by 4 indigenous gods, but he was still not at a disadvantage and almost killed 2 of the enemies. In the end, he gathered the power of the world and successfully drove Tang Zhen away. In the end, he was forced to seal the entire world. Although he didn't kill the native god, Tang Zhen was the true winner. He was an existence that the entire world couldn't fight against. In the past, he would not even have dared to think about such a powerful being. However, right now, he was right beside him. How could such an expert not be respected? Tang Zhen's display of strength had encouraged many cultivators. They knew that the road of cultivation had just begun. There were also some cultivators in the treasure house who felt that the real opportunity to rise had arrived. As long as Tang Zhen was willing to stay and accept the offerings, who would be a match for the treasure house? However, it wasn't an easy task to make Tang Zhen stay. What ability did the treasure vault have to support a god? The mountain of treasures in the ruined secret realm was enough to make countless cultivators go crazy, but Tang Zhen was not interested at all. He used it as a mission reward without any hesitation. Then, they would fight with the native gods at all costs just to snatch a few seemingly ordinary items. Recalling the course of this incident, the cultivators couldn't help but secretly sigh. As expected, the style of the gods couldn't be speculated with ordinary thoughts. At this moment, the first elder was standing guard in front of Tang Zhen. Within 100,000 miles, the most famous cultivator settlement will be Purple Light Ruins. According to the information, many high-level cultivators from different realms had gathered near Purple Light Ruins. There was once a cultivator's legend that he had seen a god near Purple Light Ruins, but there was no way to confirm whether it was true or not. If you're interested, why don't I send some cultivators to collect information? The first elder naturally hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to stay in the treasure vault for a period of time. This way, he would be able to take the opportunity to raise his strength. However, to Tang Zhen, there was no longer any meaning in staying here. This was because there was already nothing that he wanted. He was just a passerby. He would come when he should and leave when he should. He would let nature take its course and would definitely not deliberately force it. Your path of cultivation is now unimpeded. As long as you continue to work hard, you will definitely have some achievements in the future. After annexing the Chenjiang Peak, no one was the opponent of the treasure house. It was only a matter of time before it rose to power. One's fortune should not be too good, or else one will fall from prosperity and attract endless disasters. Everyone knew that Tang Zhen had once guarded the treasure vault. If the news of him being a god were to spread, it would definitely cause an even greater sensation. The treasure house was already an overlord, and now that its strength had risen to another level, who would dare to take the initiative to provoke it? It was really unnecessary for First Elder to let Tang Zhen stay. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Tang Zhen's words were indeed the truth. The First Elder could only nod his head and agree. You're right, I'll definitely remember your words and work hard on my cultivation in the future. I won't let down your guidance. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He then said to the First Elder, although Mu Juling is good for nothing, he's far better than many heartless people just by avenging his sect. Such a righteous man should be treated well. You can keep him here and provide him with some protection. It can be considered as settling this karma. If it was in the past, Tang Zhen would not have specifically mentioned this matter. However, as his divinity was melted and polished, his style of doing things was no longer so cold. Yes, sir. The First Elder nodded and agreed. He sighed in his heart. Mu Juling's luck was really good. After meeting Tang Zhen, not only did he take his revenge, but he also had the protection of the treasure house. He could guarantee that he would have no worries in the future. He didn't need to take part in dangerous operations and only needed to be responsible for safe and idle work. As long as the treasure house didn't fall, he could guarantee a life of worry. This matter is over, take care. Tang Zhen's voice sounded, but he had already disappeared without a trace. Only the First Elder quietly stood at his original spot and bowed deeply to the front. In the extreme spirit realm, if one traveled more than 100,000 miles, one would be able to see how strange this world was. Pieces of land with different environments were connected together without any sense of transition, making people feel strange. A moment ago, it was still a desert, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a raging sea. There was no impact on each other. If they went any further, they might turn into ancient glaciers or endless volcanoes. The Aboriginals who had lived here for a long time had long been used to the sudden changes in the geographical environment, and their days were leisurely and comfortable. Although there were countries, there were very few wars because there was never a lack of resources and land, so there was naturally no need for war. The people lived and worked in peace, and the people worshipped cultivation. Cultivators could be seen everywhere. Purple Light Ruins was like this. Compared to the area where the treasure house was located, it was a different scene here, where cultivators and mortals lived in harmony. The owner of the tea house by the roadside was very likely a top-notch alchemist, and the teacher in the school was likely to be a great cultivator who could command the wind and clouds in the past. The residents had long been accustomed to it. Other than maintaining some reverence, their daily lives were not affected at all. There was a strange land nearby. The terrain was flat and vast, with countless towering trees growing there. There were countless building ruins among the vegetation. Because they were too old, they had long been covered by all kinds of plants. It seemed like an ordinary place, but it had a great reputation. Every time a purple light appeared on the plain, the nearby cultivators would group up and enter the plain to search for treasures. It was said that countless treasures would appear in this purple sea of light. If one was lucky enough, they could even obtain something that even gods couldn't give up. On this day, near evening, Tang Zhen quietly came to Purple Light Ruins. 2971. A strange place. 1. The ocean, desert, and glacier surrounded Purple Light Ruins. This place was like a place where several pieces of a puzzle were put together, so it had all kinds of scenery, forming a unique beautiful scenery. The natural scenery was exquisite and could not be replicated by man. Such a beautiful place naturally had no lack of residents. In fact, there had been villages here since a long time ago. They were still not the first to arrive. The stone statues that had been passed down for God knows when had long been standing on the roads or in the forest. It was very likely that they had come from another world and had been intercepted and pieced together in the extreme spiritual realm. Some people said that it was buried with the tomb. A long time ago, Purple Light Ruins was actually a super emperor's tomb. The facts also proved this rumor, because someone had found a huge building complex underground, as well as a coffin of unknown origin. However, the Aboriginals of Purple Light Ruins had never feared death, so they naturally did not fear this tomb. After discovering the mausoleum, they simply made use of the waste and transformed it into a house. Everyone was used to this and didn't think it was inappropriate. Apart from this strange habit, because there were too many cultivators, the residents of Purple Light Ruins treated them as ordinary people. Cultivators were only a little stronger, but the natives of Purple Light Ruins could live forever. Wasn't this the ultimate goal of many cultivators? Based on this point alone, cultivators didn't have the capital to be arrogant. Unknowingly, Purple Light Ruins had become completely different from other places. Mortals and cultivators lived in harmony here and rarely fought. The foreign cultivators had to be honest, as there were many high-level cultivators in Purple Light Ruins. Some of them were foreign cultivators, while some were native cultivators. Their strength was extremely terrifying. If he were to anger the other party, the consequences would be unimaginable. Every foreign cultivator who arrived would try to keep a low profile to avoid getting into trouble. When Tang Zhen arrived at Purple Light Ruins, it was close to evening, which was the most lively time of the day. The streets were brightly lit, and passers-by were walking back and forth, dressed in all kinds of strange clothes. With a casual glance, he could see many foreign cultivators strolling slowly with the crowd. This road stretched for dozens of miles, like a long dragon of lights. It could be seen even from far away. On both sides of the wide road, there were many hawkers doing business, as well as guests who were drinking and chatting. They talked arrogantly with smiles on their faces, not caring about each other's status at all. The residents of Purple Light Ruins lived a happy life because they didn't have to worry about their lives. They didn't have to worry about dying of old age or illness, so they didn't have to deliberately please anyone. Perhaps it was because of this attitude that the cultivators looked up to him and treated him as an equal. When one walked on the streets, one would never hear any peddler soliciting business. Every stall owner's face was filled with a happy smile. To them, doing business was actually a way to make themselves happy. Every time a guest sat down, they would warmly greet them and treat them as true friends. When Tang Zhen was walking on the road, no one paid any attention to him. Or, they would ignore him after taking a glance. He did not know why, but being in such an environment caused Tang Zhen to feel extremely relaxed. When he passed by an empty space on the side of the road, he saw an empty table. Tang Zhen slowly sat down. "Your Excellency, what kind of food do you want?" Very quickly, a young girl skipped over. Although she looked childish, one could tell that she often helped out. The little girl did not cultivate, but she had a good root bone and was a good seedling for cultivation. "I'm new here, so I don't know what good food there is." Tang Zhen's mood became quite good as he looked at the little girl in front of him. "There's a lot to eat. There's barbecued meat, fruit milk and fruit wine, and all kinds of fruits and cakes." As the little girl spoke, she raised a menu and handed it to Tang Zhen. "Read it yourself. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me if you don't understand." Tang Zhen looked at the menu and returned it to the little girl. He used a casual tone and said, "Bring me some of your most famous food and a pot of good wine." "All right, sir. Please wait a moment." The little girl bounced away, and not long after, two young women appeared, dragging a large plate over. There was a lot of food on the plate, and there was also a large pot of crystal clear wine. The sweet fragrance of fruit wine could be smelled from far away. "This is your food. You can do it yourself or we can help you." The two women placed the plates down and spoke to Tang Zhen. Their smiles were calm and gentle. "If you have time, you can sit down together. I really want to hear the story of Purple Light Ruins." Tang Zhen looked around and found that the business here wasn't busy. Only a few tables of guests were drinking and chatting. Of course, no problem. The two women should be sisters. Their appearances were very similar. After Tang Zhen raised his request, they generously sat opposite him. He seemed to be used to such things. The charcoal fire on the stove on the table was flickering. The two women first cut the meat, then placed it on the stone pieces to roast slowly. It didn't take long for the fragrance of the meat to spread out. It smelled really good. "It's a special type of beast meat. It's very tender when you roast it. It's the most famous food in Purple Light Ruins." One of the women softly introduced the meat to Tang Zhen, after which, she placed the roasted meat in front of him. The other woman poured the fluorescent liquid from the wine pot into a goblet-like container. "These are the wild fruits collected from Purple Light Ruins. They have been carefully brewed and eaten with roasted meat. The taste is superb." He took a sip of the slightly sticky wine, then tasted the roasted meat. As expected, it was extremely delicious. "Not bad. It's indeed a rare delicacy." Tang Zhen nodded and smiled. This seemingly simple food could be said to be of the top quality, causing one to feel incomparably enjoyable. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's praise, a lady smiled and said, "As long as you've been to Purple Light Ruins and tasted the food, there's no one who doesn't praise it. Please enjoy it slowly, and then listen to me tell you about the various rumors about Purple Light Ruins." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded in thanks. Moreover, he invited the other party to enjoy it together. After all, he was unable to eat much. After the two sisters thanked him, they sipped wine with Tang Zhen and slowly talked about the rumors about purple light ruins. It turned out that every once in a while, a purple ocean of light would appear in purple light ruins and form a special space. There were countless treasures and opportunities in the space, but it also hid great danger. If one was not careful, they would be left inside with almost no chance of escaping. According to the cultivators who entered, the environment in the special space was different every time, so there were no rules to follow. But one thing was for sure, no matter what you want, you can find it in purple light ruins. However, the more precious an item was, the more difficult it was to obtain it, and the greater the risk it would take. Therefore, in the purple light ruins, one must control one's desire and never get lost. If he could control himself perfectly and had good luck every time, he could get anything he wanted. 2,972 cultivators are nothing more than this one. The bright moon in the sky was like a jade plate, and there was more than one moon, so the night in purple light ruins was not dark. In addition, there were all kinds of glowing plants and lights everywhere, making the night as bright as day, but also a bit of hazy beauty. Under the trees in the forest, the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was indeed a good time to drink and chat. Tang Zhen and the two sisters who ran the pub were eating barbecued meat and drinking wine as they chatted in high spirits. Not long after, another guest arrived. The elder sister went to receive them while the younger sister continued to drink and chat with Tang Zhen. At the same time, he called his sister over to chat with him after the shop was closed. This was the mentality of the people of Purple Light Ruins. If they were happy, so what if they didn't want to do business? That younger sister's face was slightly tipsy, but she held onto the wine glass and did not put it down as she spoke to Tang Zhen with fervor and assurance. Many cultivators who come to Purple Light Ruins will stay for a long time and wait for the right time to explore. It can be said that every cultivator here is an adventurer, but they are also our customers. I know a cultivator who stayed in Purple Light Ruins for 70 years just to collect the spirit herbs needed for a set of pill recipes. Just 20 years ago, he had successfully collected all the spirit herbs and then refined the medicinal pill he wanted. After paying the pill, his strength was improved, and he reached the realm he had dreamed of. By right, at this time, he should learn to give and take and not risk entering Purple Light Ruins. Who would have thought that he would still be the same as before, continuing to explore the Purple Light Ruins and not giving up no matter what? The woman finished the wine in her cup after she said this. She then spoke to Tang Zhen in a daze. Why don't you guess what happened after that? Tang Zhen did not hesitate as he directly replied, after he went in, he never came out. The woman knocked the wine glass on the table and asked with her eyes wide open, as expected, even you can see that he won't have a good ending. Although Purple Light Ruins, wine was sweet and delicious, it was too easy to get drunk. This woman who originally had a gentle face was now full of forthright aura. However, there was a bit of sorrow hidden between his brows that could not be diluted by the strong wine that burned his throat. Or should I say, you told me. Tang Zhen replied with a smile. However, he was secretly on guard in his heart. Although he could be almost unafraid of any danger with his strength, it did not mean that he was invincible. There were countless hidden masters in the extreme spiritual realm, and high-level divine generals might be hunted down. Even a god could fall, so how could he be careless? There was no harm in being cautious. You're very smart, you guessed the result right away. But even if you know it's dangerous, you'll still enter Purple Light Ruins, am I right? The woman who claimed to be her younger sister continued to pour wine and drank with Tang Zhen. She had a posture of not getting drunk after 1,000 cups. That's right, I'm here for Purple Light Ruins, how can I not go in? Especially since you just said that the most mysterious place in Purple Light Ruins is that you can find anything you want. To both mortals and cultivators, this is an irresistible temptation. Tang Zhen replied with a smile. After which, he asked for 2 more jugs of wine. The elder sister beside her smiled and turned to get the wine pot. She didn't seem to be worried that her younger sister would drink too much. It made sense. The residents of the extreme spiritual realm didn't have to worry about death, so why would they worry about getting drunk and hurting their bodies? It's said that cultivators are free and can do whatever they want without any restrictions. However, in my opinion, you are actually living a more tiring life, because you have always been shackled. He said that he had no desires, but he was constantly thinking about improving his strength and fighting for things that were not easy to obtain. If they succeeded, it would still be fine, but if they failed, all the hard work in the past would be for naught. What freedom, what immortality, they were all just jokes. It was already very lucky to be able to leave a corpse in a thin coffin and leave a tombstone. In most cases, there was basically nothing left of them. It can only make the living sad and die for nothing. It's stupid to the extreme. The woman who claimed to be his younger sister had a dazed look in her eyes, and the color of sadness became more and more intense. Tang Zhen could not help but secretly guess that she might have had a relationship experience that was difficult to let go of with a certain cultivator. In the end, the lovers would never be able to meet again, and they might even be separated forever. Otherwise, the woman in front of him would not be so indignant. It was as if cultivation was the greatest sin in the world. In fact, just from this thought, one could see the difference between cultivators and mortals. Those who were not cultivators would never understand the mentality of cultivators, and they would never know why they were so persistent. This was because the heavenly Tao was far away, and the human heart was confused. The higher a cultivator's strength increased, the deeper their comprehension would be. In a situation where they had already seen through the fog, who would be willing to deceive themselves and continue to be shackled and live in the world in a muddled state? Only by constantly seeking transcendence, even if one's body and Tao were to disappear, one would still have no regrets. Everything you've said is actually your own thoughts. You can also say that it's the thoughts of a mortal. If one were to think from a mortal's point of view, one would think that cultivators were so strange and stubborn, so stupid and unbelievable. If you keep thinking like this, you will never get an answer to the questions that have been bothering you. So if it's possible, you might as well try to think about the problem as a cultivator. Tang Zhen put down the empty wine jar and spoke to the lady in front of him. Hehe, Yingluo, that lady smiled. The corner of her mouth carried a ridicule. Clearly, she was targeting Tang Zhen's earlier suggestion. In her heart, she clearly held a lot of disdain for cultivators, so how could she possibly try to cultivate? Are you kidding me, sir? The younger sister looked at Tang Zhen and asked with a slightly mocking tone, you can think whatever you want. I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you really want to find the answer you want, why don't you give it a try? Hehe, ha 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 Yingluo. The younger sister laughed unscrupulously and drank the last glass of wine. Then, she snatched the pot of wine from the older sister's hand. Have a good drink today, you don't have to worry about the money for your drinks. The younger sister said without turning her head. Then, she held the wine pot in her hand and walked toward the pavilion by the lake. Looking at her back, she seemed to be a little lonely and desolate. Sir, please don't mind her. My sister isn't usually like this. It's just that she remembered something sad today, so she's being rude. The elder sister apologized to Tang Zhen. Since she was open for business, she shouldn't be so rude to her guests. It's fine, Tang Zhen laughed as he spoke. Why would he care about such a thing? The older sister, however, sat down and filled Tang Zhen's cup with wine. After that, she continued, my sister is actually very pitiful. She fell in love with a cultivator, but the other party was only interested in pursuing Tao and didn't want to be involved in any relationship. My sister didn't give up and just waited silently for decades. When the cultivator was finally moved and realized that the residents of the extreme spirit realm were not ordinary mortals, he finally made a promise to my sister. When my strength increases to the next level, I will marry my sister and live in Purple Light Ruins. When he came back, he got what he wanted and finally married my sister as promised. However, when they were about to get married, that cultivator entered Purple Light Ruins again and never came out. My sister has waited for decades, her tears were about to run dry, but she never saw him come back. Tang Zhen was silent as he listened to his sister's story. He had already guessed that his sister was telling his own story. If there were no accidents, this was actually a very good thing. The undying indigenous people of Purple Light Ruins could live with cultivators for a long time. He was not like the outside world, who was worried that time would make his lover grow old and eventually die in his arms. 2973 The first appearance of the Purple Light One. Only Tang Zhen was left on the final table. He was still pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Although the night was dark, the liveliness did not decrease, and the laughter continued. For the natives who didn't have to worry about death or the next day's livelihood, time didn't restrict their actions. When he was really tired, he would go home to rest or find a random place to lie down. After they woke up, they could continue to have fun. Carrying a pot of fine wine, Tang Zhen walked along the long street and arrived at the edge of Purple Light Ruins. There were many ancient and mysterious statues here, as well as many damaged buildings that looked old and dilapidated. However, this place was not deserted. From time to time, one could see the figures of cultivators living in the ruins near Purple Light Ruins. Cultivating, waiting, his days actually felt a bit carefree. True cultivators were indeed this carefree, not tired from running like mortals. In fact, cultivators also had goals to strive for, but they were more difficult and time-consuming, and the more anxious they were, the more difficult it was to achieve. Tang Zhen slowly walked over. Not many cultivators paid him any attention. They merely continued to close their eyes and cultivate, completely immersed in their own world. This was another characteristic of Purple Light Ruins. Although there were many cultivators, they did not provoke each other. If necessary, they could go to a special trading place, which was a market shared by cultivators and mortals. Don't think that you can use your power to bully others. That was only the idea of newcomers. Any cultivator who had lived here for a long time would never have such a thought. In fact, most cultivators were very low-key and forbearing. Those who were arrogant and despotic could not survive in the cultivation world. There was a big tree in front of them, and there was a stone platform under the tree. No one was occupying it at the moment. Tang Zhen directly walked over and slowly sat down. In front of the everlasting sect's mountain gate, Tang Zhen fought with 4 aboriginal gods. Although he didn't successfully kill them, he still seized a large amount of divine source. It was just that the purity of the divine source was not satisfactory. It had to be purified before it could be absorbed. As expected, only by killing the gods in the world of Lusheng could he get rich spoils of war. The gods of the indigenous people were not comparable at all. The heaven and earth 5-element beads had all been gathered and were being handed over to the blacksmith for refinement. Up until now, Tang Zhen had already collected 7 origin soul treasures. The bountiful harvest had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the only regret was that the quality of these origin spiritual treasures was too low. Even if they were added together, they could not be compared to a fine piece. In fact, he couldn't rush things, as long as there were gains. In this silence, music suddenly started playing. It was elegant and melodious. Soon, there were many female cultivators dancing in the air with the music, and their beautiful clothes fluttered. It was obvious that this place of cultivation was not really dead silent. Tang Zhen watched with a smile. This scene of many female cultivators dancing in the air was indeed extremely rare. However, he soon discovered that this was actually a cultivation method. Those dancing and changing figures in the air actually contained a special pattern. Even the melodious music was a part of this kind of cultivation. It could calm one's heart and mind without a trace of dust, and it was also unafraid of the intrusion of inner demons. Tang Zhen had long heard of similar cultivation methods. In some plains, cultivators would sing the spells they wanted to cast through singing. There were even corresponding dance steps that were either majestic and powerful, or charming and enchanting. When these cultivators fought, the scene could be said to be very spectacular. You could see both sides constantly dancing and singing, releasing all kinds of attacks. If one did not consider the effects of damage, it could be completely seen as a splendid musical performance, giving the audience a pleasant feeling. Every battle between cultivators would attract countless onlookers, who would watch from a distance. The cultivators in front of him should have cultivated a similar technique, otherwise they would not be singing and dancing in public. The song and dance in the air lasted for several hours and only ended when it was close to dawn. Some cultivators could see it from the beginning to the end, while others blocked their perception and could turn a blind eye to it. During this time, Tang Zhen had been focusing on Purple Light Ruins. He wanted to figure out what kind of place it was. According to the sisters, the cultivators who entered Purple Light Ruins could get anything they wanted. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it was not surprising that they could get what they wanted. However, if a god entered this place and could also get what he wanted, then the nature would be completely different. Because of the existence of divine source, gods could transform into anything, except for things like source spirit treasures. If a god entered it and got what he wanted, what else would there be besides the original spiritual treasure? The real problem was that the appearance of gods in Purple Light Ruins was only a rumor. At the very least, Tang Zhen had yet to sense the existence of a god. Therefore, he was unable to determine whether the rumors were true or false. If it was in other places, Tang Zhen would definitely ignore such rumors because the authenticity was minimal. However, this was the extreme spiritual realm, and he was facing the famous Purple Light Ruins. Tang Zhen didn't have the confidence to directly deny it. Therefore, he decided to observe it slowly and even explore it himself to prove whether the rumors were true or not. Before he knew it, a new day had arrived. The residents of Purple Light Ruins continued to appear. They didn't care about the cultivators around them at all and only focused on picking wild fruits and vegetables. From time to time, the aboriginals would even chat with the cultivators because they were already familiar with each other. If it wasn't for Purple Light Ruins, you would never be able to see such a scene. However, the local aboriginals were all used to it. "So you're here. Did you have a good night?" A clear and melodious voice was transmitted into his ears. The pair of sisters who ran the pub just happened to pass by Tang Zhen's side. There was also that strange little girl, who was currently leading a pet that looked like a puppy and running around the flowers. The one who spoke was the younger sister, who had a faint smile on her face. "It's not bad. It's comfortable and I can watch a wonderful song and dance performance." Tang Zhen stretched his lazy waist and spoke with a faint smile. "You're in luck. They don't dance and sing every day. I've only seen them a dozen times so far." Tang Zhen nodded his head as he looked at the basket they were carrying on their backs. There was a layer of emerald green grass inside. "What are you up to, waking up so early?" The younger sister pointed to the wine pot at the side and replied with a smile. "Every morning, a type of wild fruit will grow in the grass of Purple Light Ruins. This fruit was crunchy and sweet, and was the main ingredient for making wine. It could only be picked for a short hour, otherwise the fruit would disappear. So, every morning, I would come to Purple Light Ruins with my sister to pick the berries to make wine." After a simple explanation, the two sisters said goodbye to Tang Zhen and slowly walked towards Purple Light Ruins. Tang Zhen had a smile on his face as he watched the two sisters leave. However, he quickly revealed a surprised expression. This was because a faint purple light had begun to spread across the grassland in front of them. 2974 wooden boat crossing the sea. The moment the purple light flashed, the originally quiet Purple Light Ruins suddenly became lively. The cultivators who were guarding nearby had all stood up and looked at the changing Purple Light Ruins in silence. A deep sound like a bugle horn sounded in the sky above Purple Light Ruins and spread far away. Every time this sound rang out, it meant that the Purple Light Ruins had opened and the long-awaited opportunity had arrived. From all directions in the sky, cultivators were like locusts that filled the sky, and they kept rushing towards Purple Light Ruins. It was cold and quiet earlier, but now it was filled with people. Tang Zhen's eyes swept in all directions, searching for the figure of a god. He wanted to see if the rumors were true. With his strength, he could completely complete the investigation without a sound and make other cultivators unaware of his existence. Unless they were of similar strength, and the one being detected was also a god. A smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after a mere 10 seconds. He stopped his probing actions. This was because he had already gotten the answer just now. The purple light was still spreading, covering a large area and devouring the figures who had been moving on the grassland. Including the pair of pub sisters and the little girl with the puppy, they had all disappeared. "I wonder what will happen to the natives if they are affected." Such a thought flashed across Tang Zhen's mind, but he did not have an answer. Because in their conversation last night, the two sisters did not mention this matter, and it was unknown if they were deliberately avoiding it. However, on second thought, the residents of the extreme spiritual realm could be resurrected, so there was no need to worry even if they were in mortal danger. However, Tang Zhen clearly understood that it was only a copy of a memory. Strictly speaking, it was not the person himself. "Look, it's finally starting." A cultivator who occupied a higher position pointed at the sea of purple light and shouted. His face was full of excitement and anticipation. Even without his reminder, the surrounding cultivators could see the changes. In the purple sea of light, all kinds of strange things had appeared. The appearance of these things was beyond the imagination of the cultivators. It could be said to be grotesque and variegated. They wandered in the sea of light, occasionally looking at the cultivators around them with strange and gloomy eyes. These are the living beings of the purple light ocean. After entering, you might encounter these things. Some of these things were good and some were evil. The good ones could let you get what you wanted, while the evil ones could make you lose your life. When you come into contact with these things, you must be careful and not touch them carelessly. Not far away, there was a cultivator who was teaching his disciples. From his tone, it was obvious that he had entered Purple Light Ruins more than once. Most of the cultivators present knew Purple Light Ruins very well. However, there were also some newcomers who had not collected enough information. They were listening to the cultivator's story, but he didn't care. This wasn't a big secret, and the cultivator had deliberately told them in public in order to form a good relationship. Tang Zhen also listened carefully and analyzed in his heart to determine the true nature of purple light ruins. After about 10 minutes, the purple light ruins had completely changed. Suddenly, there was the sound of water. At this moment, looking at the bottom of the purple light, it was actually full of ocean waves, flashing with a dark blue light. A group of 15-meter-long flat-bottomed boats floated over silently and stopped at the edge of purple light ruins. The cultivators waiting around all fell silent when they saw this scene. Everyone knew that they would have to board the flat-bottomed boat to enter the ocean shrouded in purple light. However, no one dared to act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly, hoping that someone would test them first. However, at this moment, the cultivators suddenly realized that the seawater that was about to overflow was actually beginning to slowly recede. This is bad. The opening of the purple light world this time seems to be limited in number and time. We can't delay any longer. The expression of the cultivator who had been imparting his experience to his disciple suddenly changed. He called out to his disciple and quickly rushed to a flat-bottomed boat. There were a total of 12 master and disciple, just enough to fill up this flat-bottomed boat. Then, the boat moved on its own without any wind and slowly advanced towards the purple light sea. The other cultivators did the same. They all rushed towards the flat-bottomed boats, afraid that they would be too slow and lose the qualification to enter. During this period, some cultivators tried to occupy a flat-bottomed boat for themselves, but they could not drive it away no matter what. The cultivators who couldn't get a boat started to gather and fight. Of course, this kind of thing basically happened later. The cultivators who arrived at purple light ruins first were basically qualified to board the ship. Tang Zhen had also boarded the flat-bottomed boat. Moreover, he was the first one. When he landed on the boat, he had been observing his surroundings and noticed that there were 12 oars on the boat. These oars had strange shapes. They had long bronze spears with emerald green rust on the spearheads. If one looked carefully, one would find that the spearheads were engraved with gold inscriptions and embedded with gemstones of various colors. The design was beautiful and simple, and it was obvious that it was an antique with a long history. In addition to the bronze spears, there was also some food and water, as well as 12 bronze chains that were fixed to the boat. Tang Zhen had a feeling that he had entered another world the moment he stepped on the bow of the ship. This was because the invisible rule force had already undergone an obvious change, making him feel as if he had entered a god kingdom. Tang Zhen was on guard as he completely concealed his aura, making it impossible for others to determine his background. At the same time, he also realized that he could not fly into the sky or use his spiritual power to investigate within the range of the purple light. Under the influence of the world's laws, cultivators were unable to use spell techniques. They could only rely on their own strength and techniques to fight. Tang Zhen was even more certain that he was in an environment similar to a divine kingdom. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be subjected to such strict restrictions. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen became more and more confident. He felt that he would be able to find what he wanted here. While Tang Zhen was observing, the boat kept shaking and cultivators kept jumping onto it. Tang Zhen casually picked up a bronze spear and stood at the bow of the ship. He silently sized up these cultivators. Tang Zhen had already seen the items on the ship and they were divided into 12 portions. He also took out a portion and kept it on himself, absolutely not taking any more. After the cultivators boarded the ship, they also looked around, observing the cultivators on the same ship and the food and water on the ship. Each cultivator picked up a bronze ore and took away what belonged to them. He guarded his position and remained silent the entire time. This was the quality of cultivators. They would never deliberately look for trouble, as that would be courting death. If there were no disputes of interest, they would choose to cooperate as much as possible to deal with the possible crisis together. In the blink of an eye, 11 cultivators had gathered on the ship, and only one more was left before they could set off. A figure leapt from the side and was about to land on the boat. "This place is mine, you can go somewhere else." A hoarse voice was heard. Then, a square-shaped strong figure grabbed the cultivator in front of him and threw him onto another ship. The next moment, the cultivator as strong as an ox landed at the stern and grinned at the people on the ship. As soon as the people gathered, the flat-bottomed boat under their feet began to move, heading straight for the sea of purple light. 2975 An unforeseen event, a false accusation. 1. There was no movement at all as the wooden boat sailed, and the surroundings were also extremely quiet. It gave people the feeling that they were sitting on a large broken wooden board, floating at the bottom of an ancient well without waves. When they first set off, there were many ships and cultivators in the surroundings. However, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the changing sea of purple light. Although this situation was strange, the 12 cultivators on the ship didn't find it strange. Anyone could feel that this calm ocean that was enveloped by the purple light was actually a vast world. It seemed to be very close, but when the ship moved forward, every little bit of movement would quickly open up the distance between them. It was like a small section on a map, seemingly unremarkable. But in reality, it was a very long distance. There was silence on the boat. No one knew where the boat was going, and the only thing they could do was wait quietly. The cultivators had already discovered that they couldn't fly or use any spell techniques in this place. In such a special environment, the flat-bottomed wooden boat under their feet became their only foothold in the ocean. Therefore, if it was not necessary, the cultivators would try their best to maintain this stable state until it was broken. It didn't take long before the slowly advancing wooden boat suddenly came to a slow stop. It gave people the feeling that they had lost the power to move forward, and they had to provide thrust. Although something unexpected had happened, it was still within the expectations of the cultivators, so the ship remained quiet enough. The wooden boat has already lost its power. Everyone, don't hesitate and quickly move forward with the oars. The last strong cultivator who boarded the boat shouted to the other cultivators. At the same time, he waved the bronze oars in his hand and glided on the smooth water surface. The seawater that was splashed up actually didn't make any sound, only rippling in circles. In this space filled with purple light, the cultivators' vision was not affected, and they could clearly see the situation on the sea. Could there be any monsters hiding under the sea? A cultivator said as he looked at the sea below with a vigilant expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the calm sea surface was suddenly split open, and thin and long tentacles extended from the bottom of the sea. They were covered in shimmering spots of light and lines. After these tentacles appeared, they immediately swept towards the cultivator who had spoken. They were fast and urgent. The cultivator was shocked and subconsciously wanted to fly to dodge, but he found that he had lost the ability to fly. Damn it, he was both angry and anxious. He waved the bronze oars in his hands and slashed at the tentacles. In the process of resisting, he also shouted to the other decorations, "Hurry up and help. If this wooden boat is broken, no one can leave here alive." When the other cultivators heard this, they felt that it was the same logic. They waved the bronze oars in their hands and slashed at the tentacles. Although they couldn't use any spell techniques, the cultivators still had their strength and combat skills. With their combined strength, they were able to resist the wave of tentacles. During the confrontation, the flat-bottomed boat was almost smashed to pieces. Fortunately, there were 4 cultivators pushing the oars with all their might, allowing the flat-bottomed boat to move nimbly. They didn't need to coordinate and command to know what to do. As expected, the cultivators on this ship had rich combat experience. However, the danger was not over yet. The second wave of attacks from the tentacles came at them again. Fortunately, the monster still attacked from the surface of the water and not from the bottom of the boat. Otherwise, the cultivators would have been helpless. This wave of attacks was even more ferocious. The cultivators resisted with all their might and barely managed to repel the monster. The cultivators' expressions became more and more serious. If this situation continued, the flat-bottomed wooden boat would be destroyed sooner or later. Tang Zhen held the bronze oars in his hand. He stared at the movements on the sea surface while observing the reactions of the other cultivators on the ship. But at this moment, the bull-like cultivator suddenly raised the bronze oar in his hand and smashed it towards a cultivator. The cultivator was shocked and quickly raised his bronze oars to block the attack. At the same time, he roared, "Damn it, are you crazy? What do you want?" The other cultivators were all on high alert and glared at the strong cultivator. The monster had not been repelled yet, but the strong cultivator had already begun to attack his companions. Who could turn a blind eye to this? He, you idiots, didn't you notice that the monster's 2 attacks were both targeted at him? In the beginning, he was the one who suggested that there might be monsters at the bottom of the sea. Don't forget where you are. Everything you think and say may be answered here. The good doesn't work, the bad works, that's the logic. Hearing the words of the robust cultivator, the originally angry cultivators were shocked and their eyes began to flicker. He, now you know. If you want to live, quickly get this guy into the sea and calm the sea monster's anger. If you hesitate any longer, don't even think about leaving this place alive. The bull-like cultivator roared again and waved the bronze oars in his hands. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's impossible. I only said what I was worried about. How could I have attracted the monster? When he noticed that the cultivators were looking at him with more and more hostility, the cultivator hurriedly tried to defend himself, but it was to no avail. Go to hell. Finally, a cultivator chose to attack. The bronze oars ruthlessly swept toward the other party's body. Suppressed by the strong cultivator, the cultivator who couldn't fight back immediately let out a scream. In this world of purple light, the cultivator's energy-formed body turned into flesh and blood, causing this cultivator to suffer heavy injuries. Bastard, you crazy people, why do you believe him? The severely injured cultivator roared in grief and indignation, but he was already unable to fight back. He, you can go to hell. The bull-like cultivator waved the bronze oars again and hacked at the cultivator. The oars were wide and long, with a sharp head, looking like a large guillotine. When it landed on the body, it could easily cut a person in half at the waist. I'm going to die. The besieged cultivators felt endless despair and closed their eyes to await death. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sound of weapons clashing rang out. The bronze oar that was slashing towards him was actually directly blocked halfway. You said that his inappropriate words attracted the monster, but why do I feel that the monster appeared for other reasons? Tang Zhen held the oars with one hand and blocked the strong cultivator's killing blow. At the same time, he spoke in a cold tone. He, then how can you prove that he wasn't the one behind this? The cultivator, who was as strong as an ox, fiercely stared at Tang Zhen, his eyes flashing with malicious light. It's very simple. I can imagine that there are actually more terrifying monsters in the sea, and they will soon attack us. Tang Zhen said in an indifferent tone. However, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically. They even revealed a terrified expression. You're crazy. How can you speak such nonsense? Are you trying to kill everyone? The robust cultivator's expression changed as he rebuked in an angry voice. His words were indeed effective, causing Tang Zhen to receive cold and gloomy gazes. Don't rush to a conclusion. Why don't you see if the monster I imagined will really appear? Or perhaps, you need some supplementary methods. When Tang Zhen said this, he took out something from his clothes and was about to throw it into the sea. Seeing this, the strong cultivator's eyes turned cold and he put away the bronze oars without hesitation. If that's the case, I'll spare his life for now. But if anything happens again, you two will die together. For some reason, the robust cultivator's tone seemed to be mixed with a strong sense of unwillingness. 2976 The cultivators. Conjecture 1 The strong cultivator left a thread and quickly retreated to the stern of the flat-bottomed boat. He did not continue to be persistent. In this special environment, the strength of cultivators was severely limited, and they absolutely couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if he angered the public, he might no longer have a place to stand on this narrow flat-bottomed wooden boat. The smarter a cultivator was, the better he was at judging the situation. That robust cultivator was one such example. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the other cultivators and discovered that their expressions were filled with shock and uncertainty. They had clearly realized that something was amiss. It would be best if they could find the problem. It would probably not take long for these cultivators to figure out the cause and effect. If they didn't think of it, then they deserved to be unlucky. Thank you for your help. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely do my best to repay this favor. The cultivator who had escaped from death thanked Tang Zhen repeatedly. One could tell from his state that he was still in shock. Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that the other party should recuperate in front of him. In the end, he attracted a grateful look from the cultivator. The other cultivators on the ship had all retreated to their positions, as if the conflict had nothing to do with them. Only the strong cultivator and the accomplices of the attack had uncertain expressions. He looked at Tang Zhen and the injured cultivator with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He was like a hungry wolf that wanted to devour people. They knew very well that the situation on the ship was very unfavorable to them. If he had killed that cultivator just now, things would have been easier. As long as his companions were not on the ship, no one would avenge him. However, it was different now. Since the other party had escaped from death, he must be filled with resentment. Cultivators clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. If they found the right opportunity, they would definitely take revenge. Therefore, from now on, he had to be more vigilant against sneak attacks from the injured cultivators. They could kill the other party, and the other party could also kill them. It only depended on whose luck was better. The hearts of the other cultivators on the ship were filled with doubts at this moment. They couldn't understand the conversation between Tang Zhen and the robust cultivator. What kind of information was contained in it? During the confrontation just now, all the cultivators had noticed that Tang Zhen had taken out an item. From his actions, it seemed like he was going to throw it into the sea. It was precisely because of this action that the robust cultivator was apprehensive and decisively gave up the aggressive pursuit. This series of suspicious points made all the cultivators suspicious. They guessed that there must be some unknown secret between Tang Zhen and the robust cultivator. The real problem was that everyone had boarded the ship together, but they had come into contact with the same thing. And what was the reason that the two of them had noticed something strange while he had no idea? With doubts in their minds, the cultivators kept silent and kept recalling the details. In a very short time, the cultivators discovered something unusual. After boarding the ship, the strong cultivator had opened the food for everyone and seemed to have touched it with his fingers. If one looked closely, one would notice that his finger, which was stained with food, had touched the bronze ore. These subtle movements seemed to be unintentional, so no one paid much attention to them. When the flat-bottomed wooden boat stopped moving forward, the muscular cultivator first told everyone to row forward and personally rowed the water with the bronze ore. The food stuck to the bronze oars fell into the water, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. In the end, the cultivator who was surrounded by them used a worried tone to guess whether there were monsters in the purple light ocean. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the underwater monster suddenly appeared. It was simply too coincidental. After that, Tang Zhen suddenly made a move and blocked the attack of the robust cultivator. At the same time, he said some inexplicable words and tried to throw something into the sea. Cultivators were not only powerful in combat, but also in their memory. If needed, they could transfer all the images they had seen in the past. After that, they discovered that the item that Tang Zhen had tried to throw into the sea was actually a portion of food for everyone. Something's wrong, there's something wrong with this food. After discovering this secret, the cultivators' expressions changed at the same time. They finally understood the cause and effect. It was very likely that the food was some special item that could be used as a sacrifice or to summon monsters. The strong cultivator knew the use of the food and secretly used it as a sacrifice, quietly summoning the monster from the bottom of the sea. It just so happened that the cultivator was worried and said something he shouldn't have said, which was then used by the robust cultivator to successfully complete the process of framing him. If he had succeeded, the cultivator would have been killed by the robust cultivator. Who would have thought that just as the strong cultivator was about to succeed, Tang Zhen would stop him and use the same method to force the strong cultivator to retreat. In a short period of time, the cultivators had their own judgment. They looked at Tang Zhen and the Realm Lord with a trace of vigilance. They really wanted to know how the two of them had discovered the secret of the food. A certain legend about purple light ruins appeared in the hearts of the cultivators, making them more and more vigilant. It was said that the special world formed in the purple light ruins had always been unpredictable and the scene was different almost every time. However, at times, certain scenes in the world of purple light could repeat themselves. This situation was very rare. Only those experienced or extremely lucky cultivators could clearly know what they were facing when they encountered this situation. As long as he seized the opportunity and made good use of the information he knew, he would definitely be able to reap great benefits. Therefore, the cultivators believed that Tang Zhen and that robust cultivator had probably experienced a similar scene. That was why they knew the true use of the food on the ship and had quietly completed a secret confrontation. The more the cultivators thought about it, the more they felt that this possibility was extremely high, and they became more and more vigilant. In a completely strange environment, there were two cultivators who knew a secret that they didn't know. The balance had been broken, and for cultivators, this was undoubtedly a fatal threat. This was because in this special world of purple light, everything was based on competition. If one wanted to get what they wanted, they would have to step on the bones of others. If Tang Zhen and the robust cultivator harbored evil intentions and used the information they knew to secretly scheme against the cultivators, it would simply be a disaster. Those who didn't know the truth would probably be muddled ghosts. Until death, not knowing why they died. The atmosphere on the small wooden boat became more and more silent. The robust cultivator occupied the stern of the boat and sized up the cultivators with a cold smile while holding a bronze oar in his hand. Tang Zhen occupied the bow of the ship. His face was as calm as water, as if nothing had anything to do with him. As for the other cultivators, they each occupied a position and were full of vigilance against everyone. The cultivator who was previously injured was currently trying his best to heal his injuries. Because Tang Zhen had promised to protect him, he was not worried about being ambushed. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, high-level cultivators could heal it in a short time. The strength of his vitality was simply shocking. However, the cultivator realized that the wound he had just suffered was healing extremely slowly. This abnormal situation made him secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Being in a special environment and being spied on by the enemy without being able to heal was simply walking on the edge of the abyss of death. The slightest carelessness during this period would result in death. 2977 Sea Monster, Internal Strife 1. The identity of Tang Zhen and the robust cultivator was still in doubt. This caused the tension on the wooden boat to reach a level of daggers drawn. However, on the surface, all the cultivators seemed very calm, but that was actually just an illusion. It was like an opened barrel of gunpowder. Once it came into contact with a spark, it would instantly explode. The strong cultivator had a cold smile on his face the whole time. No one knew what he was planning. Tang Zhen softly reminded as he looked at the healing decorations on the bow of the ship opposite, "Try those foods. They might have healing effects." In the minds of these cultivators, Tang Zhen obviously knew some secrets, but he would definitely not explain them. In reality, everything that Tang Zhen knew up until now was based on his experience and speculation. Every cultivator on the ship was under Tang Zhen's surveillance. That was why he was able to discover the small actions of the robust cultivator. Tang Zhen immediately made an accurate judgment based on his rich experience. He then proceeded to carry out the corresponding probing. The cultivators immediately misunderstood him and thought that he had experienced a similar adventure like the robust cultivator. Tang Zhen was unconcerned. Perhaps, this identity would bring about unexpected benefits. The cultivator who was healing his injuries immediately took out some food and swallowed it. Soon, his wounds began to glow, and the severe injuries he had suffered were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Thank you for your reminder, sir," the cultivator said again with a look of joy on his face. When the cultivators at the side saw this, they became more and more convinced of their earlier speculations. Tang Zhen had definitely experienced a similar risky scene. As for the strong cultivator, he still had a mocking smile on his face, but there was anger in his eyes. He seemed to be extremely vexed by Tang Zhen's actions. As if he felt that he was recovering too slowly, the cultivator who was healing tried to eat more food. "There's only so much food for each person. If you finish it all, what are you going to do next?" Tang Zhen suddenly opened his mouth and spoke to the injured cultivator. The other party was slightly startled. Looking at the food in his hand, he immediately realized something and quickly put it away. "Thank you for your reminder, sir." The bite of food he had just eaten immediately evoked his hunger, and he subconsciously wanted to take another bite. However, Tang Zhen's reminder caused this cultivator's heart to skip a beat as he realized the true value of these grains. If the world of purple light was set so that hunger could exist, and that not eating would take one's life, then food would become very important. If he ate all the food and was hungry, what would he do? If he didn't want to starve to death, there seemed to be no other way but to snatch other people's food. Not only this cultivator, but the other cultivators were also thinking about this problem. If the food was completely consumed, the balance on the wooden boat would be completely broken. That robust cultivator was already like a vicious wolf as he glared at Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for the fear in his heart, he might have already rushed up and attacked with the bronze oars. It was clearly an important secret that could be used to control the entire situation, but Tang Zhen just had to reveal it one after another. The advantage he had was gone. The worst thing was that he had been targeted by other cultivators, and because of the attack just now, he had made a deadly enemy of a cultivator. On the other hand, although Tang Zhen had also become a target of vigilance, the way he looked at those cultivators was obviously much more kind than him. There was even a trace of gratitude in the eyes of the cultivators. This was because the cultivators had a feeling that Tang Zhen was deliberately passing on the information to them, letting everyone know the true value of the food. Otherwise, he could have quietly reminded them and didn't need to let all the cultivators on the ship hear him. Due to the rescue at the beginning, that injured cultivator would definitely become Tang Zhen's supporter. If they were to cooperate and attack him, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. The more the robust cultivator thought about it, the more depressed he felt. The purple light world was different from the outside world. He had all the skills he had, but he could not use them at all. This flat-bottomed wooden boat was a cage that trapped a group of fierce beasts. Unwilling to wait for his death, the strong cultivator immediately contacted the cultivator who had just assisted him. Now that they had a common enemy, they should be able to join forces. Noticing the actions of the robust cultivator, the other cultivators were secretly on guard, and at the same time, they were thinking hard about who to cooperate with. The wooden boat stopped quietly on the green sea as if it was frozen. Who would have thought that at this moment, in the ocean below, a huge and glowing figure would suddenly appear and swim past? It was near the flat-bottomed wooden boat, swaying and unwilling to leave, as if it had discovered something. The hearts of the cultivators on the wooden boat were in their throats, and they didn't dare to make any noise. If it was in the outside world, they might have countless ways to kill the giant beast. However, in the purple light world, they avoided it like the plague. The sea monster wandered around for a few minutes before it slowly dove into the deep sea, and its huge figure disappeared. The cultivators felt slightly relieved, as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, the giant beast that had disappeared suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the sea. Boom! The wooden boat was lifted into the air by the huge wave and began to roll and shake violently. A few cultivators who were originally sitting on the boat were already thrown off. Grab the chain. Tang Zhen's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Even though the flat-bottomed wooden boat had already been turned upside down, he still did not move half a step. He warned the cultivators on the ship loudly. At the same time, he wrapped one leg around the chain and hung it from his body. The other cultivators reacted quickly and grabbed the iron chains to ensure that their bodies would not be separated from the wooden boat. "Save me!" A cultivator who had been thrown out of the wooden boat shouted in horror. He was about to fall into the sea. "I'll help you borrow strength." Tang Zhen waved the bronze oars and stabbed towards the cultivator. His speed was fast and urgent. The cultivator's eyes lit up. He gently tapped the bronze oars in his hand and they collided with Tang Zhen's oars. With the help of the force of the collision, the cultivator's body suddenly leapt forward and landed on the flat-bottomed wooden boat. "Many thanks." Pulling on a metal chain, the cultivator shouted at Tang Zhen. "Don't thank me yet, hurry up and save the other two." Tang Zhen's purpose of entering the purple light world was to find the origin spiritual treasure and definitely not to kill. Now that the situation was unclear, he had to gather as many people as possible and cooperate with each other to get out of this predicament. Therefore, when he encountered danger, Tang Zhen's first reaction was to quickly rescue the person. The other cultivators on the ship also clearly understood this principle. After Tang Zhen saved a cultivator, the other cultivators also helped. The two people who had been left outside the boat, after receiving help, continuously landed on the wooden boat. Plop! The wooden boat landed on the surface of the sea. Although it swayed unsteadily, there were no casualties. The muscular cultivator who had been holding on to the iron chain looked extremely gloomy and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. While the other cultivators were on guard against the sea monster, he suddenly waved the bronze oar and hit the cultivator closest to him, who had previously cooperated with him. The cultivator was caught off guard and his head was smashed open. His body fell backward limply. The construction cultivator rushed forward and took the food from the man's arms, then threw the body into the sea. The monster that was about to attack the wooden boat swept up the cultivator's body and sank back to the bottom of the sea. By the time the cultivators came back to their senses, the robust cultivator was already standing at the stern of the boat, chuckling coldly with the bronze oars in his hand. "You damn guys, let's see how long you can be united. Sooner or later, you'll have to kill each other. It's impossible for you to hold on until the last moment." He threw the food he had snatched into the ocean, then jumped out. A small wooden boat appeared out of thin air. The well-built cultivator landed on the boat and slid the bronze oars with all his might, disappearing in an instant. 2978 Uneasiness, Power 1. The cultivators were caught off guard by what had just happened. No one would have thought that the well-built cultivator would sneak attack and kill someone, then escape in a small boat. The words he said before he left clearly had a hidden meaning, and all the cultivators understood what it was. The peaceful situation was only temporary. Sooner or later, a fatal battle would break out because of food. Only the survivors had the right to get what they wanted. This situation was actually within the expectations of the cultivators, and they had already made preparations in secret. However, if it was not necessary, no one would be willing to go that far. After all, in the purple light world, many things depended on luck. The slightest bit of carelessness would be the outcome of death. Through the operation of the robust cultivator, the cultivators also saw some secrets and secretly remembered them in their hearts. For example, if they used all the food, they could summon a small boat and use the corpses of cultivators as sacrifices to calm the attacks of sea monsters. This special maneuver should be the way to escape from the wooden boat. However, in order to do so, he would have to kill a cultivator and ensure that he was not injured. The atmosphere, which had been slightly eased because of their previous cooperation, suddenly became tense again. Everyone was afraid that the cultivators around them would suddenly launch a sneak attack, so they were all on high alert. The cultivators were very clear that as long as they stayed on the ship, a chaotic battle would happen sooner or later. It was impossible to determine who would be the last one to survive. However, if he killed them and snatched their food as a sacrifice to obtain the boat, he could avoid this battle. If he could obtain 2 portions of food, he could ensure that he could last longer while escaping. As long as he could live to the end and torture others to death, he would have a chance to get what he wanted. Of course, the one who lived the longest was definitely the last cultivator on the ship, because he could control the most food. However, the risk was too great. It was better to escape from the flat-bottomed wooden boat. As long as he could escape, he would definitely survive. On the calm wooden boat, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Tang Zhen, who had remained silent from the beginning, retracted his gaze from the pitch-black distant sea. After which, he swept his gaze across the surrounding cultivators. His eyes were calm, like the ocean under his feet, giving off an unfathomable feeling. When those cultivators met his gaze, they actually felt a sense of guilt and avoided Tang Zhen's gaze. Compared to the robust cultivator, the remaining 9 cultivators on the ship were actually more afraid of Tang Zhen. Although he didn't say a word, he gave off a strange feeling, as if one would definitely die if they fought him. Perhaps the strong cultivator realized this, so he chose to escape. This was because he was extremely clear that if he did not escape, he would most likely die in Tang Zhen's hands. Just as the cultivators were pondering, Tang Zhen suddenly spoke. His voice contained a power that made one feel calm. I know what you're all thinking. You're worried that your companions will attack you, take your bodies and food, and escape from this flat-bottomed wooden boat. Corpses could be thrown to monsters in exchange for safety, food could be sacrificed to get a boat, or they could fight hunger and last until the last moment. Moreover, you've already determined that it won't be long before a fight breaks out on this ship, and only one person can survive in the end. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over the 9 cultivators as he spoke up to this point. He then said in a loud and clear voice, but have you ever thought about where these thoughts came from? Did that cultivator deliberately pass them on to you? If you believe the message he sent, you will do as he says, kill your companions, and snatch their food, and see all your companions as your competitors. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, all the cultivators were stunned. They carefully analyzed Tang Zhen's words and were shocked to discover that everything was indeed conveyed by that robust cultivator. Food could indeed be sacrificed to resist hunger, but it did not necessarily need to be obtained by killing his classmates like the strong cultivators. The words of the robust cultivator were definitely half true and half false. In fact, he was deliberately misleading the cultivators and making them kill each other. He was suddenly enlightened, but he felt a sense of fear and cursed the strong cultivator for being vicious and sinister. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's reminder, it was estimated that some cultivators would have chosen to take action after a period of time. I believe in your words. If anyone dares to harm you, I'll be the first one to kill him. The cultivator who had been injured earlier had already recovered. While the other cultivators were mulling over this, he had already stood up and expressed his support. I also believe in this, sir. If he had any ill intentions, that was the best opportunity to strike. The cultivator who had been thrown out of the ship and rescued by Tang Zhen also stood up to support Tang Zhen and expressed his trust in his character. With the support of 2 cultivators, it was equivalent to controlling 1/3 of the ship's strength. Moreover, the other cultivators were all alone. The other 6 cultivators were not qualified to fight against Tang Zhen. If they chose to make a move, they would only end up being killed in seconds. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to admit that Tang Zhen already had the right to speak on this ship. I want to tell you that although the situation is dangerous, it is not as extreme as you think. As long as everyone listens to my command, I will do my best to help you get what you want." When they heard Tang Zhen's words, all the cultivators' spirits were lifted. They had entered the purple light world and risked their lives in order to obtain what they wanted. This was not an easy task. 8 out of 10 cultivators who had entered the purple light world had returned empty-handed. If an accident were to happen, there might be no return. The reason for this was that the purple light world was unpredictable and strange. Being in such a situation often made one feel confused, not knowing how to obtain the items they needed. However, Tang Zhen was different. He and that robust cultivator must have experienced a similar scene before. Thus, he knew the true use of the food. Now that he had made a promise to lead everyone through this difficult situation, the credibility was extremely high. Most importantly, every cultivator needed different items, so there would be no competition. Furthermore, he had never heard that there was a limit to the number of people who could obtain the dream item. Therefore, as long as he persisted until the last moment, he would definitely be able to obtain what he wanted. Tang Zhen's experience of being misunderstood by others had actually become the main reason why the cultivators were convinced. They were willing to take this risk and chose to follow Tang Zhen. If the situation was not right, they could retreat and they would not suffer much loss. "We believe in your words. Please take care of yourself and lead us through this difficult time." A cultivator looked at Tang Zhen and cupped his hands in greeting. "I'm the same. I'm willing to listen to your arrangements. Compared to that despicable man, Your Excellency is undoubtedly magnanimous and worthy of our admiration and trust." Since they had already made their choice, the cultivators naturally wouldn't be stingy with their words of praise. They first praised Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. He said to the cultivators, "Since you all believe me, then I will tell you the truth. There is a crisis hidden in the dark. I wonder if you have realized it." 2979 Chapter 2979 Lure and Capture. 1. Tang Zhen's words caused the hearts of the cultivators to jump. Not long after he entered the purple light world, he encountered a series of unforeseen events. It could be said that he was surrounded by danger. Under such circumstances, the cultivators were already on edge, afraid that danger would befall them again. Tang Zhen did not try to be mysterious. Instead, he continued, "The cultivator who just escaped must be hiding in the dark and observing. He can't leave so easily. As long as we kill each other, he will appear again and try to be the final winner. This guy knows a lot of things. We have to deal with him or capture him, or else we might be ambushed by him at any time." After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, all the cultivators nodded their heads and secretly agreed that this was indeed the case. The strong cultivator was cruel and ruthless, and he was decisive and straightforward. He was like a wolf, and he would never easily give up the food in his mouth. No matter what method he used, he had to eat it. Otherwise, he would definitely not be satisfied. "Sir, what should we do then? Are we just going to let this guy spy on us in the dark?" The cultivator who had been injured before said in a hateful tone, his face full of unwillingness. He was framed for no reason and almost lost his life. He wanted to cut that strong cultivator into 1,000 pieces. When he heard that the other party was spying on him and was about to attack again, he was already furious. If it was possible, he would have waved his bronze oars and fought that guy to the death. The other cultivators were also unwilling to give up and wanted to get rid of this potential threat. Tang Zhen took in the expressions of the cultivators. He lowered his voice and said to them in a low voice, "I have a simple plan now, and I need your help. If it succeeds, we should be able to eliminate the hidden danger." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, all the cultivators immediately nodded and expressed their willingness to cooperate. There was still silence in the following time. The cultivators each took a spot and ignored each other. At the same time, they were on guard. The green sea was still calm. The monster didn't appear again, but there was no turning point. While they were waiting, the cultivators felt hungry and took out some food to satisfy their hunger. However, looking at the remaining food, the cultivators were a little worried. According to their calculations, the food would not last long. One of the cultivators secretly sized him up. When he saw the food in the arms of the cultivator next to him, his expression suddenly turned cold. The bronze oars in his hands were suddenly waved and smashed into the body of the cultivator next to him. The cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground. He had obviously died on the spot. The cultivators were shocked by the sudden turn of events, but in the next moment, they waved the bronze oars in their hands and slashed at the other cultivators. No one would care about right or wrong, only who would survive in the end. If they didn't attack, then the one who would die in the end would definitely be them. In the blink of an eye, the entire ship fell into chaos, and there were many figures who could not get up. In a battle between cultivators, there weren't many exchanges. The outcome was basically decided in 1 or 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 cultivators left on the ship, but the 3 of them started fighting again. In the end, there was only 1 cultivator left. He held onto the bronze oars and fell to the bow of the boat to recover from his injuries. As for the other cultivators, their bodies were lying on the ship, looking terrible. On the dead silent sea, there was only a wooden boat and a lonely injured cultivator. But at this moment, a black shadow slowly appeared. He, you bunch of idiots, didn't you still benefit me in the end? On the small wooden boat, the robust cultivator said in a sinister voice with a smug expression. The cultivator at the bow of the ship raised his head and glanced at the strong cultivator with an extremely cold expression. It's really you. I knew it, you must have experienced this dream. The robust cultivator pointed at Tang Zhen and said with a hateful tone. He had an expression that he wanted to kill him. Tang Zhen was silent as he coldly looked at him with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. He, you must be very scared now. You're worried that I'll take advantage of you and kill you. Don't worry, I'll definitely do that. I won't let you leave alive. The robust cultivator's face was full of malevolence. He pointed at Tang Zhen and continued to speak in a vicious tone. You could have been like me, using the information you already know to obtain as many benefits as possible. However, you didn't do that. Instead, you kept leaking the secret and deliberately went against me. Since you're seeking death, I can't let you live. I'll send you on your way now. As he said this, the bronze oars kept sliding, and he charged straight at the flat wooden boat. When the distance between the 2 sides was less than 5 meters, the robust cultivator leapt into the air and waved the bronze oar in his hand, using all his strength to smash it towards Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was seriously injured while he was not injured at all. If they were to fight under such circumstances, the chances of the robust cultivator winning were extremely high. Who knew that right at this moment, he would see Tang Zhen's face reveal a trace of a mocking smile. Idiot, it seems like you're really impatient and blinded by greed. At the same time that Tang Zhen spoke, the bronze oar in his hand was swung out and directly smashed onto the other party's bronze oar. The attack of the robust cultivator was directly blocked by Tang Zhen. Get down here, another angry roar was heard. A corpse on the ground waved the bronze oars and hit the back of the strong cultivator. The other corpses on the ground also jumped up and smashed the bronze oars on the body of the strong cultivator. You bastards, how dare you cooperate with him to set a trap? Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to kill you all? The robust cultivator was both angry and anxious. He cursed loudly in exasperation and tried his best to break free from the control. The final result was a futile effort. You bastard, I'm going to kill you now. The cultivator who had been injured earlier said in a vicious tone. At the same time, he raised the bronze oar in his hand and was about to behead the strong cultivator. Wait, let him live first. Tang Zhen hurriedly spoke out to stop him. The robust cultivator knew a lot of secrets, and he had to find a way to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If he were to kill it now, its value would be greatly reduced. I'll let you live a little longer first, then I'll skin you alive later. Hearing this, the injured cultivator put down the bronze oars in his hand indignantly. Obviously, he knew what was important and what was not. As for the other cultivators, they were all silent. It was obvious that they were listening to Tang Zhen's command. Although I won't kill him for now, I'll cut off his hands and feet to avoid any hidden dangers. Tang Zhen looked at the robust cultivator and said in a faint tone. The robust cultivator was stunned for a moment. He immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth to curse. However, the cultivators were extremely fast and blocked his mouth. The cultivator who was injured earlier waved the bronze oars and cut off one of his arms. Both his legs and the other arm had been torn off by the other cultivators, and blood was flowing out. Give him some food, don't let him die. Tang Zhen's tone was as calm as water as he looked at the struggling robust cultivator. However, the corner of his mouth was raised into a smile. 2980 disguise, plunder. The strong cultivator's limbs were cut off. And his neck was wrapped with a chain, so he couldn't move at all. To prevent him from shouting and causing trouble, they also stuffed his mouth with a rag to ensure that he would not make any sound. As for his wounds, they had miraculously healed after he swallowed some food. Never in his wildest dreams did the cultivator think that he would encounter such a tragic end. His expression was extremely ferocious. Even if he committed suicide, he would not be able to do it. At this moment, he was the knife and the fish. Everything was at Tang Zhen's mercy. The cultivators on the ship had all gone through life and death experiences. When it was time to strike, they would definitely not show any mercy. If the robust cultivator wanted to leave this place alive, he could only hope that Tang Zhen would show mercy or a miracle would appear. Tang Zhen sat at the front of the boat. He silently observed his surroundings and seemed to be pondering over a problem. The other cultivators didn't go up to disturb him. Instead, they kept quiet. The cultivators were very clear on what to do. They only needed to wait. The food we have now can't last for too long. If we stay here, it's no different from seeking death. So I decided to try to rob other ships and get more food. However, it's very easy to encounter danger like this, so everyone must be mentally prepared. Tang Zhen's voice rang out. He stated his plan and sought the opinions of the cultivators. Of course, this was only a formality. If someone disagreed, Tang Zhen would naturally have other ways to deal with it. You're right, sir. If we keep waiting, we'll all starve to death sooner or later. Rather than sitting around and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative to attack. Only then can we seek life in death. The two cultivators who had supported Tang Zhen earlier took the initiative to stand out again. It was obvious that they wanted to follow Tang Zhen's lead. In such a special environment, fighting alone was extremely dangerous. If they could form a team, it would definitely increase their safety by many times. The other cultivators didn't object because what Tang Zhen said was the truth. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. Plundering the food of other cultivators was indeed the most secure method at the moment. The more cultivators he defeated, the more benefits he would obtain. The secret that Tang Zhen and the well-built cultivator knew could give them a huge advantage. They could definitely catch the other party off guard before they discovered the secret of the food. We have no objections, we will follow your orders. As the saying goes, speed is the most important thing in war. Since he had made up his mind, he must not hesitate. Being slower by a moment or a moment would lead to different results. Since everyone has agreed, let's immediately start hunting the cultivators on the other ships. However, I'll say this first, you must listen to my command during the operation, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The quality of these cultivators was extremely high, and there was no need to give too many instructions. Therefore, Tang Zhen only touched on the point. Tang Zhen took out the food from the arms of the strong cultivator and poured about 1/5 of it into the water. At the same time, he recited his request in his heart. Soon, the cultivators saw a translucent figure rise from the bottom of the sea. It looked like a drowned ghost. After swallowing the food that was poured into the water ghost turned its head and glanced at Tang Zhen. Then, it swam quickly in front. No one noticed that Tang Zhen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Quickly row the boat and catch up to it. Tang Zhen stood at the bow of the ship and stared at Shui Gui. As he gave the order, the group of cultivators on the flat-bottomed boat quickly waved the bronze oars and followed closely behind the water ghost. After paddling for about 20 minutes, the sound of conversation came from the front, which made the cultivators excited. You guys hide in the boat and don't let the other party find you. I'll row the wooden boat to increase the distance. When I give the order to attack, use the bronze oars in your hands as throwing weapons and kill as many of them as you can. Remember, don't hesitate, we don't need any survivors. Tang Zhen looked ahead and spoke without turning his head. All the cultivators nodded in agreement. When they vaguely saw the wooden boat in front of them, they all hid at the bottom of the flat-bottomed wooden boat. Tang Zhen waved the bronze oars and continuously cut through the water surface as he slowly approached the wooden boat in front. Who are you? The cultivators on the wooden boat had already discovered Tang Zhen's existence and immediately asked loudly. The sudden appearance of a wooden boat of unknown origin on the calm sea would definitely raise their vigilance. In fact, the cultivators had already guessed that Tang Zhen was an adventurer like them, but it had to be confirmed. The number of people on the wooden boat was still full, which meant that they had not encountered any mishaps. He probably didn't know the use of the food. Not long ago, we were attacked by sea monsters. All the cultivators on the ship fell into the sea except for me. Tang Zhen loudly replied to the other party. His tone contained a trace of panic. they encountered a sea monster. What happened? Although they were suspicious, the cultivators on the wooden boat relaxed their vigilance when they saw that Tang Zhen was alone and knew about the sea monster. After we entered the purple light world, we tried to look for other cultivators, but we didn't expect to encounter a monster that appeared from the bottom of the sea. The monster had tentacles all over its body and suddenly launched an attack. The cultivators on the ship tried their best to resist, but they were no match for the monster. After a huge battle, they were all pulled to the bottom of the sea by the monster's tentacles. I was the only one who was lucky enough to escape from xianxia. As Tang Zhen spoke, he steered the flat-bottomed wooden boat and approached the other party. Stop immediately and don't come any closer. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Those cultivators were also alert. After they noticed that Tang Zhen was getting closer, they immediately stopped him. In such an environment, it was better to be more careful, even if he did not notice anything unusual. However, the information they had was not accurate, and they were destined to meet a tragic end. No matter how careful they were, it was useless. I know you don't believe me, but we really did encounter a sea monster. Didn't you? Tang Zhen asked in a puzzled tone. At the same time, he used his finger to knock on the oars before diving into the sea again. The muscular cultivator with his limbs cut off immediately guessed what was going to happen after seeing this familiar scene. This ship of cultivators was going to be in deep trouble. Tell me in detail again. What kind of monster is it? Don't miss out anything. The purpose of the other party's inquiry was naturally to make sufficient preparations for defense if they encountered sea monsters. That kind of monster, Yingluo. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a smile when he spoke until this point. He extended his hand and pointed at the surface of the sea. The monster is here. It's under your ship. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the cultivator on the opposite side was stunned for a moment before. His expression changed drastically. Glowing tentacles suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea and rolled toward them. Damn bastard, what did you do? Did you bring the monster here? The cultivators on the ship cursed and waved the bronze oars in their hands to resist the tentacle monster's attack. At this moment, Tang Zhen swiftly moved the oars and closed the distance between the two. This was because he knew very well that the attack could only be used twice before the monster would disappear into thin air. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Tang Zhen could already confirm that the attack power of the monster's tentacle was limited. Although it looked aggressive, as long as one took it seriously, it was basically impossible to get hurt. However, if one were to use it well, it would be able to achieve an unexpected effect. For example, Tang Zhen at this moment had caught the enemy off guard. When the tentacle monster launched its second wave of attack, Tang Zhen had already paddled the flat-bottomed wooden boat and approached the flustered cultivators on the boat. When the monster's second wave of attack ended, the cultivators who had yet to recover from their shock were still vigilantly looking at the bottom of the sea. However, Tang Zhen suddenly waved his hand forward. Kill. The 9 cultivators hiding on the boat jumped up at the same time. They threw the bronze oars in their hands and flew straight at the cultivators on the other boat. 2981 Hunting on the ocean. The bronze oars carried a huge force and shot towards the cultivators on the opposite wooden boat. What followed was a series of screams. After being attacked by the sea monsters, all the cultivators on the ship were focused on the sea and didn't have time to care about anything else. How would they know that the true danger actually came from Tang Zhen in front of them? When they realized it, it was already too late. The bronze oars were like huge spears, easily piercing through the cultivators' bodies and hitting their vital parts. If it was in the outside world, although such injuries were serious, they might not be fatal. However, in the world of purple light, all the laws had been changed. This kind of injury was enough to kill them on the spot. Be careful of Junjun. The first cultivator to notice the abnormality had just let out a warning when the bronze oars pierced his chest. As for the other cultivators, they didn't even have the chance to react. Kill. Tang Zhen once again issued an order. At the same time, he waved the bronze oars in his hand and jumped onto the wooden boat on the opposite side. At this moment, there were 3 cultivators who had survived on the ship. When they saw Tang Zhen jump off the ship, they immediately wanted to stop him. The bronze oar in Tang Zhen's hand flew out of his hand and flew towards the cultivator who was blocking him. The cultivator dodged in a hurry, but he exposed his companion behind him, whose abdomen was pierced by the bronze oars. Tang Zhen landed on the bow of the ship and approached the cultivator who had dodged the attack with lightning speed. At the same time, he waved his fist and ruthlessly smashed it over. The speed of this punch was extremely fast. That cultivator didn't even dodge it and was hit on the head by Tang Zhen's fist. He grabbed the enemy's bronze ore and guided it to stab backward, stabbing another cultivator to the ground. The other cultivators followed closely behind and jumped onto the wooden boat one after another. A chaotic battle began. Tang Zhen's side had the advantage in numbers. They didn't show any mercy and instantly killed all 3 cultivators. There was no need for any orders. The cultivators quickly took action and killed all the cultivators who were not completely dead. Tang Zhen held the bronze ores in his hand as he stared at the surface of the sea below. He seemed to be waiting for something. The group of cultivators saw this and fell silent. Soon, they saw a huge sea monster appear from the sea and charge straight at the flat-bottomed wooden boat. When he saw the monster appear, Tang Zhen waved his bronze oars and lifted a corpse up before throwing it into the sea. The sea monster picked up the corpse and disappeared. Tang Zhen gently nodded and quietly thought that this was indeed the case. It turned out that after sacrificing food and summoning monsters to harass them, the real sea monsters would come. If he wanted the monsters to retreat, he would have to sacrifice a corpse. The strong cultivator must have known this rule, which was why he had summoned the monster and tried to kill the cultivator. He wanted to get food and an offering to calm the sea monster's anger. In the end, Tang Zhen had made a move and destroyed his original plan. Now, his limbs had been chopped off, and it was simply worse than death. If that robust cultivator knew that all of this was just Tang Zhen's conjecture, he would probably be depressed to the point of directly vomiting blood. Even now, all the cultivators, including him, thought that Tang Zhen had experienced a similar scene. It was precisely because of this reason that they were full of confidence and dared to follow Tang Zhen to launch a sneak attack. After winning a victory and confirming their previous speculations, the cultivators no longer had any scruples. Time was tight, and they had to act quickly. If other cultivators had discovered the secret of the food, they would not have been able to win so easily like now. Hide the corpse as well. If you encounter sea monsters on the way, throw one out as a sacrifice. We'll split half of the food we've just obtained, and I'll keep the other half for the time being. Take the seized flat-bottomed wooden boat with you. You can hide it during the operation and use it to place the bodies. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he took out some more food and poured it into the sea. Soon, another water ghost appeared. According to Tang Zhen's request, it was in charge of leading the way. With the previous experience, when they moved again, they didn't need any command. Every cultivator was a master tactician. Even if they didn't need to be commanded, they could cooperate well with their companions in battle. Fighting together with such a comrade was bound to be a satisfying experience. The second operation was even faster. It only took about 10 minutes for them to encounter a flat-bottomed wooden boat. This wooden boat was not full. There were only 10 cultivators on it, and the boat was slightly damaged. According to Tang Zhen's speculation, they should have encountered a sea monster, which was why there were losses. He did the same thing again, looking for an opportunity to get close to the wooden boat and then suddenly launched an attack. The 10 cultivators on the ship didn't even have a chance to resist this time and were all killed in one wave. After 2 consecutive victories, the cultivators were full of confidence, and some were even a little impatient. Now, everyone had 2 portions of food in their hands, and more than 1 bronze oars. It was a very handy weapon, so that after the cultivators threw it, they could still use it in close combat. On the narrow flat-bottomed wooden boat, there was not much space to dodge. If the bronze oars were thrown at the same time, there was almost no possibility of dodging. It could be said that the more cultivators they killed, the greater the advantage Tang Zhen's group had. They didn't even need to engage in close combat to beat the enemy until they didn't have the strength to fight back. However, even though they had won consecutively, none of the cultivators let their guard down. They had seen too many life and death accidents and knew that they had to be vigilant at all times. It was very likely that when you were too proud, it meant that death was imminent. He summoned the water ghost through the sacrifice and searched for other wooden boats. Who knew that this time, it would take an hour? Sure enough, as time passed, the distance between the wooden boats grew further and further. It was almost impossible to hunt endlessly. When he saw the wooden boat in front of him, Tang Zhen frowned because there were only 3 cultivators on the wooden boat. At this moment, they were in a confrontation. If they had encountered a sea monster, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. Therefore, the cultivators on the wooden boat were most likely fighting for some other reason. There was even a slight possibility that the other party had already discovered the secret of the food. However, this did not delay Tang Zhen's actions. Since the other party had fewer people, he would have more confidence in killing them. Unexpectedly, these three cultivators were unusually alert. When Tang Zhen appeared on the ship, they immediately stopped him. Compared to the cultivators on the same ship, they were more worried about Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would harm them. Tang Zhen, who held an absolute advantage, simply ignored the other party's warning as he continued to approach with his wooden boat. The three cultivators were frightened. They were certain that Tang Zhen definitely did not have good intentions. As Tang Zhen approached, he could even smell the scent of blood from the freshest corpses. "Damn it, what do you want to do?" a cultivator roared in a low voice as he waved the bronze oars in his hands. His voice was filled with anger and fear. The other two cultivators also had dark and cold expressions as they sized up Tang Zhen with a vigilant expression. They had just experienced a battle and knew that Tang Zhen, who was left with only one person, would definitely not be as harmless as he appeared to be. Who knew if he had already killed all 11 of his companions? Tang Zhen gently shook his head when he saw the three cultivators being so vigilant. He then raised the bronze oars in his hand. "I can give you a chance to choose. Either you die, or you listen to my command." As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, he saw two wooden boats swaying on the sea behind him. They were filled with the corpses of cultivators. 2982 captive, acquaintance. One looking at the corpses on the boat, the three cultivators fell silent. Things had indeed developed as they had feared. The only difference was that Tang Zhen didn't kill the cultivators on the same ship. Instead, he led them to actively hunt down the cultivators on the other ships. Looking at the number of corpses in wooden boats, it was clear that more than one group of cultivators had been killed before this. The three of them were unlucky enough to be discovered by Tang Zhen on the vast sea. Death was imminent. Looking at the group of hunters holding bronze oars and making a throwing posture, the three cultivators already knew what to do. "I surrender. I don't want to die yet," one of the cultivators said to Tang Zhen as he slowly put down the bronze oars in his hand. At this moment, he could only take a gamble and hope that Tang Zhen would keep his word. The other two cultivators also chose to surrender, instead of putting up a resistance that would definitely kill them. They were extremely clear that even if they doubled the number of people on their side, they would definitely not be a match for Tang Zhen's group. Seeing that the three cultivators on the opposite side had given up on resisting, Tang Zhen nodded his head and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A wise choice. The number of corpses was already sufficient. Tang Zhen hoped to obtain some captives or helpers who forsook the dark and joined the light. The more manpower they had, the more power they had. If they gathered 30 to 50 cultivators, they would be able to crush their target without any planning. In accordance with Tang Zhen's request, the three cultivators handed over their weapons and all their food. Tang Zhen would distribute the corresponding food according to their performance to ensure that they would not starve to death. If they participated in the next battle, they would also be qualified to share the spoils with the other cultivators. The three cultivators nodded in agreement. At this moment, they had already realized the importance of food. Of course, the reason for the internal strife was not because they were snatching food, nor was it because they had discovered the secret of the food. The cause was just a small friction, but the result was an internal fight, and in the end, only the three of them were left. Tang Zhen didn't shed any blood and seized a ship full of spoils of war, as well as 3 prisoners. They had seized a total of 3 flat-bottomed wooden boats, as well as a small boat that they had obtained by sacrificing food. In addition to food, there was also a large pile of corpses and enough bronze oars. These reserves were enough to fight a tough battle, and they didn't need to panic even if they encountered sea monsters. According to Tang Zhen's request, the 4 flat-bottomed wooden boats were gathered together and then fixed with chains. After a series of operations, the 4 flat wooden boats were transformed into platforms on the water, and they walked as steadily as if they were on flat ground. Such a transformation clearly showed Tang Zhen's attitude. He didn't plan to use the previous method. Instead, he planned to use the overwhelming advantage of numbers and equipment to force the enemy to surrender. If necessary, the wooden boat could be unzipped at any time, which was an easy thing to do. In the following time, Tang Zhen once again summoned the water ghost by sacrificing food. Shui Gui led the way in front, and the group of cultivators followed behind. Once again, they began their hunting journey. The 3 captured cultivators witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but feel shocked. They had originally thought that the main purpose of food was to fill their stomachs and prevent themselves from starving to death. After being reminded, he found out that food could heal injuries. By relying on these food reserves, even if they had to exchange injuries for injuries, they could still exhaust the enemy to death. In the end, he discovered that, in addition to satisfying hunger and healing injuries, food could also be used as a sacrifice to summon water ghosts. They finally understood how Tang Zhen's group had accurately found their position in the vast ocean. They were both cultivators and had come into contact with similar spells before. They only needed to think a little to figure out what was going on. By using this method, he could indeed take the initiative. No wonder he could kill so many cultivators. When the three cultivators thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If they had chosen to resist, they would have become corpses long ago. The ocean that was suffused with purple light had a frightening silence. No matter how they glided on the surface of the water, they could not make the wooden boat make a single sound. If it wasn't necessary, cultivators would never open their mouths to speak to avoid exposing their existence. The water ghost in charge of leading the way swam for nearly 2 hours before there was finally movement ahead. The cultivators listened attentively and found that there should be more than one group of cultivators in front of them. The two sides seem to be in a confrontation. The situation is still unclear. Everyone, hide first. We'll act according to the situation. If it was just a group of cultivators, Tang Zhen would definitely lead his men and charge over, catching the other party off guard. However, if they were facing more than 2 groups of cultivators, they couldn't use such a tactic, because it was likely to cause the other party to surround and attack them. If that was the case, it would only make things worse and make all their previous efforts go to waste. According to Tang Zhen's request, the group of cultivators once again concealed themselves. Once again, only Tang Zhen was left to control the flat-bottomed wooden boats that were arranged side by side. Gently pushing the oars, Tang Zhen left the darkness and headed towards the cultivators in front. Then, he saw that there were indeed 2 ships of cultivators confronting each other, and one of them was a group of familiar faces. It was the old man who had explained the general knowledge to his disciples and the surrounding cultivators outside Purple Light Ruins, as well as his 11 disciples. They were in a bad situation. More than half of them were injured and were confronting the enemy with bronze oars. Seeing how they were enduring the pain, it was clear that they still didn't know the healing effect of food. They couldn't be blamed for this. To discover the healing effect of food, it must be a coincidence. Obviously, they didn't have this luck. The master who stayed up all night to gain knowledge about the purple light world and liked to help others clear their doubts clearly did not know that food had such a use. However, the group of cultivators in front of him looked a little suspicious. It was very likely that they already knew the true use of the food. However, it was only a small part of them. They definitely didn't know that food could be used as a sacrifice to summon sea monsters. Otherwise, this group of master and disciple wouldn't have been able to persist until now. The purpose of their attack on the old man should be to snatch the food, but they were more cautious in their actions, which led to the current confrontation. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind when he saw this. He continued to drive the wooden boat forward. It's so lively here, I wonder if you mind if I join. When Tang Zhen discovered the other party, they had also discovered Tang Zhen. The difference was that Tang Zhen had taken the initiative to look for him. If the other party knew about this, they would definitely be on high alert because this meant that Tang Zhen was the true hunter. Although they didn't reveal their identities, the 4 wooden boats lined up together were enough to make people on high alert. The cultivators who surrounded the master and disciple looked at Tang Zhen with vigilance. The corpses on the 4 wooden boats made them feel uneasy. Who are you? What do you want? A cultivator looked at Tang Zhen and asked in a cold voice. He was obviously the leader of this ship. Before the situation was unclear, no one would dare to act rashly, and most would choose to wait and see. Tang Zhen ignored the other party's question. Instead, he looked at the terrified master and disciple as a smile was lifted on his cold face. It's indeed a small world. I didn't expect to meet you and your disciple again in this world of purple light. The old man looked at Tang Zhen. He must have recognized him as he bowed from a distance. So it's you, sir. What a coincidence. Tang Zhen nodded and continued, I've also benefited a lot from listening to your story earlier, so it's only right that I repay you. I can give you a choice. Pay half of the food and follow my orders. I'm here to help you and your disciple get out of this crisis. If you agree, Then nod your head and the agreement will take effect immediately. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the expressions of the old man and the enemies surrounding them changed. You damn guy, what do you want to do? The leader of the besiegers angrily rebuked Tang Zhen. At the same time, he raised the bronze oars in his hands and prepared to attack Tang Zhen. That old man looked at Tang Zhen. Under his gaze, he nodded his head without the slightest hesitation. 2,983 strong soldiers and strong horses. Tang Zhen's words were shocking, causing the group of master and disciple to be both surprised and happy. The group of enemies surrounding them were also shocked and angry. He talked about conditions in front of everyone and didn't put the attackers in his eyes at all. This kind of behavior could be said to be extremely arrogant. Other than anger, the besiegers were mostly frightened and worried. They looked at Tang Zhen with eyes full of vigilance. If he did not have sufficient confidence, Tang Zhen would definitely not make such a bold boast under such circumstances. If he couldn't do what he said, he would be humiliating himself. There was no benefit to it. It was definitely wrong to say that Tang Zhen was bluffing because he couldn't explain the origin of the 4 wooden boats and the bodies. The more he thought about this matter, the more uneasy he felt. The old man nodded in agreement. It meant the beginning of the battle, and what followed was a life-and-death battle. Tang Zhen was alone, and he was immediately locked on by the besiegers. They tried to kill him by throwing the bronze oars. They did not have the courage to get close to Tang Zhen. At this moment, the sea water broke open silently, and a glowing tentacle burst out from the bottom of the sea. The target of these tentacles was naturally the besiegers on the ship, but the tentacled sea monster turned a blind eye to the master and disciple group in close proximity. Not good, there's a monster. Upon discovering the tentacle monster, the besiegers immediately shouted out a warning, their faces filled with fear. The besiegers immediately thought of Tang Zhen the moment they were attacked. At the same time, they thought to themselves that this was the case. No wonder Tang Zhen was so fearless and dared to clamor to help him out of this situation. It turned out that he had the ability to summon sea monsters. The cultivators were not unfamiliar with such a method. The key was how Tang Zhen did it. Apart from summoning sea monsters, were there any other means, and could he resist them? The sudden change caught the besiegers off guard, but at the same time, it also gave the master and disciple a chance to fight back. What are you waiting for? Do it now. The old man raised the bronze oars in his hands and slashed at the besiegers. He clearly wouldn't miss this best opportunity to make a move. His disciples had also attacked without any hesitation. Now that they were attacking together with their master, there was no way they would be wrong. The cultivators who had been hiding among the corpses and secretly summoning the tentacle sea monsters also got up and attacked. They threw their bronze oars at the monsters as if they were free. Being attacked from 3 sides, the attackers fell into a desperate situation. He had been playing the role of the besieger earlier, and victory was almost in his grasp. However, he did not expect to end up like this in the blink of an eye. Faced with the monster's tentacles and the pincer attack from Tang Zhen and the group of master and disciple, the attackers were even forced to jump into the ocean. Of course, most of the attackers didn't even have the chance to dodge before their bodies were pierced by the bronze oars. When the sea monster's tentacles disappeared, there was no one standing on the wooden boat. In the sea, one of the besiegers was struggling, but he was gradually swallowed by the sea. This ocean was strange and dangerous, like the legendary Yellow Spring. Even if a feather fell into it, it was impossible to float up. The besiegers who chose to jump into the sea were obviously at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would never have sought their own deaths. After confirming that the enemies had been killed, Tang Zhen and the others controlled the wooden boats and slowly approached. The master and disciple who had escaped from danger had complicated looks in their eyes, but they still put down their weapons. Although Tang Zhen's group appeared to be more dangerous, they did not show any malicious intent. Check the bodies and collect all the food and weapons. At the same time, pay attention to the surrounding sea. When the sea monster appears, make a timely sacrifice. Tang Zhen stood at the bow of the ship and continuously gave out orders. The cultivators quickly executed them. Thank you for your help, sir. The 12 of us, master and disciple, will be following your orders. The old man took the initiative to step forward and bowed to Tang Zhen to express his thanks. This was his way of expressing his attitude. They originally thought that they would die without a doubt, but they did not expect that Tang Zhen would appear out of thin air and help them get out of danger. They were naturally grateful to Tang Zhen's group. As for the conditions that were proposed earlier, no one felt that they were too harsh. It was only natural. Don't worry, as long as you listen to my command, I won't make things difficult for you. The purple light world's environment is dangerous, and we're both restricted. Only by working together can we have a chance to get out of this crisis and get the item we want. The old man repeatedly agreed upon hearing this. He could be considered as a frequent visitor to the purple light world. His comprehension was naturally much deeper than Tang Zhen's. Tang Zhen had also considered this aspect when he chose to help. The value that the old man possessed far exceeded that group of disciples. Of course, there was also that robust cultivator. However, Tang Zhen had basically groped around for everything that he knew. Perhaps, this fellow still had some secrets and might have the chance to see through Tang Zhen's disguise. However, it was already meaningless. After having his limbs chopped off, the strong cultivator was completely crippled. At least, this was the case in the purple light world. Tang Zhen, who was single-handedly at the beginning, had now gathered more than 20 cultivators and could be considered a strong army. Any scheme would be useless in the face of great power. After knowing a portion of the rules and having sufficient manpower in addition to this experienced old man, Tang Zhen finally had some confidence in winning. However, Tang Zhen clearly understood that the thing he wanted was too precious. It was absolutely impossible to obtain it easily. Perhaps he would encounter more difficult things in the coming days. He had to be more vigilant and make more preparations. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he turned to the old man and asked, "From what you said earlier, you seem to have entered the purple light world many times. Have you experienced this scene before?" When the old man heard this, he immediately revealed an ashamed expression. "I don't dare to lie to you, sir. In the past 300 years, I've entered the world of purple light more than 100 times, but I've never experienced the sight of drifting in the ocean. Therefore, for a while, I was completely helpless, and then I was robbed by these guys." The old man sighed softly. If they had not met Tang Zhen today, the master and disciple duo would have all perished in the purple light world. After thinking about this, the gratitude in his heart grew stronger. However, a thought flashed across the old man's mind in the blink of an eye. After which, he widened his eyes and looked at Tang Zhen. "You and your companions have gained a lot. You can find our location and summon sea monsters to help you in battle. Combined with your question, it can only mean one thing. You have experienced a similar scene, so you know a lot of secrets." The old man's tone was filled with excitement. If this was the case, it would be a great thing. In the world of purple light, similar scenes were rare, but they were not impossible. Once they encountered it, it was like hitting the jackpot. As long as they were careful, they would often be able to obtain rich rewards. Tang Zhen nodded as he looked at the excited and expectant old man. He pointed at the strong cultivator whose hands and feet had been chopped off. "That fellow, he should know more than I do, but he's very tight-lipped. If you don't mind, you can help me interrogate him to see if he's hiding anything." 2984 Secret Technique, Interrogation. Not long ago, this guy used the information he had to kill a companion on the ship. Later on, he even tried to kill us and reap the benefits, but he didn't succeed in the end. Tang Zhen gave a simple introduction and did not exaggerate anything. The robust cultivator did indeed have unfathomable motives. "So that's how it is, this old man understands." Following Tang Zhen's direction, the old man looked at the muscular cultivator and his eyes narrowed. When they boarded the ship, the old man had already seen the robust cultivator. After all, Tang Zhen did not deliberately conceal it. When he found that his strong limbs were cut off and his neck was wrapped in chains, the old man was shocked and suspicious. It wasn't that they couldn't bear to see such a scene. It must be known that in the cultivation world, there were no real good people. The main thing he didn't understand was why this guy wasn't killed, but had his limbs cut off and imprisoned. Although he was still alive, he was better off dead. Now, he finally understood that this fellow was so important. No wonder Tang Zhen had left him alive. He believed that no matter who it was, they would not kill him so easily and would instead ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him for all his secrets. Don't worry, sir, I'll definitely do a good job. He had just joined and was entrusted with such an important task by Tang Zhen. The old man naturally had to perform well. Perhaps this mission was their proof of loyalty, and they could not afford to make any mistakes. After all, he wasn't alone. He had a group of disciples with him, and all of their lives were under Tang Zhen's control. If they wanted to resist an escape, his disciples might not be the opponents of Tang Zhen and the other cultivators. Otherwise, they would not have been injured just now. Besides, a win-win cooperation was much better than fighting alone, and the success rate would be higher. As for why he was the one interrogating the prisoners, Tang Zhen did not explain. However, the old man had some guesses in his heart. It was obvious that his rich experience had been acknowledged by Tang Zhen. He believed that by interrogating the strong cultivator, he could accurately judge whether the other party's confession was true or false. If they didn't have enough experience, they definitely wouldn't be able to complete this task. They would likely be deceived by the strong cultivator, which would lead to serious losses. As for him being in charge of the interrogation and whether the secret would be leaked, he didn't need to care. When he was interrogating, all the cultivators on the ship could hear him. Tang Zhen obviously didn't intend to hide it. Just as the other cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield and guarding against the appearance of the sea monsters, the old man had already arrived in front of the robust cultivator. He reached out his hand and pulled the rag off his mouth, but the strong cultivator spat out a ball of saliva. "Old thing, if you want to get information from me, you'd better go back and drink milk for a few more years." The muscular cultivator's neck was tied with an iron chain. He leaned against the side of the flat-bottomed boat and sneered as he looked at Tang Zhen. It was clear that he still had not given in or was unwilling to give up. He clearly had a great advantage, but he just had to encounter Tang Zhen and end up in this state. The hatred that had piled up in his heart could not be described with words. Tang Zhen stood not far away, expressionless, quietly acting as a bystander. He wouldn't participate in the interrogation, or it would only produce the opposite effect. This was one of the reasons why he let the old man do it for him. If cultivators were determined, they would not fear death. They could not be threatened like this. The old man didn't say anything. He looked at the robust cultivator in silence and suddenly smiled. "I'm going to prepare some tools. It won't take long for you to stop being so stubborn." When cultivators entered the purple light world, they were unable to fly or use storage equipment. Their belongings would also disappear. With his cultivation restricted, he looked more like a martial artist than a cultivator. It was for this reason that cultivators were trapped in small flat-bottomed wooden boats and were helpless in the face of sea monsters. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he started to get busy. He waved the bronze oars and cut off a piece of the flat-bottomed wooden boat. Then, he chopped it into a wooden stick that was more than a foot long. With a light cut on the bronze oars, the originally hard wooden stick turned into wooden needles. After making 13 wooden needles in a row, the old man rubbed his hands and inserted the wooden needles into the sea below. One could see with the naked eye that after the wooden needle came into contact with the seawater, it immediately turned into a dark green color, as if it had been dipped in poison. After taking it out to check and using his nose to smell it, the old man nodded his head in satisfaction. He held a bunch of wooden needles and sized up the strong cultivator. Without turning his head, he said softly, "Before this old man became a cultivator, I was a small official in charge of books in the mortal world. My favorite thing to do was to read all kinds of ancient books. It was this idle position that no one cared about that gave this old man the opportunity to step onto the path of cultivation and obtain the long life and freedom that even emperors couldn't dream of. In the process of reading the books, out of curiosity, this old man specially recorded many unorthodox methods. Although these methods were strange, they were only effective against mortals. If they were used on cultivators, they would not be of much use. However, now that I'm in the purple light world and cultivators have returned to their mortal forms, I can finally put the techniques I've mastered to good use." As the old man spoke, he held 4 wooden needles in each hand and pierced them into the body of the strong cultivator at lightning speed. The speed was fast and urgent. The wooden needle that was more than a foot long was only an inch long. The muscular cultivator's eyes widened. He wanted to move to avoid it, but his broken body was completely numb. The old man continued to hold the needles and pierced them into the head and back of the cultivator. In the blink of an eye, all 13 wooden needles were pierced. The old man didn't pay any attention to the robust cultivator who was unable to make a sound. He smiled and said to Tang Zhen, "This set of needles of mine is called the 13 needles of soul chasing and life taking. It sounds very scary, but the effect is indeed quite extraordinary." It was said that this was a secret method used in the imperial prison to interrogate felons. Once it was used, even a man made of iron would confess obediently. Of course, the other party used a special talisman needle, which had to be soaked in a special poison, and then accompanied by a soul-chasing bell to cast the spell. The conditions here were simple, so I used wooden needles instead of talisman needles and seawater instead of poison. Although it looks simple and crude, the actual effect might actually be better. Tang Zhen, who was standing by the side, gently nodded his head upon hearing this. The material of the wooden boat was indeed special. It was definitely not ordinary wood, otherwise it would not be able to float on the sea. As for this strange seawater, it must be highly toxic. If they tried to eat seawater after their food ran out, they would definitely be poisoned to death. Since there was a limit to food, it was impossible to break through it easily. Even eating corpses was more reliable than drinking seawater. The old man was in high spirits. He looked at the strong cultivator whose expression had twisted and whose skin had turned purple. He was satisfied. Since it's already effective, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him now and see if he's satisfied with this punishment. He reached out to grab the wooden needle at his throat and pulled it out gently. Then, he heard the strong cultivator let out a beast-like roar. That was a sound that could only be made when one was in extreme pain, and it made one shudder. So, have you decided not to answer my question? The robust cultivator couldn't speak normally at all. Instead, he squeezed out a voice from his throat, which was filled with monstrous hatred. If I get the chance, I'll definitely make you beg for death. In the face of such a threat, the old man only smiled. He had been through a lot in the cultivation world and had seen all kinds of situations. No matter how fierce the threats were, it was not as practical as a direct attack. Moreover, since he was interrogating him now, the robust cultivator would not have any chance to take revenge. Even if Tang Zhen did not agree, he would still think of ways to kill this guy. It seems that it's not time yet. You should experience it for a while longer. After all, this is just the beginning. As the old man spoke, he grabbed the green wooden needle and stabbed it back. The burly cultivator's eyes were bulging. In the blink of an eye, they had turned blood red. 2985 Confession. Confusion 1. The surrounding cultivators were terrified by the old man's interrogation methods. They secretly imagined the scene of this method being used on them. It would really be worse than death. This was the risk that one had to bear in cultivation. One would never know what kind of terrifying things one would encounter. If they were mortals, their experiences would be much simpler. It would be nothing more than birth, old age, illness, and death, plus some joys and sorrows. The life of a cultivator was always full of unknown. No one knew how it would end. The strong cultivator was in great pain, but he still persevered. He was obviously not willing to give in. He could die, but he wouldn't get any benefits from his enemies. Soon, he sadly discovered that he had underestimated the old man's torture methods, or rather, he was not that strong. This kind of acupuncture technique that tortured mortals brought him indescribable pain. He had never encountered this in his many years of cultivation. After holding on for less than 10 minutes, one of his eyeballs exploded from the heavy load. The strong cultivator finally chose to surrender. The old man reached out his hand and pulled out the wooden needle that was locking his throat. The robust cultivator let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if a person who was about to drown had finally taken a breath of air, and his entire body was twitching and trembling. Tell me, what do you know? The old man didn't waste any words and asked in a cold tone. He already knows everything I know, so why are you asking me? The robust cultivator asked, but his heart was already dead. Cut the crap, tell me everything you know, and I'll decide whether or not I'll let you die a quick death. At this moment, the old man was completely different from his usual image of teaching his disciples. There was no trace of a kind smile on his face. It could only be said that he was perfectly playing his role at this moment. All right, I'll tell you. The strong cultivator spoke slowly in a low voice, and the surrounding cultivators listened attentively. As expected, the use of food was to satisfy hunger and sacrifice, and to heal the body after being injured. Using food to summon a tentacle sea monster was something that every cultivator could only use once. Tang Zhen and the others already knew about this. After the sacrifice, sea monsters would definitely appear. They must devour the corpses before they could leave. Tang Zhen and the others were also clear about this. What was truly valuable was the information behind it. What the cultivators had to do was to find a way to survive and slowly wait for a big ship to appear. After boarding the ship would lead the cultivators to a mysterious island. When he reached the island, he would be able to get what he wanted. When Robust said this, he was already on the verge of death. Up until now, he had not taken any food and was already in a state of extreme hunger. It was already a miracle that he was still alive after being tortured. The old man turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen. He wanted to confirm if the robust cultivator was telling the truth. After all, in the old man's eyes, Tang Zhen was the same as the robust cultivator. They were both people who had experienced the same scene. He's lying, he's not telling the truth. Looking at the dying cultivator, Tang Zhen said in a faint tone with a touch of inquiry in his eyes. Before this guy died, he probably wouldn't leave any real information for his enemies to benefit from. Therefore, the content that he said should be half true and half false. The purpose of doing so was to deceive Tang Zhen. A truly perfect scam often had 9 truths and 1 lie, making it impossible to guard against. The other possibility was that the well-built cultivator was telling the truth without hiding anything. This denial from Tang Zhen would be a fatal blow to him. The purpose of telling the truth was to obtain the opportunity to survive. However, Tang Zhen's denial had completely severed his life. Tang Zhen's other purpose was to confuse the other cultivators and make them unable to determine the authenticity of the confession. His greatest advantage now was that people mistook him for having experienced a similar scene and knew many secrets. This was the main reason why the cultivators followed his orders. If everyone knew the secret, they could act alone or form a team. Tang Zhen was very clear that all cultivators were very interested in the secrets of the strong cultivators. If Tang Zhen were to secretly interrogate them alone, not only would it cause dissatisfaction among the cultivators, but it would also prevent the strong cultivators from revealing the real secret. If he were to publicly interrogate him, this fellow might very likely reveal all his secrets for the purpose of revenge before he died, leaving Tang Zhen with no advantage to speak of. However, with Tang Zhen's denial, all the hidden dangers disappeared. Because he had the same experience, he knew whether the robust cultivator was telling the truth or not. The other cultivators couldn't do this. The other cultivators were suspicious, but they didn't have enough evidence. Therefore, the only choice was to continue following Tang Zhen. Everyone would continue to act together. No one knew that Tang Zhen was actually half believing and half doubting as he was analyzing the strong cultivator's confession. The old man frowned after hearing Tang Zhen's words. The robust cultivator had been reduced to such a state, yet he still wanted to play tricks and trick everyone before he died. Of course, he was also suspicious that Tang Zhen had deliberately said this. The purpose was to make everyone unable to determine the authenticity of the confession. However, on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. If he was afraid that others would hear him, Tang Zhen could completely drive the boat away and interrogate him alone. Or, he could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to interrogate him from a distance and keep the secret in the hands of a few people, instead of letting everyone know like this. The old man sighed in his heart. Tang Zhen's actions were indeed a little amazing. He then secretly observed the cultivators around him. As expected, their expressions kept changing, and they all chose to remain silent in the end. Everyone was clear that it was best not to get involved at this time to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The well-built cultivator was already like a lamp without oil. He only had one eye left and was currently staring at Tang Zhen. Hey. He still let out a weak sneer, which seemed to be full of mockery. He did not know if it was directed at him or Tang Zhen. At this moment, a cultivator suddenly shouted a warning. A sea monster had appeared in front of them. As long as he used the food to summon the tentacle monster, the real sea monster would definitely appear. He was just a little late this time. Throwing him down can be considered as recycling waste. Tang Zhen turned around and expressionlessly gave the order when he saw the monster that was rapidly approaching from the bottom of the sea. The cultivator who had been framed by the strong cultivator and was seriously injured immediately stepped forward to untie the chain. You want to kill me, but you're the one who dies in the end. How ironic. The strong cultivator closed his eyes and did not react at all. Go to hell, you bastard. Looking at the sea monster that was approaching quickly, the cultivator threw the strong cultivator into the sea. The sea monster fell into the water without a sound, but it opened its mouth and swallowed the strong cultivator into its stomach. Tang Zhen stood at the bow of the ship. His gaze pierced through the dark green sea surface and saw the true form of the monster. It was a huge snake with a transparent body. The wriggling body was filled with the undying remains of the dead cultivators. A thought flashed across Tang Zhen's mind. If this was a survival game that lasted for a long time, this enormous sea monster might also be used as food. After all, Nothing was impossible for cultivators. 2986 endless twists and turns. 1 The sea monster came quickly and left quickly. This kind of monster was easy to talk to. As long as it was a corpse or a living cultivator, it could be easily sent away. After eating, he would leave without stopping. This made the cultivators feel a lot more at ease. If they were to fight with the monster, who could be its opponent? When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by a dog. This was the environment. When it was time to endure, one had to endure. As for the fate of the strong cultivators, no one cared at all. Just like the corpses of the cultivators on the ship, they had nothing to do with it. Similarly, no one would feel that there was any mistake in Tang Zhen's actions. If the roles were to be exchanged, they would also make the same choice. In the cultivation world, if one chose to be kind to the enemy, he might face cruel retribution. Your Excellency, what should we do next? Some cultivators asked Tang Zhen. He was now the commander of a group of cultivators and had valuable information in his hands. Listening to his command and cooperating with him was the wisest choice. They already had the advantage in numbers. Coupled with Tang Zhen's information, the advantage they had now became greater and greater. If anyone deliberately caused trouble, they would be courting death. Not only would Tang Zhen not agree, but the other cultivators would also not allow it. To put it bluntly, the current state was that everyone cooperated with each other and worked hand in hand to overcome the difficulties. Their ultimate goal was naturally to obtain what they wanted. Tang Zhen stood at the bow of the ship and stared ahead without blinking. It was as though he wanted to see through the heavy darkness. After hearing someone's question, Tang Zhen muttered to himself for a moment before deciding to continue hunting and snatching food. Even if there was a big ship to guide them, it was impossible to determine the time of appearance. In the process of waiting for an unknown amount of time, hunger would definitely take the life of the cultivator. Therefore, they must not stop searching for food until the last moment. The ship was filled with the corpses of cultivators. They couldn't be used as food even if there was no taboo. According to Tang Zhen's guess, the cultivator's corpse should be the same as the seawater. They should be highly toxic. If they were really so hungry that they devoured the cultivators' corpses, they would definitely regret it. The strange purple light world would not have left such an obvious loophole. Instead, it was filled with fatal traps. After fixing all the flat-bottomed wooden boats, they selected a cultivator to summon a water ghost. Tang Zhen and the others began to search again. But this time, they didn't walk for long before they encountered an abnormal situation. Less than 20 minutes later, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the sea and pounced on a cultivator at the side of the boat. The black shadow was so fast that the cultivator couldn't dodge in time and was pounced on. The cultivator struggled with all his might, but the black shadow was like glue, firmly wrapping him up. Black spikes pierced the cultivator's nose and mouth. At the same time, they wriggled on the ship, trying to drag him into the sea. The cultivator wanted to get rid of it, but he couldn't do it. He could only struggle in pain and approach the side of the ship. Bang! A bronze oars flew over and stabbed into the black shadow. It also pierced through the cultivator's abdomen. The cultivator let out a muffled groan, and the black shadow also let out a strange cry, but the dragging force increased. Everyone, attack together. Do it with strength. We must leave our companions alive. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. His tone was unquestionable. Kill. The cultivators roared in unison as the bronze oars hacked at the cultivator's body continuously, but they only managed to break his skin. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow was hacked into pieces, and the trapped cultivators were finally rescued. He was covered in blood and wounds left by the bronze oars. Fortunately, they were not fatal. Immediately, a cultivator came forward and stuffed a portion of food into his mouth to help him heal quickly. As for the black shadow, it had already been chopped into pieces by the cultivators. A shocking thing happened. Black dirty water seeped out of the fragment, revealing the true face of the black shadow. It turned out to be a cultivator. I've seen this guy before. He's the cultivator who jumped into the sea just now. One of the cultivators pointed at the decapitated head and shouted with a serious expression. I can't believe it turned into such a monster after falling into the sea. It followed the fleet and launched a sneak attack. In the following time, everyone must be as careful as possible to prevent similar monster attacks. After the old man stepped forward to check, his expression was slightly serious as he loudly reminded everyone. So far, we have only encountered one cultivator who jumped into the sea. I don't think we need to worry too much. A cultivator said. He and Tang Zhen had boarded the ship at the same time, so he naturally knew how many cultivators had fallen into the sea. If that's the case, then that's for the best. But don't let your guard down. Because he had a group of disciples with him and Tang Zhen had placed him in an important position, the old man took the initiative to play the role of an assistant. Every leader would have such a person by their side to help them deal with all kinds of matters. All the cultivators nodded silently. Even if the old man hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have let their guard down. In such a special environment, one should never count on others to protect oneself. Instead, one should always be vigilant and stay as far away from danger as possible. However, Tang Zhen had gained even more recognition after what had happened earlier. This was because he was the one who had initiated the attack and used the bronze oars to pierce through the body of that cultivator. If he had hesitated for a few more seconds, the cultivator would have been dragged into the sea and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The cultivator who had been rescued cupped his hands and saluted Tang Zhen to express his gratitude. The sudden turn of events did not affect the group's movements. They quickly followed the water ghost and continued moving forward. He didn't think that not long after, an unforeseen event would occur again. The sea monster that devoured corpses silently appeared again and followed the fleet. What's going on? Doubt flashed across Tang Zhen's heart. However, he still ordered his men to throw down a corpse in an attempt to send the sea monster away. After obtaining the corpse, the sea monster dived into the sea again and disappeared without a trace. However, after only 10 minutes, the sea monster appeared again, following the fleet like a ghost. All the cultivators, including Tang Zhen, had extremely ugly expressions. They didn't use any food as a sacrifice, but the sea monsters kept appearing. This was very abnormal. The cultivators were all suspicious that the sea monster was insatiable and had already set its eyes on them. Just like a greedy wolf, don't expect to feed it and then no longer harass it. When it realized that you had more food, it would chase after you relentlessly. Not only would it want all the food, but it would also devour the person who fed it. We have to get rid of this sea monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will cause us endless trouble, the old man said with a serious expression. It's not that there's no solution, but we can't be sure if it's effective. Tang Zhen said, his tone was a little hesitant. If you have a way, why don't you try it? It's better than doing nothing. The old man's face was filled with surprise as he spoke to Tang Zhen. In this world of purple light, there are limited items that can be used. This is also one of the reasons why I'm hesitating. Also, was the sea monster made of flesh and blood, and could it be killed? If we can't kill him, what should we do? Although he had doubts in his heart, it did not affect Tang Zhen's actions. While he was conversing with the old man, he had already started to get busy. 2987 The rhythm of forcing people to their deaths. 1. In the dark green ocean, a huge monster was following the fleet at a steady pace. Its wriggling body was filled with the corpses of cultivators without any signs of digestion. At first glance, it looked like a large pile of corpses was chasing after it. Even the most experienced cultivators would feel an indescribable fear after seeing this scene. His rational and stable thinking was affected unknowingly, and he gradually fell into a state of madness. After all, they were no longer cultivators who could fly in the sky. Instead, they were pitiful creatures who were restricted by the rules of the purple light world and could lose their lives at any moment. Every time the sea monster approached the fleet, a cultivator's corpse would be thrown into the sea and then devoured by the sea monster silently. The sea monsters that obtained food would disappear, but they would appear again soon. The difference was that the interval between each time was shorter and shorter, and the fleet was closer and closer. If this situation continued, perhaps it would not take long for all the cultivators, corpses on the ship to be consumed. At that time, the sea monster might appear under the wooden boat and tear it apart or devour all the cultivators on it. The crisis was right in front of them, and the cultivators were trying to think of a way to survive this disaster. Tang Zhen was also busy collecting the wooden splinters from the flat-bottomed boat and grinding them into a pile of wood powder. The clothes of cultivators and wooden boats were used as fuel, and a container was used to hold seawater. The flames were ignited by the collision of metal. After the flame was ignited, he began to boil the seawater. In the end, he discovered that the boiling seawater was emitting bursts of black gas. The smell of the black gas was simply too smelly. It took him a full hour to go around the wooden boat and collect all the things that could be mixed and refined. In the process of preparation, more than a dozen cultivators, corpses were thrown down, and there were not many corpses left on the wooden boat. After placing all the items in front of him, Tang Zhen muttered to himself for over 10 seconds before immediately starting to mix them. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to mix a pile of black powder and pour it all into the bottle used to hold water. There were many special runes drawn on the bottles, which looked simple and ancient. Seeing this, the old man beside him immediately became interested. After all, runic magic circles were his forte. However, after looking at it, he realized that he did not recognize any of the runes that Tang Zhen had written. The old man was sure that the runes were not scribbled on, but had some use that he did not know about. Although the old man wanted to ask, he temporarily gave up on this idea when he saw Tang Zhen's busy and serious appearance. Tang Zhen was still busy. He placed all the bottles together and then tied them up firmly with a wooden strip. The bottle in the middle was stuffed with a roll of cloth, and there was a piece of burning charcoal in it. The cloth roll was stuffed into the bottle. Tang Zhen poured the black powder into it and then sealed it. Carrying a large pile of bottles, Tang Zhen found the body of a strong cultivator and waved the oars to cut open the stomach. Under the instructions of the cultivators, Tang Zhen stuffed a pile of bottles in and then performed a simple suture. The eyes of the cultivators lit up when they saw Tang Zhen's actions. They had already faintly guessed Tang Zhen's plan. The special item was combined with the cultivator's corpse. It was clearly meant to deal with the monster at the bottom of the sea. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the sea monster that had just devoured the corpse appear again in the dark green ocean. Tang Zhen raised his hand and flicked. The cultivators, corpses that had been dealt with, flew up and fell into the sea silently. The giant sea monster did not hesitate. It rushed up and swallowed the corpse. All the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, and their eyes flashed with anticipation. "Your Excellency, are you trying to?" The old man stood guard at the side and finally had the chance to ask. "Don't worry. Did you notice that the monster didn't leave this time?" Tang Zhen looked at the surface of the sea and spoke in a grave tone. "That's right, Yingluo, what's going on?" After hearing Tang Zhen's reminder, the old man noticed that something was amiss. The sea monster that was supposed to leave after devouring the corpses was still hanging behind the fleet. The other cultivators also discovered the abnormality and could not help but feel anxious in their hearts. They guessed that the monster's abnormal situation was related to Tang Zhen's actions just now. If I'm not wrong, it probably feels that one corpse isn't enough and hopes to get more. Tang Zhen said with a cold smile. He lifted his leg and gave a light kick, causing another cultivator's corpse to fall into the sea. Seeing this, the sea monster rushed up again, ready to continue devouring. "Everyone, listen up. If you don't want to die, push the oars with all your might." Tang Zhen turned around and roared at the group of cultivators. Perhaps it was intentional, but his expression was extremely sinister at this moment. The cultivators who had received the order did not dare to hesitate at all. They all used all their strength to move the oars. Although it was silent, the flat-bottomed wooden boat was like an arrow that left the bow, sailing quickly on the green sea. "It's almost time, Yingluo." Tang Zhen stared at the sea monster that was in hot pursuit. His gaze seemed to penetrate the sea monster's body and see the pile of bottles hidden in the cultivator's corpse. The burning charcoal burned through the cloth and came into contact with the black powder in the bottle. Tang Zhen used his accumulated knowledge to configure a special explosive under limited conditions. The explosive was very powerful. If it was matched with the runes on the bottle, its power could be increased by at least 10 times. If it was in the outside world, no matter how powerful it was, cultivators would not even bother to use it. However, at this moment, it was something that cultivators could only wish for. It could help them get out of a fatal crisis. Under the watchful eyes of the group of cultivators, a ball of flames suddenly burst out of the body of the sea monster that had been chasing the fleet. Like a blazing sun, it rose from the ocean and completely illuminated the surrounding sea. The greedy sea monster that was in hot pursuit seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible hand. Countless corpses leaked out from its huge and transparent body, floating in the dark green ocean. Seeing this scene, the cultivators let out excited growls. Tang Zhen, however, was unmoved. Instead, he stared unblinkingly at the sea behind him. His expression, however, appeared increasingly solemn. The excited old man beside him noticed Tang Zhen's expression and followed his gaze. His expression began to change. His eyes were wide open, and his body was even trembling slightly. In the green ocean, the cultivators, corpses that had flowed out of the monsters, were now soaked in the seawater and slowly turned black. The cultivators had seen these black corpses before and had chopped them into pieces. See that? That's what I'm most worried about. Tang Zhen softly sighed. He seemed to be a little helpless. After killing this sea monster, there will definitely be more trouble. Now, it's here. The old man nodded, after which, he looked at Tang Zhen and asked with great difficulty, "Then, Your Excellency, what should we do next?" Tang Zhen shook his head and sighed. "What else can we do? We can only use iron chains to tie our bodies up so that we don't get dragged into the sea by the monsters. Then, we'll run as far as we can." The old man nodded and turned to the cultivators. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Brothers, the corpses in the sea have all turned into monsters, those black guys. Don't hesitate, everyone, row the boat with all your might and escape together." 2988 Escape. The key. After discovering the strange change in the bodies in the sea, the cultivators immediately waved the bronze oars with all their might, trying to avoid the possible pursuit of the monsters. The previous encounter had already made the cultivators aware of the characteristics of the black monster, and they knew that it would take a lot of effort to kill it. If they were not careful in battle, they would be dragged into the sea by the monsters, and their companions would not be able to save them. If a sea monster was already so difficult to deal with, who knew how many dead cultivators, corpses were in its body? If they were targeted by these monsters and attacked collectively, the cultivators would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster had not completed its transformation, it naturally had to escape as far as possible. While they were running for their lives, the cultivators were also wondering how they could fight against these terrifying monsters. This was also the question that Tang Zhen was thinking about. From the looks of those cultivators, they seemed to have high hopes for him, the leader. The only way now is to continue creating special gunpowder according to the mixing process I just did. When the monster got close, they could throw it into the sea to bombard it. This could slow down the monster's pursuit and even cause effective damage to the monster. However, this method is only a temporary measure. It can't completely deal with the black monster. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators and spoke in a calm tone. Tang Zhen's calmness affected the cultivators. They were no longer so nervous. The cultivators had all gone through the test of life and death. Originally, they wouldn't have been so unbearable. However, they were affected by a series of unforeseen events, so they were in a state of confusion. Now that his emotions had stabilized and he had returned to normal, the atmosphere on the ship changed rapidly. Tang Zhen quietly nodded in his heart when he saw this scene. "I'll tell you how to do it, and you'll all work together to extract the different materials. The final mixing process requires some special techniques, so I'll personally complete it. We can't delay any further, please act immediately." While Tang Zhen was explaining, he selected half of the cultivators to cooperate with him. The old man and his 11 disciples were among them. After the arrangements were made, they immediately began to move. Half of the cultivators waved the bronze oars with all their might, making the flat wooden boat fly as if it were flying. There were also some cultivators who were running as fast as they could on the flat-bottomed wooden boats, preparing the materials according to Tang Zhen's request. The cultivators secretly praised Tang Zhen's method of mixing and extracting. At the same time, they also felt ashamed of their own inferiority. Under almost impossible conditions, it was not easy to mix the gunpowder. It required an extremely rich reserve of knowledge and knew how to complete the transformation through special means, turning an originally unrelated item into something that one wanted or was similar to. It was just like how mortals who lacked money wanted to turn soil and stones into gold, but in the end, their goal was achieved. If they still had their original cultivation, many cultivators would be able to use similar methods. But now, everyone was the same, no different from ordinary mortals. Tang Zhen's actions were extremely magical. Moreover, this operation might seem simple, but without Tang Zhen's guidance, the cultivators would not be able to complete it. If he were to explore on his own, he would have to go through countless failed experiments before he could figure out how to extract the ratio. In addition, the experimental exploration process was extremely boring and required a lot of time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, very few cultivators would do this. How would these cultivators know that Tang Zhen didn't obtain the formula through experiments, but through the accumulation of a vast amount of knowledge and the special instinct of the creator? The abilities he had could not be replicated and were definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. It was just that Tang Zhen would never explain the content in this aspect. No matter how the cultivators guessed, they would never get the true answer. With the cooperation of a group of professional cultivators, their speed was naturally quite fast. The required materials were also constantly extracted and mixed. However, at the same time, the flat-bottomed wooden boats, which were the main source of materials, had become full of potholes. Fortunately, the flat-bottomed wooden boat was strong enough. Even if it was damaged, it would not affect its use. This method of tearing down the east wall to repair the west wall was only a temporary measure. If this happened a few more times, the cultivators would probably have no place to stand. The last step of the concoction was personally completed by Tang Zhen, and the other cultivators could watch at will. Very quickly, they discovered that Tang Zhen had grasped the ingredients perfectly during the mixing process. He was also extremely particular about the order of the proportions. If it was just a little bit off, it would not be able to achieve the expected effect, and it might even cause all the previous efforts to go down the drain. Originally, he thought that Tang Zhen personally operated it because he didn't want others to learn the core technique. He even had a faint trace of disdain in his heart. Only now did he know that it wasn't that Tang Zhen had held back, but that this matter was truly difficult to accomplish. If one overestimates their own abilities and forcibly interferes, resulting in failure, who can bear such a responsibility? As Tang Zhen operated, the old man watched without blinking, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. There was already a probing look in his eyes as he looked at Tang Zhen. It was as if he wanted to figure out Tang Zhen's true background. The extreme spirit realm was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Countless cultivators from other planes had gathered here, and the old man was considered knowledgeable. However, the feeling that Tang Zhen gave people was completely different from the cultivators he had seen in the past. It was as if his entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious aura. Under the gazes of a group of cultivators, Tang Zhen completed the final configuration work, and then a large pile of medicinal powder appeared in front of everyone. After seeing sea monsters being torn apart, no one dared to underestimate the power of this powder. They also knew that whether they could resist the pursuit of those monsters depended on these seemingly insignificant things. There were even many cultivators who secretly made up their minds that if they could escape death this time, they would study the 100 arts of cultivation. Who knew when it would come in handy? Although it would take some time, it was definitely worth it. Not to mention, cultivators never lack time. The matter isn't over yet. This powder needs a container. See if you can find anything suitable. When they were dealing with the sea monster, he had used a bottle that was used to store water, but it had been used up. As for the remaining bottles, they still needed to be filled with water, so there was no way to get them out. Vessel. Where can I find a vessel? The group of cultivators looked at each other and then lowered their heads in unison, looking at the cold corpses. Apart from the corpses of the cultivators, there was nothing else that could be used on the flat-bottomed boat. These corpses won't do. They're not suitable to be used. Tang Zhen shook his head. If the corpse could be used, he would not need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Everyone. Then what should we do? What else can be used as a container? All the cultivators were thinking, but Tang Zhen raised his hand and pointed at the wooden boat at the edge. The wooden boats are enough. Let's take one down and get through this crisis first. There was no doubt about the importance of the wooden boats. They were the only foothold for cultivators on the sea, so up until now, not a single wooden boat had been abandoned. But now, the cultivators had no other choice. Act immediately. Just do as your excellency requested and tear down that ship. The old man personally led his disciples to drag a flat-bottomed wooden boat up. Then, he waved his bronze oars and smashed it into pieces. In the process of slashing, a key-like object suddenly fell. What is this? Does it have some special use? The old man picked up the key and asked Tang Zhen. In the eyes of the cultivators, Tang Zhen was someone who had experienced such a scene. It was very likely that he knew what this thing was. It's a special key that can open a special lock. I can't tell you its specific use yet. Tang Zhen used an indifferent tone to reply to the old man's question. He didn't explain the real use of the key and only gave a general answer, but it made the cultivators feel normal. Anything that involved a secret must be kept. If Tang Zhen directly said the answer, it would instead cause people to be suspicious. 2989 The zombie monsters. Attack 1. The mysterious key that he had obtained by accident had aroused the speculations of many cultivators. They were all wondering what the key was for and what kind of lock it could open. Looking around the entire wooden boat, there was no lock at all. The key was definitely not used here. However, if Tang Zhen didn't say it, it was impossible for anyone to know. You can keep the key, don't lose it. Tang Zhen looked at the old man. He had entrusted him with such an important task, but in reality, it was to divert the attention of the cultivators. The old man nodded with a very serious expression. He clearly believed Tang Zhen's explanation. This was just a small matter, so the cultivators quickly put it aside and continued to row the bronze oars with all their might. Time was life. At this moment, this phrase was perfectly embodied. If they ran too slowly, they would be caught and surrounded by the black monsters, and their end would be miserable. At Tang Zhen's request, the torn-apart wooden boat was processed and a batch of wood was obtained. After the wood was hollowed out, it was combined with the bronze oars to make a special throwing weapon. If it was thrown into the ocean, it would explode in a short time and cause damage to the monster. The design and structure were simple, but under limited conditions, it could only be done to this extent. But even so, it still attracted the exclamations of a group of cultivators. Up until now, they hadn't come up with a solution to the problem. What qualifications did they have to be picky about Tang Zhen's weapon? If he didn't have these weapons, when the monsters caught up to him, he would probably have no choice but to fight with his life on the line. In the process of making the bomb, the cultivators who were rowing the boat behind them had already seen a black shadow flash in the sea. This unusual scene immediately raised his vigilance. There's something in the sea. It's under the wooden boat, the cultivator said loudly. As he reminded his companions, he strengthened the chains on his body. At this point, the cultivators had already understood the use of the iron chains. It was to prevent themselves from falling into the sea. If they were driving normally, they would not fall into the sea with the balance of cultivators. However, if they were attacked by monsters, it was impossible to predict what would happen in the chaos. The most likely danger was to accidentally fall into the ocean in a state of panic. When such a situation occurred, being able to have a chain to pull him was far more effective than a life-saving straw. As soon as the chain was fixed, he saw a gloomy face staring at him from the corner of his eye. His white eyes were filled with endless malice. Not good. He knew that something was wrong, but in the next moment, the monster had already rushed out of the sea and pounced on the cultivator. Bastard, go to hell. Compared to the first time they were attacked, the cultivators on the flat-bottomed boat were already mentally prepared. They knew that there were monsters and that they could catch up to the fleet at any time and attack, so they did not panic even when they found the monsters. He did not panic at all as he waved the bronze oar at the monster. This kind of unknown antique, in addition to the beautiful shape and decoration, was also quite lethal. With a wave of the cultivator's hand, it carried a great amount of power and slashed at the monster's body. There was no scream or blood, but the monster's head had been cut off. The headless corpse of the monster fell into the ocean without a sound. The cultivator didn't even have time to catch his breath before another monster appeared and attacked him again. The cultivators could only continue fighting and couldn't summon their companions for help because they were also entangled by the monsters. The crazily pursuing monsters continuously jumped out of the sea and attacked the cultivators. The cultivators waved their bronze oars and each occupied a position, forming an impenetrable defense for the wooden boat. Although the monster was aggressive, it was still suppressed by the group of cultivators. It was impossible to board the flat-bottomed wooden boat. During this period, there were also some cultivators who were in charge of moving around to provide support. If a cultivator was entangled by a monster, they would immediately wave the bronze oars to rescue them. At the beginning of the fight, the monster was indeed successfully suppressed and could not gain any advantage. The monsters that were smashed by the bronze oars fell into the ocean one after another. Perhaps it was because of the damage to their bodies, but their speed was much slower. While fighting the monsters, there were still cultivators rowing the oars, trying to escape from the monsters. This was something that had to be done. If they did not escape as soon as possible, more and more monsters would catch up to them, until they completely surrounded the flat-bottomed boat. At that time, unless they grew wings, they would have no chance of escaping. But even so, the pressure that the cultivators faced was gradually increasing. This was because as time passed, more and more cultivators, corpses completed their transformation and joined the ranks of the pursuit. The number of monsters that had been killed and crippled only made up a small portion of the total number of monsters. It was not enough to affect the monsters at all. It was foreseeable that as time passed, the situation of the cultivators would become more and more dangerous. I can't hold on much longer. Can that weapon be used? A cultivator shouted. His body was being dragged by the monster into the ocean. Fortunately, he was chained to the ship, otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. The cultivator in charge of roaming around and supporting the reinforcements helped to cut the monster into pieces. Then, he turned around and shouted at Tang Zhen, "Hold on for a while longer. The monsters are too scattered right now. It's not a good time to launch an attack." Tang Zhen waved the bronze oars and killed the few monsters that jumped onto the boat. He then spoke in a calm but clear voice. After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, that cultivator clenched his teeth and turned around to continue fighting the monster. As the commander, Tang Zhen was in charge of controlling the entire situation. He would definitely launch an attack at an appropriate time. Since he said it wasn't time yet, he could only continue to persist. It was the same for the other cultivators. Although they were in danger, they were still not in the most dangerous situation. The number of weapons was limited to begin with, so it was only natural that they had to be used at the most appropriate time and exert the greatest killing power. If he threw out all his weapons at once when he was in danger, what would he do next? Therefore, they should listen to the command and persist in the battle as much as possible. In addition, under such circumstances, he must not panic or doubt the commander. That would only make the situation worse. Clearly, all the cultivators on the ship understood this taboo, and this saved Tang Zhen a lot of trouble. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he would most likely use the method of killing one to warn the others to protect his authority. Although doing so would be effective, it was likely to have the opposite effect and make the cultivators feel hostility towards Tang Zhen. If he could avoid it, he would naturally try his best to avoid it. Tang Zhen's gaze continuously swept across the surface of the sea. The monsters swimming in the sea were all seen by him. When these pursuing monsters had inadvertently gathered together, Tang Zhen decisively gave the order, "Attack." The stern is 270 feet. The old man holding a special weapon and burning charcoal immediately lit the fuse made of rolled cloth. Following the position marked by Tang Zhen, he ruthlessly threw the small rocket-like bronze oars. As if he was measuring with a ruler, the landing spot was exactly the same, and the bomb fell into the water without a sound. In the next moment, a loud noise was heard, and a water pillar shot up into the sky. 2990 Desperate situation. Hope. With a muffled sound, the calm sea's turbid waves rolled, and the dark green sea water splashed everywhere. As the waves surged, the shattered monster corpses were lifted into the sky along with the waves. The other monsters in the ocean were pushed away by the shock wave. It instantly disintegrated into irregular fragments and scattered in the ocean. The corpses of these monsters didn't sink to the bottom like the cultivators did when they fell into the water. Instead, they were suspended at their original depth. However, this made the scene a bit tragic. In the almost transparent green ocean, there were countless broken limbs, like insects frozen in amber. It was this violent explosion that relieved the pressure on the cultivators and cleared the endless stream of monsters. Good job. More than one cultivator looked at the sea and cheered loudly, quite satisfied with the destructive power of the bomb. It was clear that this attack had helped the cultivators resolve their urgent need. Don't let your guard down. This is only one wave of monsters. There are more to come, Tang Zhen said to the cultivators. At the same time, he looked at the bottom of the sea with a grave expression. The power of such a bomb was indeed impressive, but the seawater greatly reduced its destructive power. It seemed to be extremely powerful, but the actual killing effect did not reach Tang Zhen's anticipated target. In a situation of life and death, even the slightest deviation could lead to failure to achieve the expected effect. The original plan would also be affected, and it might even bring about a fatal crisis. Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. He urged the cultivators to speed up their escape while quickly thinking of a solution to the problem. At this moment, even someone as strong as Tang Zhen felt a slight headache. He had not expected the environment of the purple light world to be so dangerous. Danger came wave after wave. It could be said that as long as one entered the purple light world, they would enter a life and death struggle. If they won, they would return with a full load, and if they lost, they would lose their lives. However, there was still a doubt in Tang Zhen's heart. Could it be that the usual purple light world was always this dangerous and strange? If that was the case, more than half of the cultivators would be scared away instead of rushing into purple light ruins to find their own opportunities. Therefore, the current situation was definitely different from usual. There was a high possibility that an unforeseen event had occurred. Of course, this question was not suitable to be raised at this moment. Tang Zhen was prepared to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The old man after he escaped from danger. After all, he had a lot of experience. He probably knew better than anyone whether there was a problem this time. After struggling to get rid of the first wave of monsters, the cultivators were extremely hungry and took the opportunity to eat their food. After a few mouthfuls of food, his physical strength and injuries recovered in an extremely short time. The effect was extraordinary. However, looking at the little food left, the cultivators were worried. They didn't expect the food consumption to be so serious. With their current food reserves, they would not be able to last long. If the monsters attacked again, the cultivators would probably starve to death. In the case of food exhaustion, cultivators could only eat 3 things: wood, seawater, or monster corpses. However, none of these 3 things could be eaten, as eating them would cause endless trouble. The only thing he could do now was to run for his life and hope for a miracle to appear. After running for nearly half an hour, no monsters followed them, which surprised everyone. However, this was better. The later the monsters came, the greater the chance of everyone escaping. Tang Zhen had a guess that it was very likely that other cultivators' ships had appeared on the route they were taking. It was their existence that blocked the disaster for Tang Zhen and the others, becoming a group of scapegoats. It was impossible to determine if the other party could block the monster. However, according to Tang Zhen's estimation, there was an extremely high possibility that the other party would be killed by the monster. Not every group of cultivators had the same number of people as them, and they also needed to know the use of food and have special bombs. Even so, they were in a terrible state. If they had nothing, how could they fight the monster? After getting rid of the cultivators blocking the way, the monsters would definitely chase after them aggressively and then fight to the death. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the monsters to appear in the ocean, but their numbers were sparse. They didn't launch any attacks, but hung closely behind the wooden ship, as if waiting for the main force to arrive. The group of cultivators on the flat-bottomed boat pretended not to see it and continued to wave the bronze oars with all their might. As expected, they didn't have to wait long before the monster caught up, and then another battle began. Due to their ample preparation and the assistance of the bombs, the cultivators managed to survive another wave of attacks. The situation was getting worse and worse. The food in the hands of the cultivators was about to be exhausted, and there was only 1 bomb left. What should we do? If this continues, I'm afraid we'll really lose our lives. One of the old man's disciples said worriedly, his face filled with panic. Shut up. If you continue to say such disheartening words, I'll kick you into the sea. The old man angrily rebuked. He secretly glanced at Tang Zhen. Only after seeing that the latter did not mind did he secretly sigh in relief. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would get angry and treat his disciple as someone who would disrupt the morale of the army. He would then kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was not in the mood to care about these things at this moment. Instead, he was staring intently at a certain direction in the darkness. What's going on? The old man's heart was filled with curiosity. Could it be that Tang Zhen had discovered something, resulting in such a reaction? However, at this moment, he was unable to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About it, lest he disturb Tang Zhen's thoughts. Everyone, pay attention. The monster is here again. One of the cultivators warned loudly, his tone full of helplessness. Even if they had had enough of these monsters, they had to continue to endure it because they had no other choice. The group of cultivators on the ship quickly checked the chains that bound their bodies and got ready for battle. Who would have expected that at this moment, Tang Zhen would point in a direction and give an order without turning his head? Everyone, move together. Follow the direction I'm pointing at and advance at the fastest speed possible. The cultivators on the ship were quite astute. They instantly realized that this order was special and guessed that Tang Zhen had most likely found a solution to this predicament. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and do it. For some unknown reason, the old man was full of confidence in Tang Zhen. He immediately called out to his disciples when he heard Tang Zhen's words and desperately waved the bronze oars. The other cultivators felt the same way. At this moment, they all had a premonition that they were about to get out of danger. More and more monsters were chasing after them. Some of them had already leapt up and started attacking the cultivators. However, it was smashed into pieces by the bronze oars and fell into the sea. Throw the last bomb. Try to throw it at the place where the monsters are gathered. Tang Zhen continued to look forward. At the same time, he extended his arm forward and would occasionally change his direction. The old man received the order, looked at the last bomb, and threw it out with gritted teeth. If they couldn't get out of this crisis, they would have to fight the monster to the death. Whether they lived or died, they could only leave it to fate. There was another loud explosion. The monsters that were in hot pursuit were blown to pieces. Tang Zhen continued to focus on the area in front of him. On the surface of the sea that was covered by darkness, he saw an enormous black figure that was getting closer and closer to him. 2991 The giant ship. 1. The darkness that enveloped the ocean was as heavy as an abyss, making it hard for one to breathe. It might be more appropriate to call it the waterless sea. Even though they had their eyes wide open, none of the cultivators could see what was hidden in the darkness. This made the cultivators realize that they were different from Tang Zhen. They might not be able to do what Tang Zhen could do. In that case, the problem was that they were clearly under the same rules. Why was Tang Zhen different from them? Was it because of the difference in strength, or because he had experienced similar scenes before? Of course, this wasn't important. As long as Tang Zhen could lead everyone out of danger and escape from the monster's pursuit, it would be fine. If one had no ability, then following someone with ability was also a good way of survival. It didn't take long for the cultivators to see a blurry black shadow appear on the sea. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it was huge. Its shape was like an island or a mountain, but it was in a moving state. When the cultivators saw this item, they were immediately filled with anticipation. As long as it wasn't a monster, they would have a chance to escape. Brothers, let's work harder. We're almost out of danger. The old man stood at the bow of the boat, helping the group of cultivators boost their morale. At the same time, he waved the bronze oars and hacked at the monsters. The number of monsters kept increasing, and the last bomb did not have the effect of repelling the monsters at all. It was obvious that the cultivators' corpses had completed their transformation and had all joined the ranks of the pursuit. If they still couldn't escape, they would eventually become food for these monsters. Fortunately, a turning point had already appeared, and there was always a way out. As the flat-bottomed wooden boat flew forward, the cultivators could already see the object's true appearance. It was a huge wooden boat. The wooden boat was so old that it seemed like it would break into pieces with just a light bump. But even so, it still made the cultivators ecstatic. Compared to the flat-bottomed wooden boat, the giant wooden boat had more space and could allow them to dodge the monsters more effectively. It wasn't like the narrow flat-bottomed wooden boat, where space was extremely limited, making it very difficult to dodge. He remembered that the strong cultivator had once said that as long as he boarded a huge ship, he would be able to reach an island and obtain what he wanted. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed the case. However, at that time, Tang Zhen had already denied the other party's confession and said that the robust cultivator was spouting nonsense. However, the appearance of the huge ship at this moment made the cultivators doubt whether Tang Zhen's words were true or false. Perhaps, the one who lied was actually Tang Zhen. Many cultivators had similar doubts in their hearts, but none of them raised it. They decided to observe silently. Tang Zhen, who was guarding the bow of the ship, looked at the huge ship in front of him. His expression was slightly grave. From the beginning to the end, he did not believe the strong cultivator's testimony. The purpose of the interrogation was actually a reverse verification. According to Tang Zhen's guess, the other party must have set a trap in the confession and hidden great danger within it. Once they fell into the trap, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, Tang Zhen was now extra vigilant about the giant ship and the island. He suspected that this was a trap laid by the strong cultivator. Tang Zhen's original plan was to stay far away when he encountered something similar. However, he was unable to avoid it now. As he watched the increasing number of monsters, Tang Zhen casually grabbed a few bronze oars beside him. He swung the oars forward with all his might, and the sound of the oars piercing through the air could be heard. The bronze oars stabbed into the surface of the giant ship, and spread out in a row from bottom to top. Those who shake off the monsters, board the ship immediately. The other cultivators, help cover for us. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, the few cultivators' figures were like lightning as they leapt off the flat-bottomed wooden boat. He grabbed the bronze oars nailed to the body of the ship and quickly climbed up. In the blink of an eye, he had already boarded the giant ship. Seeing this, the other cultivators retreated and jumped up with the bronze oars. The monster rushed onto the wooden boat and attacked the cultivators, trying to stop them from boarding the giant ship. An angry roar was heard. Tang Zhen used a bronze oar to lift up a flat-bottomed wooden boat and smashed it towards the monsters. The wooden boat swept out and smashed the monster into pieces. The wooden boat, which was full of damage, was also shattered. As the light flickered, a metal object fell out of the wooden boat. Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he had rushed over and grabbed the item. Two other cultivators tried to snatch it, but they were too slow. They could only stare at it unwillingly. "This is mine. If you want it, you can snatch it from me." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. His body rapidly retreated and jumped onto the bronze oars that were inserted into the body of the boat. Then, he jumped up and landed on the deck of the ship. The last few cultivators who stayed on the boat also successfully got rid of the monster's pursuit and climbed up with the bronze oars. The monsters that had been chasing them all the way screamed and tried to jump onto the giant ship, but they all fell back into the sea. Although they had arms and legs, they only knew how to swim and jump in the sea. They did not know how to climb at all. Realizing that it could not board the ship, the monster guarded the ship and kept making strange wails. All the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. It was obvious that this purple light world was not a true hopeless situation, but rather, there was a chance of survival. "Phew, I'm finally out of danger," one of the old man's disciples said in a rejoicing tone, as if he had just survived a disaster. "If you think that way, it's definitely a mistake. Don't forget that we're short of food right now," another disciple of Laozi said in a cold tone, his face full of worry. The surrounding cultivators' hearts sank when they heard this. Although he had escaped the monster's pursuit, he had also lost the way to obtain food. He could no longer obtain food by hunting. With so little food left, they wouldn't be able to last long. What would they do once the food was exhausted? The current situation was that the cultivators might be killed by monsters, but they might starve to death. The only fortunate thing was that the latter might die a little later, and there might be a solution. There were also people who looked at Tang Zhen. As a leader, he should stand out to stabilize the people's hearts. Judging from the current situation, the ship can indeed block the monsters and provide us with temporary safety. However, food is still a big problem that must be solved as soon as possible. The only chance is on this ship. Tang Zhen looked at the surrounding cultivators as he said this. "There's a high possibility that there's great danger hidden on this ship, so you must be careful when you explore." As for whether to explore in a team or alone, it was entirely up to their own intentions, but remember to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help in time when in danger and be able to help your companions in time. No matter what the final harvest is, everyone will have to gather here in an hour. All the cultivators had no objections to Tang Zhen's arrangement. As long as there was a chance of survival, they would definitely not sit still and wait for death. "Your Excellency, I'll form a team with you to explore." The cultivator that Tang Zhen had saved earlier once again took the initiative to follow. The other cultivators also did the same. Tang Zhen nodded. He swept his eyes towards the old man beside him. It was obvious that the master and disciple wanted to be together. Giant ships were different from flat-bottomed boats. They had to be on guard against attacks from other companions. It was safer for trusted cultivators to form a team together. Tang Zhen naturally would not force him. He merely nodded gently and slowly walked toward the cabin. 2992 Chapter 2992. Disperse. Food. Walking on the broken deck, one could smell a rotten smell that came in waves. It was as if the ship had been buried in mud for thousands of years and had just been unearthed, causing the deck to be covered with mud. It was green and sticky, extremely disgusting. On the empty deck of the ship, there were a few dilapidated houses that were shrouded in thick darkness. Even if one was standing outside the window, one would not be able to see the interior of the house. It was so dark that it looked as if it had been smeared with ink. It looked empty, but for some reason, it gave people a strange feeling that they were peeping at it. It was as if there were many pairs of eyes in a dark corner, watching them silently. When one looked at the direction of their senses, they would find nothing. This strange and abnormal situation made the cultivators immediately realize that this huge ship was definitely not as simple as they had imagined. In other words, there was no safe place in this world of purple light. Danger was everywhere. The well-built cultivator might not be lying. The giant ship could indeed take passengers to a certain destination, but it would cost an expensive toll, which the cultivators had to pay with their lives. It was still uncertain who would be able to get off the ship in the end. The cultivators were secretly on guard. Especially after Tang Zhen left, that feeling of uneasiness became even stronger. This made the cultivators secretly puzzled. Could it be that Tang Zhen's presence could increase their sense of security? After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. After all, it was Tang Zhen who had led them out of danger along the way. Of course, some cultivators didn't think so. They thought that if it wasn't for Tang Zhen, things wouldn't have become so bad. For example, the 3 cultivators who were captured earlier felt that they were innocent. If they had not been kidnapped by him, they would not have encountered this series of events. The 3 cultivators already hated Tang Zhen to the core. Before they were captured by Tang Zhen, they fought each other to the death, and they were like fire and water. However, after they were captured, they once again became grasshoppers tied on a rope. This was because Tang Zhen treated them equally. The 3 cultivators were on tenterhooks. Even though they had just worked together to overcome the difficulties, they were still wary of Tang Zhen. He was afraid that he would be treated as a sacrifice by Tang Zhen in exchange for a chance of survival when he encountered a crisis. However, as the team dispersed, the tension in their hearts was finally released. In the eyes of the 3 cultivators, Tang Zhen's decision was quite stupid, but it was an opportunity that they had been looking for. They were already in a dangerous situation, but they chose to split up. Once they encountered a monster, how should they deal with it? It could be said that such a decision was extremely stupid. He was afraid that he would die too slowly. However, on second thought, he felt that it was only natural. Tang Zhen was forced to issue such an order. Even if they were the leaders, they had no choice but to issue such an order. Because if they moved in a group, it would only greatly reduce the efficiency of the search, and what they lacked the most right now was time. Who knew what would happen in the next second? If they wanted to search for food and obtain useful resources, they had to race against time. Under such circumstances, it was obviously more efficient to split up and search. If there was no food on the ship, then the cultivators who were gathered together would most likely be unable to bear the hunger and start a tragic fight. If the cultivators were scattered, they could avoid such a situation or reduce the number of deaths. Cultivators could fight in private. As long as it didn't happen in front of Tang Zhen, they could completely pretend that they didn't see it. Whoever was lucky enough and strong enough would be able to survive in the end. Not only could it increase the efficiency of the search, but it could also reduce the number of casualties in the outbreak of civil war. Why not? As for the possible dangers they might face, when had they ever been safe? The 3 cultivators chose to explore together. After Tang Zhen and the others left, they also began to search. The route they chose was not far from Tang Zhen's group. It was only for the sake of having the opportunity to seek help if they encountered danger. They didn't find anything on the deck. After a discussion, the 3 cultivators entered the cabin through a narrow passage. The moment they entered the cabin, the stinky smell hit their faces again, making the 3 cultivators hold their breath. Due to the influence of the world of purple light, they were not much different from mortals. They could smell all kinds of strange smells and experience the feeling of becoming human. There were many cultivators who weren't actually human, but they would appear in human form after entering the extreme spiritual realm. What's going on here? Why is it different from above? A cultivator frowned and looked around the cabin. He found that it was a mess. However, it was not as dirty and messy as the deck. At least, there was no stinky mud all over the ground. It was just chaotic. It was like a tavern that was in business, but no one cleaned it after a drunkard made a scene. This situation made the 3 cultivators happy. If the bottom of the cabin was the same as the top, with debris and mud everywhere, the possibility of finding food was close to zero. However, looking at the current situation, the items in the cabin were still well preserved, so the possibility of finding food was extremely high. There were dangers in the cabin, but there were also opportunities. It was just a matter of whose luck was better. The 3 of them were quite lucky. Just as they were about to be wiped out by the sea monsters, they were lucky enough to find this huge ship and then successfully boarded it. When his hunger grew stronger, he found this room again. It seemed that he could find food. They had to speed up. Because they had been captured, the amount of food they had obtained was very little and had long been consumed. The feeling of being famished was extremely uncomfortable, and it made the 3 cultivators' expressions even more ferocious. Search carefully, but be careful. The 3 cultivators would not split up. They continued to move together and explore carefully. There were many items scattered on the ground, but most of them were broken, and there was almost nothing intact. There's half a bottle of water here. There was a broken bottle in the corner. It was half filled with a liquid that gave off a faint smell. There were also 3 similar bottles on the side, and they were filled to the brim. They should be the same liquid. It's not water, it's wine. A cultivator stepped forward, picked it up, and sniffed it. Then, he said in a certain tone, "Wine, what's that?" This cultivator wasn't a human and had never drunk before, so he didn't know what it was. Wine can also be used as food. It can be used to replenish strength. The other cultivator said. At the same time, he stared at the half-filled bottle of wine and said with a slightly hesitant tone, "The problem is, how can we be sure that the wine can be used normally and that there is no problem with it?" The other 2 cultivators shook their heads. They really didn't have a good idea. Take these wines with you first. When there's an opportunity, gift a bottle to someone else and let us have a taste of this wine. A cultivator said coldly. At the same time, he looked at his other 2 companions, but he saw that they both had an expression of agreement. The 3 cultivators laughed at the same time as if they had the same thought. "All right, let's hurry up. We don't want any more good things to be taken away." Through this tacit smile, the relationship between the 3 cultivators became closer, and the tone of their conversation was no longer so cold. After leaving the room, a spacious hall appeared in front of them. The floor was scattered with tables and plates, and even some food residue. Looking at the structure of this place, it should be a canteen for eating. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many tableware. However, the attention of the 3 cultivators was attracted by the iron shelf not far away, and their eyes flashed with surprise and greed. On top of the metal rack, there was an iron pipe with a piece of roasted meat with bones on it. This piece of roasted meat was very large, probably about 30 to 40 catties. It was roasted by the charcoal fire until it was crispy and oily. After entering the hall, they could smell the fragrance of roasted meat, which made the 3 cultivators drool. Their insatiable appetites made them hate the rules of the purple light world, because it infinitely magnified their desire for food. Food was the heavens. Without food, nothing could be done. For example, if they didn't eat now, they would probably starve to death. 2993 Barbecued meat. Strange woman. 1. 3 powerful cultivators were suffering from hunger. The feeling made them go crazy. They had never thought that cultivators could starve to death. However, in the purple light world, such a thing happened, leaving the cultivators helpless. The 3 cultivators stared blankly at the roasted meat in front of them, attracted by its aroma. All they wanted to do was to swallow the meat in front of them. He didn't need to care about anything else. This abnormal situation alarmed the 3 cultivators, but they were helpless. However, it was also because of this that they hated Tang Zhen even more. Because after they were captured, almost all their original food was taken away by Tang Zhen. Even if he had kept one more portion, he would not have been in such a sorry state. At least, he would have been able to hold on for a longer period of time. Damn bastard, how could I be so unlucky to encounter such an abnormal situation? A cultivator cursed with a depressed expression. The other 2 cultivators were the same. They blamed their current difficult situation on Tang Zhen. The more they thought about it, the more they felt the anger in their hearts. Don't let me seize the opportunity. Otherwise, I'll definitely let that guy know the consequences of offending me. Because Tang Zhen was not by his side, he did not need to have any scruples when he spoke. He was even less afraid of being retaliated against. As for Tang Zhen leading them out of danger, that was purely the result of everyone's cooperation. It was impossible to give all the credit to Tang Zhen. In fact, the main reason was that Tang Zhen had enough food on him. Therefore, compared to others, Tang Zhen's situation was more dangerous. It was very easy for him to be robbed by crazy cultivators. It was estimated that at this moment, more than one cultivator was secretly plotting in their hearts, how could they kill Tantorn and snatch the food? Including Tang Zhen, all the cultivators who had just worked together were very clear that the moment everyone boarded the giant ship, their cooperation had already ended. When they met again, it was very likely that they would kill each other and fight to the death. He had thought that he could distract himself by talking to her and resist the torture of hunger. In the end, the 3 cultivators discovered that this method was completely ineffective. Just as they were talking and trying to distract themselves, their bodies reacted honestly and their eyes involuntarily glanced at the piece of roasted meat. At the same time, their bodies were also sending signals that if they didn't quickly replenish their food, they would not even be able to walk because of hunger. "Are we eating?" a cultivator asked. He seemed to be asking for his companion's opinion, but he already had an answer in his heart. There might be a problem if he ate it, but he would definitely die if he didn't eat it. He didn't need to consider how to choose. Eat. The three cultivators were like wolves as they rushed to the piece of roasted meat and tore it apart. The roasted meat was crisp and fragrant, and one mouthful of it was full of oil. The crazed hunger was finally relieved at this moment. Fragrant, it's too fragrant. The taste of the roasted meat made the three cultivators experience what happiness was. They were completely immersed in the enjoyment of the food. But not long after, they discovered a terrifying thing. Where's the roast meat? Why is it gone so quickly? Looking at the empty iron shelf, a cultivator questioned loudly, his face full of anger. It was even more uncomfortable when the food was gone before he was full. A cultivator was sucking on a bone greedily, while another cultivator was swallowing the last piece of roasted meat. Of course, you've finished them all. You two have finished them all. The cultivator holding the bone also looked gloomy. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the two cultivators' wolfing behavior, so he immediately criticized them loudly. Damn it, I want to eat more. Tell me where I can find more, because I'm hungry again. The cultivator who swallowed the last piece of roasted meat shouted in a hoarse voice. He didn't know when it started, but his eyes had silently turned blood red. I'm also very hungry, I'm not full at all. Yeah, I'm even hungrier now. What should I do? The other two cultivators let out wails that sounded like they were both crying and laughing at the same time. Their expressions were extremely ferocious. Their faces were filled with confusion and helplessness. Their bodies trembled as they continued to shout. Since you're not full, why don't you look for ingredients and exchange them for delicious roast meat? A cold and hoarse voice suddenly came from the darkness, startling the three cultivators. Who is it? Get out here, the three cultivators shouted as they looked around for the source of the sound. An old woman with a hunched back and wearing a tattered robe slowly walked out from a dark corner. It looked like a snake with a hunched back, with long, thin legs and arms, and a rag on its back. In her hands was a long leg that was stained with blood. Seeing this long leg, the three cultivators were stunned and immediately thought of the food they had just eaten. The appearance of the two could be said to be extremely similar. The roasted meat we just ate is the same thing as the human leg in your hand. The cultivator who asked the question trembled as he had a bad feeling. The other two cultivators smiled bitterly, knowing that what they had been worried about had finally happened. This damned purple light world was actually so dangerous this time. It didn't give anyone any chance of survival. Even though he was careful along the way, it was of no use. What was supposed to happen would still happen. He, that's right. Isn't the roasted meat made from the corpses of cultivators delicious? The strange woman laughed in a gloomy voice. At the same time, she hung the long leg in her hand on the barbecue rack. The flame suddenly rose and roasted the piece of meat, making sizzling sounds. You damn madman, I'm going to kill you. A cultivator waved his bronze oars and was about to kill this strange woman to vent his hatred. In the end, he realized that in the process of approaching the strange woman, he was so weak that he couldn't even pick up the bronze oars. Even walking was very difficult. Seeing this, the other two cultivators were shocked. They were caught in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. This ship leads to the island of desire. As long as you reach there, you'll get what you want. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was sufficient food. Otherwise, you'll starve to death or become someone else's prey before you reach the island of desire. I'm sure you're all very clear on what to choose. The strange woman then said in a seductive voice, go quickly. Go kill those cultivators and then drag their bodies here. As long as you bring me the corpse, I'll give you enough food to ensure that you can survive until the island of desire. Then, you can leave with what you want. The cultivator who was full of despair and anger suddenly calmed down, and his eyes flickered. Their goal in entering the purple light world was to obtain what they wanted. They would do anything to achieve their goal. At this moment, the other cultivators on the ship were still facing a food crisis, but they had found a way to get food. Although it was devouring the corpses of cultivators, as long as it could satisfy hunger, what did it matter what it ate? After thinking through this, the unwillingness and fear in his heart gradually dissipated. Old hag, are you sure you're not lying to us? A cultivator asked. Although he had accepted this fact, he was still a little worried. In this damned place, he didn't trust anyone else other than himself. Believe it or not, you have no choice but to do as I say. Otherwise, it won't be long before you all starve to death. By then, It'll be too late to regret. After saying this, the strange woman suddenly stuck her head forward, stretching her neck out for a long distance. The scarred face hovered in front of the cultivator and said in a vicious and gloomy tone, "I'm warning you, don't call me an old hag, or I'll roast you on this iron shelf." The three cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other and slowly left the room. 2994 Hunger and temptation. In the passage below the ship, 12 cultivators gathered together and slowly moved forward. The old man was leading his group of disciples with a cautious look. "From now on, all of you must be on high alert. You can't be careless at all." As usual, the old man taught his disciple in a calm tone. The old man's way of teaching his disciples was to keep them by his side at all times and slowly grow through the trials. The vast majority of cultivators were used to being alone and had no ties to them. However, the old man was different. Perhaps it was because he was a teacher, but he preferred to teach his disciples and pass on his experience. This wasn't a bad thing. After teaching a disciple, it was equivalent to increasing one's own strength. Compared to those unfamiliar cultivators, these disciples that he had personally taught were naturally more trustworthy. For example, at this moment, the old man with 11 disciples could always ensure his own safety. The world of purple light was different from the outside world. Cultivation was not the only factor that mattered. The more people there were, the greater the advantage. When Tang Zhen suggested to split up and search, the old man immediately made up his mind to act alone. Only by doing so could he ensure his own safety and not be in danger due to the lack of food. What other cultivators could think of, the old man could naturally think of as well. Furthermore, he had considered far and wide. The further away he was from Tang Zhen, the safer he would be. At this moment, the old man and the others were walking through a long passage that looked gloomy and dark. The ground was in a mess, as if someone had been fighting here not long ago. Seeing this, the old man became even more vigilant. After walking for some distance, there was a faint flash of light in front of them, flickering with a dark green light. They had been in a dark environment the entire time, but now they suddenly saw light, which made the cultivators subconsciously raise their vigilance. There might be danger ahead, but the exploration had to continue because they had no other choice. When they reached the end of the passage, everyone was surprised to see a long table in the hall ahead. The table was filled with plates, bowls, and chopsticks, and all kinds of food. Even from far away, the cultivators could smell the aroma of food, which made them even hungrier. "Master, there's so much food here, we're saved this time." One of the old man's disciples was overjoyed and was about to rush forward. "Stop right there. Don't tell me you don't want to live." The old man angrily rebuked and stopped his disciple, his face full of disappointment. "Why don't you think about where this place is and why a table of food would appear out of nowhere? Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your life after eating this?" The old man's words were reasonable. In such a strange environment, he couldn't let his guard down. "But master, we've run out of food, and everyone's starving. If you don't eat now, you'll really starve to death," the disciple who was scolded said in an aggrieved tone. His eyes seemed to be out of his control as he peeked at the table full of food. The old man frowned and didn't say a word. "It's all that guy's fault. If he didn't steal our food, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. If we really can't, we'll go back and snatch his food. According to my understanding, half of the food on the ship is on him." Another disciple used a complaining tone and said. The person he was referring to was naturally Tang Zhen. Hearing the meaning in his words, it was obvious that he had some crooked thoughts and wanted to find an opportunity to rob Tang Zhen. The old man who was deep in thought immediately turned his head and looked at the disciple with a cold gaze. Seeing his master's serious expression, the disciple panicked, not knowing what had happened. "I'll only warn you once. Even if you starve to death, don't have any ideas about him, or you'll be doomed to regret it. If you want to die, remember to do it yourself and don't implicate others." Hearing the old man's warning, the group of disciples were all secretly shocked. They did not expect that their master would actually place such importance on Tang Zhen. Could it be that there was something special about that cultivator? The old man did not explain too much when he saw his disciple's puzzled face. He merely had a feeling that Tang Zhen was not simple. If he wanted to leave alive, he would most likely have to rely on Tang Zhen. "But master, how should we solve the food crisis? Are we going to starve to death?" The 11 disciples around him were all looking at the old man, waiting for him to come up with a solution. Because of their hunger, Their faces were twisted and hideous, and their eyes couldn't help but look at the food on the table. If it wasn't for the old man's authority, which kept them from acting rashly, they might have already rushed to the table. The old man was also enduring his hunger. He was very clear in his heart that he had to make a decision immediately. At the thought of this, he no longer hesitated and looked at the pained expressions on the disciples' faces. Who among you is willing to try the food and see if there are any problems? I want to remind you that doing this requires taking risks. You must think carefully before you do it. He knew that the food might be a trap, but he had no other choice. Master, I'll go. A starving disciple who was about to go crazy stood up without hesitation. He really couldn't bear this kind of terrible torture. Rather than being starved to death like this, it was better to fill one's stomach before dying. That might be more comfortable. With the old man's permission, the cultivator rushed to the table, picked up a plate of food, and poured it into his mouth. He didn't even chew. He swallowed the food on the plate and quickly grabbed another plate. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured more than 10 plates of food, making his companions extremely envious. How is it? How do you feel? The old man asked, secretly swallowing his saliva and resisting his hunger. It's very fragrant and very delicious. I finally don't have to endure that feeling of hunger anymore, the disciple said in an excited tone as he picked up another serving of food and poured it into his mouth. The disciple didn't answer the question, which made the old man so angry that his face turned black. Damn bastard, I'm asking you, is there a problem with this food? The other disciples were full of anticipation as they looked at their companions devouring the delicious food. They wanted to rush forward immediately. If the old man still didn't allow it, then they would rather choose to disobey and grab a bite of the food. Problem? What's the problem? I feel like I'm in a good state right now, the disciple replied, then buried his head and started eating again. Master, let's go and have a bite too. We really can't take it anymore. The disciples looked at the old man and said in an almost pleading tone, all right, I hope our luck is good and we don't run into any messy things. The old man sighed. At this moment, he really didn't have a better idea. After getting the old man's approval, the group immediately rushed to the table and stuffed food into their mouths with all their might. As they ate, all sorts of sounds came out of their mouths, and their faces were filled with enjoyment and satisfaction. Master, come and have a bite. There shouldn't be any problem with this food. Besides, if you don't eat, you'll starve to death sooner or later, so why make things difficult for yourself? Hearing his disciples' advice, the old man made up his mind and slowly walked to the table. Master, this is for you. It's delicious. A disciple handed over some food. The old man took a look and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the food entered his stomach, the hunger that had driven him crazy was immediately alleviated. According to the old man's original plan, he wouldn't eat more after his hunger disappeared. Unexpectedly, after he started eating, he suddenly realized that he could not control his appetite at all. It didn't take long for the vigilant master and disciple to immerse themselves in the satisfaction brought by the food. They did not notice that in the dark corner of the hall, there was an identical table. Illusionary figures appeared beside the tables. They looked exactly like the old man and the others. 2,995 can't be eaten. One after Tang Zhen separated from the group of cultivators, he led the 5 cultivators who were willing to follow him and slowly moved forward in the passage inside the cabin. Among the group of cultivators, only 5 cultivators were willing to follow him. Tang Zhen was not surprised by this situation. After boarding the ship, it meant that a new round of fighting had begun. It was not only monsters that they had to be wary of, but also their own people. This was especially so for Tang Zhen, who was carrying a large amount of food on his body. He would definitely be the main target. The cultivators who were driven by hunger could turn around at any time and launch a crazy attack. Even the 5 cultivators around him had to be vigilant. Because of the serious damage, there were many entrances on the giant ship. Tang Zhen just randomly chose one of them. As for where it led to, no one knew. After entering the interior, Tang Zhen discovered an abnormality. This was because the cabin below was too clean compared to the deck of the giant ship. There wasn't any green mud with a fishy and stinky smell. It was just a little dirty and messy, as if someone had been active not long ago. Such an abnormal situation made all the cultivators wary, worried that there were monsters here. In other words, it would be strange if there was no danger here. In the following time, no matter what you see or encounter, you must hold your ground and don't panic. In a special and dangerous environment, there was no need to be afraid of being threatened, but the fear of internal chaos. Unless it was a monster that could not be resisted, no matter how difficult the situation was, they could find a way to get through it. The 5 cultivators nodded one after another. They chose to follow Tang Zhen because they admired his ability. Before boarding the giant ship, Tang Zhen had helped everyone through the difficulties, and he believed that it would still be the same. Those guys each had their own thoughts and would definitely regret it if they chose to part ways with Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's group of 6 walked for a distance in the cabin before a burning bonfire appeared in front of them. The charcoal was placed in a metal basin. On top of the fire, there was a metal fork with pieces of roasted meat on it. The smell of roasted meat wafted everywhere, making one drool and their stomach growl. It's obvious that it's a trap to have roasted meat in such a place. Who dares to take a bite? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, all the cultivators were stunned at the same time. Then, they hurriedly shook their heads. Knowing that it was a trap and still daring to step forward to eat it, that was simply courting death. At the same time, they were also puzzled in their hearts. Why would Tang Zhen make such a suggestion? Could it be that he wanted them to die? At this moment, Tang Zhen continued, "Since this is a harmful item, I can't let it live. I must destroy it immediately." Tang Zhen had already waved the bronze oars and lifted a table beside him when his voice had just sounded. A gust of wind blew, and the table was thrown at the barbecue. After a series of cracking sounds, the brazier fell to the ground, and the roasted meat had flown to God knows where. This Junjun, seeing this, the 5 cultivators, hearts ached as if they were being cut by knives. They felt that it was a pity to waste this food. They even stuck their heads out to look for the whereabouts of the roasted meat, obviously unwilling to give up. I've already said that these things are harmful to people, so what's there to feel pity about destroying them? If you guys want to eat, you can go pick up the potatoes now, but you must leave the team and not rejoin. Tang Zhen's tone was resolute and decisive, not allowing the slightest doubt. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled, and they no longer dared to let their imagination run wild. Seeing the reaction of the 5 cultivators, Tang Zhen secretly nodded. Then, he took out the food and distributed it to everyone. Although this food is shared by everyone, the situation is critical at the moment, so I have no choice but to take it out and share it with everyone. The purpose is to tide over the current difficulties. Tang Zhen's explanation of his actions was, in fact, telling the 5 cultivators that they didn't need to worry about food for the time being. After receiving the food, the 5 cultivators quickly thanked him and eagerly swallowed it. His intense hunger was relieved. When he looked at the roasted meat on the ground again, he no longer felt that inexplicable heartache. Keep moving forward. Don't think about anything related to food. Instead, think about how to find a safe place. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's request, the 5 cultivators nodded their heads repeatedly. Could this be the method to get out of this crisis? If that was the case, he would have to do as Tang Zhen requested. After all, he had sufficient experience. Tang Zhen continued to walk in front of the group. He continued to observe his surroundings while he was quietly thinking in his heart. Compared to ordinary cultivators, Tang Zhen had more experience and was able to see more things. Ever since he had entered the purple light world, Tang Zhen had been constantly observing and researching in an attempt to figure out the secrets of this world. The thing he wanted to know the most was how he could get what he wanted in this special world. A special item like an origin spiritual treasure was born along with the chaotic world and had many unique properties. Even as a creator, he could not create such an item. Instead, he had to obtain it from various worlds. However, could higher-level deities ignore this restriction and form original spiritual treasures? There was no answer to this question. First of all, not many cultivators were qualified to think about such a question. Second, if the other party knew the answer, he would definitely not announce it. The idea was the unique ability of gods, which could allow cultivators to get anything they wanted. Then, a higher-level god might really be able to condense an origin spiritual treasure. Of course, this was merely a guess. Tang Zhen would need to persevere until the last moment before he would have a chance to verify his guess. However, before that, Tang Zhen could also carry out a series of experiments based on his own speculations. For example, at this moment, he asked the cultivators to constantly think about a safe place to live. The purpose of this was actually a kind of test. Tang Zhen wanted to see if it was possible for a group of people to realize something when they were thinking about it. For example, hungry cultivators would always want food, and then all kinds of food would really appear in front of them. It was just that such food could not be eaten at all, or else he would definitely pay the corresponding price. This was something that Tang Zhen was certain of. This was because there was no free lunch in the world. One had to pay a price for it at the same time. In that case, was a safe place really safe? Tang Zhen did not dare to be certain. It was even a problem if a safe house would appear. Not long after Tang Zhen's group left, a black figure slowly appeared at the spot where they had stopped earlier. The black shadow was thin and long, looking like a bamboo pole. Two huge eyeballs were hanging on the blood vessels that flowed out of the eye sockets. The monster was silent for a moment as it looked at the roasted meat scattered all over the ground. It then bent down to pick up the food. He fiddled with the barbecue racks until they were exactly the same as before. There was almost no difference. After staring at it for a while and making sure that there was no problem, the slender monster retreated back into the darkness. From its appearance, it seemed to be waiting for the next batch of customers to taste the roast meat. Tang Zhen was naturally unaware of what had happened after he left. However, he had encountered a new unforeseen event at this moment. As they advanced, the cultivators found a special room with a lock hanging on the door. After seeing the lock, Tang Zhen immediately frowned and thought of the key he had obtained from the wooden boat. 2996 A safe house. 1 inch, sir, should we go in and take a look? Looking at the locked door, a cultivator asked tentatively. He felt that there should be a secret behind the door. Tang Zhen stared at the metal lock and considered whether he should open it. Perhaps there was a chance of survival behind the chains, but he needed to have the courage to try. Everyone, get ready. If the situation doesn't look right, we'll immediately attack. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivator beside him and reminded him in a deep voice. I know. When they heard this warning, the cultivators had already realized that Tang Zhen was about to open the iron lock. They scattered behind Tang Zhen and vigilantly observed their surroundings, wary of any danger that might appear. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the door. He took out a strangely shaped key and gently inserted it. Crack! With a crisp sound, the iron lock was opened and fell to the ground. Just as he had expected, any lock could be opened with this key. However, after the lock was opened, the key would suddenly break and could no longer be used. Each key could only open one lock. With a gentle push, the heavy iron door slowly opened. The room was dark and cold. Your Excellency, what's in the room? A cultivator asked in a low voice. He looked nervous and curious as he looked into the room. Tang Zhen shook his head. He was also unable to see clearly and was unable to answer. The iron lock had been unlocked, so he had to go in and take a look, even if it would be risky. At this moment, the 5 cultivators were already eager to try. Don't rush in. I have something here that we can throw in to explore the way. As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out a bottle that contained the explosives that he had previously prepared. He took out the match he had made earlier, lit the fuse of the bomb, and threw it into the house. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, followed by a shrill scream, which shocked the cultivators. The house behind the door was indeed filled with hidden dangers. Who would have expected that at this moment, Tang Zhen would actually carry the bronze ores and directly rush into the house? Quick, let's go in too. The 5 cultivators came back to their senses and rushed in without any hesitation. When he entered the house, he realized that it was not as dark as he had imagined. Or rather, the darkness had already shrunk and dissipated. A monster was lying in front of Tang Zhen. That ink-like darkness was shrinking into its body like hair. The darkness that enveloped the room was actually a part of the monster. If he entered rashly, he might be controlled by the monster and attacked. Fortunately, the monster had been killed, and the original hidden danger had been completely eliminated. Throw it out, it's best to burn it. Tang Zhen sized up the interior of the house and said without turning his head. The 2 cultivators dragged the monster's corpse and threw it somewhere else. They waved the bronze ores and chopped it into pieces. He threw a fire over and set the monster on fire, causing thick smoke to spread out. Your Excellency, the monster's body has been dealt with. What should we do next? 5 cultivators stood at the door, waiting for Tang Zhen's order. There's something I need to do immediately. The faster, the better. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the 5 cultivators as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Sir, please give us your orders. As long as it's within our means, we will do our best. Because of the previous misunderstanding, the 5 cultivators placed all their hopes on Tang Zhen. They believed that he could help everyone get out of this crisis. I want you to go back the way you came, find the roasted meat you just came across, and then bring it to this room. Remember, no matter what happens, don't pay attention to it. Without my request, don't eat other food. If you can do it, then immediately take action. The time left for us is getting less and less, and I reckon that danger will come soon. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's request, the 5 cultivators immediately turned around and rushed back the way they came. Regardless of the purpose of Tang Zhen's order, they must immediately execute it. Since they had chosen to follow Tang Zhen, they had to learn to obey the arrangements. If they were to resist the orders, they would definitely lose the qualifications to continue cooperating. When they came, they advanced step by step, but when they returned, they were much faster. After all, Tang Zhen had said that time was tight. It didn't take long for the cultivators to arrive at the place where they saw roasted meat. When they saw that the charcoal was still burning and the roasted meat had been placed back in place, the cultivators' eyes were full of vigilance. The food that had suddenly appeared in front of him was indeed not something good. If he had eaten it at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There was no time to exclaim. The 5 cultivators rushed forward and took all the roasted meat in their hands. The moment they picked up the roast meat, they could immediately feel as if a pair of eyes were watching them in the dark. Hurry up and run! With a low roar, the 5 cultivators holding the roasted meat turned and ran without hesitation. Just as they were running away, an extremely angry roar came from the dark corner behind them. A ghostly figure as thin as a bamboo pole ran out of the darkness and followed closely behind the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators increased their speed again when they saw the slender ghostly figure that had suddenly appeared. They were afraid that the monster would catch up to them. It didn't take long for the cultivators to rush to the front of the house. Then, they saw Tang Zhen holding a bronze oar and standing motionlessly at the door. "Sir, we've got the food, but there are monsters chasing us," one of the cultivators shouted while holding a piece of roasted meat in his arms. "Don't worry about it, hurry up and go inside." Tang Zhen had already seen the ghostly figure that was as slender as a bamboo pole behind him. His expression did not change as he urged the cultivators to enter the house. After waiting for the 5 cultivators to enter, Tang Zhen followed closely behind and entered the house. Then, he closed the door with a clang sound. The metal bolt dropped down and the door was completely sealed, leaving only a small opening to observe the situation outside. The moment the door closed, there was a sudden muffled sound of a collision, followed by an angry howl. The monster's howls were filled with unwillingness, as if its most precious thing had been snatched away by 5 cultivators. "It's just a pile of roasted meat, why is this monster so angry?" Hearing the shrill roars outside, the cultivators were puzzled. They couldn't understand why the monster was so crazy. Perhaps the pile of roasted meat was not as simple as he thought and was very important to the monster. Tang Zhen stood guard at the door. He allowed the monster to madly knock on the door, but there was no response. After about 3 minutes, the knocking suddenly stopped, and there was dead silence outside the door. The 5 cultivators were silent as they quietly looked at Tang Zhen. "The reason why I asked you to retrieve the roasted meat is so that when we are at the end of our rope, we can use this roasted meat to maintain our lives. Even if there are hidden dangers after eating it, you have to bear the risk." The 5 cultivators gently nodded. Even if Tang Zhen didn't say anything, they could already guess a little. Tang Zhen's intention was very obvious. After the monsters were eliminated, they could slowly wait in this room. If the remaining food was used up, the roasted meat would be used as backup food. If one wanted to live, they had to eat these problematic things. If they could survive until the destination, it would be considered a victory. As for the life and death of the other cultivators, when they chose to split up, it no longer had anything to do with them. 2997 One wave after another one. The dusky room was also very messy. It looked like a crew's dormitory. The monster that had been killed before was wearing a sailor's uniform, so it was very likely that it was the original owner of the house. For some reason, it was locked in the house to prevent it from appearing outside to harm others. Tang Zhen opened the iron lock and killed the monster at the same time. He then occupied the house that imprisoned the monster. The place that was originally dangerous became very safe after the monster was killed. In a special and dangerous environment, he had to reduce the number of activities as much as possible. The more activities he did, the more dangerous it would be. The wisest way was to find a safe place and wait for the ship to dock. In order to do so, 2 conditions had to be met. which were sufficient food and a safe place. Tang Zhen's group of 6 had already fulfilled all the requirements. Naturally, they had to hide and wait obediently. However, Tang Zhen was very clear that the journey that followed would definitely not be smooth sailing. "Your Excellency, are we just going to wait like this?" A cultivator opened his mouth and asked Tang Zhen, "What else? Do you want to go out for a walk and then be chased back by the monsters?" Without waiting for Tang Zhen's reply, the cultivator at the side coldly snorted and said with an unkind tone, "When that time comes, don't expect everyone to open the door for you and take the risk for you." The cultivator didn't retort after being reprimanded. Instead, he chose to keep his mouth shut. He knew very well that once he left the house, he could forget about coming back. Although he still had some messy thoughts in his heart, he had to put them aside now. No matter what, his life was more important. The conversation between the cultivators was short and concise, and then they fell into silence. The room was extremely quiet. Tang Zhen had been standing at the door the entire time, observing the situation outside. Based on the ghostly figure's performance just now, he could basically confirm that the monster could not enter the house. This point was of utmost importance. Only after confirming it could Tang Zhen stay with peace of mind. Although the sound of the door being smashed had stopped, Tang Zhen was certain that the monster should be hiding in the nearby darkness. Tang Zhen didn't care about the known monsters. What he was wary of was the unknown danger. This was the reason why he was in a hurry to hide after finding a safe house. He was afraid of encountering monsters that he could not fight against. Not too long later, Tang Zhen heard a wave of strange footsteps slowly approaching their house. "Sir, where are you? Answer us quickly." As the footsteps moved forward, some people even lowered their voices and called out softly, as if they were afraid of provoking the monster. After 4 to 5 steps, it would call out to him, and he was getting closer and closer to the house. "Sir, are you in the house? Answer me." A figure suddenly appeared in front of the door and asked in a low voice. There was a small crack on the iron door. The cultivators inside the house could easily see the outside, but the people outside couldn't see the inside. The 5 cultivators could clearly see several familiar figures approaching and gathering in front of the iron gate. "Sir, are you in the house? Open the door and let us in. We've found a way to fight hunger. Open the door and I'll tell you." A few figures chattered as they surrounded the iron gate, refusing to leave. Something's wrong. The 5 cultivators in the room had already noticed. That something was wrong because the cultivators at the door all looked weak. However, other than that, everything else was normal. There was nothing wrong. Look carefully. Their feet have already left the ground. How can there be footsteps? A cultivator suddenly said with a surprised expression. When the other cultivators heard this, they quickly looked carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. The few figures at the door were indeed suspended in the air, but because of the dark environment, they could not be seen clearly. To the cultivators, walking in the air was a piece of cake. However, in the world of purple light, this was the biggest flaw. Just as they were secretly on guard, the figure guarding the door spoke again. "They're not here, let's go somewhere else." After saying this, the cultivator suddenly opened his mouth again and made a sound that sounded like he was walking. Pa, 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 pa. Then, he turned around and continued to move forward, revealing the back of his body. Only then did Tang Zhen and the others see that the bodies of these cultivators had been dug out until only empty shells were left. No wonder he didn't feel hungry, because there were no organs left, only a thin layer of human skin. They floated in the air and mimicked the sound of footsteps. They called out to Tang Zhen and the others as they walked. Only after they disappeared into the darkness did the group of cultivators in the house secretly heave a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that the cultivators on the same boat would become like this after they had just separated for a while. If they really found him or entered the house, the consequences would be unimaginable. Through this incident, the cultivators confirmed the safety of the house and no one dared to leave it. He was secretly rejoicing. If they had not found a safe house, they might have ended up like this. The few cultivators just now were only a part of the group on the same boat. He wondered how the other cultivators were doing. If he also became like this, wouldn't that be a great disaster? Just as he thought of this, he heard footsteps coming from the passage again. It sounded like 3 cultivators, and their voices were stealthily moving, as if they were very careful. "Look, there's a door here. Will there be anyone inside?" The rooms at the bottom of the cabin were basically in tatters. This complete door was very eye-catching. "Open it and see," maybe there's something hidden inside. As the three cultivators conversed, they slowly walked toward the door. After hearing the voice, everyone immediately thought of the first three cultivators who were captured. When they were acting separately, the three of them had formed a group. Their voices were normal, unlike the previous cultivators who had only their bodies left, which had a sense of weakness. However, the cultivators in the room still didn't make a sound, regardless of whether the other party had a problem or not. They could not even satisfy their own needs with the food they had, so how could they share it with others? It didn't take long for three cultivators to appear at the door. Then, they stuck their heads out and kept looking around. When they saw the appearance of the three cultivators through the observation hole on the door, all the cultivators were shocked. The three cultivators, whose voices and footsteps were normal, now opened their bloody mouths and shot out cold green light from their eyes. The three of them stood guard at the door, poking their heads out and looking around. At the same time, they used the bronze oars to hack at the iron door. However, the iron door was extremely strong. No matter how the three cultivators hacked at it, they couldn't damage it at all. Damn it, the door can't be opened. Why do I have a feeling that someone is hiding inside? There seems to be the smell of food. Don't waste time. Hurry up and find other targets. I'm starving to death. They had been busy for half a day without any results. The patience of the three cultivators had been completely exhausted. After complaining for a while, they left the room and quickly disappeared. However, as soon as the three cultivators left, they heard footsteps again. The old man and his 11 disciples slowly appeared in front of the iron door. 2998 An old man calling at the door. 1. The 12 figures that followed stopped in front of the iron gate and did not continue forward. They seemed to be able to confirm that there was someone in this room. All the cultivators, including Tang Zhen, kept quiet and did not reveal their existence. The previous experience had made the cultivators more vigilant. If it was not necessary, they would never open the door. Your Excellency, you're hiding in the house, right? The old man asked in a low voice. At the same time, he stared at the iron door, as if he wanted to see through everything hidden behind it. The 11 disciples behind him were also staring at the iron gate, but their expressions were blocked by the darkness. Tang Zhen was silent as though he had not heard anything. In the deathly silent environment, only the old man's voice was slowly ringing in everyone's ears. The ship is eerie and eerie. It can be said that every step is filled with killing intent, causing us to be mentally and physically exhausted. This was just the beginning. If this continued, who knew what kind of danger would happen? Thus, I hope that you can help us overcome this crisis. If there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely repay your great kindness. The old man's words were so sincere that he almost knelt down and begged. When the cultivators in the room heard this, they couldn't help but be moved. Previously, everyone had gone through the difficulties together, but now, in order to protect themselves, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. Although it was cruel, there was nothing he could do. As for Tang Zhen, who was at the door, he didn't have any reaction from the beginning until the end. It was as if he didn't hear the old man's plea. Your Excellency, could it be that you can bear to see us master and disciple all die on this giant ship? The old man asked loudly again, his tone full of pleading. This time, he really wanted to kneel. Master. Seeing the old man's behavior, the group of disciples quickly rushed forward and tried to stop him. A man can kneel to the heavens and the earth, but he can't look down on himself like this. Even if we lose our lives, we can't let you suffer humiliation. A group of disciples surrounded them, their faces filled with sorrow, causing all the spectators to be moved. One of the disciples turned around and stared at the iron gate with hatred. He said in a sad and angry tone, "If it wasn't for us, Master wouldn't have been able to endure such humiliation and beg you in every way possible. Since you're not willing, then we won't force you. We'll leave with Master so that you won't be an eyesore." The old man's other disciples stepped forward indignantly and tried to help their master leave. A bunch of traitorous disciples, how impudent. Who allowed you to speak in such a tone? The old man kept struggling and reprimanded his disciple loudly. His face was full of anger. In the process of struggling, the old man's expression suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his face turned pale and he sat on the ground limply, as if all his strength had been sucked out. When the disciples saw this, they were so scared that they quickly helped him up and asked their master what was going on. "It's all right. I'm just slightly injured. There's no need to make a fuss." Laozi looked at his disciple and said in a light tone, as if he had already put his life and death aside. Master, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were injured? The disciple who had questioned Tang Zhen immediately picked up a backpack and opened it in front of everyone. The size of the backpack was not small, and it was actually filled with food, probably more than 100 pounds. Master, since you're injured, you should quickly eat some food so that you can recover as soon as possible. As the disciple spoke, he picked up a piece of food and handed it to the old man with both hands. Master, quickly eat it and heal your injuries. You're our backbone. If anything happens, what should we do? The other disciples nodded one after another, their faces full of concern, without the slightest bit of pretense. Food is precious, save as much as you can, don't waste it. The old man waved his hand and refused the food that was brought to him. No matter how important food is, it can't be compared to Master's health. As long as you can recover, it doesn't matter if we consume all the food. Besides, the food we have on hand is already enough for consumption. Even if we have 6 or 7 more people, we should have more than enough. When the other disciples heard this, they all nodded in agreement and advised their master to quickly finish the food. Seeing that his disciples were so filial, the old man showed a relieved expression and took the food from his disciples. The cultivators in the room saw this scene of a loving father and a filial son. They weren't touched, but they placed most of their attention on the pile of food. In the world of purple light, the importance of food was unquestionable. It was the last guarantee for the cultivators to last until the end. The cultivators had originally decided that no matter how dangerous the old man's situation was, they would definitely not help. The main problem was that food was limited. If he helped the other party, what would he do? This kind of terrifying hunger was not something that could be endured. It was really life-threatening. However, when the old man and the others had a large amount of food in their hands, the situation would be completely different. The food in the other party's hands was not only enough for him to eat, but also some leftovers. Judging from the old man's appearance, the food should be very safe. Otherwise, they would not dare to eat it with such ease. It just so happened that the food in his hands was obviously insufficient, so could he borrow some from the other party? When the cultivators thought up to this point, they were already somewhat moved. They all looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation. Tang Zhen was the leader of the team. They had to listen to his arrangements and absolutely couldn't act on their own. To the disappointment of the cultivators, Tang Zhen didn't say a word and only looked outside silently. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he didn't want to take in the old man. Sir, we should have enough space here, why not help? Although his main purpose was to get the food in the other party's hands, there was no need to say it. Tang Zhen turned his head when he heard this and swept his eyes over the few cultivators. Do you all think that we should put each other in the house and then share their food? That's right, sir. Is this not appropriate? The reason for the outbreak of conflict was the lack of food. As long as this problem was solved, it was equivalent to eliminating the possibility of conflict. Therefore, the cultivators believed that it wouldn't be a problem to help the old man and the others. Do you still remember that the old man also obtained a strange key on the flat-bottomed boat? The 5 cultivators nodded, indicating that this was true. They must have gone to many places to collect so much food. Didn't they come across a similar safe house? According to my speculations, there should be quite a number of similar houses on this ship. It could even be said that there was a key inside every single flat-bottomed wooden boat. When they boarded the giant ship, they could get the key by destroying the flat-bottomed wooden boat. When the old man saw the locked door, it was impossible for him not to think of the use of the key, and it was also impossible for him not to try to open it. So under normal circumstances, the other party would definitely not bring a pile of food and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help. Instead, they would choose to hide in the house. As for the second suspicion, how did the other party find our location accurately? It seems that those monsters can also do it. If the old man's judgment was based on the lock on the door, it would prove that the other party knew how to use the key. There was another suspicious point. They had gotten so much food, but there was no damage at all. Combined with our previous experience, do you think this is possible? 2999 The boy begging for food. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the 5 cultivators were silent, but they were secretly shocked. If that was the case, the old man and his disciple really couldn't be placed in the house. Not to mention that the other party had the advantage in numbers. If they harbored ill intentions, how could they deal with them? He only thought of taking small advantages, but he didn't know that the result of doing so was likely to make him suffer a big loss. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He felt as if he had been possessed. Fortunately, the door was not opened. Otherwise, if there was something wrong with the old man, who knew what would happen? At the same time, he was also wondering why he didn't think of such a simple thing just now. Tang Zhen had already noticed the doubts in the hearts of the cultivators. It was because an invisible force was influencing everything in the dark. There were many problems that cultivators couldn't think of, but that special power deliberately didn't let you think of them. It drove you to act out the role that you should play in a specific script without you knowing it. Or rather, from the very beginning, the fate of all the participants had already been arranged. The strength of the cultivators was too low and they were unable to sense the influence of this power. However, Tang Zhen was different. He could feel the potential influence that the special power had on him, and he would try his best to resolve it. Perhaps this way, he could escape the arrangement of the script and let the character he played have a completely different fate. Of course, Tang Zhen wouldn't explain such matters. Those cultivators wouldn't be able to understand it either. The only thing he could do now was to continue playing his role and then look for an opportunity to break out of this situation. If he didn't do this, who knew when it would be his turn to die? To put it bluntly, all the cultivators, including Tang Zhen, were actors, and they had already decided the ending. However, these endings were not unchangeable. Because of Tang Zhen's words, the cultivators had already made up their minds not to let the old man and his disciple enter the house. Seeing that there was no response from the room for a long time, a trace of gloominess flashed across the old man's face, but it quickly disappeared. Since you don't believe us, there's nothing we can do. I only hope that you can take care of yourself. We'll meet again if fate allows. After the old man said this, he cupped his fists and saluted through the iron door. Then, he turned around and left with a sigh. Looking at his back, he looked a little desolate. His disciples' faces were filled with anger. They cursed in low voices and left with the old man. In front of the sealed iron door, it was quiet again. The cultivators in the house were very hungry again. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much food there was, it could not resist the hunger and emptiness. Try your best to persevere. This is actually just an illusionary feeling. You don't really feel hungry. Tang Zhen's explanation was actually a little one-sided. This was because both the purple light world and the bodies of the cultivators were real. The invisible and terrifying power turned the cultivators into mortals and made them suffer the pain of life, death, illness, and hunger. This kind of special modification could actually be done by Tang Zhen, but it must be done in his own divine kingdom in his mind. However, compared to the purple light world, it was not worth mentioning. The hunger of cultivators was the effect of a special power on the physical body. If they were to hypnotize themselves, they could indeed have some resistance. The greatest strength of cultivators was their extraordinary perseverance. They could be ruthless to both themselves and their enemies. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the 5 cultivators gritted their teeth and began to force themselves to go through with it. They even hypnotized themselves. Or, he could use a method similar to the turtle's breath to enter a state of feigned death to resist the surging hunger. Tang Zhen was the same. He quietly stood at the door as he resisted the waves of hunger. Only when he couldn't take it anymore did he take out some food and throw it to the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators took the food and quickly swallowed it. Then, they let out a long breath. It was as if he was on the verge of death and had come back to life, his face full of joy. I never thought that hunger would be so painful. One of the cultivators said in a hoarse voice, "It's the same for me. I've entered the purple light world more than a dozen times, but I've never experienced such a terrifying scene." Another cultivator said, his face full of fear and confusion. This experience was destined to cast a shadow over many cultivators. If they could make it out alive, they would rather die than enter the purple light world again. Of course, there were many cultivators who had completely lost the right to choose. Why don't you tell me why it wasn't this dangerous before? What happened this time? A cultivator's face was filled with doubt. At the same time, he looked at Tang Zhen who was standing at the door. Since Tang Zhen had experienced a similar scene before, he should have the most say in regards to this unexpected turn of events. No one knows, not even I. Tang Zhen spoke in a faint tone. However, he had already faintly guessed it in his heart. Perhaps this matter had something to do with him. This might be a hidden rule of the purple light world. The higher the level of the item, the more difficult the scenes the cultivators had to go through. To put it bluntly, Tang Zhen's entry had caused the difficulty of the purple light world to increase, and all the cultivators were implicated. If this was the case, the cultivators who participated in this expedition were really unlucky. In fact, he was not the only god among all the participants. Even though it was only for a moment, Tang Zhen was certain that there was another deity who had entered the purple light world. He didn't know what the other party wanted. Was it something of a higher grade than the original spiritual treasure, which caused the difficulty of this expedition to increase? While he was thinking in his heart, Tang Zhen suddenly heard a series of soft footsteps. The sound of these footsteps was extremely light, and one had to be in a state of full concentration to be able to hear it. Again, in a short time, 3 groups of cultivators appeared one after another, and each group of cultivators had a problem. No matter how tough one's nerves were, they would still feel a sense of wariness, afraid of encountering any strange changes. He stared at the crack of the door and observed the situation outside, not daring to make any mistakes. Then, he saw a thin figure slowly walking out from the darkness. He could vaguely see that it was a little boy, wearing tattered clothes and having dirty and messy hair. He came to the front of the iron gate, then raised his head and stared at the gap of the iron gate with his big eyes. It was as though he was looking at Tang Zhen through the darkness. "I'm very hungry, can I have some food?" the boy said in a low voice, his voice calm and cold. Tang Zhen was silent for a few breaths. He took out a portion of food and threw it out through the gap. The boy picked it up and put it into his pocket. Then, he raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. "Give me some more food, this is not enough for me." Tang Zhen was silent as he threw out another portion. When the cultivators behind him saw this, they couldn't help but feel anxious. They secretly wondered why Tang Zhen was so foolish. He actually gave away such precious food just like that. So what if he didn't give it to her? Fortunately, no one spoke. This was because everyone was clear that Tang Zhen had his reasons for doing so. "Give me another serving of food." After receiving 2 portions of food, the little boy was still asking for more, as if he would never be satisfied. "This is the last one." As Tang Zhen spoke, he threw out another portion of food. The boy picked up the food, and without saying a word of thanks, he dragged a string of brand new locks and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. 3000 Chapter 3000 Rules, Crack. The cultivators only dared to speak after the boy left. That boy just now, was he dragging a bunch of locks? Some cultivators were puzzled and asked the crowd. "That's right, it's a lock," as if he had thought of something. The cultivator's face revealed a trace of fear, but he also felt lucky. "If I didn't give him food just now, would he have taken out a lock and locked the door?" Another cultivator asked, but he already had an answer in his heart. It was obvious that the boy's demand for food was a deal. If the cultivator was unwilling to part with the food, he would be locked in the room. Perhaps the monster in the house had the same experience as them, but it was locked in the house by the boy because it could not bear to give up its food. In the end, they would become monsters and be trapped in the house, unable to leave. When the inheritor opened the door, the monster would attack. "This giant ship will definitely not carry only one group of passengers, and we will definitely not be the only ones who have the key. If I'm not wrong, this boy will visit every room that has its door unlocked and has a cultivator hiding in it. If you give him enough food, the boy will choose to leave. If you can't satisfy his request, the door will be locked." Tang Zhen softly said. His expression was a little grave. This was obviously another test. If they couldn't pass it, they naturally wouldn't be qualified to leave the ship. As expected, there were many twists and turns along the way, and if he was not careful, he could lose his life. The worst part was that, when the boy appeared, there was no useful hint at all. Only when they got food and left satisfied could they see the lock that the child was dragging behind. If they were unwilling to part with food and pay the fare, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Zhen sensed that something was wrong, so he decisively gave out the food. However, the 5 cultivators thought that he knew the boy's secret in advance. It was precisely because of this reason that he was even more convinced of Tang Zhen. In the following time, cultivators would pass by from time to time. Judging from their appearance, they should be cultivators who had boarded the ship later, and they looked very careful. Some cultivators discovered the house and tried to break it down. Some cultivators passed by directly and didn't notice anything unusual. In addition to these cultivators, there were also many monsters that passed by the door from time to time. The most unique feature of these monsters was that they could discover the presence of people in the house and find ways to open the door. Fortunately, as long as they did not open the door, the monsters would not be able to enter. This allowed the cultivators to relax. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the cultivators in the room became very weak. Their food reserves were all gone, so they had no choice but to eat the roasted meat that they had snatched from the monsters. After they finished eating, Tang Zhen and the rest saw a long and thin ghostly figure suddenly appear in front of the door. It just watched silently, unwilling to leave. Perhaps there was a special connection between the food and the monsters. After a cultivator ate the food, they would be discovered by the ghostly monsters. However, due to the existence of the metal door, even if the monster knew about it, it could not do anything. After the last portion of food was finished, the cultivators began to wait in silence, leaving their lives to fate. Tang Zhen sat at the entrance and sensed the surrounding environment. His respect for the creator of the purple light world grew. He was indeed a great existence, to have created such a magical world that even he himself was helpless. Tang Zhen felt that this trip was not in vain. If he could master such a technique, he would be able to easily deal with a deity-level opponent. The most mysterious thing about the purple light world was that it was flawless on the surface and could be perfectly connected with the normal world. Even Tang Zhen didn't notice the abnormality of purple light ruins, so he entered it. After experiencing all sorts of strange things, in addition to his observations along the way, Tang Zhen gradually understood the true nature of the purple light world. Compared to the confusion and uneasiness of the other cultivators, Tang Zhen, who was like a senior meditating, was currently enjoying himself. Although he would still be troubled by hunger, he could rely on his strong will to prevent it from affecting his thinking. Furthermore, he used a special perspective and followed the erratic laws to investigate the hidden secrets of the purple light world. The purple light world in Tang Zhen's eyes was completely different. Countless lines of fate were distributed in the surrounding space, intertwining with each other. For example, the 5 cultivators in front of him had dense lines of fate on their bodies. They extended from their bodies and connected with other cultivators. Most of the threads had extended to other places, and no one knew where they ended up. If he wanted to resolve this predicament, he had to start with these threads of fate. Otherwise, he would only be able to passively endure the threads, control. However, as long as it involved rule force, one had to be careful, or else one might suffer a backlash. Tang Zhen studied it for a long time before he found a few suspicious targets among the messy threads. Because each thread had a slight difference, they were marked by Tang Zhen. As long as he remembered the differences between the threads of fate and searched for them seriously, it would be much easier to operate them. After the observation, Tang Zhen immediately began to take action. The 5 cultivators in the same room were naturally the best test subjects. Of course, Tang Zhen would not inform them. If the experiment was successful, the cultivators would be able to get out of this predicament and no longer suffer this kind of torture that made people collapse. However, if he failed, he could only admit that he was unlucky. The cultivator closest to Tang Zhen was like a pile of mud. If it wasn't for the occasional twitches, he would really be no different from a corpse. Due to the invasion of extreme hunger, this cultivator was extremely weak and could only rely on his willpower to struggle. Among the 6 of them, the cultivator would be the first to die of hunger. Since that was the case, he would try his best. Being able to see the string of fate meant that he could naturally control it. Under Tang Zhen's control, one of the strings of fate on his body was pulled off. The function of this string of fate should be to control one's sense of taste. It wasn't of much use to the current Tang Zhen. After the fate threads were cut, Tang Zhen immediately lost his sense of taste and only felt his mouth dry and numb. However, all of his attention was on controlling the thread, which was floating directly above the cultivator's head. And NBSP, aiming at the locked string of fate, he gently cut it, immediately breaking it. The half-dead cultivator suddenly opened his eyes and retched. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he was about to spit out his internal organs. The other 4 cultivators were alarmed and looked over. Although they were full of doubts, they could do nothing wrong. Tang Zhen quietly shook his head. He looked for another thread and cut it once again. The cultivator who was still vomiting suddenly raised his head and revealed an incredulous expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him. Then, his stomach swelled up like an inflated balloon, looking like a large leather ball. The cultivator clutched his stomach with disbelief and groaned in pain. My stomach is so full that it's about to explode, but I'm starving to death. Can someone tell me why? The cultivator roared in despair, his expression one of disbelief. 3001 cracking. New target 1. He clearly had a big belly, but he kept on shouting that he was hungry. This scene was indeed a bit strange. The other 4 cultivators were dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. They subconsciously thought that they had eaten the wrong thing, which led to this bizarre change. The problem was that they had also eaten the food, but why had there been no abnormalities so far? Could it be that he's picking people, or is the time not up yet? The 4 cultivators were apprehensive and full of worry, afraid that they would also encounter such an accident. He subconsciously looked at Tang Zhen, hoping that he would have a solution to the problem. He also hoped that he could figure out what was going on. However, Tang Zhen's silence made the 4 cultivators feel slightly disappointed. However, he didn't know that Tang Zhen was still observing the cultivator who was undergoing the experiment and was trying to cut off the other strings of fate. Of course, he did not simply cut it off. Instead, he was constantly observing and studying it, trying to crack and master this rule. If he could learn it, then one day in the future, he would be able to use similar methods on other enemies. After having 2 strings of fate cut off in a row, the big-bellied cultivator was on the verge of going crazy. His stomach was bloated and he was starving. At the same time, he felt like vomiting. These strange symptoms came without any warning. He had thought that this would be enough to make people collapse, but he had never thought that this was only the beginning. As Tang Zhen swung his blade once again, another string of fate was cut. The cultivator who was holding his stomach and screaming suddenly widened his eyes and let out a shrill cry. Bastard, what the hell is going on? The man, who had been weak from hunger, suddenly got up from the ground and looked for a toilet. The sense of urgency made the 1,000-year-old cultivator want to kill himself. What's wrong with you? What happened? The cultivator beside him couldn't help but ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. In a weak tone, after saying this, he gasped for breath for a long time before he recovered. My stomach is bloated. I want to vomit and go to the toilet. I'm almost going crazy. The cultivator roared in exasperation as he scurried around in the narrow space. You seem to have plenty of energy. Aren't you starving? One of the cultivators noticed the abnormality and asked curiously. I'm going to do it now. The cultivator with the big belly was stunned. Just as he was about to say that he was about to starve to death, he realized that the terrifying feeling of hunger had disappeared. This unexpected situation filled the cultivator's heart with joy. The surprise lasted for a very short time. The cultivator growled again and collapsed from the explosion of debuffs. I'm indeed not hungry anymore, but I feel even worse. What's going on? The cultivators shouted in despair, unable to control themselves. He now seriously suspected that he was being targeted. Otherwise, it was impossible for others to be safe and sound while he was the only one being tortured. The most important thing was that he could only endure this situation himself. No one else could help him. Little did he know that the real culprit was actually sitting right beside him. After confirming that the cultivator no longer felt hungry, Tang Zhen knew in his heart that his experiment was half successful. Although the feeling of vomiting and diarrhea was painful, it wasn't life-threatening. It was just a side effect after the string of fate was cut. After pondering for a while, Tang Zhen changed the experimental subject to another cultivator. As for the cultivator who was holding his stomach and vomiting, there was no need to pay attention to him. As long as he didn't starve to death, everything was fine. Tang Zhen's line of sight looked towards the next target. A cultivator beside him suddenly let out a shrill cry. He clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground in pain, wailing continuously. The sudden tragedy frightened the other 3 cultivators. They even subconsciously ignored the pain brought by hunger. Looking at the 2 cultivators who were screaming in pain, he shivered and didn't know what to do. They were very worried now. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they would become like this. In their hearts, they had already determined that this situation was related to the food they had eaten. After all, before this, Tang Zhen had been sending a message that the food on the ship should not be eaten carelessly. Who knew what would happen if he ate it? It was for this reason that the 3 cultivators could not imagine that the current change was related to Tang Zhen. In fact, this matter was beneficial to them. Although they suffered a moment of pain, they avoided the danger of starving to death. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the other 3 cultivators to experience strange situations. In the small house, there was a commotion, and there was a constant shrill and strange sound. During this period, cultivators passed by, but they all stayed far away, thinking that there was a terrifying monster hiding in the house. By the time the 5 cultivators fell to the ground due to exhaustion, Tang Zhen had already obtained the answer he wanted. The target of the next attack was Tang Zhen himself. After choosing a few fate threads, Tang Zhen's will slashed and these threads were all cut. The hunger that had made him collapse instantly disappeared, and an indescribable feeling of relaxation filled his body. It's so difficult and complicated just to solve the problem of hunger. It's clear how difficult it is to build this special world. If we want to use this method to deal with God-level modifications, we must continue our research. As Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he looked at the 5 cultivators who were on the verge of death and began to repair and remedy the situation. If the string of fate had been cut, it could be reconnected, but it definitely couldn't be connected wrongly. Otherwise, strange situations would occur, either causing a mutation in the body or a mental abnormality. The target controlled by the string of fate was a puppet without any autonomy. As long as there was an abnormality in the string of fate, the body would definitely react accordingly. Along with Tang Zhen's restoration, the 5 cultivators who were on the verge of death gradually returned to their normal state. Not only did his strange symptoms disappear, but he also no longer felt hungry. He felt like he had been reborn. They heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Only then did they have the opportunity to look around. At the same time, they looked at Tang Zhen, who had been sitting still all this time. "Sir, why did we encounter all kinds of strange situations, but you're safe and sound?" The cultivator who asked the question had a trace of doubt on his face. He clearly felt that there was something wrong with Tang Zhen. "Everyone's situation is different. It's just that I have a higher tolerance than you." After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, that cultivator revealed a trace of shame on his face. Clearly, he had recalled his embarrassing appearance earlier. His struggling and frenzied posture was indeed embarrassing, but fortunately, only the cultivators present saw it. As for the other 4 cultivators, they simply shut their mouths and pretended to be unconscious. Perhaps this was the only way to ease his embarrassment. Tang Zhen did not pay attention to the 5 cultivators. Instead, he placed his attention on the slender ghostly figure outside the door that refused to leave. Now that the crisis of his life had been resolved, Tang Zhen would have more time to study the secret of the purple light world. Even if he was busy to the end and was unable to obtain the origin spiritual treasure as he wished, Tang Zhen would definitely not lose out on this trip. 3002 Understanding the rules, invincible. 1 From the moment the cultivators swallowed the roasted meat, the slender ghostly figure outside the door had not left. It stood in a dark corner and silently stared at the metal door. It could clearly see Tang Zhen and the others hiding behind it. The cultivators knew very well that the slender ghostly figure was not to be trifled with. As long as they dared to walk out of the iron gate, they would suffer its crazy revenge. After all, before this, they had formed a group and snatched the roasted meat that the monster was guarding. Then, they used the iron gate to block the way and made the monster helpless. The monster's heart was probably filled with anger, and it was eager to find a way to vent. It was for the same reason that the 5 cultivators didn't dare to go out to look for food even though they were starving. Fortunately, they persevered until the last moment and allowed Tang Zhen to find a solution to the problem. As a result, they managed to keep their lives. Although his own crisis had been resolved, the slender ghostly shadow outside was still a great threat. If he didn't deal with the monster, he wouldn't be able to leave this room. However, the cultivators of today had become extremely unconfident and were very doubtful of their own abilities. With their cultivation sealed and almost starving to death, cultivators really didn't have the courage to take the risk and challenge a dangerous monster. However, Tang Zhen was different. Not only did he want to challenge this monster, but he was even prepared to kill it. However, the methods he used were not something that other cultivators could imitate or even discover. While he was looking at the monster, Tang Zhen controlled a thread and extended it toward the monster. The sinister-looking monster did not know what it was going to encounter. It was still staring at the iron gate with a face full of hatred. At this moment, the silk thread had already floated to the top of the monster's head. Compared to the carefulness he had when he experimented on cultivators, Tang Zhen didn't have so many scruples when dealing with monsters. The threads above the monster's head were dense, and there was no need to choose at all. He only needed to directly slash down. The monster, which had been standing still, suddenly widened its eyes and writhed uneasily. A series of strange sounds came out of the monster's mouth. It sounded like the wailing of a nightingale. The sudden turn of events startled the 5 cultivators in the room. They didn't understand what was going on. Just as they got up to observe, they saw the slender ghostly figure outside suddenly twist into the shape of a fried dough twist. In the process of twisting and changing shape, the slender ghostly shadow kept letting out strange cries, as if it was in extreme fear and pain. The 5 cultivators gathered at the entrance and looked at the twisted and screaming ghostly figure with a dumbfounded expression. When he saw the monster, he felt like he was looking at his previous self. What's going on? Did the monster eat something wrong? It does look like it. God knows what the roast meat is. Even monsters can't avoid it. Why do I feel that the monster's situation seems to be more serious than ours, as if it will die at any time? The 5 cultivators looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what the reason was. However, this was obviously a good thing for them. If the monster could die directly, it would save them a lot of danger and trouble. Under the cultivators' watchful eyes, the monster's behavior became more and more strange and abnormal. Sometimes it jumped on the spot, and sometimes it rolled on the ground. It didn't take long for the monster to be on the verge of death and collapse to the ground like a pile of mud. Seeing this, the cultivators' faces were full of joy. If not for their image, they would have clapped their hands to celebrate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the 5 cultivators behind him. I'm going to leave this room and take a walk outside to see what's going on. The feeling of hunger had disappeared, which was equivalent to solving the biggest threat. He only needed to stay in the house and wait for the giant ship to arrive at its destination. Or you can come with me and take a walk outside. But in the process, you might have to bear unknown risks. You chose to follow me earlier, so I'm responsible for your safety. Now that I'm about to leave, I must give you a chance to make a choice. Now tell me, do you plan to go out with me or choose to stay here? Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the 5 cultivators were in a difficult position. They had endured the invasion of hunger and persevered until now. It could be said that they were only one step away from victory. Under such circumstances, there was no need to take the risk. He should have stayed in the house. Your Excellency, I'm Ran. One of the cultivators spoke with a stammering tone. There's no need to say any more. I understand. You guys be careful. While Tang Zhen was speaking, he had already turned around and unlocked the door bolt before walking out. Seeing this, the cultivators looked ashamed, but no one followed them out. Your Excellency, please take care. A cultivator cupped his hands to bid farewell to Tang Zhen. The other 4 cultivators did the same. It wasn't that they didn't want to follow Tang Zhen, but their previous experiences had made them lose their courage. At this moment, all they wanted was to reach their destination safely and leave the purple light world alive. He didn't want to continue taking risks like those unlucky cultivators who lost their lives in this damn place. They might never know that the reason they were able to survive was entirely because of Tang Zhen. He also did not know that Tang Zhen had already understood a portion of the rules of the purple light world and possessed sufficient strength to protect himself. Otherwise, even if they had to put their necks on the line, they would still follow Tang Zhen without any hesitation. However, opportunities were something that could not be seen or touched. It was good luck to be able to grasp it. If one missed it, one could not blame others. After all, from the beginning to the end, the choice was in his hands. If he was willing to gamble with his life, who could stop him? Tang Zhen left the house and slowly walked to the monster's location. He expressionlessly glanced at it. More than half of the fate threads on the monster's body had already been cut off by Tang Zhen. It was now in a state of near death. Even when Tang Zhen approached, the monster did not have any reaction. It could not even open its eyes. Even moving a single string of fate could have serious consequences, let alone half of them being cut. This monster was not far from death. After taking a few glances, Tang Zhen turned around and left. This monster was no longer a cause for concern. It had also lost its research value. In the following time, Tang Zhen wanted to find more monsters and study the secrets of this giant ship. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the sound of the door closing behind him. Tang Zhen slowly walked forward. Only the sound of his footsteps continued to reverberate. The originally dark and strange tunnel had turned into a flat road in Tang Zhen's eyes at this moment. After walking for a few tens of meters, Tang Zhen saw a huge black monster that completely blocked the passage. The monster had more than 10 deformed heads, and its face was full of pain and madness, as if it was suffering great pain. A few of the heads looked familiar. They were clearly cultivators from the same ship. There was a head in the middle, which was 5 times the size of the other heads. It had a single eye and a bloody mouth. Its fat body was covered with tumors of various sizes, and it had arms of different sizes. The monster's lower body had 4 long, thick legs covered with sharp bone spikes. After seeing Tang Zhen, the monster let out a roar and was about to attack him. However, just as he lifted his foot, he fell to the ground with a bang and squirmed into a pool of mud. 3003 Gluttony. Rescue 1. After the monster turned into a corpse, it quickly disintegrated into a pile of mud, emitting a foul smell. It looked familiar. The green mud on the deck should be this thing. The monsters that were formed from this mud could devour the victims and make them part of their bodies. Although the monsters had been killed, the unlucky cultivators who had been devoured had no chance of resurrecting. Tang Zhen could see that the strings of fate on these cultivators had been completely cut off. Under such circumstances, they didn't even have the right to act as monsters. They were already dead. Tang Zhen continued to move forward after crossing the monster's corpse. A locked iron door appeared in front of him, and countless fate threads floated out from inside. Therefore, even though it was extremely quiet, Tang Zhen could still be sure that a group of cultivators was hidden inside. However, there was a lock hanging on their iron gate, and there was no rust on the surface. This was a new lock. Tang Zhen had seen it before. It was being carried on the back of a boy who was begging for food. Seeing this lock, Tang Zhen knew the cause and effect. It was obvious that there was a group of stingy people locked in the house. It couldn't be said that they did anything wrong, but rules were rules, and the price of breaking them was punishment. When Tang Zhen appeared, there were immediately a few pairs of eyes behind the metal door. They stared at his every move with extreme vigilance. The cultivators had suffered too much shock. They were afraid that Tang Zhen, who had appeared in front of them, would be a terrifying monster. Observing each other quietly and not coming into contact with each other might be the best choice. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about these people who were still suspicious even though they were about to die. Instead, he placed his attention on the lock. Compared to the cultivators and monsters controlled by the threads of fate, this lock was indeed special, because it was not affected by any rules at all. When you use brute force to destroy it, it will not affect it at all. Only the key can open it. This meant that if no one was willing to help and use the key to open the lock, the group of people in the house would die without a doubt. Tang Zhen once again raised his head and looked at the metal door when he thought of this. He met the pairs of vigilant and cautious eyes. He suspected that up until now, this group of self-righteous people had not realized how dangerous their situation was. Otherwise, the first thing they would do was to think of all ways to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help the moment they saw Tang Zhen. It was a pity that they didn't do it, which was equivalent to missing their last chance. Good luck, you bunch of idiots, Tang Zhen said in a faint tone. After which, he turned around and continued to move forward. He didn't walk far before he heard a call from behind the iron door. After Tang Zhen left, this group of people suddenly felt regret and tried to get his help. It was a pity that this method was destined to be a waste of effort. Too many cultivators had died in the purple light world. It did not make a difference to the few of them. Moreover, what did their life and death have to do with Tang Zhen? However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had met a group of familiar faces. The old man and his group of disciples were gathered in the hall, sitting on the chairs silently. The surroundings were in a mess. No one knew what had happened, but the air was filled with the smell of blood. A few bronze oars were thrown on the ground, and some were broken. On this ship, similar smells could be found everywhere, but the smell here was fresher. When they saw Tang Zhen, the old man and his disciple turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes were cold and strange. In the blink of an eye, their faces were filled with smiles. "Your Excellency, you're out," the old man said to Tang Zhen. At the same time, he stood up and took the initiative to approach him. As for his disciples, they were all smiling as if they had just seen their closest friends. They had completely forgotten how they had cursed and wanted to swallow Tang Zhen and the other cultivators alive. While the old man and his disciple were approaching, the bronze oars in Tang Zhen's hands were suddenly waved. The cultivator closest to him was beheaded by the bronze oar. His head fell to the ground. The headless corpse was not affected in the slightest. It actually continued to walk towards Tang Zhen. The head that had fallen to the ground actually still had a sinister smile on it. "Your Excellency, what are you doing?" The old man was actually unmoved when he saw his own disciple being killed. He was still looking at Tang Zhen with a face full of smiles. The distance between the two sides was less than 5 meters. In the end, he saw Tang Zhen reveal a smile at this moment. He extended his hand and gently snapped his fingers. The remaining 10 disciples of the old man exploded like a bunch of human-shaped balloons. The smiling old man still maintained his original smile, but it was in a rigid state. His eyes that were hiding cruelty and ridicule gradually turned into fear as he stared at Tang Zhen in front of him. When did you see through it?" He used a stiff tone to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen. From the very beginning, Tang Zhen replied, after which, he continued to move forward. The old man standing behind him struggled for a few moments before exploding into pieces. This time around, Tang Zhen's direction of advancement had already changed. This was because he was prepared to save someone. He could choose not to save a stranger, but not a familiar person. Following the guidance of the string of fate, Tang Zhen walked forward and saw another hall. In the hall, there was a huge dining table with 12 chairs on both sides. 12 huge meatballs were sitting on these chairs, and the fat that flowed down had already wrapped up the chairs. But even so, they still kept reaching out to grab the food that appeared in front of them and then poured it into their mouths. The other cultivators were starving to death, but the 12 cultivators in front of them had already eaten so much that their bodies were severely deformed. However, there was no enjoyment on their faces. Instead, they were filled with pain and despair. When Tang Zhen appeared, the cultivators who were feasting crazily looked at him for help, hoping that he could help them get out of this sea of suffering. "Now it seems that you guys are living a good life. At least you don't have to worry about going hungry." Tang Zhen walked to the front of the table, looked at the meatball that was continuously swallowing food, and said with a smile, "Sir, please help us. Please." From the meatball's mouth came intermittent sounds. It wasn't that it didn't want to finish speaking, but it was blocked by the food that was constantly stuffed into its mouth. The important thing was that this voice was exactly the same as the old man's. Tang Zhen was naturally clear about the identity of the 12 meatballs in front of him. They were clearly the old man and his disciple. This group of unlucky guys, although they were not hungry, they were stuffed to death. The food they devoured was clearly the remains of some unlucky cultivators. After being torn apart by a group of monsters pretending to be old men, they inexplicably appeared on the table. Then, the remains of these cultivators became food for the old man and their disciples. After being rapidly digested, they became what they were today. "All right, as you wish." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when the old man, who was originally feasting like a machine, immediately stopped his machine-like actions. The table in front of them collapsed and turned into a pile of dust. The 12 meatballs that fell from their chairs immediately fell to the ground, and vomited like crazy. 3004 Hint. Jump into the sea. The master and disciple sprawled on the ground kept spitting out sticky and stinky filth from their mouths. It looked like green mud and looked so familiar. It was everywhere on the deck. As they continued to spit, the old man and his disciples' bodies rapidly shrank and were gradually wrapped up by the green mud. This scene was extremely disgusting. They vomited for a full 10 minutes before they vomited out all the dirt in their bodies and stood up from the ground. The after effects of body expansion still remained on his body, causing his skin to become extremely loose and limp, drooping on the ground. Although it was a tragic sight, compared to the cultivators who had lost their lives, they were extremely lucky. "Thank you for your help, sir." The old man saluted and thanked Tang Zhen from a great distance away, but he did not dare to get too close. It was because the smell on his body was so bad that even he felt disgusted. "You're welcome." Tang Zhen nodded and reminded the old man, "This ship hasn't reached the shore yet, so there's still no danger. You'd better find a locked room, open it with the key you got back then, and hide in it with your disciple. As for food, you don't have to worry about it. From now on, you won't feel hungry anymore." Hearing the word, food, the old man almost vomited again. At the same time, his heart was filled with doubt. Why was Tang Zhen so sure that hunger would not affect him? Could it be that xianxia? The old man looked at Tang Zhen with a shocked expression. He bowed and thanked him again. Tang Zhen had dispelled the spell on their bodies with a raise of his hand. This was already enough to explain the problem. He even sighed in his heart. His luck was indeed good enough. He had actually managed to avoid certain death situations one after another with Tang Zhen's help. It was a pity that Tang Zhen was clearly unwilling to bring them along. Otherwise, the old man would have chosen to follow no matter what. Naturally, there were benefits to not following Tang Zhen. After all, the situations that he had come into contact with were all extremely dangerous. Tang Zhen might be able to face Blade Mountain Flames Sea Guild as though he was walking on flat ground. However, they were unable to do so. Therefore, keeping a sufficient distance was also a means of self-protection. After a short exchange, Tang Zhen continued to walk towards the depths of the huge ship under the gaze of the old man and his disciple. This huge ship obviously had more than one floor, and the further down they went, the more dangerous and eerie it became. In the process of advancing, Tang Zhen encountered all kinds of monsters. However, they all turned into a pile of mud in the end. He couldn't help but suspect that the monsters on the ship were actually transformed from mud. As he had broken part of the rules of the Purple Light World, Tang Zhen was no longer afraid of any monster. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. However, this did not mean that he was completely safe. After all, this was the Purple Light World, and he was only one of the participants. Being in a cage, what qualifications did he have to say that he could escape? There was no obstruction along the way. After reaching the bottommost cabin, Tang Zhen saw a special scene. A fire was burning in the dilapidated open space, driving away the suffocating darkness. A little boy in tattered clothes was sitting on a broken wooden bucket and throwing food to a strange creature next to him. The thing looked like a dog, but its lower body was connected to the ship, and its muscles and tendons spread out in all directions. The little boy threw out the food, and the monster opened its mouth to swallow it. The whole process was silent. The little boy frowned when he saw Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared. However, he did not say anything. He merely continued to feed and was immersed in his own world as if he did not see Tang Zhen at all. Tang Zhen did not say anything as he quietly watched the scene before him. In his field of vision, the little boy was the same as the lock on his back. He was also not under the control of rule force. The monster that the boy fed was connected to the entire ship, or rather, the ship was its body. Countless strings of fate floated up from the dog's body and then connected with other monsters. Tang Zhen was certain that this dog-like monster was the core of all the monsters on the ship. As long as this monster was killed, all the monsters on the ship would be buried with it. Tang Zhen did not do that. Firstly, it had nothing to do with him. Secondly, it was because of that strange boy. He couldn't see through the boy's background, so he naturally wouldn't attack recklessly. That would be equivalent to asking for trouble. Fortunately, the boy was too lazy to pay attention to him, or something might have happened. However, Tang Zhen did not leave. Instead, he carried a large bag and took the initiative to walk to the boy. Their pockets were filled with food. They were the spoils of war from killing monsters. They came from the unlucky cultivators. Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about the threat of hunger, so he naturally didn't need to collect food. However, he recalled the little boy who had locked the door to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For food and casually packed it up. After seeing the little boy's actions, Tang Zhen was even more certain that the little boy really needed this food to feed this special monster. Bang! The bag fell to the ground, and the food was scattered all over. Seeing the bag full of food, the boy slowly raised his head and swept his eyes over Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of him. "Thank you," he said. His voice was cold and emotionless, not like a child at all. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not treat the other party as a child. That would be too ridiculous. "You're welcome." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. The first person to get on the island can get the most benefits, even if the things you want are outrageous. If I were you, I wouldn't take this slow, broken ship, but head to Desire Island alone. When the boy said this, he sized up Tang Zhen and continued to speak in a cold and indifferent voice. "Of course, if you don't take a boat, you'll encounter a lot of monsters, and the road will be full of danger. Of course, to you, no matter how many monsters there are, they won't affect you." The little boy lowered his head and continued feeding the monster. "Thank you," he said. Tang Zhen nodded and turned around to leave without the slightest hesitation. The value of the information that the little boy had given him was immeasurable, and Tang Zhen believed it without a doubt. Following the long and narrow passage, Tang Zhen arrived at the deck of the giant ship. Looking at the messy footprints, he knew that many cultivators had boarded this ship before this. In order to find food, they had no choice but to go to the bottom of the ship and experience the threat of death again. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He walked to the side of the ship and looked down at the ocean. In the dark green water, the monsters were like a school of fish, swimming around. They struck the ship from time to time, as if they wanted to sink it, but they never succeeded. In addition to the cultivators who had turned into monsters, there were also the giant transparent snakes that he had seen before, whose stomachs were filled with the remains of cultivators. These monsters surrounded the ship, leaving no gaps at all. If a cultivator accidentally fell into the sea, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The monster let out a mournful howl as it looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing at the side of the boat. It instantly fell into a state of madness. They opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to tear Tang Zhen into pieces. Tang Zhen merely took a glance before he leapt and headed straight for the deep and terrifying ocean. Seeing Tang Zhen jump into the sea, the monsters became crazier and crazily rushed over. They opened their bloody mouths and prepared to devour Tang Zhen. To these monsters, Tang Zhen, who had jumped down from the giant ship, was equivalent to food that was delivered to their door. Who would have expected that the monster in the ocean would let out a miserable shriek while Tang Zhen was still in midair and explode one after another? A large number of monster corpses silently floated on the sea with Tang Zhen's landing point as the center. A huge sea snake originally opened its mouth and tried to swallow Tang Zhen. However, it suddenly seemed to be frightened and quickly dived into the sea. However, it was still a step too late. Tang Zhen had accurately landed on the head of the sea snake. The monster was also unable to continue diving as if it had been hit by a stop spell. Advance. Following Tang Zhen's order, the enormous sea snake immediately broke through the monsters, blockade and rapidly advanced like an arrow that had left the bow. 3005 The giant monster lands on the island. One controlling the giant sea snake, Tang Zhen traveled swiftly. The giant serpent was 100 meters long, and its transparent body was filled with the corpses of cultivators. As the giant snake wriggled, the corpse looked like it was covered in dense scales, which made people's scalps tingle. Because of the special nature of this ocean, when the giant snake moved forward, it did not appear to be riding the wind and breaking the waves. Although it was extremely fast, it was silent. The howls that came from behind him from time to time proved that there were still many monsters that were persevering in their pursuit. If one were to observe from the sky, they would see countless corpses hanging behind the giant sea snake. They connected with each other and formed strange long snakes that wriggled in the dark green ocean. Tang Zhen didn't even turn his head. He was too lazy to care about these monsters as they were unable to stop him at all. If he was annoyed and turned around to cut off the string of fate, these monsters would die without a doubt. Since he had already died once, there was no harm in dying again. However, from the looks of it now, these monsters were destined to be unable to catch up to Tang Zhen. Naturally, they would not be able to pose a threat to him. His main objective right now was to search for Desire Island. He controlled the direction of the sea serpent and kept it in line with the ship's route, not daring to make any mistakes. Even the slightest deviation would cause him to brush past the target, and it would be extremely difficult to find him again. After advancing for a distance, a huge shadow suddenly emerged in the ocean ahead. It was as if a continent had suddenly risen from the ocean at an astonishing speed. The rolling sea water was like a waterfall as it scattered down from the sky, blocking Tang Zhen's path. Behind the water curtain, there was a terrifying existence. It was an indescribably huge monster. It was opening its mouth wide, like a long and narrow coastline without end. There was no end to what one could see. Compared to this super sea monster, the giant sea snake that Tang Zhen was driving was like a horse meeting a loach. He wasn't even at the level of his grandson. In the outside world, this kind of giant beast could not exist at all, unless it was in the chaotic state when the world was first created. After all, at that time, everything could become a god, and the size of the body could easily break through the sky. However, anything was possible in the purple light world. After all, this was a special place that was related to gods. The giant monster blocked Tang Zhen's path. If Tang Zhen continued to move forward, he would definitely enter the monster's mouth. This was simply courting death. Once they entered, there was no possibility of escape at all. At this moment of crisis, Tang Zhen did not panic as he continued to control the giant sea snake to charge forward. From afar, the huge mouth that was like a coastline was getting closer and closer. However, Tang Zhen controlled the enormous sea snake and directly broke away from the surface of the sea and soared into the sky. The height of nearly 1,000 meters was definitely not a height that the enormous sea snake could fly over. Moreover, Tang Zhen did not intend to let it fly over. When it reached the limit of the giant sea snake's height and couldn't go any higher, the sea snake closed its mouth tightly and its body instantly swelled into a ball. PFF'd. Like a jet of air, countless cultivators, corpses were ejected and shot straight into the sky. This jet of air was extremely powerful and could easily send people high up in the sky. At this moment, Tang Zhen threw out 5 thin and long chains that hung the 5 cultivator corpses that were flying into the air. The chains were something he had deliberately left behind when he was dismantling the wooden boat. It was for emergency use. Sure enough, it came in handy at this moment. The corpses of the 5 cultivators were like cannonballs that were fired as they dragged Tang Zhen into the sky. After the giant sea snake spurted out of the body in its stomach, its body instantly shriveled up and then, like a popped balloon, sank to the deep sea. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had already passed through the mouth of the giant sea monster and saw its indescribably large body. It turned out that behind the mouth, there were rows of giant eyes that were constantly looking around. Looking at the countless corpses that were flying into the sky, the super monster seemed to be a little confused. It couldn't understand what these things were. At the same time, its long and thin feelers swung towards the corpses, trying to intercept them. Tang Zhen controlled the 5 cultivator corpses like a warrior driving a war chariot to charge forward. He continuously dodged the attacks of those tentacles in the air. When it discovered that Tang Zhen had actually avoided its capture, the monster was somewhat angry from embarrassment. It was as if it had encountered an annoying mosquito. The tendrils waved rapidly, increasing the power of the attack. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tang Zhen picked up a chain and shook the corpse on it. When he had accumulated enough power, Tang Zhen suddenly released his hand, and the cultivator's corpse flew out with the iron chain. The target was one of the monster's eyes. The corpse's speed was strange. It was like a cannonball that had been fired, and it accurately hit the target. PFF'd. The difference in size between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, the monster would not be affected. However, the modified corpses of cultivators were different and had great destructive power. The cultivator's corpse exploded as soon as the arrow hit the monster's eye. The explosion was shockingly loud. The monster was really hurt. Its huge eyeball exploded instantly, and its body even trembled slightly. Tang Zhen, however, took this opportunity to dash forward in an attempt to leave the monster's incomparably huge body. At this moment, Tang Zhen had clearly seen the true form of the monster. It was like a huge round plate with mouths all around it. It was as big as an island. Under Tang Zhen's control, the corpses of the 4 cultivators were like wild dogs that had been released from their restraints as they dragged the chains and continued to run. Tang Zhen finally rushed to the edge of the sea monster's body. He didn't hesitate in the slightest as he jumped down from the huge mouth. The monster was enraged and actually began to chase after Tang Zhen. With such a terrifying body and a shocking speed, Tang Zhen had to use all his strength in order to avoid the super sea monster's pursuit. His method helped the passengers on the ship avoid a disaster. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for the ship to be intercepted by the sea monster. They spent a lot of time running, and they didn't dare to stop for a moment. Fortunately, the cultivator corpse that Tang Zhen was controlling didn't know what fatigue was. Otherwise, he would have been so tired that he would have vomited blood at this swimming speed. In the process of avoiding the pursuit, Tang Zhen continued to search for Desire Island. Only by successfully landing on the island would they be able to escape the pursuit of this monster. It was the overlord of the ocean, but not the supreme ruler of the land. The super monster was indeed vengeful. It chased after Tang Zhen all the way, as if it was determined to bite him to death. After sprinting for a while, a 7-colored light pillar shot up into the sky from the pitch-black sea in front of them. It then bloomed like a firework. Under the illumination of the light, a huge island appeared in front of them. It was covered with all kinds of unbelievably beautiful flowers. In the dark green ocean and the dark night sky, the island was like a bright pearl, pointing out the way for the cultivators to move forward. He didn't need to guess to know that this was Desire Island. Tang Zhen's spirit was greatly roused. He commanded the 4 cultivators, corpses, which were chained up, to swim straight to the island of Desire. The super monster that was following them suddenly slowed down, as if this dream-like island was a forbidden place that it did not dare to touch. No matter what the reason was, it had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He would only feel fortunate. The supergiant monster behind him was an existence that even he couldn't fight against. He couldn't see the string of fate at all. Otherwise, he would not have had to flee in such a sorry state and would have turned around to kill him. Fortunately, he had finally gotten rid of the pursuit after running all the way. After experiencing many twists and turns, Tang Zhen had finally landed on the island of Desire. 3006 You're a god. One on the coast of Desire Island, a white wave was moving at an extremely fast speed. The corpses of the 4 cultivators rushed out of the ocean and climbed up to the shore on all fours like 4 crazy beasts. However, after they reached the shore, the 4 corpses fell to the ground and no longer moved. Tang Zhen removed his control over the corpse and cut off the string of fate. The cultivator's corpse that had been running all the way had really become a pure corpse. They did have some credit for helping Tang Zhen get out of danger, but unfortunately, there was no way to reward him. When he turned to look at the green ocean, the super monster had already disappeared. The ocean was as calm as usual. Tang Zhen felt much more relaxed after the fatal crisis was resolved. He turned to look at the island of Desire again. It was covered with exotic flowers and plants, and it felt very unreal. This scene could not be seen in the human world. It could only be seen in dreams. Being on the island of Desire would give people a strange feeling. As long as they were on this land, they would definitely be able to find what they wanted. Although he had gone through a lot of danger, it was definitely worth it. Now was not the time to be lamenting. He had to get everything he wanted in order to mark the success of this trip. Tang Zhen stepped on the flowers on the island of Desire and walked forward. Waves of fragrance assaulted his face. Waves of laughter were emitted from the dense flower bush. Numerous perfect beautiful figures sized up Tang Zhen from a distance. They had unparalleled looks and all the beauty of the world gathered on their bodies, making people deeply attracted at first sight. If there was even the slightest gentleness in one's heart, or a trace of attachment to the world of mortals, one would be attracted by these beautiful elves. He was intoxicated in it until the end of time. Tang Zhen merely took a glance before he ignored the summoning of those peerless beauties. Instead, he continued to advance. He had a feeling in his heart that he would be able to obtain the result he wanted if he advanced a little further. Sure enough, after walking for a few more kilometers, a huge palace appeared in front of them. The degree of its magnificence could not be described with words. The palace was surrounded by mountains of treasures, each of which was worth a city. The things that mortals pursued were everywhere here, and they could have as many as they wanted. There were also countless exotic flowers, rare herbs, and heavenly treasures that grew in the grass garden and could be taken at will. Tang Zhen similarly did not care about these things. He did not even take a glance at them as he walked straight to the core of the palace. After walking to the end of the path filled with treasures, a huge throne appeared in front of them. This was an extremely gorgeous and priceless throne. Who knew how many supreme-grade treasures had been used to create such a chair? The aura of power emanated from the throne. It made people want to sit on it with just one look, as if they could control supreme power. This was indeed the case. As long as one sat on this throne, they would be able to obtain enough power and luck to become an emperor of the secular world. At this moment, there was a figure seated on the throne. He was using his palm to support his chin as he looked at Tang Zhen, who was slowly walking in. His body was very thin and weak, but he was wearing a large robe, which looked very funny. Tang Zhen was extremely clear that this strange and ridiculous boy in front of him should be the true master of Desire Island. His appearance was exactly the same as the child begging for food on the ship. The only difference was the clothes they wore. One was extremely down and out, while the other was indescribably gorgeous. That broken ship didn't dock, but you appeared here. This is a very rare thing. If I'm not wrong, you must have received someone's guidance. That's why you've arrived at the island of Desire in advance, just to obtain the greatest benefits. The boy stared fixedly at Tang Zhen. His tone was ice cold and emotionless. It was obvious that he was questioning him. I don't know what you're talking about. I only want to know one thing. How can I get what I want? Tang Zhen asked in response to the boy's question. Even though you didn't answer, I already know the answer. It must be that idiot who provided you with the information. The boy talked to himself and mumbled curses. He seemed to be very hostile to his other self on the ship. Tang Zhen was silent. He did not have the slightest interest in understanding the story between the two. Tell me, what do you want? Although the boy's attitude towards Tang Zhen wasn't very good due to certain reasons, he still had to do what he had to do. I want the ultimate source spirit treasure. There are 10 of them in total. The higher the quality, the better. Tang Zhen didn't have the slightest hesitation when he stated his request. However, his heart was a little nervous. He was afraid that his request would be too excessive and he would not be able to satisfy it. If that happened, all his efforts would have been in vain. You still want 10 more ultimate source spirit treasures. You've got a big appetite. The boy looked at Tang Zhen and spoke like an old man. At the same time, he sized him up seriously. Interesting. Are you a god? The little boy jumped down from the throne and slowly walked towards Tang Zhen. After which, he circled around him twice. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he was admiring something rare, and he was making tisk tisk sounds. So what if you're a deity? Are you that rare? Tang Zhen didn't care about the boy's behavior. He only used an indifferent tone to ask. Although the boy's identity was special and his actions were also very strange, Tang Zhen did not care. When he was talking to the other party, his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was not the slightest bit of caution or humility. Of course it's rare. The boy surrounded Tang Zhen and looked at him for a long time. He did not discover anything, and his face revealed a disappointed expression. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he went around to the front of Tang Zhen, jumped on a statue, and sat on it. In this way, he was a head taller than Tang Zhen. The boy seemed to be very satisfied with the height, and a smug smile appeared on his face. On the way to the Island of Desire, you must have encountered a lot of danger, and you must have seen many cultivators die. To tell you the truth, in the purple light world, the Sea of Nothingness and the Island of Desire are the most dangerous core regions. The danger level of other places simply couldn't compare to this place, and similarly, very few people would appear here. To put it simply, this was the most difficult area, and ordinary adventurers were not qualified to enter. What kind of difficulty an adventurer would experience depended on who wanted the most precious item among the same batch of people who entered. Therefore, it was impossible to predict what they would experience. However, in most cases, the adventurers asked for more or less the same things, and the average difficulty was not that high. After all, everyone below the deity level is an ant, and only an idiot would know how to differentiate the strong from the weak. After saying that, the boy took out a fruit from somewhere and took a big bite. The fact that the Island of Desire is used as an arena is enough to prove that the difficulty of this trip is extremely high. Someone needs extraordinary items. The boy showed a disdainful expression when he said this. Those cultivators all think that the things they want are extremely precious, but they don't know that they are just trash to me. Countless cultivators have died in the purple light world for these pieces of junk. The number is so great that it's almost uncountable. You're the first to reach the Island of Desire, and the reward you need is something that's useless to ordinary cultivators but very important to gods. Combining the above information, I have come to the conclusion that you are a god, am I right? The little boy was gnawing on a fruit as he smilingly looked at Tang Zhen. He had an expression as though he had already seen through everything. 3007 Boy, Condition 1. The boy was overbearing and his question was direct and straightforward. He had clearly already determined that Tang Zhen was a god. Moreover, he was sizing him up with a rare expression. It was as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time, and now he finally got to see it. It was just that the boy's actions were impolite and he didn't seem to care about anyone. He had his own reasons for doing so. Perhaps on this Island of Desire, or even in this world of purple light, he was the most special existence. To be in control of the distribution of reward items, unless one did not want the reward, one would definitely need his help. Under such circumstances, the boy naturally didn't need to flatter anyone. Instead, it was the other party who needed his help. As time passed, he naturally became more and more arrogant. Tang Zhen thought of the boy on the giant ship. His character was cold and gloomy, and he would lock the door directly if he didn't agree. As expected of having the same appearance, even their styles of doing things were so similar. Tang Zhen's expression was a little indifferent as he looked at the boy who was sitting on the sculpture opposite him and staring at him without blinking. I just want to know when I can get my reward. If it was possible, Tang Zhen would definitely not come into contact with the other party. Instead, he hoped to leave this damn place as soon as possible. So what if he was a god? In this damn purple light world, he was still surrounded by danger. I will definitely give you what I should give you, but I will have to decide how I will give it to you. The boy's smiling expression was clearly a warning to Tang Zhen. If he was unhappy, he could increase the difficulty for Tang Zhen to obtain the reward. Therefore, it was best for Tang Zhen to obediently answer the question that he raised. Tang Zhen suddenly had the impulse to strangle the boy to death as he looked at the boy who had a proud smile on his face and was staring at him. Of course, this was merely a thought. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to kill the other party in the purple light world. All right, you can ask. Tang Zhen only spoke after being silent for a few breaths. That's right. I don't like it when people disobey my thoughts. It makes me very unhappy. When the boy heard Tang Zhen's reply, he used a proud tone and spoke with an expression that said, "At least you know your place." Tang Zhen did not reply. He merely swept his eyes over the tall throne. Perhaps, one would forget about everything after sitting on this thing for too long. The boy in front of her was special, but what could he do? At the very least, he could be sure of one thing. The other party's cultivation base and strength could not be compared to his. The only reason he could act so arrogantly was because he was in the purple light world and had borrowed the nomological power here. If they were in another place, would he be able to be arrogant? Now tell me, are you a god or not? The boy seemed to be very persistent about this question. Yes, I am. This time around, Tang Zhen did not deny it. Moreover, he was very clear that the boy had already seen through it. The other party was just being stubborn and wanted Tang Zhen to personally give the answer. He was simply too cowardly. The boy appeared to be very happy when he heard Tang Zhen's reply. He stood on his tiptoes on the statue and started to dance in circles. He tried to express the joy in his heart through this method. The boy's seemingly childish behavior reflected his unscrupulousness, but at the same time, he could not hide his loneliness. After getting the answer he wanted, he would dance happily without any scruples, which made him seem impudent and strange. After dancing for a while, the boy looked at Tang Zhen and said with an expectant tone, "Since you are a god, can you help me with one thing?" Tang Zhen was slightly startled. He did not expect that the boy would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For his help, in the world of purple light, what could he not do? Why would he ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, you can tell me, and I'll see if I can help. Tang Zhen did not directly agree. Only the heavens knew what this eccentric fellow would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to do. Being in a special environment, Tang Zhen would be vigilant at all times. He would definitely not be the slightest bit careless. No, you'll definitely be able to help, the boy said in a certain tone. It was still that unquestionable tone, not allowing anyone to refute. Tang Zhen was silent. He only quietly looked at the boy and did not wish to speak any more nonsense with the other party. The boy didn't care about Tang Zhen's attitude. He just placed his hands behind his back and walked around the gorgeous hall. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "I want your help to build a city on this island, just like the outside world." There were normal residents in this city. They didn't know where they were, and they couldn't leave the city. After this city is built, I can play all kinds of roles and travel freely in the city. When the boy said this, his face was full of longing, and his tone was full of anticipation. He didn't need to think to know that if he wasn't playing the role of a devil, he would be a troublemaker. The boy looked at Tang Zhen and said with a certain tone, "Since you're a god, you can definitely do this. It won't be particularly difficult for you." Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that the other party's words were correct. "Then what are you waiting for? Come with me immediately. I can't wait." As the boy spoke, he waved at Tang Zhen and left the gorgeous hall. In the end, when he turned around to look, Tang Zhen was still standing at the same spot. "Why are you still here?" the boy asked loudly, clearly unhappy. The hall was silent. The confrontation had been going on for half an hour, but there was no 1140 movement. "Although I can do it, there's no need for me to help you. Moreover, this matter isn't as simple as you think. It will require a large amount of divine source. I've paid so much, but I can only get what I should have gotten, and it's all because you're deliberately making things difficult for me." Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed coldly when he said this. "Now, give me my reward immediately, and I'll leave the island of desire. As for your so-called city, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. You can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Other gods for help." Tang Zhen's tone was resolute and decisive, causing the boy to be stunned on the spot. For a moment, he was at a loss. After a long while, he said in a gloomy tone, "Aren't you afraid that I'll deliberately increase the difficulty so that you won't be able to get those rewards?" Facing the boy's threat, Tang Zhen used an indifferent tone and said, "You can do whatever you want, but don't let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, you will definitely pay the price for your actions now." Gods were not to be bullied, and gods were not to be humiliated. The boy's actions at this moment were challenging a true god. His reckless actions might be able to be used on others. However, it would not work on Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already made his attitude clear. He would definitely not allow the boy to order him around. If there was enmity between both parties, Tang Zhen would definitely not regret it. Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the boy was stunned on the spot. His face remained gloomy the entire time. He was just like a child who had been bullied. He used all his strength to puff up his cheeks, rolled his eyes, and stared at Tang Zhen. It was as if he was telling Tang Zhen that he was already angry, the very serious kind, and that he should quickly coax him to be happy. Tang Zhen didn't move, but his attitude was equally clear. "Hurry up and give me the reward I deserve, then I'll leave immediately." The hall was silent. The confrontation had been going on for half an hour, but there was no movement. "Damn bastard Yingluo!" The boy looked at Tang Zhen and angrily shouted. He jumped and stomped his feet. The items in the palace were instantly in bad luck. They were smashed to pieces by him, and the sound of shattering rang out continuously. The items that were considered priceless in the eyes of outsiders were now scattered all over the ground like trash. After venting for a while, the boy finally took a fancy to Tang Zhen and said in an unwilling tone, "I can give you half of the reward now, all of which are ordinary grade original spirit treasures. There are higher grade ones, but you have to go to the outside world to find them yourself." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded when he heard this. 3008 Bargaining. The immortal's body. Tang Zhen deliberately acted tyrannical. This was due to the self-esteem of a god. At the same time, it also contained a hidden probing. Although the little boy had special privileges and had lived for many years, he still had the heart of a child. Facing the tyrannical Tang Zhen, he still gave in the end and agreed to pay a portion of the reward first. Although he looked like he had been wronged, the boy did not suffer any losses. After all, he was not the one who provided the reward. To put it bluntly, the boy was a manager. This was also why they were curious. Where did the reward come from, and were there any restrictions? He had thought that the boy would reject him on the spot when he asked for 10 origin spiritual treasures. In fact, it didn't matter if he refused. Tang Zhen could haggle. Even if he gave a 50% discount, it didn't matter. In the end, the boy's immediate agreement was indeed beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. Since when did ultimate source spiritual treasures become so worthless? Tang Zhen could not help but have some suspicions that the boy was deliberately deceiving him. After all, the other party's performance was indeed very bad. However, when the boy agreed to pay half of the reward first, Tang Zhen finally relaxed. As long as he could get half of the rewards, even if he didn't get the other half, this trip would definitely not be in vain. However, since the boy had made a promise, he should be able to do it. After all, he had a request to make of Tang Zhen. After Tang Zhen agreed, the boy's anger turned into joy and he immediately led him out of the palace. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the back of the palace, at the edge of a high mountain cliff. Below the cliff was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was empty, with only flowers and grass. In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was extremely beautiful, like a fairyland. However, the boy's eyes were filled with disdain. "This is the place. I've been looking at it for God knows how many years. It's so boring. Help me build a city here. You can build it however you want, as long as it's fun." As the boy spoke, he extended his hand and waved it at Tang Zhen. After which, 5 light orbs appeared before him. "This is the original soul treasure that you wanted. You can put it away by touching it. When you leave, you can take it out of the purple light world." Because he needed Tang Zhen's help, the boy became very proactive. He didn't need to urge him at all before he gave out 5 origin spirit treasures. Tang Zhen gently nodded. After confirming that there was no problem, he extended his hand and gently grabbed. He quickly sensed that the 5 origin spiritual treasures did not merge with his body. Instead, they entered his divine kingdom in his mind. This sudden turn of events caused Tang Zhen's heart to jump. He was even more certain that the purple light world was not simple. The opening of the divine kingdom in his mind was actually out of his control. This was not something to be joked about. This meant that Tang Zhen's forbidden place might be invaded, and there would be no privacy to speak of. If he could open the divine kingdom in his mind, he would be able to plunder the divine source and turn Tang Zhen into a pauper. To the gods, this was simply a nightmare. The trace of hope in his heart had completely disappeared. Tang Zhen had a new understanding of this purple light world. I've already given you the item, so hurry up and work. The boy had an anxious expression as he urged Tang Zhen. There's no hurry. Before we start building, there are some things that must be made clear. The bigger the city is, the more divine source will be consumed, and it will definitely have a serious impact on me. If you want to complete it in a short time, it's best if you can think of a way to help me provide some divine source. Otherwise, I'll control the scale of the construction and even extend the construction time to avoid damage to myself. Please don't tell me that you've already paid me. That's what I should have gotten. As for the 5 high-quality original soul treasures that you promised earlier, I haven't even seen them yet. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the boy frowned and revealed an indignant expression. You bad guy, why are you so troublesome? But what you said makes sense. I should indeed provide some help to build this city better. Otherwise, if you're perfunctory, I'll suffer a great loss. Within a short period of time, the boy had already made up his mind. He said to Tang Zhen, in fact, before you, there were many gods who entered the purple light world, but they didn't reach the island of desire, but went to other places. There were also some gods who sensed that something was wrong and fled the purple light world. Tang Zhen's eyes focused. He did not expect that the other party would actually be able to escape halfway. How did the other party do it? After guessing Tang Zhen's thoughts, the boy curled his lips and said, in the world of purple light, you can escape from other places. However, once you enter this ocean, even a god can't escape. Either we reach Desire Island successfully, or we die on the way. There's no third option. According to what you said, I'm the only deity that has entered this ocean all these years. Tang Zhen asked. No, the boy shook his head. A few decades ago, a god also entered this ocean. However, that guy was very unlucky. Just as he was about to reach the island of desire, he died in the hands of the monster. After hearing the boy's explanation, Tang Zhen recalled the robust cultivator. It should be at that time that he experienced a similar scene. That time, he was lucky enough to escape. However, his luck was not so good this time. In the end, he died in Tang Zhen's hands. Does it mean that all cultivators have a chance to reach the Destiny Island and get a reward? Tang Zhen really wanted to know the answer to this question. The boy chuckled and said in a disdainful tone, there's no such good thing. It's impossible. After confirming this, the boy became extremely excited, as if he had encountered something very 902 fun. There was definitely a sequence to the arrival of the Destiny Island, and the cultivator who arrived first would receive a higher reward. The rewards for those who arrived later could not be compared at all, and only the top 10 would be rewarded. The cultivators that come after will never have the chance to land on the island. They'll leave the purple light world without even realizing it. Tang Zhen nodded. He recalled something and casually asked the boy, are only cultivators able to receive rewards? If monsters land on Desire Island, will they also receive rewards? The boy smiled and said in a certain tone, the monsters have an unimaginable fear of the island of desire. It's impossible for them to land on this island. What if I really do? Tang Zhen asked. If you really ascend, you'll definitely be rewarded. However, the rewards are given out randomly, so I'm not responsible for it. Moreover, the monsters that land on the island will occupy the corresponding spots and will be counted in the top 10. When the boy said this, he had already realized something. He stared at Tang Zhen and asked, could it be that you used some sort of method to get the monster onto Desire Island? Tang Zhen extended 4 fingers and waved them in front of the boy. He did bring 4 monsters to the island, but I've already killed them. I wonder if I'll get a reward. The boy was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you actually managed to get 4 monsters to the island of desire. This is simply too interesting. Don't worry, even if they die, they'll definitely come back to life. This is Desire Island. After confirming this, the boy became extremely excited, as if he had encountered something very fun. The 4 monsters on the island of desire will definitely scare the fairies. I must go and watch the show. As for the construction of the city, I'll be back soon. I'll get you the remains of the dead god right away. See if you can get divine source. If it's useless to you, then I can't do anything about it. After all, I'm not a god. Also, don't lie to me, or I'll get angry, and the consequences will be very serious. The boy's speaking speed was strange. After he finished speaking to Tang Zhen, he impatiently ran into the distance with an appearance of anxiously watching a good show. The boy's current appearance was more like a naughty child than the master of Desire Island. After withdrawing his gaze, Tang Zhen saw a corpse quietly lying below his feet. Needless to say, it was the unlucky god. 3009 Surprise, construction. There was a strange but irresistible rule in the extreme spiritual realm. No matter how powerful they were or which race they belonged to, as long as they entered the extreme spirit realm, they had to take on a human form. Although there were tens of millions of different types of humans, their general appearance was the same, so it was easy to distinguish them. No one could answer why such rules were made. He only knew that from the beginning to the end, no one had been able to resist this rule. Anyone who entered the extreme spirit realm would have to take on a human form. In fact, for cultivators, as long as they could be transformed into energy, it didn't matter what kind of body they had. Forcefully turning into a human was a novel experience. Only the races that focused on cultivating their physical bodies were very concerned about their own form, so they rarely entered the extreme spiritual realm. In fact, even if they entered the extreme spirit realm, body-tempering cultivators would not be affected much. Other than the change in appearance, their powerful physical strength would still be retained. Because they had maintained their human form for many years, many cultivators had developed the habit of not returning to their original form after leaving the extreme spirit realm. The god's corpse in front of Tang Zhen was in the form of a human. It looked tall and mighty. However, there was a terrifying hole in his chest, which almost split his body in two. It was because of this injury that this unknown god had fallen in the purple light world. He shook his head slightly, feeling that it was a little ridiculous. A god-level master had actually died from such injuries. If this had happened in the outside world, it would have been an incredible thing. However, in the world of purple light, it was only natural. This special and strange world indeed treated all adventurers the same. Regardless of one's identity, as long as one was in the purple light world, they would be restricted by the rules. This unknown god might not have thought that he would die in such a way. Tang Zhen retracted his thoughts. He wasn't interested in finding out the origin of the fallen gods. He only wanted to confirm as soon as possible whether he could obtain the divine source. The corpse of a god was a treasure in itself, and it was hard to come by. Tang Zhen had only casually mentioned it earlier. He did not expect that the little boy would be so generous and directly give him a god's corpse. Perhaps to the little boy, this was something that he hated. If Tang Zhen had not mentioned it, he might not have even remembered it. This little guy should be hiding a lot of good things. Should I think of a way to take them out? Such a thought flashed through Tang Zhen's mind. However, this idea was denied in the blink of an eye. Although the boy was very childish in many aspects, Tang Zhen would never take it lightly. The Island of Desire was definitely not a good place. How could a person who could become the master of this place be an idiot? It would be foolish to treat others as fools. There was always an order of priority in everything. It was better to quickly extract the divine source and then study other things. Tang Zhen immediately focused his mind and cast a technique when he thought of this. He refined the corpse of the divine spirit. He realized that he could actually use his techniques in this area, but he could not display his true strength. To put it simply, he only had looks. They could use techniques that belong to gods, but the power they used belonged to the purple light world. If he were to consume divine source, he would extract it from his divine kingdom in his mind. He would not let Tang Zhen take advantage of him. The boy asked Tang Zhen for help. Clearly, he knew about this matter. This was enough to prove that the other party wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface. Under Tang Zhen's control, the god's corpse before him was instantly broken down into human-shaped particles. Among the countless particles, there were many special glowing crystals, causing Tang Zhen to reveal a trace of joy. It was definitely not an ordinary item since it could still be preserved even after his decomposition technique. He extended his hand and gently waved it. The crystals hidden within the particles all entered Tang Zhen's hand. And NBSP, in the next moment, these special crystals once more entered his divine kingdom. The mind divine kingdom belonged to Tang Zhen's absolute territory. In this special world, there were no secrets that could be hidden from him, the creator. Even if there was a secret, it could be deciphered by Tang Zhen with a thought. After the crystalline items entered the divine kingdom in his mind, they immediately removed their original disguises and revealed their true bodies. Tang Zhen was initially stunned when he saw these items. His face was filled with surprise. It turned out that most of these crystals were condensed divine source, which was automatically condensed after the death of a god. Divine source was a special existence, somewhat similar to an origin spirit treasure. After a long time, it would become more and more reserved. Like a rock, it was harder to find. Divine source was not part of the cycle of heaven and earth. When a god fell, they would naturally rest in the earth, ensuring that no one could obtain it. Tang Zhen could only be said to be extremely lucky to be able to obtain it. Each of these condensed origin crystals could be considered an extremely small origin spiritual treasure. They would be slowly digested and absorbed in the divine kingdom in his mind. In addition to the crystals of the origin, there were also several weapons made of origin spiritual treasures, but they were all of lower grade. The gods outside the world of Lusheng didn't have the cultivation method of the mind divine kingdom, so they didn't value the spiritual treasure of origin. In their hands, most of the spiritual treasures of the origin were used to refine weapons and could also be used in some strange rituals. Relying on the origin spiritual treasure to cultivate was only a faster way of cultivation, even if they're complete. 2131 Although it was not over yet, one could tell from the outline that this was a great and magical city, was no such thing. This was because it was not an easy task to find the original spiritual treasure. It often took a lot of time, and not every cultivator in Lu City was so free. No matter what, it was a great harvest this time around. This caused Tang Zhen to sigh that this trip was not a loss. With such a generous reward, Tang Zhen naturally would not be perfunctory. He decided to build a city well so that the boy could have fun to his heart's content. Of course, Tang Zhen didn't cover the repair fees. If the city was damaged, the boy would have to take responsibility for it. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen looked forward as he activated his origin energy. The vast plain in front of them was divided into square-shaped areas that looked extremely neat. As this thought rose in Tang Zhen's mind, the silhouettes of various items began to appear out of thin air. The earth rumbled loudly, forming mountains, or suddenly collapsed, turning into winding rivers and lake beds. Some of the plants were growing at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had become towering trees. As nature changed, the outline of a city was being built at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like an invisible hand was drawing lines with a large brush and then filling in colors. Unknowingly, strange-looking buildings started to appear on the plain. These buildings had different styles, but they were all beautiful and each one could be called a classic. As for the prototype of the building, it came from Tang Zhen's memory and knowledge. They belonged to different worlds. But now, because of Tang Zhen, they both appeared in a special city and competed with each other. In the process of building and filling, the divine source was slowly being consumed. However, it was nothing compared to the rewards that the cultivators of Lusheng City received. Rivers, plants, buildings, streets. The elements needed for a city appeared one after another, making this special city more and more complete. Although it was not over yet, one could tell from the outline that this was a great and magical city. After the first step was completed, the next thing to do was to create the residents of this city. Tang Zhen was actually a little resistant to this matter. There was nothing much about the buildings. However, Tang Zhen had created these residents with flesh and blood. He really did not want to see them being toyed with by others. 3010 Tang Zhen creates a city. 1. As the city was built, Tang Zhen slowly immersed himself in it. It was as if he had experienced the process of cultivation and war again. The magnificence and wonder of the greater plains, the various races and natives, all appeared before his eyes. The lively scene seemed to have happened only yesterday. From the tower world to the greater thousand plain, all the buildings that left a deep impression on Tang Zhen were gathered in this city. As a result, the city's architectural style was complicated and strange, but it was full of magnificence. If they were to walk around the city, it would be equivalent to walking around the many worlds. It was also a benefit for the city residents. It was a pity that without enough knowledge, one would not be able to discover the secrets hidden in the city's buildings. The city's framework had been completed, and the next step was to create the city's residents. This was the core of everything. Tang Zhen thought for a long time and did not form a physical body. In many planes, there were legends of gods creating life. This was not a lie, as gods could indeed create life. However, the process of creation and the quality of life were vastly different. The life that Tang Zhen was trying to create must have a low cost yet high quality. They could think independently, reproduce, and allow their race to continue to grow. Their main characteristics must be the same as humans, but they must have the characteristics of immortality, or they must be able to be resurrected after death. Only by doing so could they withstand the boy's destruction and not fall into extinction in the blink of an eye. Either he didn't do it, or he did it perfectly, eliminating all the drawbacks as much as possible. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he suddenly recalled the rules of the extreme spiritual realm. The residents of the extreme spiritual realm also possessed the characteristic of being undying. Was the purpose of this also to prevent destruction? After this thought appeared, Tang Zhen immediately threw it away. The truth of the extreme spiritual realm had nothing to do with him. After thinking about it, Tang Zhen decided to use the materials on the spot to create life using the items in the purple light world. As long as the purple light world existed, the residents would have no lack of materials for resurrection, and they could be resurrected under the influence of the rules. Following the command of Tang Zhen's will, the muddy water on the plains gathered together. From a distance, it looked like a huge dragon. The giant dragon swam on the plains and soon entered the city. It then split into many smaller dragons. In the process of swimming, mud kept rolling down, gradually transforming into human form. As time passed, the eyebrows and eyes of these clay figurines became clearer and clearer, and they were almost no different from real people. The area of the city built by Tang Zhen was extremely large, and it needed a large number of residents to fill it. One after another, earth dragons continuously poured into the city. The earth dragons were of different colors. Some were yellow, some were white, some were black, and some were brown. The skin of the clay figurine was also of various colors. As the earth dragon created the clay figurine, the flowers, grass, and trees on the plain gradually transformed into all kinds of life forms. The city built by Tang Zhen contained the buildings of many worlds. The residents naturally could not only be a single form of human race. Humans in other forms, such as orcs, elves, and demons, could live inside and outside the city. Only in such a city could life be more exciting and more stories could happen. Following Tang Zhen's continuous creation, the figures of city residents began to appear in every corner of the city. While creating life, Tang Zhen also had to build a network of relationships for the residents of these cities and weave fake memories. This project was not easy. It required the establishment of a new worldview and implanting it into the minds of every resident. Then, with the worldview as the foundation, the city's past history and the social relationships between people were weaved. This kind of history and relationship had to be able to withstand scrutiny and not be afraid of verification. It had to be impeccable. Tang Zhen had set the number of residents in this city to 1 million. He needed to create an independent memory for each resident. As a high-level divine general, Tang Zhen could instantly split his thoughts into hundreds of millions of thoughts to complete the task of compiling memories. It was not particularly strenuous. Out of 1 million residents, he would split up 1 million thoughts to communicate and cooperate with each other, completing the memory compilation for the city residents. While he was writing the memory, Tang Zhen began to set the boundaries of the city to prevent the city residents from running around and discovering the truth of the world. This was the simplest job. All he had to do was set up a super large runic magic circle to block all the curious explorers. Once the runic magic circle was triggered, one would be placed in an illusion and would be constantly advancing on an endless plane. However, the real situation was hidden by the fog, and they were still in the same place. In order to make it look more realistic, the runic magic circle would randomly create monsters. If they were successfully killed, they could even bring the monster's corpse back to the city. At the same time, in the memories of the city's residents, there were monsters everywhere outside the city. If it was not necessary, they should not leave the city too far. Otherwise, he would be killed by the monster if he was not careful. Fortunately, there was a resurrection pool in the city, and the dead would be resurrected in the pool every once in a while. There was a price to pay for resurrecting. If one didn't pay back the money, they would be punished to do hard labor. Those who hurt others at will would also be fined and suffer all kinds of punishment. Due to the existence of the runic magic circle, the residents of the city would only live in a limited area. In order to make things more interesting, Tang Zhen did not completely seal off the city. Instead, he left a way out. This hidden path of survival was actually the vast ocean. Unless there was a flat-bottomed wooden boat, it was impossible to cross this strange ocean where, apart from monsters, humans would sink when they touched water. Even if the problem of transportation was solved, they still had to fight against the monsters in the ocean, such as the monsters transformed by the cultivators of death, which were as terrifying as the giant beasts on the island. No matter what kind of monster it was not something that the city's residents could fight against. The only outcome would be to be buried in the fish's stomach. The only fortunate thing was that he could still be reborn in the city after death. The only losses were the transportation and the gold coins needed for resurrection. In the days to come, there would definitely be countless warriors who would constantly explore the path to the outside world. One after another, corpses piled up like mountains, writing legends again and again. If that was the case, it would be very interesting. The boy would probably have a lot of fun. Even if there were city residents who could cross the ocean to reach the outside world, what would they gain? It was just jumping from a small cage to an even bigger cage. No matter how far he went, he would still be trapped in the purple light world. Even if they had the ability to leave the purple light world, they would still be in the extreme spiritual realm. One layer after another, how many people could transcend? Tang Zhen once again turned his head to look at the sky. He extended his hand and gently pointed. The scorching sun and cold moon condensed at the same time. They would alternate and bring about changes between day and night, allowing the city residents to follow a pattern. In the entire purple light world, the sun and moon could only be seen in this city. With the sun and moon, this special city immediately became complete. Following Tang Zhen's orderly operation, the necessary conditions for the city's operation had been completed one after another. At the final step, Tang Zhen extended his hand and casually snapped his fingers. The shockwave-like light spread out, and in the next moment, a loud noise came from the city. A city that was created out of thin air was officially operating at this moment.